himself to more serious tasks. The subjugation of the West, the Romanizing of the West. When the course of history turns from the miserable monotony of the political selfishness which fought its battles in the Senate House and in the streets of the capital to matters of greater importance than the question whether the first monarch of Rome should be called Gnaeus, Gaius, or Marcus, we may well be allowed, on the threshold of an event, the effects of which still at the present day influence the destinies of the world, to look round us for a moment, and to indicate the point of view under which the conquest of what is now France by the Romans and their first contact with the inhabitants of Germany and of Great Britain are to be apprehended in their bearing on the general history of the world. By virtue of the law, that a people which has grown into a state absorbs its neighbours who are in political nonage, and a civilized people absorbs its neighbours who are in intellectual nonage by virtue of this law, which is as universally valid and as much a law of nature as the law of gravity. The Italian nation, the only one in antiquity which was able to combine a superior political development and a superior civilization, though it presented the latter only in an imperfect and external manner, was entitled to reduce to subjection the Greek states of the East which were ripe for destruction, and to dispossess the peoples of lower grades of culture in the West, Libyans, Iberians, Celts, Germans, by means of its settlers, just as England with equal right has in Asia reduced to subjection a civilization of rival standing but politically impotent, and in America and Australia has marked and ennobled, and still continues to mark and ennoble extensive barbarian countries with the impress of its nationality. The Roman aristocracy had accomplished the preliminary condition required for this task, the union of Italy. The task itself it never solved, but always regarded the extra-Italian conquests either as simply a necessary evil or as a fiscal possession virtually beyond the pale of the state. It is the imperishable glory of the Roman democracy or monarchy, for the two coincide, to have correctly apprehended and vigorously realized this its highest destination. What the irresistible force of circumstances had paved the way for, through the Senate establishing against its will the foundations of the future Roman dominion in the West as in the East. What thereafter the Roman emigration to the provinces, which came as a public calamity no doubt, but also in the western regions at any rate as a pioneer of a higher culture, pursued as matter of instinct, the creator of the Roman democracy, Gaius Gracchus, grasped and began to carry out with statesmanlike clearness and decision. The two fundamental ideas of the new policy, to reunite the territories under the power of Rome so far as they were Hellenic, and to colonize them so far as they were not Hellenic, had already in the Gracchian age been practically recognized by the annexation of the kingdom of Attalus and by the transalpine conquests of Flaccus. But the prevailing reaction once more arrested their application. The Roman state remained a chaotic mass of countries without thorough occupation and without proper limits. Spain and the Greco-Asiatic possessions were separated from the mother country by wide territories, of which barely the borders along the coast were subject to the Romans. On the north coast of Africa, the domains of Carthage and Cyrene alone were occupied like oases. Large tracts even of the subject territory, especially in Spain, were but nominally subject to the Romans. Absolutely nothing was done on the part of the government towards concentrating and rounding off their dominion, and the decay of the fleet seemed at length to dissolve the last bond of connection between the distant possessions. The democracy no doubt attempted, so soon as it again raised its head, to shape its external policy in the spirit of Gracchus. Marius in particular cherished such ideas. But as it did not for any length of time attain the helm, its projects were left unfulfilled. It was not till the democracy practically took in hand the government on the overthrow of the Sullan constitution in 684 that a revolution in this respect occurred. First of all, their sovereignty on the Mediterranean was restored, the most vital question for a state like that of Rome. Towards the east, moreover, the boundary of the Euphrates was secured by the annexation of the provinces of Pontus and Syria. But there still remained beyond the Alps the task of at once rounding off the Roman territory towards the north and west, and of gaining a fresh virgin soil there for Hellenic civilization and for the yet unbroken vigor of the Italic race. Historical significance of the conquests of Caesar. This task Gaius Caesar undertook. It is more than an error. It is an outrage upon the sacred spirit dominant in history, to regard Gaul solely as the parade ground on which Caesar exercised himself and his legions for the impending civil war. Though the subjugation of the West was for Caesar so far a means to an end that he laid the foundations of his later height of power in the Transalpine Wars, it is the especial privilege of a statesman of genius that his means themselves are ends in their turn. Caesar needed no doubt for his party aims a military power, but he did not conquer Gaul as a partisan. There was a direct political necessity for Rome to meet the perpetually threatened invasion of the Germans thus early beyond the Alps, and to construct a rampart there which should secure the peace of the Roman world. But even this important object was not the highest and ultimate reason for which Gaul was conquered by Caesar. When the old home had become too narrow for the Roman burgesses and they were in danger of decay, the Senate's policy of Italian conquest saved them from ruin. Now the Italian home had become in its turn too narrow. Once more the state languished under the same social evils, repeating themselves in similar fashion only on a greater scale. It was a brilliant idea, a grand hope, which led Caesar over the Alps, the idea and the confident expectation that he should gain there for his fellow burgesses a new boundless home and regenerate the state a second time by placing it on a broader basis. Caesar in Spain. The campaign which Caesar undertook in 693 in further Spain may be in some sense included among the enterprises which aimed at the subjugation of the West. Long as Spain had obeyed the Romans, its western shore had remained substantially independent of them even after the expedition of Decimus Brutus against the Carrhae, and they had not even set foot on the northern coast. While the predatory raids to which the subject provinces found themselves continually exposed from those quarters did no small injury to the civilization and Romanizing of Spain. Against these, the expedition of Caesar along the west coast was directed. He crossed the chain of the Herminian mountains, Sierra de Estrella, bounding the Tagus on the north. After having conquered their inhabitants and transplanted them in part to the plain, he reduced the country on both sides of the Douro and arrived at the northwest point of the peninsula, where with the aid of a flotilla brought up from Gades, he occupied Brigantium, Corunna. By this means, the peoples adjoining the Atlantic Ocean, Lusitanians and Calaetians, were forced to acknowledge the Roman supremacy, while the conqueror was at the same time careful to render the position of the subjects generally more tolerable by reducing the tribute to be paid to Rome and regulating the financial affairs of the communities. But although in this military and administrative debut of the great general and statesman the same talents and the same leading ideas are discernible which he afterwards evinced on a greater stage, his agency in the Iberian Peninsula was much too transient to have any deep effect, the more especially as, owing to its physical and national peculiarities, nothing but action steadily continued for a considerable time could exert any durable influence there. Gaul. A more important part in the Romanic development of the West was reserved by destiny for the country which stretches between the Pyrenees and the Rhine, the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean, and which since the Augustan age has been especially designated by the name of the land of the Celts, Gallia, although strictly speaking the land of the Celts was partly narrower, partly much more extensive, and the country so called never formed a national unity and did not form a political unity before Augustus. For this very reason, it is not easy to present a clear picture of the very heterogeneous state of things which Caesar encountered on his arrival there in 696. The Roman province wars and revolts. There, in the region on the Mediterranean, which, embracing approximately Languedoc on the west of the Rhone, on the east Dauphine and Provence, had been for 60 years a Roman province, the Roman arms had seldom been at rest since the Cimbrian invasion which had swept over it. In 664 Gaius Caelius had fought with the Saliers about Aquae Sextiae, and in 674 Gaius Flaccus on his march to Spain with other Celtic nations. When in the Sertorian War the governor Lucius Manlius, compelled to hasten to the aid of his colleagues beyond the Pyrenees, returned defeated from Ilerda, Lerida,
and on his way home was vanquished a second time by the western neighbours of the Roman province, the Aquitani, about 676. This seems to have provoked a general rising of the provincials between the Pyrenees and the Rhone, perhaps even of those between the Rhone and Alps. Pompeius had to make his way with the sword through the insurgent Gaul to Spain, and by way of penalty for their rebellion gave the territories of the Volcae Aricomici and the Helvetii, Department Guard and Ardèche, over to the Massiliates. The governor Manius Fonteius carried out these arrangements and restored tranquility in the province by subduing the Vocontii, Department Drome, protecting Massilia from the insurgents and liberating the Roman capital Narbo, which they invested. Despair, however, and the financial embarrassment which the participation in the sufferings of the Spanish War and generally the official and non-official exactions of the Romans brought upon the Gallic provinces did not allow them to be tranquil, and in particular the canton of the Allobroges, the most remote from Narbo, was in a perpetual ferment, which was attested by the pacification that Gaius Piso undertook there in 688, as well as by the behaviour of the Allobrogian embassy in Rome on occasion of the anarchist plot in 691, and which soon afterwards broke into open revolt. Catugnatus, the leader of the Allobroges in this war of despair, who had at first fought not unsuccessfully,
was conquered at Salonium after a glorious resistance by the governor Gaius Pomptinus. Bounds. Relations to Rome. Notwithstanding all these conflicts, the bounds of the Roman territory were not materially advanced. Lugudunum Convenarum, where Pompeius had settled the remnant of the Sertorian army, Tolosa, Vienna, and Geneva were still the most remote Roman townships towards the west and north. But at the same time, the importance of these Gallic possessions for the mother country was continually on the increase. The glorious climate, akin to that of Italy, the favourable nature of the soil, the large and rich region lying behind so advantageous for commerce with its mercantile routes reaching as far as Britain, the easy intercourse by land and sea with the mother country, rapidly gave to southern Gaul an economic importance for Italy, which much older possessions, such as those in Spain, had not acquired in the course of centuries, and as the Romans, who had suffered political shipwreck at this period, sought an asylum especially in Massilia, and there found once more Italian culture and Italian luxury, voluntary emigrants from Italy also were attracted more and more to the Rhone and the Garonne. The province of Gaul, it was said in a sketch drawn 10 years before Caesar's arrival, is full of merchants, it swarms with Roman burgesses.
No native of Gaul transacts a piece of business without the intervention of a Roman. Every penny that passes from one hand to another in Gaul goes through the account books of the Roman burgesses. From the same description it appears that in addition to the colonists of Narbo, there were Romans cultivating land and rearing cattle, resident in great numbers in Gaul, as to which, however, it must not be overlooked that most of the provincial land possessed by Romans, just like the greater part of the English possessions in the earliest times in America, was in the hands of the high nobility living in Italy, and those farmers and graziers consisted for the most part of their stewards, slaves, or freedmen. Incipient Romanizing. It is easy to understand how under such circumstances civilization and Romanizing rapidly spread among the natives. These Celts were not fond of agriculture, but their new masters compelled them to exchange the sword for the plough, and it is very credible that the embittered resistance of the Allobroges was provoked in part by some such injunctions. In earlier times, Hellenism had also to a certain degree dominated those regions. The elements of a higher culture, the stimulus to the cultivation of the vine and the olive, to the use of writing and to the coining of money, came to them from Massilia. The Hellenic culture was in this case far from being set aside by the Romans. Massilia gained through them more influence than it lost, and even in the Roman period Greek physicians and rhetoricians were publicly employed in the Gallic cantons. But, as may readily be conceived, Hellenism in southern Gaul acquired through the agency of the Romans the same character as in Italy. The distinctively Hellenic civilization gave place to the Latino-Greek mixed culture, which soon made proselytes here in great numbers. The Gauls in the breeches, as the inhabitants of southern Gaul were called by way of contrast to the Gauls in the toga of northern Italy, were not indeed like the latter already completely Romanized,
but they were even now very perceptibly distinguished from the long-haired Gauls of the northern regions still unsubdued. The semi-culture becoming naturalized among them furnished, doubtless, materials enough for ridicule of their barbarous Latin, and people did not fail to suggest to anyone suspected of Celtic descent his relationship with the breeches. But this bad Latin was yet sufficient to enable even the remote Allobroges to transact business with the Roman authorities, and even to give testimony in the Roman courts without an interpreter. While the Celtic and Ligurian population of these regions was thus in the course of losing its nationality, and was languishing and pining withal under a political and economic oppression, the intolerable nature of which is sufficiently attested by their hopeless insurrections, the decline of the native population here went hand in hand with the naturalizing of the same higher culture which we find at this period in Italy. Aquae Sextiae and still more Narbo were considerable townships, which might probably be named by the side of Beneventum and Capua, and Massilia, the best organized, most free, most capable of self-defense, and most powerful of all the Greek cities dependent on Rome, under its rigorous aristocratic government, to which the Roman conservatives probably pointed as the model of a good urban constitution, in possession of an important territory which had been considerably enlarged by the Romans and of an extensive trade, stood by the side of those Latin towns, as Rhegium and Neapolis stood in Italy by the side of Beneventum and Capua. Free Gaul matters wore a different aspect when one crossed the Roman frontier. The great Celtic nation, which in the southern districts already began to be crushed by the Italian immigration, still moved to the north of the Cevennes in its time-hallowed freedom. It is not the first time that we meet it. The Italians had already fought with the offsets and advanced posts of this vast stock on the Tiber and on the Po, in the mountains of Castile and Carinthia, and even in the heart of Asia Minor, but it was here that the main stock was first assailed at its very core by their attacks. The Celtic race had on its settlement in Central Europe diffused itself chiefly over the rich river valleys and the pleasant hill country of the present France, including the western districts of Germany and Switzerland, and from thence had occupied at least the southern part of England, perhaps even at this time all Great Britain and Ireland. It formed here more than anywhere else a broad, geographically compact mass of peoples. In spite of the differences in language and manners which naturally were to be found within this wide territory, a close mutual intercourse, an innate sense of fellowship, seems to have knit together the tribes from the Rhone and Garonne to the Rhine and the Thames, whereas although these doubtless were in a certain measure locally connected with the Celts in Spain and in the modern Austria, the mighty mountain barriers of the Pyrenees and the Alps on the one hand, and the encroachments of the Romans and the Germans, which also operated here on the other, interrupted the intercourse and the intrinsic connection of the cognate peoples far otherwise than the narrow arm of the sea interrupted the relations of the continental and the British Celts. Unhappily, we are not permitted to trace stage by stage the history of the internal development of this remarkable people in these its chief seats. We must be content with presenting at least some outline of its historical culture and political condition, as it here meets us in the time of Caesar. Population, agriculture, and the rearing of cattle Gaul was, according to the reports of the ancients, comparatively well peopled. Certain statements lead us to infer that in the Belgic districts there were some 200 persons to the square millia proportion, such as nearly holds at present for Wales and for Livonia, in the Helvetic canton about 245. It is probable that in the districts which were more cultivated than the Belgic and less mountainous than the Helvetian, as among the Bituriges, Arverni, Haidui, the number rose still higher. Agriculture was no doubt practiced in Gaul, for even the contemporaries of Caesar were surprised in the region of the Rhine by the custom of manuring with marl, and the primitive Celtic custom of preparing beer, cervesia, from barley, is likewise an evidence of the early and wide diffusion of the culture of grain, but it was not held in estimation. Even in the more civilized south it was reckoned not becoming for the free Celts to handle the plough. In far higher estimation among the Celts stood pastoral husbandry, for which the Roman landholders of this epoch very gladly availed themselves both of the Celtic breed of cattle and of the brave Celtic slaves skilled in riding and familiar with the rearing of animals. Particularly in the northern Celtic districts, pastoral husbandry was thoroughly predominant. Brittany was in Caesar's time a country poor in corn. In the northeast, dense forests, attaching themselves to the heart of the Ardennes, stretched almost without interruption from the German Ocean to the Rhine, and on the plains of Flanders and Lorraine, now so fertile, the Menapian and Treverian herdsman then fed his half-wild swine in the impenetrable oak forest. Just as in the valley of the Po, the Romans made the production of wool and the culture of corn supersede the Celtic feeding of pigs on acorns, so the rearing of sheep and the agriculture in the plains of the Scheldt and the Maas are traceable to their influence. In Britain, even the threshing of corn was not yet usual, and in its more northern districts agriculture was not practiced, and the rearing of cattle was the only known mode of turning the soil to account. The culture of the olive and vine, which yielded rich produce to the Massiliates, was not yet prosecuted beyond the Cevennes in the time of Caesar. Urban life. The Gauls were from the first disposed to settle in groups. There were open villages everywhere, and the Helvetic canton alone numbered in 400 of these, besides a multitude of single homesteads. But there were not wanting also walled towns, whose walls of alternate layers surprised the Romans both by their suitableness and by the elegant interweaving of timber and stones in their construction, while, it is true, even in the towns of the Allobroges the buildings were erected solely of wood. Of such towns the Helvetii had 12, and the Suessiones an equal number. Whereas at all events in the more northern districts, such as among the Nervi, while there were doubtless also towns, the population during war sought protection in the morasses and forests rather than behind their walls. And beyond the Thames the primitive defence of the wooden barricade altogether took the place of towns, and was in war the only place of refuge for men and herds. Intercourse. In close association with the comparatively considerable development of urban life stands the activity of intercourse by land and by water. Everywhere there were roads and bridges. The river navigation, which streams like the Rhone, Garonne, Loire, and Seine, of themselves invited, was considerable and lucrative. But far more remarkable was the maritime navigation of the Celts. Not only were the Celts, to all appearance, the nation that first regularly navigated the Atlantic Ocean, but we find that the art of building and of managing vessels had attained among them a remarkable development. The navigation of the peoples of the Mediterranean had, as may readily be conceived from the nature of the waters traversed by them, for a comparatively long period adhered to the oar. The war vessels of the Phoenicians, Hellenes, and Romans were at all times oared galleys, in which the sail was applied only as an occasional aid to the oar. The trading vessels alone were in the epoch of developed ancient civilization sailors, properly so called. On the other hand, the Gauls doubtless employed in the Channel in Caesar's time, as for long afterwards, a species of portable leathern skiffs, which seem to have been in the main common oared boats, but on the west coast of Gaul the Santones, the Pictones, and above all the Veneti, sailed in large, though clumsily built ships, which were not impelled by oars, but were provided with leathern sails and iron anchor chains. And they employed these not only for their traffic with Britain, but also in naval combat. Here, therefore, we not only meet for the first time with navigation in the open ocean, but we find that here the sailing vessel first fully took the place of the oared boat, an improvement, it is true, which the declining activity of the Old World did not know how to turn to account, and the immeasurable results of which our own epoch of renewed culture is employed in gradually reaping. Commerce. Manufactures. With this regular maritime intercourse between the British and Gallic coasts, the very close political connection between the inhabitants on both sides of the Channel is as easily explained as the flourishing of transmarine commerce and of fisheries. It was the Celts of Brittany, in particular, that brought the tin of the mines of Cornwall from England, and carried it by the river and land routes of Gaul to Narbo and Massilia. The statement that in Caesar's time certain tribes at the mouth of the Rhine subsisted on fish and birds' eggs may probably refer to the circumstance that marine fishing and the collection of the eggs of seabirds were prosecuted there on an extensive scale. When we put together and endeavour to fill up the isolated and scanty statements which have reached us regarding the Celtic commerce and intercourse, we come to see why the tolls of the river and maritime ports play a great part in the budgets of certain cantons,
such as those of the Helvetii and the Veneti, and why the chief god of the nation was regarded by them as the protector of the roads and of commerce, and at the same time as the inventor of manufactures.
Accordingly, the Celtic industry cannot have been wholly undeveloped. Indeed, the singular dexterity of the Celts and their peculiar skill in imitating any model and executing any instructions are noticed by Caesar. In most branches, however, their handicraft does not appear to have risen above the ordinary level. The manufacture of linen and woolen stuffs that subsequently flourished in central and northern Gaul was demonstrably called into existence only by the Romans. The elaboration of metals forms an exception, and so far as we know, the only one. The copper implements not unfrequently of excellent workmanship and even now malleable, which are brought to light in the tombs of Gaul, and the carefully adjusted Arvernian gold coins are still at the present day striking witnesses of the skill of the Celtic workers in copper and gold. And with this the reports of the ancients well accord, that the Romans learned the art of tinning from the Bituriges and that of silvering from the Alesini, inventions, the first of which was naturally suggested by the traffic in tin, and both of which were probably made in the period of Celtic freedom. Mining, hand in hand with dexterity in the elaboration of the metals, went the art of procuring them, which had attained, more especially in the iron mines on the Loire, such a degree of professional skill that the miners played an important part in the sieges. The opinion prevalent among the Romans of this period, that Gaul was one of the richest gold countries in the world, is no doubt refuted by the well-known nature of the soil and by the character of the articles found in the Celtic tombs, in which gold appears but sparingly and with far less frequency than in the similar repositories of the true native regions of gold. This conception no doubt had its origin merely from the descriptions which Greek travellers and Roman soldiers, doubtless not without strong exaggeration, gave to their countrymen of the magnificence of the Arvernian kings and of the treasures of the Tolosan temples, but their stories were not pure fictions. It may well be believed that in and near the rivers which flow from the Alps and the Pyrenees, gold washing and searches for gold, which are unprofitable at the present value of labour, were worked with profit and on a considerable scale in ruder times and with a system of slavery. Besides, the commercial relations of Gaul may, as is not unfrequently the case with half-civilized peoples, have favored the accumulation of a dead stock of the precious metals. Art and science. The low state of the arts of design is remarkable and is the more striking by the side of this mechanical skill in handling the metals. The fondness for parti-coloured and brilliant ornaments shows the want of a proper taste, which is sadly confirmed by the Gallic coins with their representations sometimes exceedingly simple, sometimes odd, but always childish in design, and almost without exception rude beyond parallel in their execution. It is perhaps unexampled that a coinage practiced for centuries with a certain technical skill should have essentially limited itself to always imitating 2 or 3 Greek dies, and always with increasing deformity. On the other hand, the art of poetry was highly valued by the Celts, and intimately blended with the religious and even with the political institutions of the nation. We find religious poetry, as well as that of the court and of the mendicant, flourishing. Natural science and philosophy also found, although subject to the forms and fetters of the theology of the country, a certain amount of attention among the Celts. And Hellenic humanism met with a ready reception wherever and in whatever shape it approached them. The knowledge of writing was general, at least among the priests. For the most part in Free Gaul, the Greek writing was made use of in Caesar's time, as was done among others by the Helvetii. But in its most southern districts even then, in consequence of intercourse with the Romanized Celts, the Latin attained predominance. We meet with it, for instance, on the Arvenian coins of this period. Political organization, cantonal constitution. The political development of the Celtic nation also presents very remarkable phenomena. The constitution of the state was based in this case, as everywhere, on the clan canton, with its prince, its council of the elders, and its community of free men capable of bearing arms. But the peculiarity in this case was that it never got beyond this cantonal constitution. Among the Greeks and Romans, the canton was very early superseded by the ring wall as the basis of political unity,
Where two cantons found themselves together within the same walls, they amalgamated into one commonwealth. Where a body of burgesses assigned to a portion of their fellow burgesses a new ring wall, there regularly arose in this way a new state connected with the mother community only by ties of piety, and at most, of clientship. Among the Celts, on the other hand, the burgess body continued at all times to be the clan. Prince and council presided over the canton and not over any town, and the general diet of the canton formed the authority of last resort in the state. The town had, as in the East, merely mercantile and strategic, not political importance, for which reason the Gallic townships, even when walled and very considerable such as Vienna and Geneva, were in the view of the Greeks and Romans nothing but villages. In the time of Caesar, the original clan constitutions still subsisted substantially unaltered among the insular Celts and in the northern cantons of the mainland. The General Assembly held the supreme authority. The prince was in essential questions bound by its decrees. The common council was numerous. It numbered in certain clans 600 members, but does not appear to have had more importance than the Senate under the Roman kings. In the more stirring southern portion of the land, again 1 or 2 generations before Caesar, the children of the last kings were still living in his time. There had occurred, at least among the larger clans, the Arverni, Haedui, Sequani, Helvetii, a revolution which set aside the royal dominion and gave the power into the hands of the nobility. Development of knighthood.
Breaking up of the old cantonal constitution. It is simply the reverse side of the total want of urban commonwealths among the Celts just noticed, that the opposite pole of political development, knighthood, so thoroughly preponderates in the Celtic clan constitution. The Celtic aristocracy was to all appearance a high nobility, for the most part perhaps the members of the royal or formerly royal families. As indeed it is remarkable that the heads of the opposite parties in the same clan very frequently belonged to the same house. These great families combined in their hands financial, warlike and political ascendancy. They monopolized the leases of the profitable rights of the state. They compelled the free commons, who were oppressed by the burden of taxation, to borrow from them, and to surrender their freedom first de facto as debtors, then de jure as bondmen. They developed the system of retainers, that is, the privilege of the nobility to surround themselves with a number of hired mounted servants, the ambactias they were called, and thereby to form a state within the state. And, resting on the support of these troops of their own, they defied the legal authorities and the common levy, and practically broke up the commonwealth. If in a clan, which numbered about 80,000 men capable of arms, a single noble could appear at the diet with 10,000 retainers, not reckoning the bondmen and the debtors, it is clear that such an one was more an independent dynast than a burgess of his clan. Moreover, the leading families of the different clans were closely connected and through intermarriages and special treaties formed virtually a compact league, in presence of which the single clan was powerless. Therefore the communities were no longer able to maintain the public peace, and the law of the strong arm reigned throughout. The dependent found protection only from his master, whom duty and interest compelled to redress the injury inflicted on his client. The state had no longer the power to protect those who were free, and consequently these gave themselves over in numbers to some powerful man as clients. Abolition of the monarchy. The common assembly lost its political importance, and even the power of the prince, which should have checked the encroachments of the nobility, succumbed to it among the Celts as well as in Latium. In place of the king came the judgment worker, or vergobritus, who was like the Roman consul, nominated only for a year. So far as the cantons still held together at all, it was led by the common council, in which naturally the heads of the aristocracy usurped the government. Of course, under such circumstances there was agitation in the several clans, much in the same way as there had been agitation in Latium for centuries after the expulsion of the kings. While the nobility of the different communities combined to form a separate alliance hostile to the power of the community, the multitude ceased not to desire the restoration of the monarchy.
and not unfrequently a prominent nobleman attempted, as Spurius Cassius had done in Rome, with the support of the mass of those belonging to the canton, to break down the power of his peers and to reinstate the crown in its rights for his own special benefit. Efforts towards national unity. While the individual cantons were thus irremediably declining, the sense of unity was at the same time powerfully stirring in the nation and seeking in various ways to take shape and hold. That combination of the whole Celtic nobility in contradistinction to the individual canton unions, while disturbing the existing order of things, awakened and fostered the conception of the collective unity of the nation. The attacks directed against the nation from without, and the continued diminution of its territory in war with its neighbours, operated in the same direction. Like the Hellenes in their wars with the Persians and the Italians in their wars with the Celts, the Transalpine Gauls seem to have become conscious of the existence and the power of their national unity in the wars against Rome. Amidst the dissensions of rival clans and all their feudal quarrelling, there might still be heard the voices of those who were ready to purchase the independence of the nation at the cost of the independence of the several cantons, and even at that of the seigneurial rights of the knights. The thorough popularity of the opposition to a foreign yoke was shown by the wars of Caesar, with reference to whom the Celtic Patriot Party occupied a position entirely similar to that of the German patriots towards Napoleon. Its extent and organisation are attested, and among other things, by the telegraphic rapidity with which news was communicated from one point to another. Religious union of the nation Druids. The universality and the strength of the Celtic national feeling would be inexplicable but for the circumstance that, amidst the greatest political disruption, the Celtic nation had for long been centralized in respect of religion and even of theology. The Celtic priesthood, or, to use the native name, the corporation of the Druids, certainly embraced the British Islands and all Gaul, and perhaps also other Celtic countries, in a common religious national bond. It possessed a special head elected by the priests themselves, special schools in which its very comprehensive tradition was transmitted, special privileges, particularly exemption from taxation and military service, which every clan respected, annual councils, which were held near Chartres at the centre of the Celtic earth, and above all, a believing people, who in painful piety and blind obedience to their priests seem to have been nowise inferior to the Irish of modern times. It may readily be conceived that such a priesthood attempted to usurp, as it partially did usurp, the secular government. Where the annual monarchy subsisted, it conducted the elections in the event of an interregnum. It successfully laid claim to the right of excluding individuals and whole communities from religious, and consequently also from civil society. It was careful to draw to itself the most important civil causes, especially processes as to boundaries and inheritance. On the ground, apparently, of its right to exclude from the community, and perhaps also of the national custom that criminals should be by preference taken for the usual human sacrifices, it developed an extensive priestly criminal jurisdiction, which was coordinate with that of the kings and vergobres. It even claimed the right of deciding on war and peace. The Gauls were not far removed from an ecclesiastical state with its pope and councils, its immunities, interdicts, and spiritual courts. Only this ecclesiastical state did not, like that of recent times, stand aloof from the nations, but was on the contrary preeminently national. Want of political centralization. The Canton Leagues. But while the sense of mutual relationship was thus vividly awakened among the Celtic tribes, the nation was still precluded from attaining a basis of political centralization such as Italy found in the Roman burgesses, and the Hellenes and Germans in the Macedonian and Frank kings. The Celtic priesthood and likewise the nobility, although both in a certain sense represented and combined the nation, were yet, on the one hand, incapable of uniting it in consequence of their particular class interests, and on the other hand, sufficiently powerful to allow no king and no canton to accomplish the work of union. Attempts at this work were not wanting. They followed, as the cantonal constitution suggested, the system of hegemony. A powerful canton induced a weaker to become subordinate, on such a footing that the leading canton acted for the other as well as for itself in its external relations, and stipulated for it in state treaties, while the dependent canton bound itself to render military service and sometimes also to pay a tribute. In this way, a series of separate leagues arose, but there was no leading canton for all Gaul, no tie, however loose, combining the nation as a whole. The Belgic League, the maritime cantons, the leagues of central Gaul. It has been already mentioned that the Romans, at the commencement of their Transalpine conquests, found in the north a Britanno-Belgic League under the leadership of the Suessiones, and in central and southern Gaul the Confederation of the Arverni, with which latter the Haedui, although having a weaker body of clients, carried on a rivalry. In Caesar's time we find the Belgae in northeastern Gaul between the Seine and the Rhine still forming such an association, which, however, apparently no longer extends to Britain. By their side there appears, in the modern Normandy and Brittany, the League of the Aromorican or the Maritime Cantons. In central or proper Gaul, two parties as formerly contended for the hegemony, the one headed by the Haedui, the other by the Sequani, after the Arvernians, weakened by the wars with Rome, had retired. These different confederacies subsisted independently side by side. The leading states of central Gaul appear never to have extended their clientship to the northeast, nor, seriously, perhaps even to the northwest of Gaul. Character of those leagues. The impulse of the nation towards freedom found doubtless a certain gratification in these cantonal unions, but they were in every respect unsatisfactory. The union was of the loosest kind, constantly fluctuating between alliance and hegemony. The representation of the whole body in peace by the federal diets, in war by the general, was in the highest degree feeble. The Belgian Confederacy alone seems to have been bound together somewhat more firmly. The national enthusiasm, from which the successful repulse of the Cimbri proceeded, may have proved beneficial to it. The rivalries for the hegemony made a breach in every league, which time did not close but widened, because the victory of one competitor still left his opponent in possession of political existence, and it always remained open to him, even though he had submitted to clientship, subsequently to renew the struggle. The rivalry among the more powerful cantons not only set these at variance, but spread into every dependent clan, into every village, often indeed into every house, for each individual chose his side according to his personal relations. As Hellas exhausted its strength, not so much in the struggle of Athens against Sparta, as in the internal strife of the Athenian and Lacedaemonian factions in every dependent community, and even in Athens itself, so the rivalry of the Arverni and Haedui, with its repetitions on a smaller and smaller scale, destroyed the Celtic people. The Celtic military system, cavalry, the military capability of the nation, felt the reflex influence of these political and social relations. The cavalry was throughout the predominant arm, alongside of which among the Belgae, and still more in the British Islands, the old national war chariots appear in remarkable perfection. These equally numerous and efficient bands of combatants on horseback and in chariots were formed from the nobility and its vassals, for the nobles had a genuine knightly delight in dogs and horses, and were at much expense to procure noble horses of foreign breed. It is characteristic of the spirit and the mode of fighting of these nobles that, when the levy was called out, whoever could keep his seat on horseback, even the grey-haired old man, took the field, and that, when on the point of beginning a combat with an enemy of whom they made little account, they swore man by man that they would keep aloof from house and homestead unless their band should charge at least twice through the enemy's line. Among the hired warriors, the freelance spirit prevailed with all its demoralized and stolid indifference towards their own life and that of others. This is apparent from the stories, however anecdotic their colouring, of the Celtic custom of tilting by way of sport and now and then fighting for life or death at a banquet, and of the usage which prevailed among the Celts, and outdid even the Roman gladiatorial games, of selling themselves to be killed for a set sum of money or a number of casks of wine, and voluntarily accepting the fatal blow stretched on their shield before the eyes of the whole multitude. Infantry. By the side of these mounted warriors, the infantry fell into the background. In the main, it essentially resembled the bands of Celts with whom the Romans had fought in Italy and Spain. The large shield was, as then, the principal weapon of defence, Among the offensive arms, on the other hand, the long thrusting lance now played the chief part in room of the sword. Where several cantons waged war in league, they naturally encamped and fought clan against clan. There is no trace of their giving to the levy of each canton military organization and forming smaller and more regular tactical subdivisions. A long train of wagons still dragged the baggage of the Celtic army. Instead of an entrenched camp, such as the Romans pitched every night, the poor substitute of a barricade of wagons still sufficed. In the case of certain cantons, such as the Nervii, the efficiency of their infantry is noticed as exceptional. It is remarkable that these had no cavalry, and perhaps were not even a Celtic but an immigrant German tribe. But in general, the Celtic infantry of this period appears as an unwarlike and unwieldy levy en masse, most of all in the more southern provinces where, along with barbarism, valour had also disappeared. The Celt, says Caesar, ventures not to face the German in battle. The Roman general passed a censure still more severe than this judgment on the Celtic infantry, seeing that, after having become acquainted with them in his first campaign, he never again employed them in connection with Roman infantry.
Stage of development of the Celtic civilization. If we survey the whole condition of the Celts as Caesar found it in the Transalpine regions, there is an unmistakable advance in civilization as compared with the stage of culture at which the Celts came before us a century and a half previously in the valley of the Po. Then the militia, excellent of its kind, thoroughly preponderated in their armies. Now the cavalry occupies the first place. Then the Celts dwelt in open villages. Now well-constructed walls surrounded their townships. The objects, too, found in the tombs of Lombardy are, especially as respects articles of copper and glass, far inferior to those of northern Gaul. Perhaps the most trustworthy measure of the increase of culture is the sense of a common relationship in the nation. So little of it comes to light in the Celtic battles fought on the soil of what is now Lombardy, while it strikingly appears in the struggles against Caesar. To all appearance, the Celtic nation, when Caesar encountered it, had already reached the maximum of the culture allotted to it, and was even now on the decline. The civilization of the Transalpine Celts in Caesar's time presents, even for us who are but very imperfectly informed regarding it, several aspects that are estimable, and yet more that are interesting. In some respects it is more akin to the modern than to the Hellenic Roman culture, with its sailing vessels, its knighthood, its ecclesiastical constitution, above all with its attempts, however imperfect, to build the state not on the city, but on the tribe, and in a higher degree on the nation. But just because we here meet the Celtic nation at the culminating point of its development, its lesser degree of moral endowment, or which is the same thing, its lesser capacity of culture, comes more distinctly into view. It was unable to produce from its own resources either a national art or a national state. It attained at the utmost a national theology and a peculiar type of nobility. The original simple valour was no more. The military courage based on higher morality and judicious organization, which comes in the train of increased civilization, had only made its appearance in a very stunted form among the knights. Barbarism, in the strict sense, was doubtless outlived. The times had gone by when in Gaul the fat haunch was assigned to the bravest of the guests, but each of his fellow guests who thought himself offended thereby was at liberty to challenge the receiver on that score to combat, and when the most faithful retainers of a deceased chief were burnt along with him. But human sacrifices still continued, and the maxim of law, that torture was inadmissible in the case of the free man, but allowable in that of the free woman as well as of slaves, throws a far from pleasing light on the position which the female sex held among the Celts, even in their period of culture. The Celts had lost the advantages which specially belong to the primitive epoch of nations, but had not acquired those which civilization brings with it when it intimately and thoroughly pervades a people.
External relations, Celts and Iberians. Such was the internal condition of the Celtic nation. It remains that we set forth their external relations with their neighbours, and describe the part which they sustained at this moment in the mighty rival race and rival struggle of the nations, in which it is everywhere still more difficult to maintain than to acquire.
Along the Pyrenees, the relations of the peoples had for long been peaceably settled, and the times had long gone by when the Celts there pressed hard on and to some extent supplanted the Iberian, that is, the Basque, original population. The valleys of the Pyrenees, as well as the mountains of Béarn and Gascony, and also the coast steppes to the south of the Garonne, were at the time of Caesar in the undisputed possession of the Aquitani, a great number of small tribes of Iberian descent, coming little into contact with each other and still less with the outer world. In this quarter, only the mouth of the Garonne, with the important port of Burdigala, Bordeaux, was in the hands of a Celtic tribe, the Bituriges Vivici. Celts and Romans. Advance of Roman trade and commerce into free Gaul. Of far greater importance was the contact of the Celtic nation with the Roman people and with the Germans. We need not here repeat what has been related already, how the Romans in their slow advance had gradually pressed back the Celts, had at last occupied the belt of coast between the Alps and the Pyrenees, and had thereby totally cut them off from Italy, Spain, and the Mediterranean Sea. A catastrophe for which the way had already been prepared centuries before by the laying out of the Hellenic stronghold at the mouth of the Rhone. But we must here recall the fact that it was not merely the superiority of the Roman arms which pressed hard on the Celts, but quite as much that of Roman culture, which likewise reaped the ultimate benefit of the respectable beginnings of Hellenic civilization in Gaul. Here too, as so often happens, trade and commerce paved the way for conquest. The Celt, after northern fashion, was fond of fiery drinks. The fact that, like the Scythian, he drank the generous wine unmingled and to intoxication excited the surprise and the disgust of the temperate southern. But the trader has no objection to deal with such customers. Soon the trade with Gaul became a mine of gold for the Italian merchant. It was nothing unusual there for a jar of wine to be exchanged for a slave. Other articles of luxury, such as Italian horses, found advantageous sale in Gaul. There were instances even already of Roman burgesses acquiring landed property beyond the Roman frontier and turning it to profit after the Italian fashion. There is mention, for example, of Roman estates in the canton of the Segusiavi, near Lyon, as early as about 673. Beyond doubt, it was a consequence of this that, as already mentioned in Free Gaul itself, for example among the Arverni, the Roman language was not unknown even before the conquest, although this knowledge was presumably still restricted to few, and even the men of rank in the allied canton of the Helvetii had to be conversed with through interpreters. Just as the traffickers in firewater and the squatters led the way in the occupation of North America, so these Roman wine traders and landlords paved the way for and beckoned onward the future conqueror of Gaul. How vividly this was felt even on the opposite side is shown by the prohibition which one of the most energetic tribes of Gaul, the canton of the Nervii, like some German peoples, issued against trafficking with the Romans. Celts and Germans. Still more violent even than the pressure of the Romans from the Mediterranean was that of the Germans downward from the Baltic and the North Sea, a fresh stock from the great cradle of peoples in the East, which made room for itself by the side of its elder brethren with youthful vigour, although also with youthful rudeness. Though the tribes of this stock dwelling nearest to the Rhine, the Usipetes, Tencteri, Sugambri, Ubii, had begun to be in some degree civilized, and had at least ceased voluntarily to change their abodes, all accounts yet agree that farther inland agriculture was of little importance, and the several tribes had hardly yet attained fixed abodes. It is significant in this respect that their western neighbours at this time hardly knew how to name any one of the peoples of the interior of Germany by its cantonal name. These were only known to them under the general appellations of the Suebi, that is, the roving people or nomads, and the Marcomanni, that is, the land guard, names which were hardly cantonal names in Caesar's time, although they appeared as such to the Romans, and subsequently became in various cases names of cantons. The right bank of the Rhine lost to the Celts. The most violent onset of this great nation fell upon the Celts.
The struggles in which the Germans probably engaged with the Celts for the possession of the regions to the east of the Rhine are wholly withdrawn from our view. We are only able to perceive that about the end of the 7th century of Rome, all the land as far as the Rhine was already lost to the Celts, that the Boii, who were probably once settled in Bavaria and Bohemia, were homeless wanderers, and that even the Black Forest formerly possessed by the Helvetii, if not yet taken possession of by the German tribes dwelling in the vicinity, was at least waste debatable borderland, and was presumably even then what it was afterwards called the Helvetian Desert. The barbarous strategy of the Germans, which secured them from hostile attacks by laying waste the neighborhood for miles, seems to have been applied here on the greatest scale. German tribes on the left bank of the Rhine, but the Germans had not remained stationary at the Rhine. The march of the Cimbrian and Teutonic host, composed as respects its flower of German tribes, which had swept with such force 50 years before over Pannonia, Gaul, Italy, and Spain, seemed to have been nothing but a grand reconnaissance. Already different German tribes had formed permanent settlements to the west of the Rhine, especially of its lower course. Having intruded as conquerors, these settlers continued to demand hostages and to levy annual tribute from the Gallic inhabitants in their neighborhood, as if from subjects. Among these German tribes were the Aduatuci, who from a fragment of the Cimbrian horde had grown into a considerable canton, and a number of other tribes afterwards comprehended under the name of the Tungri on the Maas in the region of Liège. Even the Treveri, about Treves, and the Nervii in Hainault, two of the largest and most powerful peoples of this region, are directly designated by respectable authorities as Germans. The complete credibility of these accounts must certainly remain doubtful, since, as Tacitus remarks in reference to the two peoples last mentioned, it was subsequently, at least in these regions, reckoned an honor to be descended of German blood and not to belong to the little esteemed Celtic nation. Yet the population in the region of the Scheldt, Maas, and Moselle seems certainly to have become, in one way or another, largely mingled with German elements, or at any rate to have come under German influences. The German settlements themselves were perhaps small. They were not unimportant, for amidst the chaotic obscurity through which we see the stream of peoples on the right bank of the Rhine ebbing and flowing about this period, we can well perceive that larger German hordes were preparing to cross the Rhine in the track of these advanced posts. Threatened on two sides by foreign domination and torn by internal dissension, it was scarcely to be expected that the unhappy Celtic nation would now rally and save itself by its own vigour. Dismemberment and decay in virtue of dismemberment had hitherto been its history. How should a nation, which could name no day like those of Marathon and Salamis, of Aricia and the Raudine plain, a nation which, even in its time of vigour, had made no attempt to destroy Massilia by a united effort, now, when evening had come, defend itself against so formidable foes? The Roman policy with reference to the German invasion. The less the Celts, left to themselves, were a match for the Germans, the more reason had the Romans carefully to watch over the complications in which the two nations might be involved. Although the movements thence arising had not up to the present time directly affected them, they and their most important interests were yet concerned in the issue of those movements. As may readily be conceived, the internal demeanour of the Celtic nation had become speedily and permanently influenced by its outward relations. As in Greece, the Lacedaemonian party combined with Persia against the Athenians, so the Romans from their first appearance beyond the Alps had found a support against the Arverni, who were then the ruling power among the southern Celts, in their rivals for the hegemony, the Haedui. And with the aid of these new brothers of the Roman nation, they had not merely reduced to subjection the Allobroges and a great portion of the indirect territory of the Arverni, but had also, in the Gaul that remained free, occasioned by their influence the transference of the hegemony from the Arverni to these Haedui. But while the Greeks were threatened with danger to their nationality only from one side, the Celts found themselves hard-pressed simultaneously by two national foes, and it was natural that they should seek from the one protection against the other, and that, if the one Celtic party attached itself to the Romans,
Their opponents should on the contrary form alliance with the Germans. This course was most natural for the Belgae, who were brought by neighborhood and manifold intermixture into closer relation to the Germans who had crossed the Rhine, and moreover, with their less developed culture, probably felt themselves at least as much akin to the Suebian of alien race as to their cultivated Allobrogian or Helvetic countrymen.
But the southern Celts also, among whom now, as already mentioned, the considerable canton of the Sequani, about Besançon, stood at the head of the party hostile to the Romans, had every reason at this very time to call in the Germans against the Romans who immediately threatened them. The remiss government of the Senate and the signs of the revolution preparing in Rome, which had not remained unknown to the Celts, made this very moment seem suitable for ridding themselves of the Roman influence and primarily for humbling the Roman clients, the Haedui.
A rupture had taken place between the two cantons respecting the tolls on the Saone, which separated the territory of the Haedui from that of the Sequani, and about the year 683 the German prince Ariovistus with some 15,000 armed men had crossed the Rhine as condottiere of the Sequani. Ariovistus on the Middle Rhine. The war was prolonged for some years with varying success. On the whole, the results were unfavourable to the Haedui. Their leader Epeiredorix at length called out their whole clients and marched forth with an enormous superiority of force against the Germans. These obstinately refused battle and kept themselves under cover of morasses and forests. It was not till the clans, weary of waiting, began to break up and disperse that the Germans appeared in the open field, and then Ariovistus compelled a battle at Admagetabriga, in which the flower of the cavalry of the Haedui were left on the field. The Haedui, forced by this defeat to conclude peace on the terms which the victor proposed, were obliged to renounce the hegemony and to consent with their whole adherents to become clients of the Sequani. They had to bind themselves to pay tribute to the Sequani, or rather to Ariovistus, and to furnish the children of their principal nobles as hostages, and lastly they had to swear that they would never demand back these hostages nor invoke the intervention of the Romans. Inaction of the Romans. This peace was concluded apparently about 693. Honour and advantage enjoined the Romans to come forward in opposition to it. The noble Haduan Divitiacus, the head of the Roman party in his clan, and for that reason now banished by his countrymen, went in person to Rome to solicit their intervention. A still more serious warning was the insurrection of the Allobroges in 693, the neighbours of the Sequani, which was beyond doubt connected with these events. In reality, orders were issued to the Gallic governors to assist the Haedui. They talked of sending consuls and consular armies over the Alps. But the Senate, to whose decision these affairs primarily fell, at length here also crowned great words with little deeds. The insurrection of the Allobroges was suppressed by arms, but nothing was done for the Haedui. On the contrary, Ariovistus was even enrolled in 695 in the list of kings friendly with the Romans. Foundation of a German Empire in Gaul. The German warrior prince naturally took this as a renunciation by the Romans of the Celtic land which they had not occupied. He accordingly took up his abode there, and began to establish a German principality on Gallic soil. It was his intention that the numerous bands which he had brought with him, and the still more numerous bands that afterwards followed at his call from home, it was reckoned that up to 696, some 120,000 Germans had crossed the Rhine, this whole mighty immigration of the German nation, which poured through the once opened sluices like a stream over the beautiful West, should become settled there and form a basis on which he might build his dominion over Gaul. The extent of the German settlements which he called into existence on the left bank of the Rhine cannot be determined. Beyond doubt it was great, and his projects were far greater still. The Celts were treated by him as a wholly subjugated nation, and no distinction was made between the several cantons.
Even the Sequani, as whose hired commander-in-chief he had crossed the Rhine, were obliged, as if they were vanquished enemies, to cede to him for his people a third of their territory, presumably Upper Alsace, afterwards inhabited by the Triboci, where Ariovistus permanently settled with his followers. Nay, as if this were not enough, a second third was afterwards demanded of them for the Harudas who arrived subsequently. Ariovistus seemed as if he wished to take up in Gaul the part of Philip of Macedonia and to play the master over the Celts who were friendly to the Germans no less than over those who adhered to the Romans. The Germans on the Lower Rhine. The Germans on the Upper Rhine.
Spread of the Helvetian invasion to the interior of Gaul. The appearance of the energetic German prince in so dangerous proximity, which could not but in itself excite the most serious apprehension in the Romans, appeared still more threatening, inasmuch as it stood by no means alone. The Usipetes and Tencteri settled on the right bank of the Rhine, weary of the incessant devastation of their territory by the overbearing Suebian tribes, had, the year before Caesar arrived in Gaul, set out from their previous abodes to seek others at the mouth of the Rhine. They had already taken away from the Menapii there the portion of their territory situated on the right bank, and it might be foreseen that they would make the attempt to establish themselves also on the left. Suebian bands, moreover, assembled between Cologne and Mayence, and threatened to appear as uninvited guests in the opposite Celtic canton of the Treveri. Lastly, the territory of the most easterly clan of the Celts, the warlike and numerous Helvetii, was visited with growing frequency by the Germans, so that the Helvetii, who perhaps even apart from this were suffering from overpopulation through the reflux of their settlers from the territory which they had lost to the north of the Rhine, and besides were liable to be completely isolated from their kinsmen by the settlement of Ariovistus in the territory of the Sequani, conceived the desperate resolution of voluntarily evacuating the territory hitherto in their possession to the Germans, and acquiring larger and more fertile abodes to the west of the Jura, along with, if possible, the hegemony in the interior of Gaul, a plan which some of their districts had already formed and attempted to execute during the Cimbrian invasion. The Rauraci, whose territory, Basler and southern Alsace, was similarly threatened, the remains, moreover, of the Boii, who had already at an earlier period been compelled by the Germans to forsake their homes and were now unsettled wanderers, and other smaller tribes, made common cause with the Helvetii. As early as 693 their flying parties came over the Jura, and even as far as the Roman province. Their departure itself could not be much longer delayed. Inevitably, German settlers would then advance into the important region between the lakes of Constance and Geneva, forsaken by its defenders. From the sources of the Rhine to the Atlantic Ocean, the German tribes were in motion. The whole line of the Rhine was threatened by them. It was a moment like that when the Alemanni and the Franks threw themselves on the falling empire of the Caesars, and even now there seemed on the eve of being carried into effect against the Celts that very movement which was successful 500 years afterwards against the Romans. Caesar proceeds to Gaul. Caesar's army. Under these circumstances, the new governor Gaius Caesar arrived in the spring of 696 in Narbonese Gaul, which had been added by decree of the Senate to his original province, embracing Cisalpine Gaul along with Istria and Dalmatia. His office, which was committed to him first for 5 years, to the end of 700, then in 699 for 5 more, to the end of 705, gave him the right to nominate 10 lieutenants of propraetorian rank, and, at least according to his own interpretation, to fill up his legions, or even to form new ones at his discretion out of the burgess population, who were especially numerous in Cisalpine Gaul, of the territory under his sway. The army, which he received in the 2 provinces, consisted, as regards infantry of the line, of 4 legions trained and inured to war, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, or at the utmost 24,000 men, to which fell to be added, as usual, the contingents of the subjects. The cavalry and light-armed troops, moreover, were represented by horsemen from Spain, and by Numidian, Cretan, and Balearic archers and slingers. The staff of Caesar, the elite of the democracy of the capital, contained,
along with not a few useless young men of rank, some able officers such as Publius Crassus, the younger son of the old political ally of Caesar, and Titus Labienus, who followed the chief of the democracy as a faithful adjutant from the forum to the battlefield. Caesar had not received definite instructions. To one who was discerning and courageous, these were implied in the circumstances with which he had to deal. Here, too, the negligence of the Senate had to be retrieved, and first of all the stream of migration of the German peoples had to be checked. Repulse of the Helvetii. Just at this time the Helvetic invasion, which was closely interwoven with the German and had been in preparation for years, began. That they might not make a grant of their abandoned huts to the Germans and might render their own return impossible, the Helvetii had burnt their towns and villages, and their long trains of wagons, laden with women, children, and the best part of their movables, arrived from all sides at the Leman Lake near Geneva, where they and their comrades had fixed their rendezvous for the 28th of March of this year. According to their own reckoning, the whole body consisted of 368,000 persons, of whom about a fourth part were able to bear arms. As the mountain chain of the Jura, stretching from the Rhine to the Rhone, almost completely closed in the Helvetic country towards the west, and its narrow defiles were as ill adapted for the passage of such a caravan as they were well adapted for defence, the leaders had resolved to go round in a southerly direction, and to open up for themselves a way to the west at the point where the Rhone has broken through the mountain chain between the southwestern and highest part of the Jura and the Savoy Mountains, near the modern Fort de l'Écluse. But on the right bank here the rocks and precipices come so close to the river that there remained only a narrow path which could easily be blocked up, and the Sequani, to whom this bank belonged, could with ease intercept the route of the Helvetii. They preferred therefore to pass over, above the point where the Rhone breaks through, to the left Allobrogian bank, with the view of regaining the right bank further down the stream where the Rhone enters the plain, and then marching on towards the level west of Gaul. There the fertile canton of the Saintonge, the valley of the Charente, on the Atlantic Ocean, was selected by the wanderers for their new abode. This march led where it touched the left bank of the Rhone, through Roman territory, and Caesar, otherwise not disposed to acquiesce in the establishment of the Helvetii in western Gaul, was firmly resolved not to permit their passage, but of his 4 legions 3 were stationed far off at Aquileia. Although he called out in haste the militia of the Transalpine province, it seemed scarcely possible with so small a force to hinder the innumerable Celtic host from crossing the Rhone, between its exit from the Leman Lake at Geneva and the point of its breaking through the mountains, over a distance of more than 14 miles. Caesar, however, by negotiations with the Helvetii, who would gladly have effected by peaceable means the crossing of the river and the march through the Allobrogian territory, gained a respite of 15 days, which was employed in breaking down the bridge over the Rhone at Geneva, and barring the southern bank of the Rhone against the enemy by an entrenchment nearly 19 miles long. It was the first application of the system, afterwards carried out on so immense a scale by the Romans, of guarding the frontier of the empire in a military point of view by a chain of forts placed in connection with each other by ramparts and ditches. The attempts of the Helvetii to gain the other bank at different places in boats or by means of fords were successfully frustrated by the Romans in these lines, and the Helvetii were compelled to desist from the passage of the Rhone. The Helvetii move towards Gaul. On the other hand, the party in Gaul hostile to the Romans, which hoped to obtain a powerful reinforcement in the Helvetii, more especially the Haeduan Dumnori brother of Divitiacus, and at the head of the national party in his canton, as the latter was at the head of the Romans, procured for them a passage through the passes of the Jura and the territory of the Sequani. The Romans had no legal title to forbid this, but other and higher interests were at stake for them in the Helvetic expedition than the question of the formal integrity of the Roman territory, interests which could only be guarded if Caesar, instead of confining himself, as all the governors of the Senate and even Marius had done, to the modest task of watching the frontier, should cross what had hitherto been the frontier at the head of a considerable army. Caesar was general not of the Senate, but of the state,
He showed no hesitation. He had immediately proceeded from Geneva in person to Italy, and with characteristic speed brought up the 3 legions cantoned there, as well as 2 newly formed legions of recruits. Atisat, the Helvetian War. These troops he united with the corps stationed at Geneva, and crossed the Rhone with his whole force. His unexpected appearance in the territory of the Haedui naturally at once restored the Roman party there to power, which was not unimportant as regarded supplies. He found the Helvetii employed in crossing the Saone and moving from the territory of the Sequani into that of the Haedui. Those of them that were still on the left bank of the Saone, especially the corps of the Tigorini, were caught and destroyed by the Romans rapidly advancing. The bulk of the expedition, however, had already crossed to the right bank of the river. Caesar followed them and in 24 hours effected the passage, which the unwieldy host of the Helvetii had not been able to accomplish in 20 days. The Helvetii, prevented by this passage of the river on the part of the Roman army from continuing their march westward, turned in a northerly direction, doubtless under the supposition that Caesar would not venture to follow them far into the interior of Gaul, and with the intention, if he should desist from following them, of turning again toward their proper destination. For 15 days the Roman army marched behind that of the enemy at a distance of about 4 miles, clinging to its rear, and hoping for an advantageous opportunity of assailing the Helvetic host under conditions favorable to victory, and destroying it. But this moment came not. Unwieldy as was the march of the Helvetic caravan, the leaders knew how to guard against a surprise, and appeared to be copiously provided with supplies, as well as most accurately informed by their spies of every event in the Roman camp.
On the other hand, the Romans began to suffer from want of necessaries, especially when the Helvetii removed from the Saone, and the means of river transport ceased. The non-arrival of the supplies promised by the Haedui, from which this embarrassment primarily arose, excited the more suspicion, as both armies were still moving about in their territory. Moreover, the considerable Roman cavalry, numbering almost 4,000 horse, proved utterly untrustworthy, which doubtless admitted of explanation, for they consisted almost wholly of Celtic horsemen, especially of the mounted retainers of the Haedui, under the command of Dumnori, the well-known enemy of the Romans, and Caesar himself had taken them over still more as hostages than as soldiers. There was good reason to believe that a defeat which they suffered at the hands of the far weaker Helvetic cavalry was occasioned by themselves, and that the enemy was informed by them of all occurrences in the Roman camp. The position of Caesar grew critical. It was becoming disagreeably evident how much the Celtic Patriot party could effect, even with the Haedui, in spite of their official alliance with Rome, and of the distinctive interests of this canton inclining it towards the Romans.
What was to be the issue if they ventured deeper and deeper into a country full of excitement, and if they removed daily farther from their means of communication? The armies were just marching past Bibracte, Autun, the capital of the Haedui, at a moderate distance.
Caesar resolved to seize this important place by force before he continued his march into the interior, and it is very possible that he intended to desist altogether from farther pursuit and to establish himself in Bibracte. But when he ceased from the pursuit and turned against Bibracte, the Helvetii thought that the Romans were making preparations for flight, and now attacked in their turn. Battle at Bibracte Caesar desired nothing better. The 2 armies posted themselves on 2 parallel chains of hills. The Celts began the engagement, broke up the Roman cavalry which had advanced into the plain, and rushed on against the Roman legions posted on the slope of the hill, but were there obliged to give way before Caesar's veterans. When the Romans thereupon, following up their advantage, descended in their turn to the plain, the Celts again advanced against them, and a reserved Celtic corps took them at the same time in flank. The reserve of the Roman attacking column was pushed forward against the latter. It forced it away from the main body towards the baggage and the barricade of wagons, where it was destroyed. The bulk of the Helvetic host was at length brought to give way, and compelled to beat a retreat in an easterly direction, the opposite of that towards which their expedition led them. This day had frustrated the scheme of the Helvetii to establish for themselves new settlements on the Atlantic Ocean and handed them over to the pleasure of the victor. But it had been a hot day also for the conquerors. Caesar, who had reason for not altogether trusting his staff of officers, had at the very outset sent away all the officers' horses so as to make the necessity of holding their ground thoroughly clear to his troops. In fact, the battle, had the Romans lost it, would have probably brought about the annihilation of the Roman army. The Roman troops were too much exhausted to pursue the conquered with vigor. But in consequence of the proclamation of Caesar that he would treat all who should support the Helvetii as like the Helvetii themselves enemies of the Romans, all support was refused to the beaten army whithersoever it went, in the first instance in the canton of the Longonne, about Langres, and deprived of all supplies and of their baggage and burdened by the mass of camp followers incapable of fighting, they were under the necessity of submitting to the Roman general. The Helvetii sent back to their original abode.
The lot of the vanquished was a comparatively mild one. The Haedui were directed to concede settlements in their territory to the homeless boy, and this settlement of the conquered foe in the midst of the most powerful Celtic cantons rendered almost the services of a Roman colony. The survivors of the Helvetii and Rauraci, something more than a third of the men that had marched forth, were naturally sent back to their former territory. It was incorporated with the Roman province, but the inhabitants were admitted to alliance with Rome under favorable conditions in order to defend, under Roman supremacy, the frontier along the upper Rhine against the Germans. Only the southwestern point of the Helvetic canton was directly taken into the possession of the Romans, and there, subsequently, on the charming shore of the Leman Lake, the old Celtic town Noviodunum, now Neon, was converted into a Roman frontier fortress, the Julian equestrian colony. Caesar and Ariovistus negotiations. Thus, the threatening invasion of the Germans on the Upper Rhine was obviated, and at the same time, the party hostile to the Romans among the Celts was humbled. On the Middle Rhine also, where the Germans had already crossed years ago, and where the power of Ariovistus, which vied with that of Rome in Gaul, was daily spreading, there was need of similar action, and the occasion for a rupture was easily found. In comparison with the yoke threatened or already imposed on them by Ariovistus, the Roman supremacy probably now appeared to the greater part of the Celts in this quarter the lesser evil. The minority, who retained their hatred of the Romans, had at least to keep silence. A diet of the Celtic tribes of central Gaul, held under Roman influence, requested the Roman general in name of the Celtic nation for aid against the Germans. Caesar consented. At his suggestion, the Haedui stopped the payment of the tribute stipulated to be paid to Ariovistus, and demanded back the hostages furnished. And when Ariovistus, on account of this breach of treaty, attacked the clients of Rome, Caesar took occasion thereby to enter into direct negotiation with him, and specially to demand, in addition to the return of the hostages and a promise to keep peace with the Haedui, that Ariovistus should bind himself to allure no more Germans over the Rhine. The German general replied to the Roman, in the full consciousness of equality of rights, that northern Gaul had become subject to him by right of war as fairly as southern Gaul to the Romans, and that, as he did not hinder the Romans from taking tribute from the Allobroges, so they should not prevent him from taxing his subjects. In later secret overtures, it appeared that the prince was well aware of the circumstances of the Romans. He mentioned the invitations which had been addressed to him from Rome to put Caesar out of the way, and offered, if Caesar would leave to him northern Gaul, to assist him in turn to obtain the sovereignty of Italy, as the party quarrels of the Celtic nation had opened up an entrance for him into Gaul. He seemed to expect from the party quarrels of the Italian nation the consolidation of his rule there. For centuries, no such language of power completely on a footing of equality and bluntly and carelessly expressing its independence had been held in presence of the Romans, as was now heard from the king of the German host. He summarily refused to come, when the Roman general suggested that he should appear personally before him, according to the usual practice with client princes. Ariovistus attacked and beaten. It was the more necessary not to delay. Caesar immediately set out against Ariovistus,
A panic seized his troops, especially his officers, when they were to measure their strength with the flower of the German troops that for 14 years had not come under shelter of a roof. It seemed as if the deep decay of Roman moral and military discipline would assert itself and provoke desertion and mutiny even in Caesar's camp.
But the general, while declaring that in case of need he would march with the 10th Legion alone against the enemy, knew not merely how to influence these by such an appeal to honor, but also how to bind the other regiments to their eagles by warlike emulation, and to inspire the troops with something of his own energy.
Without leaving them time for reflection, he led them onward in rapid marches and fortunately anticipated Ariovistus in the occupation of Besancon, the capital of the Sequani. A personal conference between the two generals, which took place at the request of Ariovistus, seemed as if solely meant to cover an attempt against the person of Caesar. Arms alone could decide between the two oppressors of Gaul. The war came temporarily to a stand. In Lower Alsace, somewhere in the region of Mühlhausen, 5 miles from the Rhine, the two armies lay at a little distance from each other, till Ariovistus, with his very superior force, succeeded in marching past the Roman camp, placing himself in its rear, and cutting off the Romans from their base and their supplies. Caesar attempted to free himself from his painful situation by a battle, but Ariovistus did not accept it. Nothing remained for the Roman general but, in spite of his inferior strength, to imitate the movement of the Germans, and to recover his communications by making 2 legions march past the enemy and take up a position beyond the camp of the Germans, while 4 legions remained behind in the former camp. Ariovistus, when he saw the Romans divided, attempted an assault on their lesser camp, but the Romans repulsed it. Under the impression made by this success, the whole Roman army was brought forward to the attack, and the Germans also placed themselves in battle array in a long line, each tribe for itself, the cars of the army with the baggage and women being placed behind them to render flight more difficult. The right wing of the Romans, led by Caesar himself, threw itself rapidly on the enemy and drove them before it. The right wing of the Germans was in like manner successful. The balance still stood equal, but the tactics of the reserve, which had decided so many other conflicts with barbarians, decided the conflict with the Germans also in favor of the Romans. Their third line, which Publius Crassus seasonably sent to render help, restored the battle on the left wing and thereby decided the victory. The pursuit was continued to the Rhine. Only a few, including the king, succeeded in escaping to the other bank. German settlements on the left bank of the Rhine. Thus brilliantly the Roman rule announced its advent to the mighty stream which the Italian soldiers here saw for the first time. By a single fortunate battle the line of the Rhine was won. The fate of the German settlements on the left bank of the Rhine lay in the hands of Caesar. The victor could destroy them, but he did not do so. The neighboring Celtic cantons, the Sequani, Leuci, Media Matricae, were neither capable of self-defense nor trustworthy. The transplanted Germans promised to become not merely brave guardians of the frontier, but also better subjects of Rome, for their nationality severed them from the Celts, and their own interest in the preservation of their newly won settlements severed them from their countrymen across the Rhine, so that in their isolated position they could not avoid adhering to the central power. Caesar here, as everywhere, preferred conquered foes to doubtful friends. He left the Germans settled by Ariovistus along the left bank of the Rhine, the Triboci about Strasbourg, the Nemetes about Spires, the Vangiones about Worms, in possession of their new abodes, and entrusted them with the guarding of the Rhine frontier against their countrymen. The Suebi, who threatened the territory of the Treveri on the Middle Rhine on receiving news of the defeat of Ariovistus, again retreated into the interior of Germany, on which occasion they sustained considerable loss by the way at the hands of the adjoining tribes. The Rhine boundary. The consequences of this one campaign were immense. They were felt for many centuries after. The Rhine had become the boundary of the Roman Empire against the Germans. In Gaul, which was no longer able to govern itself, the Romans had hitherto ruled on the south coast, while lately the Germans had attempted to establish themselves farther up.
The recent events had decided that Gaul was to succumb not merely in part, but wholly to the Roman supremacy, and that the natural boundary presented by the mighty river was also to become the political boundary. The Senate in its better times had not rested till the dominion of Rome had reached the natural bounds of Italy, the Alps and the Mediterranean, and its adjacent islands. The enlarged empire also needed a similar military rounding off. But the present government left the matter to accident and sought at most to see, not that the frontiers were capable of defence, but that they should not need to be defended directly by itself. People felt that now another spirit and another arm began to guide the destinies of Rome. Subjugation of Gaul, Belgic expedition. The foundations of the future edifice were laid. But in order to finish the building and completely to secure the recognition of the Roman rule by the Gauls and that of the Rhine frontier by the Germans, very much still remained to be done. All central Gaul, indeed, from the Roman frontier as far up as Chartres and Treves, submitted without objection to the new ruler, and on the upper and middle Rhine also no attack was for the present to be apprehended from the Germans. But the northern provinces, as well the Aromorican cantons in Brittany and Normandy as the more powerful confederation of the Belgae, were not affected by the blows directed against central Gaul, and found no occasion to submit to the conqueror of Ariovistus. Moreover, as was already remarked, very close relations subsisted between the Belgae and the Germans over the Rhine, and at the mouth of the Rhine also Germanic tribes made themselves ready to cross the stream. In consequence of this, Caesar set out with his army, now increased to 8 legions, in the spring of 697 against the Belgic cantons. Mindful of the brave and successful resistance which 50 years before they had with united strength presented to the Cimbri on the borders of their land, and stimulated by the patriots who had fled to them in numbers from central Gaul, the confederacy of the Belgae sent their whole first levy, 300,000 armed men under the leadership of Galba, the king of the Suessiones, to their southern frontier to receive Caesar there. A single canton alone, that of the powerful Remi, about Reims, discerned in this invasion of the foreigners an opportunity to shake off the rule which their neighbours the Suessiones exercised over them, and prepared to take up in the north the part which the Helvetii had played in central Gaul. The Roman and the Belgic armies arrived in their territory almost at the same time. Conflicts on the Rhine submission of the western cantons.
Caesar did not venture to give battle to the brave enemy 6 times as strong. To the north of the Rhine, not far from the modern Pontvert between Reims and Laon, he pitched his camp on a plateau rendered almost unassailable on all sides, partly by the river and by morasses, partly by fosses and redoubts, and contented himself with thwarting by defensive measures the attempts of the Belgae to cross the Rhine, and thereby to cut him off from his communications. When he counted on the likelihood that the coalition would speedily collapse under its own weight, he had reckoned rightly. King Galba was an honest man, held in universal respect, but he was not equal to the management of an army of 300,000 men on hostile soil. No progress was made, and provisions began to fail. Discontent and dissension began to insinuate themselves into the camp of the Confederates, the Bellovaci in particular, equal to the Suessiones in power, and already dissatisfied that the supreme command of the Confederate army had not fallen to them, could no longer be detained after news had arrived that the Helvetii, as allies of the Romans, were making preparations to enter the Bellovacic territory. They determined to break up and go home, though for honour's sake all the cantons at the same time bound themselves to hasten with their united strength to the help of the one first attacked. The miserable dispersion of the confederacy was but miserably palliated by such impracticable stipulations. It was a catastrophe which vividly reminds us of that which occurred almost on the same spot in 1792, and just as with the campaign in Champagne, the defeat was all the more severe that it took place without a battle. The bad leadership of the retreating army allowed the Roman general to pursue it as if it were beaten, and to destroy a portion of the contingents that had remained to the last. But the consequences of the victory were not confined to this. As Caesar advanced into the western cantons of the Belgae, one after another gave themselves up as lost almost without resistance. The powerful Suessiones, about Soissons,
as well as their rivals, the Bellovaci, about Beauvais, and the Ambiani, about Amiens. The towns opened their gates when they saw the strange besieging machines, the towers rolling up to their walls. Those who would not submit to the foreign masters sought a refuge beyond the sea in Britain.
The conflict with the Nervii. But in the eastern cantons, the national feeling was more energetically roused. The Viromandui, about Arras, the Attribates, about St. Quentin, the German Aduatuci, about Namur, but above all the Nervii in Hainault, with their not inconsiderable body of clients, little inferior in number to the Suessiones and Bellovaci, far superior to them in valour and vigorous patriotic spirit, concluded a second and closer league, and assembled their forces on the upper Sambre. Celtic spies informed them most accurately of the movements of the Roman army. Their own local knowledge, and the high tree barricades which were formed everywhere in these districts to obstruct the bands of mounted robbers who often visited them, allowed the allies to conceal their own operations for the most part from the view of the Romans. When these arrived on the Sambre not far from Beauvais, and the legions were occupied in pitching their camp on the crest of the left bank, while the cavalry and light infantry were exploring the opposite heights, the latter were all at once assailed by the whole mass of the enemy's forces and driven down the hill into the river. In a moment the enemy had crossed this also, and stormed the heights of the left bank with a determination that braved death. Scarcely was there time left for the entrenching legionaries to exchange the mattock for the sword. The soldiers, many without helmets, had to fight just as they stood, without line of battle, without plan, without proper command, for, owing to the suddenness of the attack and the intersection of the ground by tall hedges, the several divisions had wholly lost their communications. Instead of a battle, there arose a number of unconnected conflicts. Labienus with the left wing overthrew the Atrebates and pursued them even across the river. The Roman central division forced the Viromandui down the declivity, but the right wing, where the general himself was present, was outflanked by the far more numerous Nervii the more easily, as the central division, carried away by its own success, had evacuated the ground alongside of it, and even the half-ready camp was occupied by the Nervii. The two legions, each separately rolled together into a dense mass, and assailed in front and on both flanks, deprived of most of their officers and their best soldiers, appeared on the point of being broken and cut to pieces. The Roman camp followers and the allied troops were already fleeing in all directions. Of the Celtic cavalry, whole divisions, like the contingent of the Treveri, galloped off at full speed, that from the battlefield itself they might announce at home the welcome news of the defeat which had been sustained. Everything was at stake. The general himself seized his shield and fought among the foremost. His example, his call even now inspiring enthusiasm, induced the wavering ranks to rally. They had already in some measure extricated themselves and had at least restored the connection between the two legions of this wing when help came up, partly down from the crest of the bank, where in the interval the Roman rearguard with the baggage had arrived, partly from the other bank of the river, where Labienus had meanwhile penetrated to the enemy's camp and taken possession of it, and now, perceiving at length the danger that menaced the right wing, dispatched the victorious 10th Legion to the aid of his general. The Nervii, separated from their confederates and simultaneously assailed on all sides, now showed, when fortune turned, the same heroic courage as when they believed themselves victors. Still, over the pile of corpses of their fallen comrades they fought to the last man. According to their own statement, of their 600 senators, only 3 survived this day. Subjugation of the Belgae. After this annihilating defeat, the Nervii, Atrebates and Viromandui could not but recognize the Roman supremacy. The Aduatuci, who arrived too late to take part in the fight on the Sambre, attempted still to hold their ground in the strongest of their towns, on the Mount Falhise, near the Maas not far from Huy, but they too soon submitted. A nocturnal attack on the Roman camp in front of the town, which they ventured after the surrender, miscarried, and the perfidy was avenged by the Romans with fearful severity. The clients of the Aduatuci, consisting of the Eburones between the Maas and Rhine and other small adjoining tribes, were declared independent by the Romans,
while the Aduatuci taken prisoners were sold under the hammer en masse for the benefit of the Roman treasury, it seemed as if the fate which had befallen the Cimbri still pursued even this last Cimbrian fragment. Caesar contented himself with imposing on the other subdued tribes a general disarmament and furnishing of hostages. The Remi became naturally the leading canton in Belgic, like the Haedui in central Gaul. Even in the latter, several clans at enmity with the Haedui preferred to rank among the clients of the Remi. Only the remote maritime cantons of the Morini, Artois, and the Menapii, Flanders and Brabant, and the country between the Scheldt and the Rhine, inhabited in great part by Germans, remained still for the present exempt from Roman invasion and in possession of their hereditary freedom. Expeditions against the maritime cantons, Venetian War. The turn of the Aromorican cantons came. In the autumn of 697, Publius Crassus was sent thither with a Roman corps. He induced the Veneti, who as masters of the ports of the modern Morbihan and of a respectable fleet occupied the first place among all the Celtic cantons in navigation and commerce, and generally the coast districts between the Loire and Seine, to submit to the Romans and give them hostages. But they soon repented. When in the following winter Roman officers came to these legions to levy requisitions of grain there, they were detained by the Veneti as counter-hostages. The example thus set was quickly followed not only by the Aromorican cantons, but also by the maritime cantons of the Belgae that still remained free, where, as in some cantons of Normandy, the Common Council refused to join the insurrection, the multitude put them to death and attached itself with redoubled zeal to the national cause. The whole coast from the mouth of the Loire to that of the Rhine rose against Rome. The most resolute patriots from all the Celtic cantons hastened thither to cooperate in the great work of liberation. They already calculated on the rising of the whole Belgic confederacy, on aid from Britain, on the arrival of Germans from beyond the Rhine. Caesar sent Labienus with all the cavalry to the Rhine, with a view to hold in check the agitation in the Belgic province, and in case of need to prevent the Germans from crossing the river. Another of his lieutenants, Quintus Titurius Sabinus, went with 3 legions to Normandy, where the main body of the insurgents assembled. But the powerful and intelligent Veneti were the true centre of the insurrection. The chief attack by land and sea was directed against them. Caesar's lieutenant, Decimus Brutus, brought up the fleet formed partly of the ships of the subject Celtic cantons, partly of a number of Roman galleys hastily built on the Loire and manned with rowers from the Narbonnese province. Caesar himself advanced with the flower of his infantry into the territory of the Veneti. But these were prepared beforehand, and had with equal skill and resolution availed themselves of the favourable circumstances which the nature of the ground in Brittany and the possession of a considerable naval power presented. The country was much intersected and poorly furnished with grain. The towns were situated for the most part on cliffs and tongues of land, and were accessible from the mainland only by shallows which it was difficult to cross. The provision of supplies and the conducting of sieges were equally difficult for the army attacking by land, while the Celts, by means of their vessels, could furnish the towns easily with everything needful, and in the event of the worst could accomplish their evacuation. The legions expended their time and strength in the sieges of the Venetian townships, only to see the substantial fruits of victory ultimately carried off in the vessels of the enemy. Naval battle between the Romans and the Veneti, submission of the maritime cantons. Accordingly, when the Roman fleet, long detained by storms at the mouth of the Loire, arrived at length on the coast of Brittany, it was left to decide the struggle by a naval battle. The Celts, conscious of their superiority on this element, brought forth their fleet against that of the Romans, commanded by Brutus. Not only did it number 220 sail, far more than the Romans had been able to bring up, but their high-decked, strong sailing vessels with flat bottoms were also far better adapted for the high-running waves of the Atlantic Ocean than the low, lightly built oared galleys of the Romans with their sharp keels. Neither the missiles nor the boarding bridges of the Romans could reach the high deck of the enemy's vessels, and the iron beaks recoiled powerless from the strong oaken planks. But the Roman mariners cut the ropes by which the yards were fastened to the masts, by means of sickles fastened to long poles. The yards and sails fell down, and,
As they did not know how to repair the damage speedily, the ship was thus rendered a wreck, just as it is at the present day by the falling of the masts, and the Roman boats easily succeeded by a joint attack in mastering the maimed vessel of the enemy. When the Gauls perceived this maneuver, they attempted to move from the coast on which they had taken up the combat with the Romans and to gain the high seas, whither the Roman galleys could not follow them. But unhappily for them there suddenly set in a dead calm, and the immense fleet, towards the equipment of which the maritime cantons had applied all their energies, was almost wholly destroyed by the Romans. Thus was this naval battle, so far as historical knowledge reaches, the earliest fought on the Atlantic Ocean, just like the engagement at Mylae 200 years before, notwithstanding the most unfavourable circumstances, decided in favour of the Romans by a lucky invention suggested by necessity. The consequence of the victory achieved by Brutus was the surrender of the Veneti and of all Brittany. More with a view to impress the Celtic nation, after so manifold evidences of clemency towards the vanquished, by an example of fearful severity now against those whose resistance had been obstinate, than with the view of punishing the breach of treaty and the arrest of the Roman officers, Caesar caused the whole common council to be executed, and the people of the Venetian canton to the last man to be sold into slavery. By this dreadful fate, as well as by their intelligence and their patriotism, the Veneti have more than any other Celtic clan acquired a title to the sympathy of posterity. Sabinus, meanwhile, opposed to the levy of the coast states assembled on the Channel the same tactics by which Caesar had in the previous year conquered the Belgic general levy on the Rhine. He stood on the defensive till impatience and want invaded the ranks of the enemy, and then managed by deceiving them as to the temper and strength of his troops, and above all by means of their own impatience, to allure them to an imprudent assault upon the Roman camp, in which they were defeated, whereupon the militia dispersed and the country as far as the Seine submitted. Expeditans against the Morini and Menapii, the Morini and Menapii alone persevered in withholding their recognition of the Roman supremacy. To compel them to this, Caesar appeared on their borders, but, rendered wiser by the experiences of their countrymen, they avoided accepting battle on the borders of their land, and retired into the forests which then stretched almost without interruption from the Ardennes towards the German Ocean. The Romans attempted to make a road through the forest with the axe, ranging the felled trees on each side as a barricade against the enemy's attacks. But even Caesar, daring as he was, found it advisable, after some days of most laborious marching, especially as it was verging towards winter, to order a retreat, although but a small portion of the Morini had submitted, and the powerful Menapii had not been reached at all. In the following year, while Caesar himself was employed in Britain, the greater part of the army was sent afresh against these tribes, but this expedition also remained in the main unsuccessful. Nevertheless, the result of the last campaigns was the almost complete reduction of Gaul under the dominion of the Romans. While central Gaul had submitted to it without resistance, during the campaign of 697 the Belgic, and during that of the following year the Maritime, cantons had been compelled by force of arms to acknowledge the Roman rule. The lofty hopes with which the Celtic patriots had begun the last campaign had nowhere been fulfilled. Neither Germans nor Britons had come to their aid, and in Belgica the presence of Labienus had sufficed to prevent the renewal of the conflicts of the previous year. Establishment of communications with Italy by the Valais. While Caesar was thus forming the Roman domain in the west by force of arms into a compact whole, he did not neglect to open up for the newly conquered country, which was destined in fact to fill up the wide gap in that domain between Italy and Spain communications both with the Italian home and with the Spanish provinces. The communication between Gaul and Italy had certainly been materially facilitated by the military road laid out by Pompeius in 677 over Mont Genèvre. But since the whole of Gaul had been subdued by the Romans, there was need of a route crossing the ridge of the Alps from the valley of the Po, not in a westerly but in a northerly direction, and furnishing a shorter communication between Italy and central Gaul. The way which leads over the great St. Bernard into the Valais and along the Lake of Geneva had long served the merchant for this purpose. To get this road into his power, Caesar, as early as the autumn of 697, caused Octodurum, Martigny, to be occupied by Servius Galba, and the inhabitants of the Valais to be reduced to subjection, a result which was, of course, merely postponed, not prevented, by the brave resistance of these mountain peoples. And with Spain, to gain communication with Spain, moreover, Publius Crassus was sent in the following year to Aquitania, with instructions to compel the Iberian tribes dwelling there to acknowledge the Roman rule. The task was not without difficulty. The Iberians held together more compactly than the Celts, and knew better than these how to learn from their enemies.
The tribes beyond the Pyrenees, especially the valiant Cantabri, sent a contingent to their threatened countrymen. With this, there came experienced officers trained under the leadership of Sertorius in the Roman fashion, who introduced as far as possible the principles of the Roman art of war, and especially of encampment, among the Aquitanian levy already respectable from its numbers and its valour. But the excellent officer who led the Romans knew how to surmount all difficulties, and after some hardly contested but successful battles he induced the peoples from the Garonne to the vicinity of the Pyrenees to submit to the new masters. Fresh violations of the Rhine boundary by the Germans. The Usipetes and Tencteri. One of the objects which Caesar had proposed to himself, the subjugation of Gaul, had been in substance, with exceptions scarcely worth mentioning, attained so far as it could be attained at all by the sword. But the other half of the work undertaken by Caesar was still far from being satisfactorily accomplished, and the Germans had by no means as yet been everywhere compelled to recognize the Rhine as their limit. Even now, in the winter of 698 to 699, a fresh crossing of the boundary had taken place on the lower course of the river, whither the Romans had not yet penetrated. The German tribes of the Usipetes and Tencteri, whose attempts to cross the Rhine in the territory of the Menapii have been already mentioned, had at length, eluding the vigilance of their opponents by a feigned retreat, crossed in the vessels belonging to the Menapii, an enormous host, which is said, including women and children, to have amounted to 430,000 persons. They still lay apparently in the region of Nimeguen and Cleves, but it was said that following the invitations of the Celtic Patriot Party, they intended to advance into the interior of Gaul, and the rumour was confirmed by the fact that bands of their horsemen already roamed as far as the borders of the Treveri. But when Caesar with his legions arrived opposite to them, the sorely harassed emigrants seemed not desirous of fresh conflicts, but very ready to accept land from the Romans and to till it in peace under their supremacy. While negotiations as to this were going on, a suspicion arose in the mind of the Roman general that the Germans only sought to gain time till the bands of horsemen sent out by them had returned. Whether this suspicion was well-founded or not, we cannot tell, but confirmed in it by an attack which, in spite of the de facto suspension of arms a troop of the enemy made on his vanguard, and exasperated by the severe loss thereby sustained, Caesar believed himself entitled to disregard every consideration of international law. When on the second morning the princes and elders of the Germans appeared in the Roman camp to apologize for the attack made without their knowledge, they were arrested, and the multitude, anticipating no assault and deprived of their leaders, were suddenly fallen upon by the Roman army. It was rather a manhunt than a battle. Those that did not fall under the swords of the Romans were drowned in the Rhine. Almost none but the divisions detached at the time of the attack escaped the massacre and succeeded in recrossing the Rhine, where the Sugambri gave them an asylum in their territory, apparently on the Lippe. The behavior of Caesar towards these German immigrants met with severe and just censure in the Senate. But, however little it can be excused, the German encroachments were emphatically checked by the terror which it occasioned. Caesar on the right bank of the Rhine. Caesar, however, found it advisable to take yet a further step and to lead the legions over the Rhine. He was not without connections beyond the river. The Germans, at the stage of culture which they had then reached, lacked as yet any national coherence. In political distraction they, though from other causes, fell nothing short of the Celts. The Ubii, on the Sieg and Lahn, the most civilized among the German tribes, had recently been made subject and tributary by a powerful Suebian canton of the interior, and had,
as early as 697 through their envoys entreated Caesar to free them like the Gauls from the Suebian rule. It was not Caesar's design seriously to respond to this suggestion, which would have involved him in endless enterprises, but it seemed advisable, with the view of preventing the appearance of the Germanic arms on the south of the Rhine, at least to show the Roman arms beyond it. The protection which the fugitive Usipetes and Tencteri had found among the Sugambri afforded a suitable occasion. In the region, apparently between Koblenz and Andernach, Caesar erected a bridge of piles over the Rhine and led his legions across from the Treverian to the Euboean territory. Some smaller cantons gave in their submission, but the Sugambri, against whom the expedition was primarily directed, withdrew on the approach of the Roman army, with those under their protection into the interior. In like manner, the powerful Suebian canton which oppressed the Ubii, presumably the same which subsequently appears under the name of the Chatti, caused the districts immediately adjoining the Euboean territory to be evacuated and the non-combatant portion of the people to be placed in safety, while all the men capable of arms were directed to assemble at the centre of the canton. The Roman general had neither occasion nor desire to accept this challenge. His object, partly to reconnoitre, partly to produce an impressive effect, if possible, upon the Germans, or at least on the Celts and his countrymen at home, by an expedition over the Rhine, was substantially attained. After remaining 18 days on the right bank of the Rhine, he again arrived in Gaul and broke down the Rhine bridge behind him. Expeditions to Britain, there remained the insular Celts. From the close connection between them and the Celts of the continent, especially the maritime cantons, it may readily be conceived that they had at least sympathized with the national resistance, and that if they did not grant armed assistance to the patriots,
they gave at any rate an honourable asylum in their sea-protected isle to everyone who was no longer safe in his native land. This certainly involved a danger, if not for the present, at any rate for the future. It seemed judicious, if not to undertake the conquest of the island itself, at any rate to conduct there also defensive operations by offensive means, and to show the islanders by a landing on the coast that the arm of the Romans reached even across the Channel. The first Roman officer who entered Brittany, Publius Crassus, had already crossed thence to the Tin Islands at the southwest point of England, Scilly Islands. In the summer of 699, Caesar himself, with only 2 legions, crossed the Channel at its narrowest part. He found the coast covered with masses of the enemy's troops and sailed onward with his vessels, but the British war chariots moved on quite as fast by land as the Roman galleys by sea, and it was only with the utmost difficulty that the Roman soldiers succeeded in gaining the shore in the face of the enemy, partly by wading, partly in boats, under the protection of the ships of war, which swept the beach with missiles thrown from machines and by the hand. In the first alarm, the nearest villages submitted. But the islanders soon perceived how weak the enemy was, and how he did not venture to move far from the shore. The natives disappeared into the interior and returned only to threaten the camp. And the fleet, which had been left in the open roads, suffered very considerable damage from the first tempest that burst upon it. The Romans had to reckon themselves fortunate in repelling the attacks of the barbarians till they had bestowed the necessary repairs on the ships, and in regaining with these the Gallic coast before the bad season of the year came on. Caesar himself was so dissatisfied with the results of this expedition undertaken inconsiderately and with inadequate means that he immediately, in the winter of 699 to 700, ordered a transport fleet of 800 sail to be fitted out, and in the spring of 700 sailed a second time for the Kentish coast, on this occasion with 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry. The forces of the Britons, assembled this time also on the shore, retired before the mighty armada without risking a battle. Caesar immediately set out on his march into the interior, and after some successful conflicts crossed the river Stour, but he was obliged to halt very much against his will, because the fleet in the open roads had been again half destroyed by the storms of the Channel. Before they got the ships drawn up upon the beach and the extensive arrangements made for their repair, precious time was lost, which the Celts wisely turned to account. Cassivellaunus. The brave and cautious Prince Cassivellaunus, who ruled in what is now Middlesex and the surrounding district, formerly the terror of the Celts to the south of the Thames, but now the protector and champion of the whole nation, had headed the defence of the land. He soon saw that nothing at all could be done with the Celtic infantry against the Roman, and that the mass of the general levy, which it was difficult to feed and difficult to control, was only a hindrance to the defence. He therefore dismissed it, and retained only the war chariots, of which he collected 4,000, and in which the warriors, accustomed to leap down from their chariots and fight on foot, could be employed in a twofold manner like the burgess cavalry of the earliest Rome. When Caesar was once more able to continue his march, he met with no interruption to it, but the British war chariots moved always in front and alongside of the Roman army, induced the evacuation of the country, which from the absence of towns proved no great difficulty, prevented the sending out of detachments, and threatened the communications. The Thames was crossed, apparently between Kingston and Brentford above London, by the Romans. They moved forward, but made no real progress. The general achieved no victory, the soldiers made no booty, and the only actual result, the submission of the Trinobanti in the modern Essex, was less the effect of a dread of the Romans than of the deep hostility between this canton and Cassivelaunus. The danger increased with every onward step, and the attack, which the princes of Kent by the orders of Cassivelaunus made on the Roman naval camp, although it was repulsed, was an urgent warning to turn back. The taking by storm of a great British tree barricade, in which a multitude of cattle fell into the hands of the Romans, furnished a passable conclusion to the aimless advance and a tolerable pretext for returning. Cassivelaunus was sagacious enough not to drive the dangerous enemy to extremities, and promised, as Caesar desired him, to abstain from disturbing the Trinobantes, to pay tribute and to furnish hostages.
Nothing was said of delivering up arms or leaving behind a Roman garrison, and even those promises were, it may be presumed, so far as they concerned the future, neither given nor received in earnest. After receiving the hostages, Caesar returned to the naval camp and thence to Gaul. If he, as it would certainly seem, had hoped on this occasion to conquer Britain, the scheme was totally thwarted partly by the wise defensive system of Cassivelaunus, partly and chiefly by the unserviceableness of the Italian oared fleet in the waters of the North Sea. For it is certain that the stipulated tribute was never paid. But the immediate object of rousing the islanders out of their haughty security and inducing them in their own interest no longer to allow their island to be a rendezvous for continental emigrants, seems certainly to have been attained. At least no complaints are afterwards heard as to the bestowal of such protection. The conspiracy of the Patriots. The work of repelling the Germanic invasion and of subduing the continental Celts was completed. But it is often easier to subdue a free nation than to keep a subdued one in subjection. The rivalry for the hegemony, by which more even than by the attacks of Rome the Celtic nation had been ruined, was in some measure set aside by the conquest, inasmuch as the conqueror took the hegemony to himself. Separate interests were silent. Under the common oppression, at any rate, they felt themselves again as one people, and the infinite value of that which they had with indifference gambled away when they possessed it, freedom and nationality, was now, when it was too late, fully appreciated by their infinite longing. But was it then too late? With indignant shame they confessed to themselves that a nation which numbered at least 1 million of men capable of arms, a nation of ancient and well-founded warlike renown, had allowed the yoke to be imposed upon it by, at the most, 50,000 Romans. The submission of the Confederacy of Central Gaul without having struck even a blow, the submission of the Belgic Confederacy without having done more than merely shown a wish to strike, the heroic fall on the other hand of the Nervii and the Veneti, the sagacious and successful resistance of the Morini and of the Britons under Cassivelaunus, all that in each case had been done or neglected, had failed or had succeeded, spurred the minds of the patriots to new attempts, if possible, more united and more successful. Especially among the Celtic nobility there prevailed an excitement which seemed every moment as if it must break out into a general insurrection.
Even before the second expedition to Britain in the spring of 700, Caesar had found it necessary to go in person to the Treveri, who, since they had compromised themselves in the Nervian conflict in 697, had no longer appeared at the general diets and had formed more than suspicious connections with the Germans beyond the Rhine. At that time, Caesar had contented himself with carrying the men of most note among the patriot party, particularly Induciamarus, along with him to Britain in the ranks of the Treverian cavalry contingent. He did his utmost to overlook the conspiracy, that he might not by strict measures ripen it into insurrection. But when the Haeduan Dumnori, who likewise was present in the army destined for Britain, nominally as a cavalry officer but really as a hostage, peremptorily refused to embark and rode home instead, Caesar could not do otherwise than have him pursued as a deserter. He was accordingly overtaken by the division sent after him, and when he stood on his defence, was cut down. That the most esteemed knight of the most powerful and still the least dependent of the Celtic cantons should have been put to death by the Romans
was a thunderclap for the whole Celtic nobility. Everyone who was conscious of similar sentiments, and they formed the great majority, saw in that catastrophe the picture of what was in store for himself. Insurrection. If patriotism and despair had induced the heads of the Celtic nobility to conspire, fear and self-defence now drove the conspirators to strike. In the winter of 700 to 701, with the exception of a legion stationed in Brittany and a second in the very unsettled canton of the Carnutes, near Chartres, the whole Roman army, numbering 6 legions, was encamped in the Belgic territory. The scantiness of the supplies of grain had induced Caesar to station his troops farther apart than he was otherwise wont to do, in 6 different camps constructed in the cantons of the Bellovaci, Ambiani, Morini, Nervi, Remi, and Eburones. The fixed camp placed farthest towards the east in the territory of the Eburones, probably not far from the later Aduatuca, the modern Tongern, the strongest of all, consisting of a legion under one of the most respected of Caesar's leaders of division, Quintus Titurius Sabinus, besides different detachments led by the brave Lucius Aurunculeius Cotta, and amounting together to the strength of half a legion, found itself all of a sudden surrounded by the general levy of the Eburones under the kings Ambiorix and Catuvulcus. The attack came so unexpectedly that the very men absent from the camp could not be recalled and were cut off by the enemy. Otherwise, the immediate danger was not great, as there was no lack of provisions, and the assault, which the Eburones attempted, recoiled powerless from the Roman entrenchments. But King Ambiorix informed the Roman commander that all the Roman camps in Gaul were similarly assailed on the same day, and that the Romans would undoubtedly be lost if the several corps did not quickly set out and effect a junction. That Sabinus had the more reason to make haste, as the Germans too from beyond the Rhine were already advancing against him, that he himself, out of friendship for the Romans, would promise them a free retreat as far as the nearest Roman camp, only 2 days' march distant. Some things in these statements seem no fiction. That the little canton of the Eburones, specially favoured by the Romans, should have undertaken the attack of its own accord was in reality incredible, and, owing to the difficulty of effecting a communication with the other far distant camps, the danger of being attacked by the whole mass of the insurgents and destroyed in detail was by no means to be esteemed slight. Nevertheless, it could not admit of the smallest doubt that both honour and prudence required them to reject the capitulation offered by the enemy and to maintain the post entrusted to them. Yet, although in the council of war, numerous voices, and especially the weighty voice of Lucius Aurunculeius Cotta, supported this view, the commandant determined to accept the proposal of Ambiorix. The Roman troops accordingly marched off next morning, but when they had arrived at a narrow valley about 2 miles from the camp, they found themselves surrounded by the Eburones and every outlet blocked. They attempted to open a way for themselves by force of arms, but the Eburones would not enter into any close combat, and contented themselves with discharging their missiles from their unassailable positions into the dense mass of the Romans. Bewildered, as if seeking deliverance from treachery at the hands of the traitor, Sabinus requested a conference with Ambiorix. It was granted, and he and the officers accompanying him were first disarmed and then slain. After the fall of the commander, the Eburones threw themselves from all sides at once on the exhausted and despairing Romans and broke their ranks. Most of them, including Cotta, who had already been wounded, met their death in this attack. A small portion, who had succeeded in regaining the abandoned camp, flung themselves on their own swords during the following night. The whole corps was annihilated. Cicero attacked. This success, such as the insurgents themselves had hardly ventured to hope for, increased the ferment among the Celtic patriots so greatly that the Romans were no longer sure of a single district with the exception of the Haedui and Remi, and the insurrection broke out at the most diverse points. First of all, the Eburones followed up their victory, reinforced by the levy of the Aduatuci, who gladly embraced the opportunity of requiting the injury done to them by Caesar, and of the powerful and still unsubdued Menapii. They appeared in the territory of the Nervi, who immediately joined them, and the whole host, thus swelled to 60,000, moved forward to confront the Roman camp formed in the Nervian canton.
Quintus Cicero, who commanded there, had with his weak corps a difficult position, especially as the besiegers, learning from the foe, constructed ramparts and trenches, testudines and movable towers after the Roman fashion, and showered fireballs and burning spears over the straw-covered huts of the camp. The only hope of the besieged rested on Caesar, who lay not so very far off with 3 legions in his winter encampment in the region of Amiens. But a significant proof of the feeling that prevailed in Gaul for a considerable time, not the slightest hint reached the general either of the disaster of Sabinus or of the perilous situation of Cicero.
Caesar proceeds to his relief. The insurrection checked. At length, a Celtic horseman from Cicero's camp succeeded in stealing through the enemy to Caesar. On receiving the startling news, Caesar immediately set out, although only with 2 weak legions, together numbering about 7,400 horsemen. Nevertheless, the announcement that Caesar was advancing sufficed to induce the insurgents to raise the siege. It was time. Not 1/10 of the men in Cicero's camp remained unwounded. Caesar, against whom the insurgent army had turned, deceived the enemy in the way which he had already on several occasions successfully applied. As to his strength, under the most unfavourable circumstances they ventured an assault upon the Roman camp, and in doing so suffered a defeat. It is singular but characteristic of the Celtic nation that in consequence of this one lost battle, or perhaps rather in consequence of Caesar's appearance in person on the scene of conflict, the insurrection, which had commenced so victoriously and extended so widely, suddenly and pitiably broke off the war. The Nervii, Menapii, Aduatuci, Eburones returned to their homes. The forces of the maritime cantons, who had made preparations for assailing the legion in Brittany, did the same. The Treveri, through whose leader Indutiomarus the Eburones, the clients of the powerful neighbouring canton, had been chiefly induced to that so successful attack, had taken arms on the news of the disaster of Aduatuca, and advanced into the territory of the Remi with the view of attacking the legion cantoned there under the command of Labienus. They too desisted for the present from continuing the struggle. Caesar not unwillingly postponed farther measures against the revolted districts till the spring, in order not to expose his troops, which had suffered much to the whole severity of the Gallic winter, and with the view of only reappearing in the field when the 15 cohorts destroyed should have been replaced in an imposing manner by the levy of 30 new cohorts which he had ordered. The insurrection meanwhile pursued its course, although there was for the moment a suspension of arms. Its chief seats in central Gaul were partly the districts of the Carnutes and the neighbouring Senones, about Sens, the latter of whom drove the king appointed by Caesar out of their country, partly the region of the Treveri, who invited the whole Celtic emigrants and the Germans beyond the Rhine to take part in the impending national war, and called out their whole force, with a view to advance in the spring a second time into the territory of the Remi, to capture the corps of Labienus, and to seek a communication with the insurgents on the Seine and Loire. The deputies of these 3 cantons remained absent from the diet convoked by Caesar in central Gaul, and thereby declared war just as openly as a part of the Belgic cantons had done by the attacks on the camps of Sabinus and Cicero. and suppressed. The winter was drawing to a close when Caesar set out with his army, which meanwhile had been considerably reinforced against the insurgents.
The attempts of the Treveri to concentrate the revolt had not succeeded. The agitated districts were kept in check by the marching in of Roman troops, and those in open rebellion were attacked in detail. First, the Nervii were routed by Caesar in person. The Senones and Carnutes met the same fate. The Menapii, the only canton which had never submitted to the Romans, were compelled by a grand attack simultaneously directed against them from three sides to renounce their long-preserved freedom. Labienus, meanwhile, was preparing the same fate for the Treveri. Their first attack had been paralyzed,
partly by the refusal of the adjoining German tribes to furnish them with mercenaries, partly by the fact that in Indutiomarus, the soul of the whole movement had fallen in a skirmish with the cavalry of Labienus. But they did not on this account abandon their projects. With their whole levy they appeared in front of Labienus and waited for the German bands that were to follow, for their recruiting agents found a better reception than they had met with from the dwellers on the Rhine, among the warlike tribes of the interior of Germany, especially, as it would appear, among the Chatti.
But when Labienus seemed as if he wished to avoid these and to march off in all haste, the Treveri attacked the Romans even before the Germans arrived, and in a most unfavourable spot, and were completely defeated. Nothing remained for the Germans who came up too late but to return, nothing for the Treverian canton but to submit.
Its government reverted to the head of the Roman party, Vercingetorix, the son-in-law of Indutiomarus. After these expeditions of Caesar against the Menapii and of Labienus against the Treveri, the whole Roman army was again united in the territory of the latter. With the view of rendering the Germans disinclined to come back, Caesar once more crossed the Rhine, in order if possible to strike an emphatic blow against the troublesome neighbours. But, as the Chatti, faithful to their tried tactics, assembled not on their western boundary but far in the interior, apparently at the Harz Mountains, for the defence of the land, he immediately turned back and contented himself with leaving behind a garrison at the passage of the Rhine. Retaliatory expedition against the Eburones' accounts had thus been settled with all the tribes that took part in the rising. The Eburones alone were passed over, but not forgotten. Since Caesar had met with the disaster of Aduatuca, he had worn mourning and had sworn that he would only lay it aside when he should have avenged his soldiers, who had not fallen in honourable war, but had been treacherously murdered. Helpless and passive, the Eburones sat in their huts and looked on as the neighbouring cantons one after another submitted to the Romans, till the Roman cavalry from the Treverian territory advanced through the Ardennes into their land. So little were they prepared for the attack that the cavalry had almost seized the king Ambiorix in his house. With great difficulty, while his attendants sacrificed themselves on his behalf, he escaped into the neighbouring thicket. 10 Roman legions soon followed the cavalry. At the same time, a summons was issued to the surrounding tribes to hunt the outlawed Eburones and pillage their land in concert with the Roman soldiers. Not a few complied with the call, including even an audacious band of Sugambrian horsemen from the other side of the Rhine, who for that matter treated the Romans no better than the Eburones, and had almost by a daring coup de main surprised the Roman camp at Aduatuca. The fate of the Eburones was dreadful. However they might hide themselves in forests and morasses, there were more hunters than game. Many put themselves to death like the grey-haired prince Catuvolcus. Only a few saved life and liberty, but among these few was the man whom the Romans sought above all to seize, the prince Ambiorix. With but 4 horsemen he escaped over the Rhine. This execution against the canton which had transgressed above all the rest was followed in the other districts by processes of high treason against individuals. The season for clemency was past. At the bidding of the Roman proconsul, the eminent Carnutic knight Acco was beheaded by Roman lictors, and the rule of the fasces was thus formally inaugurated. Opposition was silent. Tranquillity everywhere prevailed. Caesar went as he was wont towards the end of the year, over the Alps, that through the winter he might observe more closely the daily increasing complications in the capital.
Second insurrection.
The sagacious calculator had on this occasion miscalculated. The fire was smothered, but not extinguished. The stroke under which the head of Acco fell was felt by the whole Celtic nobility. At this very moment, the position of affairs presented better prospects than ever.
The insurrection of the last winter had evidently failed only through Caesar himself appearing on the scene of action. Now he was at a distance, detained on the Po by the imminence of civil war, and the Gallic army, which was collected on the upper Seine, was far separated from its dreaded leader. If a general insurrection now broke out in central Gaul, the Roman army might be surrounded, and the almost undefended old Roman province be overrun before Caesar reappeared beyond the Alps, even if the Italian complications did not altogether prevent him from further concerning himself about Gaul. The Carnates. The Arverni conspirators from all the cantons of central Gaul assembled. The Carnutes, as most directly affected by the execution of Acco, offered to take the lead. On a set day in the winter of 701 to 702, the Carnutic knights Gutruatus and Concanetadumnus gave at Cenabum, Orleans, the signal for the rising, and put to death in a body the Romans who happened to be there. The most vehement agitation seized the length and breadth of the great Celtic land. The patriots everywhere bestirred themselves. But nothing stirred the nation so deeply as the insurrection of the Arverni. The government of this community, which had formerly under its kings been the first in southern Gaul, and had still, after the fall of its principality, occasioned by the unfortunate wars against Rome, continued to be one of the wealthiest, most civilized, and most powerful in all Gaul, had hitherto inviolably adhered to Rome. Even now the patriot party in the governing common council was in the minority. An attempt to induce it to join the insurrection was in vain. The attacks of the patriots were therefore directed against the common council and the existing constitution itself, and the more so that the change of constitution which among the Arverni had substituted the common council for the prince had taken place after the victories of the Romans and probably under their influence. Vercingetorix, the leader of the Arvernian patriots, Vercingetorix, one of those nobles whom we meet with among the Celts, of almost regal repute in and beyond his canton, and a stately, brave, sagacious man to boot, left the capital and summoned the country people, who were as hostile to the ruling oligarchy as to the Romans, at once to re-establish the Arvernian monarchy and to go to war with Rome. The multitude quickly joined him. The restoration of the throne of Luerius and Betuitus was at the same time the declaration of a national war against Rome. The centre of unity, from the want of which all previous attempts of the nation to shake off the foreign yoke had failed, was now found in the new self-nominated king of the Arverni. Vercingetorix became for the Celts of the continent what Cassivelaunus was for the insular Celts. The feeling strongly pervaded the masses that he, if anyone, was the man to save the nation. Spread of the insurrection.
Appearance of Caesar. The west from the mouth of the Garonne to that of the Seine was rapidly infected by the insurrection, and Vercingetorix was recognized by all the cantons there as commander-in-chief. Where the common council made any difficulty, the multitude compelled it to join the movement. Only a few cantons, such as that of the Bituriges, required compulsion to join it, and these perhaps only for appearance sake. The insurrection found a less favourable soil in the regions to the east of the Upper Loire. Everything here depended on the Helvetii, and these wavered. The patriotic party was very strong in this canton, but the old antagonism to the leading of the Arverni counterbalanced their influence to the most serious detriment of the insurrection, as the accession of the eastern cantons, particularly of the Sequani and Helvetii, was conditional on the accession of the Helvetii, and generally in this part of Gaul the decision rested with them. While the insurgents were thus labouring partly to induce the cantons that still hesitated, especially the Helvetii, to join them, partly to get possession of Narbo, one of their leaders, the daring Lucterius, had already appeared on the Tarn within the limits of the old province. The Roman commander-in-chief suddenly presented himself in the depth of winter, unexpected alike by friend and foe on this side of the Alps. He quickly made the necessary preparations to cover the old province, and not only so,
but sent also a corps over the snow-covered Cevennes into the Arvernian territory. But he could not remain here, where the accession of the Helvetii to the Gallic alliance might any moment cut him off from his army encamped about Sens and Langres. With all secrecy he went to Vienna, and thence, attended by only a few horsemen, threw the territory of the Helvetii to his troops. The hopes which had induced the conspirators to declare themselves
vanished. Peace continued in Italy, and Caesar stood once more at the head of his army. Chetan, the Gallic plan of war. But what were they to do? It was folly under such circumstances to let the matter come to the decision of arms, for these had already decidedly irrevocably. They might as well attempt to shake the Alps by throwing stones at them as to shake the legions by means of the Celtic bands, whether these might be congregated in huge masses or sacrificed in detail, canton after canton. Vercingetorix despaired of defeating the Romans. He adopted a system of warfare similar to that by which Cassivellaunus had saved the insular Celts. The Roman infantry was not to be vanquished, but Caesar's cavalry consisted almost exclusively of the contingent of the Celtic nobility and was practically dissolved by the general revolt. It was possible for the insurrection, which was in fact essentially composed of the Celtic nobility, to develop such a superiority in this arm that it could lay waste the land far and wide, burn down towns and villages, destroy the magazines, and endanger the supplies and the communications of the enemy without his being able seriously to hinder it. Vercingetorix accordingly directed all his efforts to the increase of his cavalry, and of the infantry archers who were according to the mode of fighting of that time regularly associated with it. He did not send the immense and self-obstructing masses of the militia of the line to their homes, but he did not allow them to face the enemy, and attempted to impart to them gradually some capacity of entrenching, marching, and manoeuvring, and some perception that the soldier is not destined merely for hand-to-hand combat. Learning from the enemy, he adopted in particular the Roman system of encampment, on which depended the whole secret of the tactical superiority of the Romans, for in consequence of it every Roman corps combined all the advantages of the garrison of a fortress with all the advantages of an offensive army. It is true that a system completely adapted to Britain, which had few towns, and to its rude, resolute, and on the whole united inhabitants, was not absolutely transferable to the rich regions on the Loire and their indolent inhabitants on the eve of utter political dissolution. Vercingetorix at least accomplished this much, that they did not attempt as hitherto to hold every town with the result of holding none. They agreed to destroy the townships not capable of defence before attack reached them, but to defend with all their might the strong fortresses. At the same time the Arvernian king did what he could to bind to the cause of their country the cowardly and backward by stern severity, the hesitating by entreaties and representations, the covetous by gold, the decided opponents by force, and to compel or allure the rabble high or low to some manifestation of patriotism. Beginning of the struggle, even before the winter was at an end, he threw himself on the buoy settled by Caesar in the territory of the Helvetii, with the view of annihilating these, almost the sole trustworthy allies of Rome, before Caesar came up. The news of this attack induced Caesar, leaving behind the baggage and 2 legions in the winter quarters of Agedincum, Sens, to march immediately and earlier than he would doubtless otherwise have done against the insurgents. He remedied the sorely felt want of cavalry and light infantry in some measure by gradually bringing up German mercenaries, who instead of using their own small and weak ponies, were furnished with Italian and Spanish horses partly bought, partly procured by requisition of the officers. Caesar, after having by the way caused Cenabum, the capital of the Carnutes, which had given the signal for the revolt, to be pillaged and laid in ashes, moved over the Loire into the country of the Bituriges. He thereby induced Vercingetorix to abandon the siege of the town of the Bois, and to resort likewise to the Bituriges. Here the new mode of warfare was first to be tried. By order of Vercingetorix, more than 20 townships of the Bituriges perished in the flames on one day. The general decreed a similar self-devastation as to the neighbour cantons, so far as they could be reached by the Roman foraging parties. Caesar before Avaricum. According to his intention, Avaricum, Bourges, the rich and strong capital of the Bituriges, was to meet the same fate. But the majority of the war council yielded to the suppliant entreaties of the Biturigian authorities, and resolved rather to defend that city with all their energy. Thus the war was concentrated in the first instance around Avaricum. Vercingetorix placed his infantry amidst the morasses adjoining the town in a position so unapproachable that even without being covered by the cavalry, they needed not to fear the attack of the legions. The Celtic cavalry covered all the roads and obstructed the communication. The town was strongly garrisoned, and the connection between it and the army before the walls was kept open. Caesar's position was very awkward. The attempt to induce the Celtic infantry to fight was unsuccessful. It stirred not from its unassailable lines. Bravely as his soldiers in front of the town trenched and fought, the besieged vied with them in ingenuity and courage, and they had almost succeeded in setting fire to the siege apparatus of their opponents. The task withal of supplying an army of nearly 60,000 men with provisions in a country devastated far and wide and scoured by far superior bodies of cavalry became daily more difficult. The slender stores of the Boii were soon used up. The supply promised by the Haidui failed to appear. The corn was already consumed, and the soldier was placed exclusively on flesh rations. But the moment was approaching when the town, with whatever contempt of death the garrison fought, could be held no longer. Still, it was not impossible to withdraw the troops secretly by night and destroy the town before the enemy occupied it. Vercingetorix made arrangements for this purpose, but the cry of distress raised at the moment of evacuation by the women and children left behind attracted the attention of the Romans. The departure miscarried. Avaricum. Conquered Caesar divides his army. On the following gloomy and rainy day, the Romans scaled the walls, and exasperated by the obstinate defence, spared neither age nor sex in the conquered town. The ample stores, which the Celts had accumulated in it, were welcome to the starved soldiers of Caesar. With the capture of Avaricum, spring of 702, a first success had been achieved over the insurrection, and according to former experience, Caesar might well expect that it would now dissolve, and that it would only be requisite to deal with the cantons individually. After he had therefore shown himself with his whole army in the canton of the Haidui, and had by this imposing demonstration compelled the patriot party in a ferment there to keep quiet at least for the moment, he divided his army and sent Labienus back to Agedincum, that in combination with the troops left there he might at the head of 4 legions suppress in the first instance the movement in the territory of the Carnutes and Seniones, who on this occasion once more took the lead, while he himself with the 6 remaining legions turned to the south and prepared to carry the war into the Arvernian mountains, the proper territory of Vercingetorix. Labienus, before Lutetia Labienus, moved from Agedincum up the left bank of the Seine with a view to possess himself of Lutetia, Paris, the town of the Parisii, situated on an island in the Seine, and from this well-secured position in the heart of the insurgent country to reduce it again to subjection. But behind Melodunum, Melum, he found his route barred by the whole army of the insurgents, which had here taken up a position between unassailable morasses under the leadership of the aged Camulogenus.
Labienus retreated a certain distance, crossed the Seine at Melodunum, and moved up its right bank unhindered towards Lutetia. Camulogenus caused this town to be burnt, and the bridges leading to the left bank to be broken down, and took up a position over against Labienus, in which the latter could neither bring him to battle nor effect a passage under the eyes of the hostile army. Caesar before Gergovia, fruitless blockade. The Roman main army in its turn advanced along the Alliae down into the canton of the Arverni. Vercingetorix attempted to prevent it from crossing to the left bank of the Alliae, but Caesar overreached him, and after some days stood before the Arvernian capital Gergovia. Vercingetorix, however, doubtless even while he was confronting Caesar on the Alliae, had caused sufficient stores to be collected in Gergovia, and a fixed camp provided with strong stone ramparts to be constructed for his troops in front of the walls of the town, which was situated on the summit of a pretty steep hill. And as he had a sufficient start, he arrived before Caesar at Gergovia and awaited the attack in the fortified camp under the wall of the fortress.
Caesar, with his comparatively weak army, could neither regularly besiege the place nor even sufficiently blockade it. He pitched his camp below the rising ground occupied by Vercingetorix and was compelled to preserve an attitude as inactive as his opponent. It was almost a victory for the insurgents that Caesar's career of advance from triumph to triumph had been suddenly checked on the Seine as on the Allier. In fact, the consequences of this check for Caesar were almost equivalent to those of a defeat.
The Haidui waver. The Haidui, who had hitherto continued vacillating, now made preparations in earnest to join the patriotic party. The body of men, whom Caesar had ordered to Gergovia, had on the march been induced by its officers to declare for the insurgents. At the same time, they had begun in the canton itself to plunder and kill the Romans settled there. Caesar, who had gone with 2/3 of the blockading army to meet that corps of the Haidui which was being brought up to Gergovia, had by his sudden appearance recalled it to nominal obedience. But it was more than ever a hollow and fragile relation, the continuance of which had been almost too dearly purchased by the great peril of the 2 legions left behind in front of Gergovia. For Vercingetorix, rapidly and resolutely availing himself of Caesar's departure, had during his absence made an attack on them, which had well nigh ended in their being overpowered and the Roman camp being taken by storm. Caesar's unrivalled celerity alone averted a second catastrophe like that of Aduatuca. Though the Haidui made once more fair promises, it might be foreseen that if the blockade should still be prolonged without result, they would openly range themselves on the side of the insurgents and would thereby compel Caesar to raise it, for their accession would interrupt the communication between him and Labienus and expose the latter especially in his isolation to the greatest peril. Caesar was resolved not to let matters come to this pass, but, however painful and even dangerous it was to retire from Gergovia without having accomplished his object, nevertheless, if it must be done, rather to set out immediately, and by marching into the canton of the Haidui to prevent at any cost their formal desertion. Caesar defeated before Gergovia. Before entering, however, on this retreat, which was far from agreeable to his quick and confident temperament, he made yet a last attempt to free himself from his painful perplexity by a brilliant success. While the bulk of the garrison of Gergovia was occupied in entrenching the side on which the assault was expected, the Roman general watched his opportunity to surprise another access less conveniently situated, but at the moment left bare. In reality, the Roman storming columns scaled the camp wall and occupied the nearest quarters of the camp. But the whole garrison was already alarmed, and owing to the small distances, Caesar found it not advisable to risk the second assault on the city wall. He gave the signal for retreat, but the foremost legions, carried away by the impetuosity of victory, heard not or did not wish to hear, and pushed forward without halting, up to the city wall, some even into the city. But masses more and more dense threw themselves in front of the intruders. The foremost fell, the columns stopped. In vain, centurions and legionaries fought with the most devoted and heroic courage. The assailants were chased with very considerable loss out of the town and down the hill, where the troops stationed by Caesar in the plain received them and prevented greater mischief. The expected capture of Gergovia had been converted into a defeat, and the considerable loss in killed and wounded, there were counted 700 soldiers that had fallen, including 46 centurions, was the least part of the misfortune suffered. Renewed insurrection. Rising of the Haidui. Rising of the Belgae. The imposing position of Caesar in Gaul depended essentially on the halo of victory that surrounded him, and this began to grow pale. The conflicts around Avaricum, Caesar's vain attempts to compel the enemy to fight, the resolute defense of the city and its almost accidental capture by storm bore a stamp different from that of the earlier Celtic wars, and had strengthened rather than impaired the confidence of the Celts in themselves and their leader. Moreover, the new system of warfare, the making head against the enemy in entrenched camps under the protection of fortresses, had completely approved itself at Lutetia as well as at Gergovia. Lastly, this defeat, the first which Caesar in person had suffered from the Celts, crowned their success, and it accordingly gave, as it were, the signal for a second outbreak of the insurrection. The Helvetii now broke formally with Caesar and entered into union with Vercingetorix. Their contingent, which was still with Caesar's army, not only deserted from it, but also took occasion to carry off the depots of the army of Caesar at Noviodunum on the Loire, whereby the chests and magazines, a number of remount horses, and all the hostages furnished to Caesar fell into the hands of the insurgents. It was of at least equal importance that on this news the Belgae, who had hitherto kept aloof from the whole movement, began to bestir themselves. The powerful canton of the Bellovaci rose with the view of attacking in the rear the corps of Labienus, while it confronted at Lutetia the levy of the surrounding cantons of central Gaul. Everywhere else, too, men were taking to arms. The strength of patriotic enthusiasm carried along with it even the most decided and most favoured partisans of Rome, such as Commius, king of the Atrebates, who, on account of his faithful services, had received from the Romans important privileges for his community and the hegemony over the Morini. The threads of the insurrection ramified even into the old Roman province. They cherished the hope, perhaps not without ground, of inducing the Allobroges themselves to take arms against the Romans. With the single exception of the Remi and of the districts, dependent immediately on the Remi of the Suessiones, Luci, and Lingones, whose peculiar isolation was not affected even amidst this general enthusiasm, the whole Celtic nation from the Pyrenees to the Rhine was now in reality, for the first and for the last time, in arms for its freedom and nationality. Whereas, singularly enough, the whole German communities, who in the former struggles had held the foremost rank, kept aloof. In fact, the Treveri, and as it would seem the Menapii also, were prevented by their feuds with the Germans from taking an active part in the national war. Caesar's plan of war. Caesar unites with Labienus. It was a grave and decisive moment when, after the retreat from Gergovia and the loss of Noviodunum, a council of war was held in Caesar's headquarters regarding the measures now to be adopted.
Various voices expressed themselves in favour of a retreat over the Cevennes into the old Roman province, which now lay open on all sides to the insurrection, and certainly was in urgent need of the legions that had been sent from Rome primarily for its protection. But Caesar rejected this timid strategy suggested not by the position of affairs, but by government instructions and fear of responsibility. He contented himself with calling the general levy of the Romans settled in the province to arms, and having the frontiers guarded by that levy to the best of its ability. On the other hand, he himself set out in the opposite direction and advanced by forced marches to Agedincum, to which he ordered Labienus to retreat in all haste. The Celts naturally endeavoured to prevent the junction of the two Roman armies. Labienus might, by crossing the Marne and marching down the right bank of the Seine, have reached Agedincum, where he had left his reserve and his baggage, but he preferred not to allow the Celts again to behold the retreat of Roman troops. He therefore, instead of crossing the Marne, crossed the Seine under the eyes of the deluded enemy, and on its left bank fought a battle with the hostile forces, in which he conquered, and among many others the Celtic general himself, the old Camulogenus, was left on the field. Nor were the insurgents more successful in detaining Caesar on the Loire. Caesar gave them no time to assemble larger masses there, and without difficulty dispersed the militia of the Helvetii, which alone he found at that point position of the insurgents at Alesia. Thus the junction of the two divisions of the army was happily accomplished. The insurgents meanwhile had consulted as to the farther conduct of the war at Bibracte, Autumn, the capital of the Helvetii. The soul of these consultations was again Vercingetorix, to whom the nation was enthusiastically attached after the victory of Gergovia. Particular interests were not, it is true, even now silent. The Helvetii, still in this death struggle of the nation, asserted their claims to the hegemony, and made a proposal in the National Assembly to substitute a leader of their own for Vercingetorix. But the national representatives had not merely declined this and confirmed Vercingetorix in the supreme command, but had also adopted his plan of war without alteration. It was substantially the same as that on which he had operated at Avaricum and at Gergovia.
As the base of the new position there was selected the strong city of the Mandubii,
Alesia, Sainte-Reine near Semur in the department Côte d'Or, and another entrenched camp was constructed under its walls. Immense stores were here accumulated, and the army was ordered thither from Gergovia, having its cavalry raised by resolution of the National Assembly to 15,000 horse. Caesar, with the whole strength of his army after it was reunited at Agedincum, took the direction of Besançon, with the view of now approaching the alarmed province and protecting it from an invasion, for in fact bands of insurgents had already shown themselves in the territory of the Helvetii on the south slope of the Cevennes. Alesia lay almost on his way. The cavalry of the Celts, the only arm with which Vercingetorix chose to operate, attacked him on the route, but to the surprise of all was worsted by the new German squadrons of Caesar and the Roman infantry drawn up in support of them. Caesar in front of Alesia's
siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix hastened the more to shut himself up in Alesia. And if Caesar was not disposed altogether to renounce the offensive, no course was left to him but for the third time in this campaign to proceed by way of attack with a far weaker force against an army encamped under a well-garrisoned and well-provisioned fortress and supplied with immense masses of the cavalry. But, while the Celts had hitherto been opposed by only a part of the Roman legions, the whole forces of Caesar were united in the lines round Alesia, and Vercingetorix did not succeed, as he had succeeded at Avaricum and Gergovia, in placing his infantry under the protection of the walls of the fortress and keeping his external communications open for his own benefit by his cavalry, while he interrupted those of the enemy. The Celtic cavalry, already discouraged by that defeat inflicted on them by their lightly esteemed opponents, was beaten by Caesar's German horse in every encounter. The line of circumvallation of the besiegers extending about 9 miles invested the whole town, including the camp attached to it.
Vercingetorix had been prepared for a struggle under the walls, but not for being besieged in Alesia. In that point of view, the accumulated stores, considerable as they were yet far from sufficient for his army, which was said to amount to 80,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry, and for the numerous inhabitants of the town. Vercingetorix could not but perceive that his plan of warfare had on this occasion turned to his own destruction, and that he was lost unless the whole nation hastened up to the rescue of its blockaded general. The existing provisions were still, when the Roman circumvallation was closed, sufficient for a month, and perhaps something more. At the last moment, when there was still free passage at least for horsemen, Vercingetorix dismissed his whole cavalry and sent at the same time to the heads of the nation instructions to call out all their forces and lead them to the relief of Alesia. He himself, resolved to bear in person the responsibility for the plan of war which he had projected and which had miscarried, remained in the fortress to share in good or evil the fate of his followers. But Caesar made up his mind at once to besiege and to be besieged. He prepared his line of circumvallation for defence also on its outer side, and furnished himself with provisions for a longer period. The days passed. They had no longer a bowl of grain in the fortress, and they were obliged to drive out the unhappy inhabitants of the town to perish miserably between the entrenchments of the Celts and of the Romans, pitilessly rejected by both.
Attempt at relief. Conflicts before Alesia. At the last hour there appeared behind Caesar's lines the interminable array of the Celto-Belgic relieving array, said to amount to 250,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry, from the Channel to the Cevennes. The insurgent cantons had strained every nerve to rescue the flower of their patriots and the general of their choice. The Bellovaci alone had answered that they were doubtless disposed to fight against the Romans, but not beyond their own bounds. The first assault, which the besieged of Alesia and the relieving troops without made on the Roman double line, was repulsed. But when, after a day's rest, it was repeated, the Celts succeeded, at a spot where the line of circumvallation ran over the slope of a hill and could be assailed from the height above, in filling up the trenches and hurling the defenders down from the rampart. Then Labienus, sent thither by Caesar, collected the nearest cohorts and threw himself with 4 legions on the foe. Under the eyes of the general,
who himself appeared at the most dangerous moment, the assailants were driven back in a desperate hand-to-hand conflict, and the squadrons of cavalry that came with Caesar taking the fugitives in rear completed the defeat. Alesia capitulates. It was more than a great victory. The fate of Alesia, and indeed of the Celtic nation, was thereby irrevocably decided. The Celtic army, utterly disheartened, dispersed at once from the battlefield and went home. Vercingetorix might perhaps have even now taken to flight, or at least have saved himself by the last means open to a free man. He did not do so, but declared in a council of war that, since he had not succeeded in breaking off the alien yoke, he was ready to give himself up as a victim and to avert as far as possible destruction from the nation by bringing it on his own head. This was done. The Celtic officers delivered their general, the solemn choice of the whole nation, over to the energy of their country for such punishment as might be thought fit. Mounted on his steed and in full armour, the king of the Arverni appeared before the Roman proconsul and rode round his tribunal. Then he surrendered his horse and arms and sat down in silence on the steps at Caesar's feet. Vercingetorix executed. 5 years afterwards he was led in triumph through the streets of the Italian capital, and while his conqueror was offering solemn thanks to the gods on the summit of the Capitol, Vercingetorix was beheaded at its foot as guilty of high treason against the Roman nation. As after a day of gloom the sun may perhaps break through the clouds at its setting, so destiny may bestow on nations in their decline yet a last great man. Thus Hannibal stands at the close of the Phoenician history and Vercingetorix at the close of the Celtic. They were not able to save the nations to which they belonged from a foreign yoke, but they spared them the last remaining disgrace. An inglorious fall. Vercingetorix, just like the Carthaginian, was obliged to contend not merely against the public foe, but also and above all against that anti-national opposition of wounded egotists and startled cowards which regularly accompanies a degenerate civilization. For him, too, a place in history is secured, not by his battles and sieges, but by the fact that he was able to furnish in his own person a centre and rallying point to a nation distracted and ruined by the rivalry of individual interests. And yet there can hardly be a more marked contrast than between the sober townsman of the Phoenician mercantile city, whose plans were directed towards one great object with unchanging energy throughout 50 years, and the bold prince of the Celtic land, whose mighty deeds and high-minded self-sacrifice fall within the compass of one brief summer. The whole ancient world presents no more genuine knight, whether as regards his essential character or his outward appearance. But man ought not to be a mere knight, and least of all the statesman. It was the knight, not the hero, who disdained to escape from Alesia, when for the nation more depended on him than on 100,000 ordinary brave men. It was the knight, not the hero, who gave himself up as a sacrifice, when the only thing gained by that sacrifice was that the nation publicly dishonoured itself, and with equal cowardice and absurdity employed its last breath in proclaiming that its great historical death struggle was a crime against its oppressor. How very different was the conduct of Hannibal in similar positions. It is impossible to part from the noble king of the Arverni without a feeling of historical and human sympathy. But it is a significant trait of the Celtic nation that its greatest man was, after all, merely a knight. The last conflicts with the Bituriges and Carnutes, the fall of Alesia and the capitulation of the army enclosed in it were fearful blows for the Celtic insurrection. But blows quite as heavy had befallen the nation, and yet the conflict had been renewed. The loss of Vercingetorix, however, was irreparable. With him, unity had come to the nation. With him, it seemed also to have departed. We do not find that the insurgents made any attempt to continue their joint defence and to appoint another generalissimo. The League of Patriots fell to pieces of itself, and every clan was left to fight or come to terms with the Romans as it pleased. Naturally, the desire after rest everywhere prevailed. Caesar, too, had an interest in bringing the war quickly to an end. Of the 10 years of his governorship, 7 had elapsed, and the last was called in question by his political opponents in the capital. He could only reckon with some degree of certainty on 2 more summers, and, while his interest as well as his honour required that he should hand over the newly acquired regions to his successor in a condition of tolerable peace and tranquillity, there was in truth but scanty time to bring about such a state of things. To exercise mercy was in this case still more a necessity for the victor than for the vanquished, and he might thank his stars that the internal dissensions and the easy temperament of the Celts met him in this respect halfway, where, as in the 2 most eminent cantons of central Gaul, those of the Helvetii and Arverni, there existed a strong party well disposed to Rome. The cantons obtained immediately after the fall of Alesia a complete restoration of their former relations with Rome, and even their captives, 20,000 in number, were released without ransom, while those of the other clans passed into the hard bondage of the victorious legionaries. The greater portion of the Gallic districts submitted like the Helvetii and Arverni to their fate, and allowed their inevitable punishment to be inflicted without farther resistance. But not a few clung in foolish frivolity or sullen despair to the lost cause, till the Roman troops of execution appeared within their borders. Such expeditions were in the winter of 702 to 703 undertaken against the Bituriges and the Carnutes. With the Bellovaci, more serious resistance was offered by the Bellovaci, who in the previous year had kept aloof from the relief of Alesia. They seem to have wished to show that their absence on that decisive day at least did not proceed from want of courage or of love for freedom. The Atrebates, Ambiani, Caletes, and other Belgic cantons took part in this struggle. The brave king of the Atrebates, Commius, whose accession to the insurrection the Romans had least of all forgiven, and against whom recently Labienus had even directed an atrocious attempt at assassination, brought to the Bellovaci 500 German horse, whose value the campaign of the previous year had shown. The resolute and talented Bellovacian Carrhae, to whom the chief conduct of the war had fallen, waged warfare as Vercingetorix had waged it, and with no small success. Although Caesar had gradually brought up the greater part of his army, he could neither bring the infantry of the Bellovaci to a battle, nor even prevent it from taking up other positions which afforded better protection against his augmented forces, while the Roman horse, especially the Celtic contingents, suffered most severe losses in various combats at the hands of the enemy's cavalry, especially of the German cavalry of Commius. But after Carrhae had met his death in a skirmish with the Roman foragers, the resistance here too was broken. The victor proposed tolerable conditions, to which the Bellovaci, along with their confederates, submitted. The Treveri were reduced to obedience by Labienus, and incidentally the territory of the outlawed Eburones was once more traversed and laid waste. Thus the last resistance of the Belgic Confederacy was broken. On the Loire, the maritime cantons still made an attempt to defend themselves against the Roman domination in concert with their neighbours on the Loire. Insurgent bands from the Andean, Carnutic, and other surrounding cantons assembled on the lower Loire and besieged in Lemanum, Poitiers, the prince of the Pictones, who was friendly to the Romans. But here too a considerable Roman force soon appeared against them. The insurgents abandoned the siege and retreated with the view of placing the Loire between themselves and the enemy, but were overtaken on the march and defeated, whereupon the Carnutes and the other revolted cantons, including even the maritime ones, sent in their submission. And in Uxellodunum the resistance was at an end, save that an isolated leader of free bands still here and there upheld the national banner. The bold Drapes and the brave comrade in arms of Vercingetorix Lucterius, after the breaking up of the army united on the Loire, gathered together the most resolute men, and with these threw themselves into the strong mountain town of Uxellodunum on the Lot, which amidst severe and fatal conflicts they succeeded in sufficiently provisioning. In spite of the loss of their leaders, of whom Drapes had been taken prisoner, and Lucterius had been cut off from the town, the garrison resisted to the uttermost. It was not till Caesar appeared in person, and under his orders the spring from which the besieged derived their water was diverted by means of subterranean drains, that the fortress, the last stronghold of the Celtic nation, fell. To distinguish the last champions of the cause of freedom, Caesar ordered that the whole garrison should have their hands cut off and should then be dismissed, each one to his home. Caesar, who felt it all important to put an end at least to open resistance throughout Gaul, allowed King Pompeius, who still held out in the region of Arras and maintained desultory warfare with the Roman troops there down to the winter of 703 to 704, to make his peace, and even acquiesced when the irritated and justly distrustful man haughtily refused to appear in person in the Roman camp. It is very probable that Caesar, in a similar way, allowed himself to be satisfied with a merely nominal submission, perhaps even with a de facto armistice, in the less accessible districts of the northwest and northeast of Gaul. Gaul subdued. Thus was Gaul, or in other words the land west of the Rhine and north of the Pyrenees, rendered subject after only 8 years of conflict to the Romans. Hardly a year after the full pacification of the land, at the beginning of 705, the Roman troops had to be withdrawn over the Alps in consequence of the civil war, which had now at length broken out in Italy, and there remained nothing but at the most some weak divisions of recruits in Gaul. Nevertheless, the Celts did not again rise against the foreign yoke, and while in all the old provinces of the empire there was fighting against Caesar, the newly acquired country alone remained continuously obedient to its conqueror. Even the Germans did not during those decisive years repeat their attempts to conquer new settlements on the left bank of the Rhine. As little did there occur in Gaul any national insurrection or German invasion during the crises that followed, although these offered the most favourable opportunities. If disturbances broke out anywhere, such as the rising of the Bellovaci against the Romans in 708, these movements were so isolated and so unconnected with the complications in Italy that they were suppressed without material difficulty by the Roman governors. Certainly this state of peace was most probably, just as was the peace of Spain for centuries, purchased by provisionally allowing the regions that were most remote and most strongly pervaded by national feeling, Brittany, the districts on the Scheldt, the region of the Pyrenees, to withdraw themselves de facto in a more or less definite manner from the Roman allegiance. Nevertheless, the building of Caesar, however scanty the time which he found for it amidst other and at the moment still more urgent labours, however unfinished and but provisionally rounded off he may have left it, in substance stood the test of this fiery trial, as respected both the repelling of the Germans and the subjugation of the Celts. Organization. Roman taxation. As to administration in chief, the territories newly acquired by the governor of Narbonese Gaul remained for the time being united with the province of Narbo. It was not till Caesar gave up this office that 2 new governorships, Gaul proper and Belgica, were formed out of the territory which he conquered. That the individual cantons lost their political independence was implied in the very nature of conquest. They became throughout tributary to the Roman community. Their system of tribute, however, was, of course, not that by means of which the nobles and financial aristocracy turned Asia to profitable account, but, as was the case in Spain, a tribute fixed once for all was imposed on each individual community, and the levying of it was left to itself. In this way, 40 million sesterces, £400,000, flowed annually from Gaul into the chests of the Roman government, which, no doubt, undertook in return the cost of defending the frontier of the Rhine. Moreover, the masses of gold accumulated in the temples of the gods and the treasuries of the grandees found their way, as a matter of course, to Rome, when Caesar offered his Gallic gold throughout the Roman Empire, and brought such masses of it at once into the money market that gold as compared with silver fell about 25%. We may guess what sums Gaul lost through the war. Indulgences towards existing arrangements. The former cantonal constitutions with their hereditary kings or their presiding feudal oligarchies continued in the main to subsist after the conquest, and even the system of clientship,
which made certain cantons dependent on others more powerful, was not abolished, although no doubt with the loss of political independence, its edge was taken off. The sole object of Caesar was, while making use of the existing dynastic, feudalist and hegemonic divisions, to arrange matters in the interest of Rome, and to bring everywhere into power the men favourably disposed to the foreign rule. Caesar spared no pains to form a Roman party in Gaul. Extensive rewards in money and specially in confiscated estates were bestowed on his adherents, and places in the common council and the first officers of state in their cantons were procured for them by Caesar's influence. Those cantons in which a sufficiently strong and trustworthy Roman party existed, such as those of the Remi, the Lingones, the Haedui, were favoured by the bestowal of a freer communal constitution, the right of alliance as it was called, and by preferences in the regulation of the matter of hegemony. The national worship and its priests seem to have been spared by Caesar from the outset as far as possible. No trace is found in his case of measures such as were adopted in later times by the Roman rulers against the Druidical system, and with this is probably connected the fact that his Gallic wars, so far as we see, do not at all bear the character of religious warfare after the fashion which formed so prominent a feature of the Britannic Wars subsequently. Introduction of the Romanizing of the country. While Caesar thus showed to the conquered nation every allowable consideration and spared their national, political and religious institutions as far as was at all compatible with their subjection to Rome, he did so, not as renouncing the fundamental idea of his conquest, the Romanization of Gaul, but with a view to realize it in the most indulgent way. He did not content himself with letting the same circumstances, which had already in great part Romanized the South Province, produce their effect likewise in the North. But, like a genuine statesman, he sought to stimulate the natural course of development and, moreover, to shorten as far as possible the always painful period of transition. To say nothing of the admission of a number of Celts of rank into Roman citizenship, and even of several perhaps into the Roman Senate, it was probably Caesar who introduced, although with certain restrictions, the Latin instead of the native tongue as the official language within the several cantons in Gaul, and who introduced the Roman instead of the national monetary system on the footing of reserving the coinage of gold and of denarii to the Roman authorities, while the smaller money was to be coined by the several cantons, but only for circulation within the cantonal bounds, and this too in accordance with the Roman standard. We may smile at the Latin jargon, which the dwellers by the Loire and the Seine henceforth employed in accordance with orders, but these barbarisms were pregnant with a greater future than the correct Latin of the capital. Perhaps, too, if the cantonal constitution in Gaul afterwards appears more closely approximated to the Italian urban constitution, and the chief places of the canton as well as the common councils attain a more marked prominence in it than was probably the case in the original Celtic organization, the change may be referred to Caesar. No one probably felt more than the political air of Gaius Gracchus and of Marius, how desirable in a military as well as in a political point of view it would have been to establish a series of transalpine colonies as bases of support for the new rule and starting points of the new civilization. If, nevertheless, he confined himself to the settlement of his Celtic or German horsemen in Noviodunum, and to that of the Boii in the canton of the Haedui, which latter settlement had already rendered quite the services of a Roman colony in the war with Vercingetorix, the reason was merely that his farther plans did not permit him to put the plough instead of the sword into the hands of his legions. What he did in later years for the old Roman province in this respect will be explained in its own place. It is probable that the want of time alone prevented him from extending the same system to the regions which he had recently subdued. The catastrophe of the Celtic nation. Traits common to the Celts and Irish. All was over with the Celtic nation. Its political dissolution had been completed by Caesar. Its national dissolution was begun and in course of regular progress. This was no accidental destruction, such as destiny sometimes prepares even for peoples capable of development, but a self-incurred and in some measure historically necessary catastrophe. The very course of the last war proves this, whether we view it as a whole or in detail. When the establishment of the foreign rule was in contemplation, only single districts, mostly moreover German or half-German, offered energetic resistance. when the foreign rule was actually established. The attempts to shake it off were either undertaken altogether without judgment, or they were to an undue extent the work of certain prominent nobles, and were therefore immediately and entirely brought to an end with the death or capture of an Inducia Maris, Camulogenus, Vercingetorix, or Carrhae. The sieges and guerrilla warfare, in which elsewhere the whole moral depth of national struggles displays itself, were throughout this Celtic struggle of a peculiarly pitiable character. Every page of Celtic history confirms the severe saying of one of the few Romans who had the judgment not to despise the so-called barbarians, that the Celts boldly challenge danger while future, but lose their courage before its presence. In the mighty vortex of the world's history, which inexorably crushes all peoples that are not as hard and as flexible as steel, such a nation could not permanently maintain itself. With reason, the Celts of the continent suffered the same fate at the hands of the Romans
as their kinsmen in Ireland suffer down to our own day at the hands of the Saxons, the fate of becoming merged as a leaven of future development in a politically superior nationality. On the eve of parting from this remarkable nation, we may be allowed to call attention to the fact that in the accounts of the ancients as to the Celts on the Loire and Seine, we find almost every one of the characteristic traits which we are accustomed to recognize as marking the Irish. Every feature reappears. The laziness in the culture of the fields, the delight in tippling and brawling, the ostentation. We may recall that sword of Caesar hung up in the sacred grove of the Arverni after the victory of Gergovia, which its alleged former owner viewed with a smile at the consecrated spot and ordered the sacred property to be carefully spared. The language full of comparisons and hyperboles, of allusions and quaint turns, the droll humour, an excellent example of which was the rule that if anyone interrupted a person speaking in public, a substantial and very visible hole should be cut as a measure of police in the coat of the disturber of the peace. The hearty delight in singing and reciting the deeds of past ages, and the most decided gifts of rhetoric and poetry. The curiosity, no trader was allowed to pass before he had told in the open street what he knew or did not know in the shape of news, and the extravagant credulity which acted on such accounts, for which reason in the better regulated cantons travellers were prohibited on pain of severe punishment from communicating unauthenticated reports to others than the public magistrates. The childlike piety which sees in the priest a father and asks for his counsel in all things, the unsurpassed fervour of national feeling, and the closeness with which those who are fellow countrymen cling together almost like one family in opposition to strangers, the inclination to rise in revolt under the first chance leader that presents himself and to form bands, but at the same time the utter incapacity to preserve a self-reliant courage equally remote from presumption and from pusillanimity, to perceive the right time for waiting and for striking a blow, to attain or even barely to tolerate any organization, any sort of fixed military or political discipline. It is, and remains, at all times and all places, the same indolent and poetical, irresolute and fervid, inquisitive, credulous, amiable, clever, but, in a political point of view, thoroughly useless nation, and therefore its fate has been always and everywhere the same, the beginnings of Romanic development. But the fact that this great people was ruined by the Transalpine wars of Caesar was not the most important result of that grand enterprise. Far more momentous than the negative was the positive result. It hardly admits of a doubt that, if the rule of the Senate had prolonged its semblance of life for some generations longer, the migration of peoples, as it is called, would have occurred 400 years sooner than it did, and would have occurred at a time when the Italian civilization had not become naturalized either in Gaul or on the Danube or in Africa and Spain. Inasmuch as the great general and statesman of Rome with sure glance perceived in the German tribes the rival antagonists of the Romano-Greek world, inasmuch as with firm hand he established the new system of aggressive defense down even to its details, and taught men to protect the frontiers of the empire by rivers or artificial ramparts, to colonize the nearest barbarian tribes along the frontier with the view of warding off the more remote, and to recruit the Roman army by enlistment from the enemy's country. He gained for the Hellenico-Italian culture the interval necessary to civilize the West, just as it had already civilized the East. Ordinary men see the fruits of their action. The seed sown by men of genius germinates slowly.
Centuries elapsed before men understood that Alexander had not merely erected an ephemeral kingdom in the east, but had carried Hellenism to Asia. Centuries again elapsed before men understood that Caesar had not merely conquered a new province for the Romans, but had laid the foundation for the Romanizing of the regions of the West. It was only a late posterity that perceived the meaning of those expeditions to England and Germany,
so inconsiderate in a military point of view and so barren of immediate result. An immense circle of peoples whose existence and condition hitherto were known barely through the reports, mingling some truth with much fiction, of the mariner and the trader, was disclosed by this means to the Greek and Roman world. Daily, it is said in a Roman writing of May 698, the letters and messages from Gaul are announcing names of peoples, cantons, and regions hitherto unknown to us. This enlargement of the historical horizon by the expeditions of Caesar beyond the Alps was as significant an event in the world's history as the exploring of America by European bands. To the narrow circle of the Mediterranean states were added the peoples of Central and Northern Europe, the dwellers on the Baltic and North Seas. To the Old World was added a new one, which thenceforth was influenced by the Old and influenced it in turn. What the Gothic Theodoric afterwards succeeded in came very near to being already carried out by Ariovistus. Had it so happened, our civilization would have hardly stood in any more intimate relation to the Romano-Greek than to the Indian and Assyrian culture. That there is a bridge connecting the past glory of Hellas and Rome with the prouder fabric of modern history. That Western Europe is Romanic and Germanic Europe classic. That the names of Themistocles and Scipio have to us a very different sound from those of Asoka and Salmanassa. That Homer and Sophocles are not merely like the Vedas and Kalidasa attractive to the literary botanist, but bloom for us in our own garden. All this is the work of Caesar. And while the creation of his great predecessor in the East has been almost wholly reduced to ruin by the tempests of the Middle Ages, the structure of Caesar has outlasted those thousands of years which have changed religion and polity for the human race, and even shifted for it the center of civilization itself, and it stands erect for what we may designate as eternity. The countries on the Danube. To complete the sketch of the relations of Rome to the peoples of the north at this period, it remains that we cast a glance at the countries which stretch to the north of the Italian and Greek peninsulas, from the sources of the Rhine to the Black Sea. It is true that the torch of history does not illumine the mighty stir and turmoil of peoples which probably prevailed at that time there, and the solitary gleams of light that fall on this region are, like a faint glimmer amidst deep darkness, more fitted to bewilder than to enlighten. But it is the duty of the historian to indicate also the gaps in the record of the history of nations. He may not deem it beneath him to mention, by the side of Caesar's magnificent system of defense, the paltry arrangements by which the generals of the Senate professed to protect on this side the frontier of the empire. Alpine peoples. Northeastern Italy was still as before left exposed to the attacks of the Alpine tribes. The strong Roman army encamped at Aquileia in 695, and the triumph of the governor of Cisalpine Gaul, Lucius Afranius, lead us to infer that about this time an expedition to the Alps took place, and it may have been in consequence of this that we find the Romans soon afterwards in closer connection with a king of the Noricans. But that even subsequently Italy was not at all secure on this side is shown by the sudden assault of the Alpine barbarians on the flourishing town of Tegest in 702, when the Transalpine insurrection had compelled Caesar to divest Upper Italy wholly of troops. Illyria. The turbulent peoples also, who had possession of the district along the Illyrian coast, gave their Roman masters constant employment. The Dalmatians, even at an earlier period the most considerable people of this region, enlarged their power so much by admitting their neighbours into their union that the number of their townships rose from 20 to 80. When they refused to give up once more the town of Promona, not far from the river Circa, which they had wrested from the Liburnians, Caesar, after the battle of Pharsalia, gave orders to march against them. But the Romans were in the first instance worsted, and in consequence of this, Dalmatia became for some time a rendezvous of the party hostile to Caesar.
and the inhabitants, in concert with the Pompeians and with the pirates, offered an energetic resistance to the generals of Caesar, both by land and by water.
Macedonia, lastly. Macedonia, along with Epirus and Hellas, lay in greater desolation and decay than almost any other part of the Roman Empire. Dyrrachium, Thessalonica, and Byzantium had still some trade and commerce. Athens attracted travellers and students by its name and its philosophical school, but on the whole there lay over the formerly populous little towns of Hellas, and her seaports once swarming with men, the calm of the grave. But if the Greeks stirred not, the inhabitants of the hardly accessible Macedonian mountains, on the other hand, continued after the old fashion their predatory raids and feuds. For instance, about 697 to 698 Agraians and Dolopians overran the Aetolian towns, and in 700 the Pyrrhustai dwelling in the valleys of the Drin overran southern Illyria. The neighbouring peoples did likewise. The Dardani on the northern frontier, as well as the Thracians in the east, had no doubt been humbled by the Romans in the 8 years' conflicts from 676 to 683. The most powerful of the Thracian princes, Cotys, the ruler of the old Odrysian kingdom, was thenceforth numbered among the client kings of Rome. Nevertheless, the pacified land had still as before to suffer invasions from the north and east. The governor Gaius Antonius was severely handled both by the Dardani and by the tribes settled in the modern Dobrudscha, who, with the help of the dreaded Bastarnae, brought up from the left bank of the Danube, inflicted on him an important defeat at Istropolis, Istere, not far from Custengi. Gaius Octavius fought with better fortune against the Bessi and Thracians. Marcus Piso, again as general-in-chief, wretchedly mismanaged matters, which was no wonder, seeing that for money he gave friends and foes whatever they wished. The Thracian Dentheletae, on the Strymon, under his governorship, plundered Macedonia far and wide, and even stationed their posts on the great Roman military road leading from Dyrrachium to Thessalonica. The people in Thessalonica made up their minds to stand a siege from them, while the strong Roman army in the province seemed to be present only as an onlooker when the inhabitants of the mountains and neighbouring peoples levied contributions from the peaceful subjects of Rome. The new Dacian kingdom. Such attacks could not indeed endanger the power of Rome, and a fresh disgrace had long ago ceased to occasion concern. But just about this period a people began to acquire political consolidation beyond the Danube in the wide Dacian steppes, a people which seemed destined to play a different part in history from that of the Bessi and the Dentheletae. Among the Getae or Dacians in primeval times there had been associated with the king of the people a holy man called Zalmoxis, who, after having explored the ways and wonders of the gods in distant travel in foreign lands, and having thoroughly studied in particular the wisdom of the Egyptian priests and of the Greek Pythagoreans, had returned to his native country to end his life as a pious hermit in a cavern of the holy mountain. He remained accessible only to the king and his servants, and gave forth to the king and through him to the people his oracles with reference to every important undertaking. He was regarded by his countrymen at first as priest of the supreme God, and ultimately as himself a god, just as it is said of Moses and Aaron that the Lord had made Aaron the prophet, and Moses the God of the prophet. This had become a permanent institution. There was regularly associated with the king of the Getae such a god, from whose mouth everything which the king ordered proceeded or appeared to proceed. This peculiar constitution, in which the theocratic idea had become subservient to the apparently absolute power of the king, probably gave to the kings of the Getae some such position with respect to their subjects as the caliphs had with respect to the Arabs, and one result of it was the marvellous religious political reform of the nation, which was carried out about this time by the king of the Getae, Burebistas, and the god Decanios. The people, which had morally and politically fallen into utter decay through unexampled drunkenness, was as it were metamorphosed by the new gospel of temperance and valour. With his bands under the influence, so to speak, of puritanic discipline and enthusiasm, King Burebistas founded within a few years a mighty kingdom, which extended along both banks of the Danube and reached southward far into Thrace, Illyria, and Noricum. No direct contact with the Romans had yet taken place, and no one could tell what might come out of this singular state. which reminds us of the early times of Islam. But this much it needed no prophetic gift to foretell, that proconsuls like Antonius and Piso were not called to contend with gods. The joint rule of Pompeius and Caesar, Pompeius and Caesar in juxtaposition among the democratic chiefs, who from the time of the consulate of Caesar were recognized officially, so to speak, as the joint rulers of the Commonwealth, as the governing triumvirs, Pompeius, according to public opinion, occupied decidedly the first place. It was he who was called by the Optimates the private dictator. It was before him that Cicero prostrated himself in vain. Against him were directed the sharpest sarcasms in the wall placards of Bibulus, and the most envenomed arrows of the talk in the saloons of the opposition. This was only to be expected. According to the facts before the public, Pompeius was indisputably the first general of his time. Caesar was a dexterous party leader and party orator of undeniable talents, but as notoriously of unwarlike and indeed of effeminate temperament. Such opinions had been long current. It could not be expected of the rabble of quality that it should trouble itself about the real state of things and abandon once established platitudes because of obscure feats of heroism on the Tagus. Caesar evidently played in the league the mere part of the adjutant who executed for his chief the work which Flavius, Afranius, and other less capable instruments had attempted and not performed. Even his governorship seemed not to alter this state of things. Afranius had but recently occupied a very similar position, without thereby acquiring any special importance. Several provinces at once had been of late years repeatedly placed under one governor, and often far more than 4 legions had been united in one hand. As matters were again quiet beyond the Alps, and Prince Ariovistus was recognized by the Romans as a friend and neighbor, there was no prospect of conducting a war of any moment there. It was natural to compare the position which Pompeius had obtained by the Gabinio-Manilian law with that which Caesar had obtained by the Vatinian, but the comparison did not turn out to Caesar's advantage. Pompeius ruled over nearly the whole Roman Empire, Caesar over 2 provinces. Pompeius had the soldiers and the treasures of the state almost absolutely at his disposal. Caesar had only the sums assigned to him and an army of 24,000 men. It was left to Pompeius himself to fix the point of time for his retirement. Caesar's command was secured to him for a long period, no doubt, but yet only for a limited term. Pompeius, in fine, had been entrusted with the most important undertakings by sea and land. Caesar was sent to the north to watch over the capital from Upper Italy and to take care that Pompeius should rule it undisturbed. Pompeius and the capital anarchy. But when Pompeius was appointed by the coalition to be ruler of the capital, he undertook a task far exceeding his powers. Pompeius understood nothing further of ruling than may be summed up in the word of command. The waves of agitation in the capital were swelled at once by past and by future revolutions. The problem of ruling this city, which in every respect might be compared to the Paris of the 19th century, without an armed force, was infinitely difficult, and for that stiff and stately pattern soldier altogether insoluble. Very soon matters reached such a pitch that friends and foes, both equally inconvenient to him, could, so far as he was concerned, do what they pleased. After Caesar's departure from Rome, the coalition ruled doubtless still the destinies of the world, but not the streets of the capital. The Senate, too, to whom there still belonged a sort of nominal government, allowed things in the capital to follow their natural course, partly because the section of this body controlled by the coalition lacked the instructions of the regents, partly because the angry opposition kept aloof out of indifference or pessimism, but chiefly because the whole aristocratic corporation began to feel at any rate, if not to comprehend, its utter impotence. For the moment, therefore, there was nowhere at Rome any power of resistance in any sort of government, nowhere a real authority. Men were living in an interregnum between the ruin of the aristocratic and the rise of the military rule. And if the Roman Commonwealth has presented all the different political functions and organizations more purely and normally than any other in ancient or modern times, it has also exhibited political disorganization anarchy with an unenviable clearness. It is a strange coincidence that in the same years in which Caesar was creating beyond the Alps a work to last forever,
there was enacted in Rome one of the most extravagant political farces that was ever produced upon the stage of the world's history. The new regent of the Commonwealth did not rule, but shut himself up in his house and sulked in silence. The former half-deposed government likewise did not rule, but sighed, sometimes in private amidst the confidential circles of the villas, sometimes in chorus in the Senate House. The portion of the burgesses which had still at heart freedom and order was disgusted with the reign of confusion, but utterly without leaders and counsel it maintained a passive attitude, not merely avoiding all political activity, but keeping aloof, as far as possible, from the political Sodom itself. The anarchists. On the other hand, the rabble of every sort never had better days, never found a merrier arena. The number of little great men was legion. Demagogism became quite a trade, which accordingly did not lack its professional insignia. The threadbare mantle, the shaggy beard, the long streaming hair, the deep bass voice, and not seldom it was a trade with golden soil. For the standing declamations, the tried gargles of the theatrical staff were an article in much request. Greeks and Jews, freedmen and slaves, were the most regular attenders and the loudest criers in the public assemblies. Frequently, even when it came to a vote, only a minority of those voting consisted of burgesses constitutionally entitled to do so. Next time, it is said in a letter of this period, we may expect our lackeys to outvote the emancipation tax. The real powers of the day were the compact and armed bands, the battalions of anarchy raised by adventurers of rank out of gladiatorial slaves and blackguards. Their possessors had from the outset been mostly numbered among the popular party. But since the departure of Caesar, who alone understood how to impress the democracy and alone knew how to manage it, all discipline had departed from them, and every partisan practiced politics at his own hand. Even now, no doubt, these men fought with most pleasure under the banner of freedom, but strictly speaking, they were neither of democratic nor of anti-democratic views. They inscribed on vein itself indispensable, banner, as it happened, now the name of the people, anon that of the Senate or that of a party chief. Clodius, for instance, fought or professed to fight in succession for the ruling democracy, for the Senate, and for Crassus. The leaders of these bands kept to their colours only so far as they inexorably persecuted their personal enemies, as in the case of Clodius against Cicero and Milo against Clodius, while their partisan position served them merely as a handle in these personal feuds. We might as well seek to set a charivari to music as to write the history of this political witches' revel. Nor is it of any moment to enumerate all the deeds of murder, besiegings of houses, acts of incendiarism and other scenes of violence within a great capital, and to reckon up how often the gamut was traversed from hissing and shouting to spitting on and trampling down opponents, and thence to throwing stones and drawing swords. Clodius, the principal performer in this theatre of political rascality, was that Publius Clodius, of whose services, as already mentioned, the regents availed themselves against Cato and Cicero. Left to himself, this influential, talented, energetic, and in his trade, really exemplary partisan pursued during his tribunate of the people an ultra-democratic policy, gave the citizens corn gratis, restricted the right of the censors to stigmatize immoral burgesses, prohibited the magistrates from obstructing the course of the commercial machinery by religious formalities, set aside the limits which had shortly before, for the purpose of checking the system of bans, been imposed on the right of association of the lower classes, and re-established the street clubs, collegia compitalicia, at that time abolished, which were nothing else than a formal organization, subdivided according to the streets, and with an almost military arrangement, of the whole free or slave proletariat of the capital. If in addition the further law, which Clodius had likewise already projected and purposed to introduce when praetor in 702, should give to freedmen and to slaves living in de facto possession of freedom the same political rights with the freeborn, the author of all these brave improvements of the Constitution might declare his work complete, and as a second pneuma of freedom and equality might invite the sweet rabble of the capital to see him celebrate high mass in honor of the arrival of the democratic millennium in the Temple of Liberty, which he had erected on the site of one of his burnings at the Palatine. Of course, these exertions in behalf of freedom did not exclude a traffic in decrees of the burgesses. Like Caesar himself, Caesar's ape kept governorships and other posts great and small on sale for the benefit of his fellow citizens, and sold the sovereign rights of the state for the benefit of subject kings and cities. Quarrel of Pompeius with Clodius. At all these things Pompeius looked on without stirring. If he did not perceive how seriously he thus compromised himself, his opponent perceived it. Clodius had the hardihood to engage in a dispute with the regent of Rome on a question of little moment as to the sending back of a captive Armenian prince, and the variance soon became a formal feud in which the utter helplessness of Pompeius was displayed. The head of the state knew not how to meet the partisan otherwise than with his own weapons, only wielded with far less dexterity. If he had been tricked by Clodius respecting the Armenian prince, he offended him in turn by releasing Cicero, who was preeminently obnoxious to Clodius, from the exile into which Clodius had sent him, and he attained his object so thoroughly that he converted his opponent into an implacable foe. If Clodius made the streets insecure with his bands, the victorious general likewise set slaves and pugilists to work. In the frays which ensued, the general naturally was worsted by the demagogue and defeated in the street, and Gaius Cato was kept almost constantly under siege in his garden by Clodius and his comrades. It is not the least remarkable feature in this remarkable spectacle that the regent and the rogue amidst their quarrel vied in courting the favour of the fallen government. Pompeius, partly to please the Senate, permitted Cicero's recall. Clodius, on the other hand, declared the Julian laws null and void, and called on Marcus Bibulus publicly to testify to their having been unconstitutionally passed.
Naturally, no positive result could issue from this imbroglio of dark passions. Its most distinctive character was just its utterly ludicrous want of object. Even a man of Caesar's genius had to learn by experience that democratic agitation was completely worn out, and that even the way to the throne no longer lay through demagogism. It was nothing more than a historical makeshift, if now, in the interregnum between republic and monarchy, some whimsical fellow dressed himself out with the prophet's mantle and staff which Caesar had himself laid aside, and the great ideals of Gaius Gracchus came once more upon the stage distorted into a parody. The so-called party from which this democratic agitation proceeded was so little such in reality that afterwards it had not even a part falling to it in the decisive struggle. It cannot even be asserted that by means of this anarchical state of things, the desire after a strong government based on military power had been vividly kindled in the minds of those who were indifferent to politics. Even apart from the fact that such neutral burgesses were chiefly to be sought outside of Rome, and thus were not directly affected by the rioting in the capital, those minds which could be at all influenced by such motives had been already by their former experiences, and especially by the Catilinarian conspiracy, thoroughly converted to the principle of authority. But those that were really alarmed were affected far more emphatically by a dread of the gigantic crisis inseparable from an overthrow of the constitution than by dread of the mere continuance of the bottom with all very superficial anarchy in the capital. The only result of it which historically deserves notice was the painful position in which Pompeius was placed by the attacks of the Clodians, and which had a material share in determining his farther steps. Pompeius, in relation to the Gallic victories of Caesar, little as Pompeius liked and understood taking the initiative, he was yet on this occasion compelled by the change of his position towards both Clodius and Caesar to depart from his previous inaction. The irksome and disgraceful situation to which Clodius had reduced him could not but at length arouse even his sluggish nature to hatred and anger. But far more important was the change which took place in his relation to Caesar. While of the two confederate regents, Pompeius had utterly failed in the functions which he had undertaken, Caesar had the skill to turn his official position to an account which left all calculations and all fears far behind. Without much inquiry as to permission, Caesar had doubled his army by levies in his southern province, inhabited in great measure by Roman burgesses, had with this army crossed the Alps instead of keeping watch over Rome from northern Italy, had crushed in the bud a new Cimbrian invasion, and within 2 years had carried the Roman arms to the Rhine and the Channel. In presence of such facts, even the aristocratic tactics of ignoring and disparaging were baffled. He who had often been scoffed at as effeminate was now the idol of the army, the celebrated victory-crowned hero whose fresh laurels outshone the faded laurels of Pompeius, and to whom even the Senate, as early as 697, accorded the demonstrations of honor usual after successful campaigns in richer measure than had ever fallen to the share of Pompeius. Pompeius stood towards his former adjutant precisely as after the Gabinio-Manilian laws the latter had stood towards him. Caesar was now the hero of the day and the master of the most powerful Roman army. Pompeius was an ex-general who had once been famous. It is true that no collision had yet occurred between father-in-law and son-in-law, and the relation was externally undisturbed. But every political alliance is inwardly broken up when the relative proportions of the power of the parties are materially altered. While the quarrel with Clodius was merely annoying, the change in the position of Caesar involved a very serious danger for Pompeius. Just as Caesar and his confederates had formerly sought a military support against him, he found himself now compelled to seek a military support against Caesar, and laying aside his haughty privacy to come forward as a candidate for some extraordinary magistracy, which would enable him to hold his place by the side of the governor of the two Gauls with equal and, if possible, with superior power. His tactics, like his position, were exactly those of Caesar during the Mithridatic War. To balance the military power of a superior but still remote adversary by the obtaining of a similar command, Pompeius required in the first instance the official machinery of government. A year and a half ago this had been absolutely at his disposal. The regents then ruled the state both by the comitia, which absolutely obeyed them as the masters of the street, and by the Senate, which was energetically overawed by Caesar. As representative of the coalition in Rome, and as its acknowledged head, Pompeius would have doubtless obtained from the Senate and from the burgesses any decree which he wished, even if it were against Caesar's interest. But by the awkward quarrel with Clodius, Pompeius had lost the command of the streets and could not expect to carry a proposal in his favor in the popular assembly. Things were not quite so unfavorable for him in the Senate, but even there it was doubtful whether Pompeius, after that long and fatal inaction, still held the reins of the majority firmly enough in hand to procure such a decree as he needed. The Republican opposition among the public. The position of the Senate also, or rather of the nobility generally, had meanwhile undergone a change. From the very fact of its complete abasement, it drew fresh energy. In the coalition of 694 various things had come to light, which were by no means as yet ripe for it. The banishment of Cato and Cicero, which public opinion, however much the regents kept themselves in the background and even professed to lament it, referred with unerring tact to its real authors, and the marriage relationship formed between Caesar and Pompeius suggested to men's minds with disagreeable clearness monarchical decrees of banishment and family alliances. The larger public, too, which stood more aloof from political events, observed the foundations of the future monarchy coming more and more distinctly into view. From the moment when the public perceived that Caesar's object was not a modification of the republican constitution, but that the question at stake was the existence or non-existence of the republic, many of the best men, who had hitherto reckoned themselves of the popular party and honoured in Caesar its head, must infallibly have passed over to the opposite side. It was no longer in the saloons and the country houses of the governing nobility alone that men talked of the three dynasts, of the three-headed monster. The dense crowds of people listened to the consular orations of Caesar without a sound of acclamation or approval. Not a hand stirred to applaud when the democratic consul entered the theatre, but they hissed when one of the tools of the regents showed himself in public, and even staid men applauded when an actor uttered an anti-monarchic sentence or an allusion against Pompeius. Nay, when Cicero was to be banished, a great number of burgesses, it is said 20,000, mostly of the middle classes, put on mourning after the example of the Senate. Nothing is now more popular, it is said in a letter of this period, than hatred of the popular party. Attempts of the regents to check it. The regents dropped hints that through such opposition the equites might easily lose their new special places in the theatre, and the commons their bread-corn. People were therefore somewhat more guarded perhaps in the expression of their displeasure, but the feeling remained the same. The lever of material interests was applied with better success. Caesar's gold flowed in streams. Men of seeming riches whose finances were in disorder, influential ladies who were in pecuniary embarrassment, insolvent young nobles, merchants and bankers in difficulties either went in person to Gaul with the view of drawing from the fountainhead, or applied to Caesar's agents in the capital, and rarely was any man outwardly respectable. Caesar avoided dealings with vagabonds who were utterly lost, rejected in either quarter. To this fell to be added the enormous buildings which Caesar caused to be executed on his account in the capital, and by which a countless number of men of all ranks from the consular down to the common porter found opportunity of profiting, as well as the immense sums expended for public amusements.
Pompeius did the same on a more limited scale. To him, the capital was indebted for the first theatre of stone, and he celebrated its dedication with a magnificence never seen before. Of course, such distributions reconciled a number of men who were inclined towards opposition, more especially in the capital, to the new order of things up to a certain extent. But the marrow of the opposition was not to be reached by this system of corruption. Every day more and more clearly showed how deeply the existing constitution had struck root among the people, and how little in particular the circles more aloof from direct party agitation, especially the country towns, were inclined towards monarchy, or even simply ready to let it take its course. Increasing importance of the Senate. If Rome had had a representative constitution, the discontent of the burgesses would have found its natural expression in the elections, and have increased by so expressing itself. Under the existing circumstances, nothing was left for those true to the constitution but to place themselves under the Senate, which, degraded as it was, still appeared the representative and champion of the legitimate republic. Thus it happened that the Senate, now when it had been overthrown, suddenly found at its disposal an army far more considerable and far more earnestly faithful than when in its power and splendor it overthrew the Gracchi, and under the protection of Sulla's sword restored the state. The aristocracy felt this. It began to bestir itself afresh. Just at this time Marcus Cicero, after having bound himself to join the obsequious party in the Senate, and not only to offer no opposition, but to work with all his might for the regents, had obtained from them permission to return. Although Pompeius in this matter only made an incidental concession to the oligarchy, and intended first of all to play a trick on Clodius, and secondly to acquire in the fluent consular a tool rendered pliant by sufficient blows, the opportunity afforded by the return of Cicero was embraced for republican demonstrations, just as his banishment had been a demonstration against the Senate. With all possible solemnity, protected moreover against the Clodians by the band of Titus Annius Milo, the two consuls, following out a resolution of the Senate, submitted a proposal to the burgesses to permit the return of the consular Cicero, and the Senate called on all burgesses true to the constitution not to be absent from the vote. An unusual number of worthy men, especially from the country towns, actually assembled in Rome on the day of voting, August 4th, 697. The journey of the consular from Brundisium to the capital gave occasion to a series of similar but not less brilliant manifestations of public feeling. The new alliance between the Senate and the burgesses faithful to the constitution was on this occasion, as it were, publicly proclaimed, and a sort of review of the latter was held, the singularly favourable result of which contributed not a little to revive the sunken courage of the aristocracy. Helplessness of Pompeius. The helplessness of Pompeius in presence of these daring demonstrations, as well as the undignified and almost ridiculous position into which he had fallen with reference to Clodius, deprived him and the coalition of their credit, and the section of the Senate which adhered to the regents, demoralized by the singular inaptitude of Pompeius and helplessly left to itself, could not prevent the republican aristocratic party from regaining completely the ascendancy in the corporation. The game of this party really at that time was still by no means desperate for a courageous and dexterous player. It had now, what it had not possessed for a century past, a firm support in the people.
If it trusted the people and itself, it might attain its object in the shortest and most honorable way. Why not attack the regents openly and avowedly? Why should not a resolute and eminent man at the head of the Senate cancel the extraordinary powers as unconstitutional and summon all the republicans of Italy to arms against the tyrants and their following? It was possible perhaps in this way once more to restore the rule of the Senate. Certainly the republicans would thus play a bold game, but perhaps in this case, as often, the most courageous resolution might have been at the same time the most prudent.
Only it is true, the indolent aristocracy of this period was scarcely capable of so simple and bold a resolution. There was, however, another way, perhaps more sure, at any rate better adapted to the character and nature of these constitutionalists. They might labour to set the two regents at variance, and through this variance to attain ultimately to the helm themselves.
The relations between the two men ruling the state had become altered and relaxed now that Caesar had acquired a standing of preponderant power by the side of Pompeius and had compelled the latter to canvass for a new position of command. It was probable that, if he obtained it, there would arise in one way or other a rupture and struggle between them. If Pompeius remained unsupported in this, his defeat was scarcely doubtful, and the constitutional party would in that event find themselves after the close of the conflict under the rule of one master instead of two. But if the nobility employed against Caesar the same means by which the latter had won his previous victories, and entered into alliance with the weaker competitor, victory would probably, with a general like Pompeius, and with an army such as that of the constitutionalists, fall to the coalition, and to settle matters with Pompeius after the victory could not, judging from the proofs of political incapacity which he had already given, appear a specially difficult task. Attempts of Pompeius to obtain a command through the Senate. Administration of the supplies of corn. Things had taken such a turn as naturally to suggest an understanding between Pompeius and the Republican party. Whether such an approximation was to take place, and what shape the mutual relations of the two regents and of the aristocracy, which had become utterly enigmatical, were next to assume, fell necessarily to be decided, when in the autumn of 697 Pompeius came to the Senate with the proposal to entrust him with extraordinary official power. He based his proposal once more on that by which he had 11 years before laid the foundations of his power, the price of bread in the capital, which had just then, as previously to the Gabinian law, reached an oppressive height. Whether it had been forced up by special machinations, such as Clodius imputed sometimes to Pompeius, sometimes to Cicero, and these in their turn charged on Clodius, cannot be determined. The continuance of piracy, the emptiness of the public chest, and the negligent and disorderly supervision of the supplies of corn by the government were already quite sufficient of themselves, even without political forestalling, to produce scarcities of bread in a great city dependent almost solely on transmarine supplies. The plan of Pompeius was to get the Senate to commit to him the superintendence of the matters relating to corn throughout the whole Roman Empire, and, with a view to this ultimate object, to entrust him on the one hand with the unlimited disposal of the Roman state treasure, and on the other hand with an army and fleet, as well as a command which not only stretched over the whole Roman Empire, but was superior in each province to that of the governor. In short, he designed to institute an improved edition of the Gabinian law, to which the conduct of the Egyptian war just then pending would therefore quite as naturally have been annexed as the conduct of the Mithridatic war to the razzia against the pirates. However much the opposition to the new dynasts had gained ground in recent years, the majority of the Senate was still, when this matter came to be discussed in September 697, under the constraint of the terror excited by Caesar. It obsequiously accepted the project in principle, and that on the proposition of Marcus Cicero, who was expected to give, and gave, in this case the first proof of the pliableness learned by him in exile. But in the settlement of the details, very material portions were abated from the original plan, which the tribune of the people Gaius Messius submitted. Pompeius obtained neither free control over the treasury, nor legions and ships of his own, nor even an authority superior to that of the governors.
but they contented themselves with granting to him, for the purpose of his organizing due supplies for the capital, considerable sums, 15 adjutants, and in all affairs relating to the supply of grain, full proconsular power throughout the Roman dominions for the next 5 years, and with having this decree confirmed by the burgesses. There were many different reasons which led to this alteration, almost equivalent to a rejection of the original plan. A regard to Caesar, with reference to whom the most timid could not but have the greatest scruples in investing his colleague not merely with equal but with superior authority in Gaul itself. The concealed opposition of Pompeius's hereditary enemy and reluctant ally Crassus, to whom Pompeius himself attributed or professed to attribute primarily the failure of his plan. The antipathy of the Republican opposition in the Senate to any decree which really or nominally enlarged the authority of the regents. Lastly and mainly, the incapacity of Pompeius himself, who, even after having been compelled to act, could not prevail on himself to acknowledge his own action, but chose always to bring forward his real design as it were in incognito by means of his friends, while he himself in his well-known modesty declared his willingness to be content with even less. No wonder that they took him at his word and gave him the less. Egyptian expedition.
Pompeius was nevertheless glad to have found at any rate a serious employment, and above all a fitting pretext for leaving the capital. He succeeded moreover in providing it with ampler and cheaper supplies, although not without the provinces severely feeling the reflex effect. But he had missed his real object, the proconsular title, which he had a right to bear in all the provinces, remained an empty name, so long as he had not troops of his own at his disposal. Accordingly, he soon afterwards got a second proposition made to the Senate that it should confer on him the charge of conducting back the expelled king of Egypt, if necessary by force of arms, to his home. But the more that his urgent need of the Senate became evident, the senators received his wishes with a less pliant and less respectful spirit. It was immediately discovered in the Sibylline oracles that it was impious to send a Roman army to Egypt, whereupon the pious Senate almost unanimously resolved to abstain from armed intervention. Pompeius was already so humbled that he would have accepted the mission even without an army, but in his incorrigible dissimulation he left this also to be declared merely by his friends, and spoke and voted for the dispatch of another senator. Of course, the Senate rejected a proposal which wantonly risked a life so precious to his country, and the ultimate issue of the endless discussions was the resolution not to interfere in Egypt at all, January 698. Attempt at an aristocratic restoration. Attack on Caesar's laws. These repeated repulses which Pompeius met with in the Senate and, what was worse, had to acquiesce in without retaliation, were naturally regarded, come from what side they would, by the public at large as so many victories of the Republicans and defeats of the regents generally. The tide of Republican opposition was accordingly always on the increase. Already the elections for 698 had gone but partially according to the minds of the dynasts. Caesar's candidates for the praetorship, Publius Vatinius and Gaius Alpheus, had failed, while two decided adherents of the fallen government, Gnaeus Lentulus Marcellinus and Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus, had been elected, the former as consul, the latter as praetor. But for 699 there even appeared as candidate for the consulship Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, whose election it was difficult to prevent owing to his influence in the capital and his colossal wealth, and who, it was sufficiently well known, would not be content with a concealed opposition. The comitia thus rebelled, and the Senate chimed in. It solemnly deliberated over an opinion which Etruscan soothsayers of acknowledged wisdom had furnished respecting certain signs and wonders at its special request. The celestial revelation announced that through the dissension of the upper classes, the whole power over the army and treasure threatened to pass to one ruler, and the state to incur loss of freedom. It seemed that the gods pointed primarily at the proposal of Gaius Messius. The Republicans soon descended from heaven to earth. The law as to the domain of Capua and the other laws issued by Caesar as consul had been constantly described by them as null and void, and an opinion had been expressed in the Senate as early as December 697 that it was necessary to cancel them on account of their informalities.
On the 6th of April 698, the consular Cicero proposed in a full Senate to put the consideration of the Campanian land distribution in the order of the day for the 15th of May. It was the formal declaration of war, and it was the more significant that it came from the mouth of one of those men who only show their colours when they think that they can do so with safety. Evidently, the aristocracy held that the moment had come for beginning the struggle not with Pompeius against Caesar, but against the tyrannists generally. What would further follow might easily be seen. Domitius made no secret that he intended as consul to propose to the burgesses the immediate recall of Caesar from Gaul. An aristocratic restoration was at work, and with the attack on the colony of Capua, the nobility threw down the gauntlet to the regents. Conference of the regents at Luca Caesar, although receiving from day to day detailed accounts of the events in the capital and, whenever military considerations allowed, watching their progress from as near a point of his southern province as possible, had not hitherto, visibly at least, interfered in them. But now war had been declared against him as well as his colleague, in fact, against him especially. He was compelled to act, and he acted quickly. He happened to be in the very neighbourhood. The aristocracy had not even found it advisable to delay the rupture till he should have again crossed the Alps. In the beginning of April, 698 Crassus left the capital to concert the necessary measures with his more powerful colleague. He found Caesar in Ravenna. Thence both proceeded to Lucca, and there they were joined by Pompeius, who had departed from Rome soon after Crassus, April 11th, ostensibly for the purpose of procuring supplies of grain from Sardinia and Africa. The most noted adherents of the regents, such as Metellus Nepos, the proconsul of Hither Spain, Appius Claudius, the propraetor of Sardinia, and many others, followed them. 120 lictors, and upwards of 200 senators were counted at this conference, where already the new monarchical Senate was represented in contradistinction to the republican. In every respect, the decisive voice lay with Caesar. He used it to re-establish and consolidate the existing joint rule on a new basis of more equal distribution of power. Of most importance in a military point of view, next to that of the two Gauls, were assigned to his two colleagues, that of the two Spains to Pompeius, that of Syria to Crassus, and these offices were to be secured to them by decree of the people for 5 years, and to be suitably provided for in a military and financial point of view.
On the other hand, Caesar stipulated for the prolongation of his command, which expired with the year 700, to the close of 705, as well as for the prerogative of increasing his legions to 10 and of charging the pay for the troops arbitrarily levied by him on the state chest. Pompeius and Crassus were moreover promised a second consulship for the next year before they departed for their governorships, while Caesar kept it open to himself to administer the supreme magistracy a second time after the termination of his governorship in 706, when the 10 years interval legally requisite between two consulships should have in his case elapsed. The military support, which Pompeius and Crassus required for regulating the affairs of the capital all the more than the legions of Caesar originally destined for this purpose could not now be withdrawn from Transalpine Gaul, was to be found in new legions, which they were to raise for the Spanish and Syrian armies, and were not to dispatch from Italy to their several destinations until it should seem to themselves convenient to do so. The main questions were thus settled. Subordinate matters, such as the settlement of the tactics to be followed against the opposition in the capital, the regulation of the candidatures for the ensuing years and the like, did not long detain them. The great master of mediation composed the personal differences which stood in the way of an agreement with his wonted ease, and compelled the most refractory elements to act in concert. An understanding befitting colleagues was re-established, externally at least, between Pompeius and Crassus. Even Publius Clodius was induced to keep himself and his pack quiet, and to give no farther annoyance to Pompeius, not the least marvellous feat of the mighty magician. Designs of Caesar in this arrangement. That this whole settlement of the pending questions proceeded not from a compromise among independent and rival regents meeting on equal terms, but solely from the goodwill of Caesar, is evident from the circumstances. Pompeius appeared at Lucca in the painful position of a powerless refugee who comes to ask aid from his opponent. Whether Caesar chose to dismiss him and to declare the coalition dissolved, or to receive him and to let the league continue just as it stood, Pompeius was in either view politically annihilated. If he did not in this case break with Caesar, he became the powerless client of his confederate. If on the other hand he did break with Caesar and, which was not very probable, effected even now a coalition with the aristocracy. This alliance between opponents, concluded under pressure of necessity and at the last moment, was so little formidable that it was hardly for the sake of averting it that Caesar agreed to those concessions. A serious rivalry on the part of Crassus with Caesar was utterly impossible. It is difficult to say what motives induced Caesar to surrender without necessity his superior position, and now voluntarily to concede what he had refused to his rival even on the conclusion of the League of 694, and what the latter had since, with the evident design of being armed against Caesar, vainly striven in different ways to attain without, nay against Caesar's will, the second consulate and military power.
Certainly it was not Pompeius alone that was placed at the head of an army, but also his old enemy and Caesar's ally throughout many years, Crassus. And undoubtedly Crassus obtained his respectable military position merely as a counterpoise to the new power of Pompeius. Nevertheless, Caesar was a great loser when his rival exchanged his former powerlessness for an important command. It is possible that Caesar did not yet feel himself sufficiently master of his soldiers to lead them with confidence to a warfare against the formal authorities of the land, and was therefore anxious not to be forced to civil war now by being recalled from Gaul. But whether civil war should come or not depended at the moment far more on the aristocracy of the capital than on Pompeius, and this would have been at most a reason for Caesar not breaking openly with Pompeius, so that the opposition might not be emboldened by this breach, but not a reason for conceding to him what he did concede. Purely personal motives may have contributed to the result. It may be that Caesar recollected how he had once stood in a position of similar powerlessness in presence of Pompeius, and had been saved from destruction only by his, pusillanimous it is true rather than magnanimous, retirement. It is probable that Caesar hesitated to break the heart of his beloved daughter who was sincerely attached to her husband. In his soul there was room for much besides the statesman. But the decisive reason was doubtless the consideration of Gaul. Caesar, differing from his biographers, regarded the subjugation of Gaul not as an incidental enterprise useful to him for the gaining of the crown, but as one on which depended the external security and the internal reorganization, in a word, the future of his country. That he might be enabled to complete this conquest undisturbed and might not be obliged to take in hand just at once the extrication of Italian affairs, he unhesitatingly gave up his superiority over his rivals and granted to Pompeius sufficient power to settle matters with the Senate and its adherents. This was a grave political blunder if Caesar had no other object than to become as quickly as possible king of Rome, but the ambition of that rare man was not confined to the vulgar aim of a crown. He had the boldness to prosecute side by side and to complete two labours equally vast, the arranging of the internal affairs of Italy and the acquisition and securing of a new and fresh soil for Italian civilization. These tasks, of course, interfered with each other. His Gallic conquests hindered much more than helped him on his way to the throne. It was fraught to him with bitter fruit that instead of settling the Italian Revolution in 698, he postponed it to 706. But as a statesman as well as a general, Caesar was a peculiarly daring player who, confiding in himself and despising his opponents, gave them always great and sometimes extravagant odds. The aristocracy submits. It was now, therefore, the turn of the aristocracy to make good their high gauge, and to wage war as boldly as they had boldly declared it. But there is no more pitiable spectacle than when cowardly men have the misfortune to take a bold resolution. They had simply exercised no foresight at all. It seemed to have occurred to nobody that Caesar would possibly stand on his defence, or that Pompeius and Crassus would combine with him afresh and more closely than ever. This seems incredible, but it becomes intelligible when we glance at the persons who then led the constitutional opposition in the Senate. Cato was still absent. The most influential man in the Senate at this time was Marcus Bibulus, the hero of passive resistance, the most obstinate and most stupid of all consulars. They had taken up arms only to lay them down so soon as the adversary merely put his hand to the sheath. The bare news of the conferences in Lucca sufficed to suppress all thought of a serious opposition and to bring the mass of the timid, that is, the immense majority of the Senate, back to their duty as subjects, which in an unhappy hour they had abandoned. There was no further talk of the appointed discussion to try the validity of the Julian laws. The legions raised by Caesar on his own behalf were charged by decree of the Senate on the public chest. The attempts on occasion of regulating the next consular provinces to take away both Gauls or one of them by decree from Caesar were rejected by the majority. End of May 698. Thus the corporation did public penance. In secret, the individual lords, one after another, thoroughly frightened at their own temerity, came to make their peace and vow unconditional obedience, none more quickly than Marcus Cicero, who repented too late of his perfidy, and in respect of the most recent period of his life, clothed himself with titles of honour which were altogether more appropriate than flattering. Of course the regents agreed to be pacified. They refused nobody pardon, for there was nobody who was worth the trouble of making him an exception. That we may see how suddenly the tone in aristocratic circles changed after the resolutions of Lucca became known, it is worthwhile to compare the pamphlets given forth by Cicero shortly before with the palinode which he caused to be issued to evince publicly his repentance and his good intentions. Settlement of the new monarchical rule. The regents could thus arrange Italian affairs at their pleasure and more thoroughly than before. Italy and the capital obtained practically a garrison, although not assembled in arms, and one of the regents as commandant. Of the troops levied for Syria and Spain by Crassus and Pompeius, those destined for the east no doubt took their departure. But Pompeius caused the 2 Spanish provinces to be administered by his lieutenants, with the garrison hitherto stationed there, while he dismissed the officers and soldiers of the legions which were newly raised, nominally for dispatch to Spain, on furlough, and remained himself with them in Italy. Doubtless the tacit resistance of public opinion increased, the more clearly and generally men perceived that the regents were working to put an end to the old constitution, and with as much gentleness as possible to accommodate the existing condition of the government and administration to the forms of the monarchy. But they submitted, because they were obliged to submit. First of all the more important affairs, and particularly all that related to military matters and external relations, were disposed of without consulting the Senate upon them, sometimes by decree of the people, sometimes by the mere good pleasure of the rulers. The arrangements agreed on at Lucca respecting the military command of Gaul were submitted directly to the burgesses by Crassus and Pompeius, those relating to Spain and Syria by the tribune of the people, Gaius Trebonius, and in other instances the more important governorships were frequently filled up by decree of the people. That the regents did not need the consent of the authorities to increase their troops at pleasure, Caesar had already sufficiently shown. As little did they hesitate mutually to borrow troops. Caesar, for instance, received such collegiate support from Pompeius for the Gallic, and Crassus from Caesar for the Parthian war. The Transpadines, who possessed according to the existing constitution only Latin rights, were treated by Caesar during his administration practically as full burgesses of Rome. While formerly the organization of newly acquired territories had been managed by a senatorial commission, Caesar organized his extensive Gallic conquests altogether according to his own judgment, and founded, for instance, without having received any farther full powers burgess colonies, particularly Novum Comum, Como, with 5,000 colonists. Piso conducted the Thracian, Gabinius the Egyptian, Crassus the Parthian war, without consulting the Senate, and without even reporting, as was usual, to that body. In like manner, triumphs and other marks of honour were accorded and carried out, without the Senate being asked about them. Obviously this did not arise from a mere neglect of forms, which would be the less intelligible, seeing that in the great majority of cases no opposition from the Senate was to be expected. On the contrary,
It was a well-calculated design to dislodge the Senate from the domain of military arrangements and of higher politics, and to restrict its share of administration to financial questions and internal affairs. And even opponents plainly discerned this and protested so far as they could against this conduct of the regents by means of senatorial decrees and criminal actions. While the regents thus in the main set aside the Senate, they still made some use of the less dangerous popular assemblies. Care was taken that in these the lords of the street should put no farther difficulty into the way of the lords of the state. In many cases, however, they dispensed even with this empty shadow, and employed without disguise autocratic forms. The Senate under the monarchy, Cicero and the majority. The humbled Senate had to submit to its position whether it would or not. The leader of the compliant majority continued to be Marcus Cicero. He was useful on account of his lawyer's talent of finding reasons, or at any rate words, for everything, and there was a genuine Caesarian irony in employing the man, by means of whom mainly the aristocracy had conducted their demonstrations against the regents,
as the mouthpiece of civility. Accordingly, they pardoned him for his brief desire to kick against the pricks, not however without having previously assured themselves of his submissiveness in every way. His brother had been obliged to take the position of an officer in the Gallic army to answer in some measure as a hostage for him. Pompeius had compelled Cicero himself to accept a lieutenant generalship under him, which furnished a handle for politely banishing him at any moment. Clodius had doubtless been instructed to leave him meanwhile at peace, but Caesar as little threw off Clodius on account of Cicero as he threw off Cicero on account of Clodius. And the great saviour of his country and the no less great hero of liberty entered into an antechamber rivalry in the headquarters of Samarobriva, for the befitting illustration of which there lacked, unfortunately, a Roman Aristophanes. But not only was the same rod kept in suspense over Cicero's head, which had once already descended on him so severely, golden fetters were also laid upon him. Amidst the serious embarrassment of his finances, the loans of Caesar free of interest, and the joint overseership of those buildings which occasioned the circulation of enormous sums in the capital, were in a high degree welcome to him. And many an immortal oration for the Senate was nipped in the bud by the thought of Caesar's agent, who might present a bill to him after the close of the sitting. Consequently he vowed, in future, to ask no more after right and honour, but to strive for the favour of the regents, and to be as flexible as an earlap. They used him accordingly as, what he was good for, an advocate, in which capacity it was on various occasions his lot to be obliged to defend his very bitterest foes at a higher bidding, and that especially in the Senate, where he almost regularly served as the organ of the dynasts, and submitted the proposals to which others probably consented, but not he himself. Indeed, as recognized leader of the majority of the compliant, he obtained even a certain political importance. They dealt with the other members of the governing corporation, accessible to fear, flattery, or gold in the same way as they had dealt with Cicero, and succeeded in keeping it on the whole in subjection. Cato and the minority. Certainly there remained a section of their opponents who at least kept to their colours, and were neither to be terrified nor to be won. The regents had become convinced that exceptional measures, such as those against Cato and Cicero, did their cause more harm than good, and that it was a lesser evil to tolerate an inconvenient republican opposition than to convert their opponents into martyrs for the republic. Therefore they allowed Cato to return, end of 698, and thenceforward in the Senate and in the Forum, often at the peril of his life, to offer a continued opposition to the regents, which was doubtless worthy of honour, but unhappily was at the same time ridiculous. They allowed him on occasion of the proposals of Trebonius to push matters once more to a hand-to-hand conflict in the Forum, and to submit to the Senate a proposal that the proconsul Caesar should be given over to the Usipetes and Tencteri on account of his perfidious conduct toward those barbarians. They were patient when Marcus Favonius, Cato's Sancho, after the Senate had adopted the resolution to charge the legions of Caesar on the state chest, sprang to the door of the Senate house and proclaimed to the streets the danger of the country. When the same person in his scurrilous fashion called the white bandage which Pompeius wore round his weak leg a displaced diadem. When the consular Lentulus Marcellinus, on being applauded,
called out to the assembly to make diligent use of this privilege of expressing their opinion now, while they were still allowed to do so. When the tribune of the people, Gaius Attius Capito, consigned Crassus on his departure for Syria, with all the formalities of the theology of the day, publicly to the evil spirits. These were, on the whole, vain demonstrations of an irritated minority. Yet the little party from which they issued was so far of importance that it on the one hand fostered and gave the watchword to the Republican opposition fermenting in secret, and on the other hand now and then dragged the majority of the Senate, which Ithal cherished at bottom quite the same sentiments with reference to the regents, into an isolated decree directed against them. For even the majority felt the need of giving vent, at least sometimes and in subordinate matters, to their suppressed indignation, and especially, after the manner of those who are servile with reluctance, of exhibiting their resentment towards the great foes in rage against the small. Wherever it was possible, a gentle blow was administered to the instruments of the regents. Thus Gabinius was refused the Thanksgiving festival that he asked. Thus Piso was recalled from his province. Thus mourning was put on by the Senate, when the tribune of the people, Gaius Cato, hindered the elections for 699, as long as the consul Marcellinus, belonging to the constitutional party, was in office. Even Cicero, however humbly he always bowed before the regents, issued an equally envenomed and insipid pamphlet against Caesar's father-in-law. But both these feeble signs of opposition by the majority of the Senate and the ineffectual resistance of the minority show only the more clearly that the government had now passed from the Senate to the regents as it formerly passed from the burgesses to the Senate, and that the Senate was already not much more than a monarchical council of state employed also to absorb the anti-monarchical elements. No man, the adherents of the fallen government complained, is of the slightest account except the three. The regents are all powerful, and they take care that no one shall remain in doubt about it. The whole Senate is virtually transformed and obeys the dictators. Our generation will not live to see a change of things. They were living in fact no longer under the Republic, but under monarchy. Continued opposition at the elections.
But if the guidance of the state was at the absolute disposal of the regents, there remained still a political domain separated in some measure from the government proper, which it was more easy to defend and more difficult to conquer, the field of the ordinary elections of magistrates and that of the jury courts. That the latter do not fall directly under politics, but everywhere, and above all in Rome, come partly under the control of the spirit dominating state affairs, is of itself clear. The elections of magistrates certainly belonged by right to the government proper of the state, but as at this period the state was administered substantially by extraordinary magistrates or by men wholly without title, and even the supreme ordinary magistrates, if they belonged to the anti-monarchical party, were not able in any tangible way to influence the state machinery, the ordinary magistrates sank more and more into mere puppets, as, in fact, even those of them who were most disposed to opposition described themselves frankly and with entire justice as powerless ciphers, and their elections therefore sank into mere demonstrations. Thus, after the opposition had already been wholly dislodged from the proper field of battle, hostilities might nevertheless be continued in the field of elections and of processes. The regents spared no pains to remain victors also in this field. As to the elections, they had already at Lucca settled between themselves the lists of candidates for the next years, and they left no means untried to carry the candidates agreed upon there. They expended their gold primarily for the purpose of influencing the elections. A great number of soldiers were dismissed annually on furlough from the armies of Caesar and Pompeius to take part in the voting at Rome. Caesar was wont himself to guide and watch over the election movements from as near a point as possible of Upper Italy. Yet the object was but very imperfectly attained. For 699, no doubt Pompeius and Crassus were elected consuls, agreeably to the convention of Lucca, and Lucius Domitius, the only candidate of the opposition who persevered, was set aside, but this had been effected only by open violence, on which occasion Cato was wounded and other extremely scandalous incidents occurred.
In the next consular elections for 700, in spite of all the exertions of the regents, Domitius was actually elected, and Cato likewise now prevailed in the candidature for the praetorship, in which, to the scandal of the whole, Burges's Caesar's client Vatinius had during the previous year beaten him off the field. At the elections for 701, the opposition succeeded in so indisputably convicting the candidates of the regents along with others of the most shameful electioneering intrigues that the regents, on whom the scandal recoiled, could not do otherwise than abandon them. These repeated and severe defeats of the dynasts on the battlefield of the elections may be traceable in part to the unmanageableness of the rusty machinery, to the incalculable accidents of the polling, to the opposition at heart of the middle classes, to the various private considerations that interfere in such cases and often strangely clash with those of party. But the main cause lies elsewhere. The elections were at this time essentially in the power of the different clubs into which the aristocracy had grouped themselves.
The system of bribery was organized by them on the most extensive scale and with the utmost method. The same aristocracy, therefore, which was represented in the Senate, ruled also the elections. But while in the Senate it yielded with a grudge, it worked and voted here, in secret and secure from all reckoning, absolutely against the regents.
That the influence of the nobility in this field was by no means broken by the strict penal law against the electioneering intrigues of the clubs, which Crassus, when consul in 699, caused to be confirmed by the burgesses, is self-evident and is shown by the elections of the succeeding years. And in the courts, the jury courts occasioned equally great difficulty to the regents. As they were then composed, while the senatorial nobility was here also influential, the decisive voice lay chiefly with the middle class. The fixing of a high-rated census for jurymen by a law proposed by Pompeius in 699 is a remarkable proof that the opposition to the regents had its chief seat in the middle class properly so called, and that the great capitalists showed themselves here, as everywhere, more compliant than the latter. Nevertheless, the Republican party was not yet deprived of all hold in the courts, and it was never weary of directing political impeachments, not indeed against the regents themselves, but against their prominent instruments. This warfare of prosecutions was waged the more keenly that according to usage the duty of accusation belonged to the senatorial youth, and, as may readily be conceived, there was more of republican passion, fresh talent, and bold delight in attack to be found among these youths than among the older members of their order. Certainly the courts were not free. If the regents were in earnest, the courts ventured as little as the Senate to refuse obedience. None of their antagonists were prosecuted by the opposition with such hatred, so furious that it almost passed into a proverb, as Vatinius, by far the most audacious and unscrupulous of the closer adherents of Caesar, but his master gave the command, and he was acquitted in all the processes raised against him. But impeachments by men who knew how to wield the sword of dialectics and the lash of sarcasm, as did Gaius Licinius Calvus and Gaius Asinius Pollio, did not miss their mark even when they failed, nor were isolated successes wanting. They were mostly, no doubt, obtained over subordinate individuals, but even one of the most high-placed and most hated adherents of the dynasts, the consular Gabinius, was overthrown in this way. Certainly in his case the implacable hatred of the aristocracy, which as little forgave him for the law regarding the conducting of the war with the pirates as for his disparaging treatment of the Senate during his Syrian governorship, was combined with the rage of the great capitalists, against whom he had, when governor of Syria, ventured to defend the interests of the provincials, and even with the resentment of Crassus, with whom he had stood on ceremony in handing over to him the province. His only protection against all these foes was Pompeius, and the latter had every reason to defend his ablest, boldest, and most faithful adjutant at any price. But here, as everywhere, he knew not how to use his power and to defend his clients, as Caesar defended his. In the end of 700, the jurymen found Gabinius guilty of extortions and sent him into banishment. On the whole, therefore, in the sphere of the popular elections and of the jury courts,
It was the regents that fared worst.
The factors which ruled in these were less tangible and therefore more difficult to be terrified or corrupted than the direct organs of government and administration. The holders of power encountered here, especially in the popular elections, the tough energy of a close oligarchy grouped in coteries, which is by no means finally disposed of when its rule is overthrown, and which is the more difficult to vanquish the more covert its action. They encountered here too, especially in the jury courts, the repugnance of the middle classes towards the new monarchical rule, which with all the perplexities springing out of it, they were as little able to remove. They suffered in both quarters a series of defeats.
The election victories of the opposition had, it is true, merely the value of demonstrations, since the regents possessed and employed the means of practically annulling any magistrate whom they disliked. But the criminal trials in which the opposition carried condemnations deprived them, in a way keenly felt, of useful auxiliaries. As things stood, the regents could neither set aside nor adequately control the popular elections and the jury courts, and the opposition, however much it felt itself straitened even here, maintained to a certain extent the field of battle, literature of the opposition. It proved, however, yet a more difficult task to encounter the opposition in a field, to which it turned with the greater zeal the more it was dislodged from direct political action. This was literature. Even the judicial opposition was at the same time a literary one, and indeed preeminently so, for the orations were regularly published and served as political pamphlets. The arrows of poetry hit their mark still more rapidly and sharply. The lively youth of the high aristocracy, and still more energetically perhaps the cultivated middle class in the Italian country towns, waged the war of pamphlets and epigrams with zeal and success. There fought side by side on this field the genteel senator's son Gaius Licinius Calvus, who was as much feared in the character of an orator and pamphleteer as of a versatile poet, and the municipals of Cremona and Verona Marcus Furius Babaculus and Quintus Valerius Catullus, 667 to circa the 700, whose elegant and pungent epigrams flew swiftly like arrows through Italy and were sure to hit their mark. An oppositional tone prevails throughout the literature of these years. It is full of indignant sarcasm against the great Caesar, the unique general, against the affectionate father-in-law and son-in-law, who ruin the whole globe in order to give their dissolute favourites opportunity to parade the spoils of the long-haired Celts through the streets of Rome, to furnish royal banquets with the booty of the farthest isles of the West, and as rivals showering gold to supplant honest youths at home in the favour of their mistresses. There is in the poems of Catullus and the other fragments of the literature of this period something of that fervour of personal and political hatred, of that republican agony overflowing in riotous humour or in stern despair, which are more prominently and powerfully apparent in Aristophanes and Demosthenes. The most sagacious of the three rulers at least saw well that it was as impossible to despise this opposition as to suppress it by word of command. So far as he could, Caesar tried rather personally to gain over the more notable authors. Cicero himself had to thank his literary reputation in good part for the respectful treatment which he especially experienced from Caesar. But the governor of Gaul did not disdain to conclude a special peace even with Catullus himself, through the intervention of his father, who had become personally known to him in Verona. And the young poet, who had just heaped upon the powerful general the bitterest and most personal sarcasms, was treated by him with the most flattering distinction. In fact, Caesar was gifted enough to follow his literary opponents on their own domain, and to publish as an indirect way of repelling manifold attacks, a detailed report on the Gallic Wars, which set forth before the public, with happily assumed naivete, the necessity and constitutional propriety of his military operations. But it is freedom alone that is absolutely and exclusively poetical and creative. It and it alone is able, even in its most wretched caricature, even with its latest breath, to inspire fresh enthusiasm. All the sound elements of literature were and remained anti-monarchical, and if Caesar himself could venture on this domain without proving a failure, The reason was merely that even now he still cherished at heart the magnificent dream of a free commonwealth, although he was unable to transfer it either to his adversaries or to his adherents. Practical politics was not more absolutely controlled by the regents than literature by the republicans. New exceptional measures resolved on it became necessary to take serious steps against this opposition, which was powerless indeed, but was always becoming more troublesome and audacious. The condemnation of Gabinius, apparently, turned the scale, end of 700. The regents agreed to introduce a dictatorship, though only a temporary one, and by means of this to carry new coercive measures, especially respecting the elections and the jury courts.
Pompeius, as the regent on whom primarily devoted the government of Rome and Italy, was charged with the execution of this resolve, which accordingly bore the impress of the awkwardness in resolution and action that characterized him, and of his singular incapacity of speaking out frankly, even where he would and could command.
Already at the close of 700, the demand for a dictatorship was brought forward in the Senate in the form of hints, and that not by Pompeius himself. There served as its ostensible ground the continuance of the system of clubs and bands in the capital, which by acts of bribery and violence certainly exercised the most pernicious pressure on the elections as well as on the jury courts, and kept it in a perpetual state of disturbance. We must allow that this rendered it easy for the regents to justify their exceptional measures. But, as may well be conceived, even the servile majority shrank from granting what the future dictator himself seemed to shrink from openly asking. When the unparalleled agitation regarding the elections for the consulship of 701 led to the most scandalous scenes, so that the elections were postponed a full year beyond the fixed time, and only took place after a 7 months interregnum in July 701, Pompeius found in this state of things the desired occasion for indicating now distinctly to the Senate that the dictatorship was the only means of cutting, if not of loosing the knot, but the decisive word of command was not even yet spoken. Perhaps it would have still remained for long unuttered, had not the most audacious partisan of the Republican opposition, Titus Annius Milo, stepped into the field at the consular elections for 702 as a candidate in opposition to the candidates of the regents, Quintus Metellus Scipio and Publius Plotius Hypsæus, both men closely connected with Pompeius personally and thoroughly devoted to him.
Milo, killing of Clodius Milo, endowed with physical courage, with a certain talent for intrigue and for contracting debt, and above all with an ample amount of native assurance which had been carefully cultivated, had made himself a name among the political adventurers of the time, and was the greatest bully in his trade next to Clodius, and naturally therefore through rivalry at the most deadly feud with the latter. As this Achilles of the streets had been acquired by the regents, and with their permission was again playing the ultra-democrat, the Hector of the streets became as a matter of course an aristocrat. And the Republican opposition, which now would have concluded an alliance with Catilina in person, had he presented himself to them, readily acknowledged Milo as their legitimate champion in all riots. In fact, the few successes which they carried off in this field of battle were the work of Milo and of his well-trained band of gladiators. So Cato and his friends in return supported the candidature of Milo for the consulship. Even Cicero could not avoid recommending one who had been his enemy's enemy and his own protector during many years, and as Milo himself spared neither money nor violence to carry his election, it seemed secured. For the regents it would have been not only a new and keenly felt defeat, but also a real danger, for it was to be foreseen that the bold partisan would not allow himself as consul to be reduced to insignificance so easily as Domitius and other men of the respectable opposition. It happened that Achilles and Hector accidentally encountered each other not far from the capital on the Appian Way, and a fray arose between their respective bands, in which Clodius himself received a sword cut on the shoulder and was compelled to take refuge in a neighboring house. This had occurred without orders from Milo, but, as the matter had gone so far and as the storm had now to be encountered at any rate, the whole crime seemed to Milo more desirable and even less dangerous than the half. He ordered his men to drag Clodius forth from his lurking place and to put him to death. January 13th, 702. Anarchy in Rome. The street leaders of the regent's party,
The tribunes of the people Titus Munatius Plancus, Quintus Pompeius Rufus, and Gaius Sallustius Crispus saw in this occurrence a fitting opportunity to thwart in the interest of their masters the candidature of Milo and carry the dictatorship of Pompeius. The dregs of the populace, and especially the freedmen and slaves, had lost in Clodius their patron and future deliverer. The requisite excitement was thus easily aroused. After the bloody corpse had been exposed for show at the orator's platform in the forum, and the speeches appropriate to the occasion had been made, the riot broke forth. The seat of the perfidious aristocracy was destined as a funeral pile for the great liberator. The mob carried the body to the Senate House and set the building on fire. Thereafter the multitude proceeded to the front of Milo's house and kept it under siege, till his band drove off the assailants by discharges of arrows. They passed on to the house of Pompeius and of his consular candidates, of whom the former was saluted as dictator and the latter as consuls, and thence to the house of the interrex Marcus Lepidus, on whom devolved the conduct of the consular elections. When the latter, as in duty bound, refused to make arrangements for the elections immediately, as the clamorous multitude demanded, he was kept during 5 days under siege in his dwelling house, dictatorship of Pompeius. But the instigators of these scandalous scenes had overacted their part. Certainly their lord and master was resolved to employ this favourable episode in order not merely to set aside Milo, but also to seize the dictatorship. He wished, however, to receive it not from a mob of bludgeon men, but from the Senate. Pompeius brought up troops to put down the anarchy which prevailed in the capital, and which had in reality become intolerable to everybody. At the same time he now enjoined what he had hitherto requested, and the Senate complied. It was merely an empty subterfuge that on the proposal of Cato and Bibulus, the proconsul Pompeius, retaining his former offices, was nominated as consul without colleague, instead of dictator, on the 25th of the intercalary month, a subterfuge which admitted an appellation labouring under a double incongruity for the mere purpose of avoiding one which expressed the simple fact, and which vividly reminds us of the sagacious resolution of the waning patriciate to concede to the plebeians not the consulship, but only the consular power. Changes in the arrangement of magistracies and the jury system. Thus, in legal possession of full power, Pompeius set to work and proceeded with energy against the Republican party, which was powerful in the clubs and the jury courts. The existing enactments as to elections were repeated and enforced by a special law, and by another against electioneering intrigues, which obtained retrospective force for all offences of this sort committed since 684. The penalties hitherto imposed were augmented. Still more important was the enactment that the governorships, which were by far the more important, and especially by far the more lucrative half of official life, should be conferred on the consuls and praetors not immediately on their retirement from the consulate or praetorship, but only after the expiry of other 5 years, an arrangement which of course could only come into effect after 4 years, and therefore made the filling up of the governorships for the next few years substantially dependent on decrees of Senate, which were to be issued for the regulation of this interval, and thus practically on the person or section ruling the Senate at the moment. The jury commissions were left in existence, but limits were put to the right of counterplea, and, what was perhaps still more important, the liberty of speech in the courts was done away. For both the number of the advocates and the time of speaking apportioned to each were restricted by fixing a maximum, and the bad habit which had prevailed of adducing, in addition to the witnesses as to facts, witnesses to character or laudatores, as they were called, in favour of the accused was prohibited. The obsequious Senate further decreed on the suggestion of Pompeius that the country had been placed in peril by the quarrel on the Appian Way. Accordingly, a special commission was appointed by an exceptional law for all crimes connected with it, the members of which were directly nominated by Pompeius. An attempt was also made to give once more a serious importance to the office of the censors, and by that agency to purge the deeply disordered burgess body of the worst rabble. All these measures were adopted under the pressure of the sword. In consequence of the declaration of the Senate that the country was in danger, Pompeius called the men capable of service throughout Italy to arms and made them swear allegiance for all contingencies. An adequate and trustworthy corps was temporarily stationed at the capital,
At every stirring of opposition, Pompeius threatened armed intervention, and during the proceedings at the trial respecting the murder of Clodius stationed contrary to all precedent, a guard over the place of trial itself. Humiliation of the Republicans. The scheme for the revival of the censorship failed, because among the servile majority of the Senate, no one possessed sufficient moral courage and authority even to become a candidate for such an office. On the other hand, Milo was condemned by the jurymen, April 8, 702, and Cato's candidature for the consulship of 703 was frustrated. The opposition of speeches and pamphlets received through the new judicial ordinance a blow from which it never recovered. The dreaded forensic eloquence was thereby driven from the field of politics, and thenceforth felt the restraints of monarchy. Opposition, of course, had not disappeared either from the minds of the great majority of the nation, or even wholly from public life. To effect that end, the popular elections, the jury courts and literature must have been not merely restricted, but annihilated. Indeed, in these very transactions themselves, Pompeius, by his unskilfulness and perversity, helped the Republicans to gain, even under his dictatorship, several triumphs which he severely felt.
The special measures which the rulers took to strengthen their power were of course officially characterized as enactments made in the interest of public tranquility and order, and every burgess who did not desire anarchy was described as substantially concurring in them. But Pompeius pushed this transparent fiction so far that instead of putting safe instruments into the special commission for the investigation of the last tumult, he chose the most respectable men of all parties, including even Cato, and applied his influence over the court essentially to maintain order, and to render it impossible for his adherents as well as for his opponents to indulge in the scenes of disturbance customary in the courts of this period. This neutrality of the regent was discernible in the judgments of the special court. The jurymen did not venture to acquit Milo himself, but most of the subordinate persons accused belonging to the party of the Republican opposition were acquitted, while condemnation inexorably befell those who in the last riot had taken part for Clodius, or in other words for the regents, including not a few of Caesar's and of Pompeius's own most intimate friends, even Hypsæus, his candidate for the consulship, and the tribunes of the people Plancus and Rufus, who had directed the emuti in his interest. That Pompeius did not prevent their condemnation for the sake of appearing impartial was one specimen of his folly, and a second was that he, withal in matters quite indifferent, violated his own laws to favour his friends, appearing for example as a witness to character in the trials of Plancus, and in fact protecting from condemnation several accused persons specially connected with him, such as Metellus Scipio. As usual, he wished here also to accomplish opposite things. In attempting to satisfy the duties at once of the impartial regent and of the party chief, he fulfilled neither the one nor the other, and was regarded by public opinion with justice as a despotic regent, and by his adherents with equal justice as a leader who either could not or would not protect his followers. But although the Republicans were still stirring and were even refreshed by an isolated success here and there, chiefly through the blunders of Pompeius, the object which the regents had proposed to themselves in that dictatorship was on the whole attained. The reins were drawn tighter, the Republican party was humbled, and the new monarchy was strengthened. The public began to reconcile themselves to the latter.
When Pompeius not long after recovered from a serious illness, his restoration was celebrated throughout Italy with the accompanying demonstrations of joy which are usual on such occasions in monarchies. The regents showed themselves satisfied. As early as the 1st of August 702, Pompeius resigned his dictatorship and shared the consulship with his client Metellus Scipio. Death of Crassus. Rupture between the joint rulers. Crassus goes to Syria. Marcus Crassus had for years been reckoned among the heads of the three-headed monster, without any proper title to be so included. He served as a make-weight to trim the balance between the real regents Pompeius and Caesar, or, to speak more accurately, his weight fell into the scale of Caesar against Pompeius. This part is not a too reputable one, but Crassus was never hindered by any keen sense of honour from pursuing his own advantage. He was a merchant, and was open to be dealt with. What was offered to him was not much, but when more was not to be got, he accepted it, and sought to forget the ambition that fretted him, and his chagrin at occupying a position so near to power and yet so powerless amidst his always accumulating piles of gold. But the conference at Lucca changed the state of matters also for him. With the view of still retaining the preponderance as compared with Pompeius after concessions so extensive, Caesar gave to his old confederate Crassus an opportunity of attaining in Syria through the Parthian War the same position to which Caesar had attained by the Celtic War in Gaul. It was difficult to say whether these new prospects proved more attractive to the ardent thirst for gold which had now become at the age of 60 a second nature and grew only the more intense with every newly won million, or to the ambition which had been long repressed with difficulty in the old man's breast and now glowed in it with restless fire. He arrived in Syria as early as the beginning of 700. He had not even waited for the expiry of his consulship to depart. Full of impatient ardour, he seemed desirous to redeem every minute with the view of making up for what he had lost, of gathering in the treasures of the East in addition to those of the West, of achieving the power and glory of a general as rapidly as Caesar, and with as little trouble as Pompeius. Expedition against Parthia resolved on. He found the Parthian War already commenced. The faithless conduct of Pompeius towards the Parthians has been already mentioned. He had not respected the stipulated frontier of the Euphrates, and had wrested several provinces from the Parthian Empire for the benefit of Armenia, which was now a client state of Rome. King Phraates had submitted to this treatment, but after he had been murdered by his two sons Mithridates and Orodes, the new king Mithridates immediately declared war on the king of Armenia, Artavasdes, son of the recently deceased Tigranes, about 698. This was at the same time a declaration of war against Rome. Therefore, as soon as the revolt of the Jews was suppressed, Gabinius, the able and spirited governor of Syria, led the legions over the Euphrates. Meanwhile, however, a revolution had occurred in the Parthian Empire. The grandees of the kingdom, with the young, bold and talented Grand Vizier at their head, had overthrown King Mithridates and placed his brother Orodes on the throne. Mithridates therefore made common cause with the Romans and resorted to the camp of Gabinius. Everything promised the best results to the enterprise of the Roman governor, when he unexpectedly received orders to conduct the king of Egypt back by force of arms to Alexandria. He was obliged to obey, but, in the expectation of soon coming back, he induced the dethroned Parthian prince who solicited aid from him to commence the war in the meanwhile at his own hand. Mithridates did so, and Seleucia and Babylon declared for him, but the vizier captured Seleucia by assault, having been in person the first to mount the battlements, and in Babylon Mithridates himself was forced by famine to surrender, whereupon he was by his brother's orders put to death. His death was a palpable loss to the Romans, but it by no means put an end to the ferment in the Parthian Empire, and the Armenian War continued. Gabinius, after ending the Egyptian campaign, was just on the eve of turning to account the still favourable opportunity and resuming the interrupted Parthian War, when Crassus arrived in Syria and, along with the command, took up also the plans of his predecessor. Full of high-flown hopes, he estimated the difficulties of the march as slight, and the power of resistance in the armies of the enemy as yet slighter. He not only spoke confidently of the subjugation of the Parthians, but was already in imagination the conqueror of the kingdoms of Bactria and India. Plan of the campaign. The new Alexander, however, was in no haste. Before he carried into effect these great plans, he found leisure for very tedious and very lucrative collateral transactions. The temples of Derceto at Hierapolis Bambyce and of Jehovah at Jerusalem and other rich shrines of the Syrian province were by order of Crassus despoiled of their treasures, and contingents, or still better, sums of money instead, were levied from all the subjects. The military operations of the first summer were limited to an extensive reconnaissance in Mesopotamia. The Euphrates was crossed, the Parthian satrap was defeated at Ichnai, on the Balik to the north of Raqqa, and the neighbouring towns, including the considerable one of Nicephorium, Raqqa, were occupied, after which the Romans, having left garrisons behind in them, returned to Syria. They had hitherto been in doubt whether it was more advisable to march to Parthia by the circuitous route of Armenia or by the direct route through the Mesopotamian desert. The first route, leading through mountainous regions under the control of trustworthy allies, commended itself by its greater safety. King Ariovistus came in person to the Roman headquarters to advocate this plan of the campaign, but that reconnaissance decided in favor of the march through Mesopotamia. The numerous and flourishing Greek and half-Greek towns in the regions along the Euphrates and Tigris, above all the great city of Seleucia, were altogether averse to the Parthian rule. All the Greek townships with which the Romans came into contact had now, like the citizens of Carrhae at an earlier time, practically shown how ready they were to shake off the intolerable foreign yoke and to receive the Romans as deliverers, almost as countrymen. The Arab prince, Abgarus, who commanded the desert of Edessa and Carrhae, and thereby the usual route from the Euphrates to the Tigris, had arrived in the camp of the Romans to assure them in person of his devotedness. The Parthians had appeared to be wholly unprepared. The Euphrates crossed. Accordingly, the Euphrates was crossed, near Biradjik. To reach the Tigris from this point, they had the choice of two routes. Either the army might move downward along the Euphrates to the latitude of Seleucia, where the Euphrates and Tigris are only a few miles distant from each other, or they might immediately after crossing take the shortest line to the Tigris right across the great Mesopotamian desert. The former route led directly to the Parthian capital Ctesiphon, which lay opposite Seleucia on the other bank of the Tigris. Several weighty voices were raised in favor of this route in the Roman Council of War. In particular, the quaestor Gaius Cassius pointed to the difficulties of the march in the desert, and to the suspicious reports arriving from the Roman garrisons on the left bank of the Euphrates as to the Parthian warlike preparations. But in opposition to this, the Arab prince Abgarus announced that the Parthians were employed in evacuating their western provinces. They had already packed up their treasures and put themselves in motion to flee to the Hyrcanians and Scythians. Only through a forced march by the shortest route was it at all possible still to reach them. But by such a march, the Romans would probably succeed in overtaking and cutting up at least the rear guard of the great army under Cilicius and the vizier, and obtaining enormous spoil. These reports of the friendly Bedouins decided the direction of the march. The Roman army, consisting of 7 legions, 4,000 cavalry, and 4,000 slingers and archers, turned off from the Euphrates and away into the inhospitable plains of northern Mesopotamia. The march in the desert. Far and wide not an enemy showed himself. Only hunger and thirst, and the endless sandy desert, seemed to keep watch at the gates of the east.
At length, after many days of toilsome marching, not far from the first river which the Roman army had to cross, the Balissus, Bellic, the first horsemen of the enemy, were descried. Abgarus, with his Arabs, was sent out to reconnoitre. The Parthian squadrons retired up to and over the river and vanished in the distance, pursued by Abgarus and his followers. With impatience the Romans waited for his return and for more exact information. The general hoped here at length to come upon the constantly retreating foe, his young and brave son Publius, who had fought with the greatest distinction in Gaul under Caesar and had been sent by the latter at the head of a Celtic squadron of horse to take part in the Parthian war, was inflamed with a vehement desire for the fight. When no tidings came, they resolved to advance at a venture. The signal for starting was given, the Balissus was crossed, the army after a brief insufficient rest at noon was led on without delay at a rapid pace. Then, suddenly, the kettle drums of the Parthians sounded all around. On every side their silken gold-embroidered banners were seen waving, and their iron helmets and coats of mail glittering in the blaze of the hot noonday sun. And by the side of the vizier stood Prince Abgarus with his Bedouins, Roman and Parthian systems of warfare. The Romans saw too late the net into which they had allowed themselves to be ensnared. With sure glance the vizier had thoroughly seen both the danger and the means of meeting it. Nothing could be accomplished against the Roman infantry of the line with Oriental infantry. So he had rid himself of it, and by sending a mass, which was useless in the main field of battle, under the personal leadership of King Orodes to Armenia, he had prevented King Ariovistus from allowing the promised 10,000 heavy cavalry to join the army of Crassus, who now painfully felt the want of them.
On the other hand, the vizier met the Roman tactics, unsurpassed of their kind, with a system entirely different. His army consisted exclusively of cavalry. The line was formed of the heavy horsemen armed with long thrusting lances and protected man and horse by a coat of mail of metallic plates or a leathern doublet and by similar greaves. The mass of the troops consisted of mounted archers. As compared with these, the Romans were thoroughly inferior in the corresponding arms, both as to number and excellence. Their infantry of the line, excellent as they were in close combat, whether at a short distance with the heavy javelin or in hand-to-hand combat with the sword, could not compel an army consisting merely of cavalry to come to an engagement with them. And they found, even when they did come to a hand-to-hand conflict, an equal, if not superior adversary in the ironclad hosts of lancers. As compared with an army like this Parthian one, the Roman army was at a disadvantage strategically, because the cavalry commanded the communications, and at a disadvantage tactically, because every weapon of close combat must succumb to that which is wielded from a distance, unless the struggle becomes an individual one, man against man. The concentrated position, on which the whole Roman method of war was based, increased the danger in presence of such an attack. The closer the ranks of the Roman column, the more irresistible certainly was its onset, but the less also could the missiles fail to hit their mark. Under ordinary circumstances where towns have to be defended and difficulties of the ground have to be considered, such tactics operating merely with cavalry against infantry could never be completely carried out. But in the Mesopotamian desert, where the army, almost like a ship on the high seas, neither encountered an obstacle nor met with a basis for strategic dispositions during many days' march, this mode of warfare was irresistible for the very reason that circumstances allowed it to be developed there in all its purity and therefore in all its power. There, everything combined to put the foreign infantry at a disadvantage against the native cavalry, where the heavy-laden Roman foot soldier dragged himself toilsomely through the sand or the steppe, and perished from hunger, or still more from thirst amid the pathless route, marked only by water springs that were far apart and difficult to find. The Parthian horseman, accustomed from childhood to sit on his fleet steed or camel, nay, almost to spend his life in the saddle, easily traversed the desert whose hardships he had long learned how to lighten or in case of need to endure. There no rain fell to mitigate the intolerable heat and to slacken the bowstrings and leathern thongs of the enemy's archers and slingers. There, amidst the deep sand at many places, ordinary ditches and ramparts could hardly be formed for the camp. Imagination can scarcely conceive a situation in which all the military advantages were more on the one side and all the disadvantages more thoroughly on the other. To the question, under what circumstances this new style of tactics, the first national system that on its own proper ground showed itself superior to the Roman, arose among the Parthians, we unfortunately can only reply by conjectures. The lancers and mounted archers were of great antiquity in the East, and already formed the flower of the armies of Cyrus and Darius. But hitherto these arms had been employed only as secondary, and essentially to cover the thoroughly useless Oriental infantry. The Parthian armies also by no means differed in this respect from the other Oriental ones. Armies are mentioned, 5/6 of which consisted of infantry. In the campaign of Crassus, on the other hand, the cavalry for the first time came forward independently, and this arm obtained quite a new application and quite a different value. The irresistible superiority of the Roman infantry in close combat seems to have led the adversaries of Rome in very different parts of the world independently of each other, at the same time and with similar success, to meet it with cavalry and distant weapons. What, as completely successful with Cassivellaunus in Britain and partially successful with Vercingetorix in Gaul, what was to a certain degree attempted even by Mithridates Eupator, the vizier of Orodes carried out only on a larger scale and more completely, and in doing so he had special advantages, for he found in the heavy cavalry the means of forming a line. The bow, which was national in the East and was handled with masterly skill in the Persian provinces, gave him an effective weapon for distant combat. And lastly, the peculiarities of the country and the people enabled him freely to realize his brilliant idea.
Here, where the Roman weapons of close combat and the Roman system of concentration yielded for the first time before the weapons of more distant warfare and the system of deploying,
was initiated that military revolution which only reached its completion with the introduction of firearms. Battle near Carrhae. Under such circumstances, the first battle between the Romans and Parthians was fought amidst the sandy desert 30 miles to the south of Carrhae, where there was a Roman garrison, and at a somewhat less distance to the north of Icnae. The Roman archers were sent forward, but retired immediately before the enormous numerical superiority and the far greater elasticity and range of the Parthian bows. The legions, which, in spite of the advice of the more sagacious officers that they should be deployed as much as possible against the enemy, had been drawn up in a dense square of 12 cohorts on each side, were soon outflanked and overwhelmed with the formidable arrows, which under such circumstances hit their man even without special aim, and against which the soldiers had no means of retaliation. The hope that the enemy might expend his missiles vanished with a glance at the endless range of camels laden with arrows. The Parthians were still extending their line. That the outflanking might not end in surrounding, Publius Crassus advanced to the attack with a select corps of cavalry, archers, and infantry of the line. The enemy, in fact, abandoned the attempt to close the circle and retreated, hotly pursued by the impetuous leader of the Romans. But when the corps of Publius had totally lost sight of the main army, the heavy cavalry made a stand against it, and the Parthian host, hastening up from all sides, closed in like a net round it. Publius, who saw his troops falling thickly and vainly around him under the arrows of the mounted archers, threw himself in desperation with his Celtic cavalry unprotected by any coats of mail on the iron-clad lancers of the enemy. But the death-despising valour of his Celts, who seized the lances with their hands or sprang from their horses to stab the enemy, performed its marvels in vain. The remains of the corps, including their leader wounded in the sword arm, were driven to a slight eminence where they only served for an easier mark to the enemy's archers. Mesopotamian Greeks, who were accurately acquainted with the country, adjured Crassus to ride off with them and make an attempt to escape, but he refused to separate his fate from that of the brave men whom his too daring courage had led to death, and he caused himself to be stabbed by the hand of his shield-bearer. Following his example, most of the still surviving officers put themselves to death. Of the whole division, about 6,000 strong, not more than 500 were taken prisoners. No one was able to escape. Meanwhile, the attack on the main army had slackened, and the Romans were but too glad to rest. When at length the absence of any tidings from the corps sent out startled them out of the deceitful calm, and they drew near to the scene of the battle for the purpose of learning its fate, the head of the sun was displayed on a pole before his father's eyes, and the terrible onslaught began once more against the main army with the same fury and the same hopeless uniformity. They could neither break the ranks of the lancers nor reach the archers. Night alone put an end to the slaughter. Had the Parthians bivouacked on the battlefield, hardly a man of the Roman army would have escaped. But not trained to fight otherwise than on horseback, and therefore afraid of a surprise, they were wont never to encamp close to the enemy. Jeeringly they shouted to the Romans that they would give the general a night to bewail his son, and galloped off to return next morning and dispatch the game that lay bleeding on the ground. Retreat to Carrhae. Of course, the Romans did not wait for the morning. The lieutenant generals Cassius and Octavius, Crassus himself had completely lost his judgment, ordered the men still capable of marching to set out immediately and with the utmost silence, while the whole, said to amount to 4,000 of the wounded and stragglers were left, with the view of seeking protection within the walls of Carrhae. The fact that the Parthians, when they returned on the following day, applied themselves first of all to seek out and massacre the scattered Romans left behind, and the further fact that the garrison and inhabitants of Carrhae, early informed of the disaster by fugitives, had marched forth in all haste to meet the beaten army, saved the remnants of it from what seemed inevitable destruction. Departure from Carrhae. Surprise at Seneca. The squadrons of Parthian horsemen could not think of undertaking a siege of Carrhae.
But the Romans soon voluntarily departed, whether compelled by want of provisions or in consequence of the desponding precipitation of their commander-in-chief, whom the soldiers had vainly attempted to remove from the command and to replace by Cassius. They moved in the direction of the Armenian mountains, marching by night and resting by day. Octavius, with a band of 5,000 men, reached the fortress of Seneca, which was only a day's march distant from the heights that would give shelter, and liberated, even at the peril of his own life, the commander-in-chief, whom the guide had led astray and given up to the enemy. Then the vizier rode in front of the Roman camp to offer, in the name of his king, peace and friendship to the Romans, and to propose a personal conference between the two generals. The Roman army, demoralized as it was, adjured and indeed compelled its leader to accept the offer. The vizier received the consular and his staff with the usual honours, and offered anew to conclude a compact of friendship, only, with just bitterness recalling the fate of the agreements concluded with Lucullus and Pompeius respecting the Euphrates boundary, he demanded that it should be immediately reduced to writing. A richly adorned horse was produced. It was a present from the king to the Roman commander-in-chief. The servants of the vizier crowded round Crassus, zealous to mount him on the steed. It seemed to the Roman officers as if there was a design to seize the person of the commander-in-chief. Octavius, unarmed as he was, pulled the sword of one of the Parthians from its sheath and stabbed the groom. In the tumult which thereupon arose, the Roman officers were all put to death. The grey-haired commander-in-chief also, like his grand-uncle, was unwilling to serve as a living trophy to the enemy, and sought and found death. The multitude left behind in the camp without a leader were partly taken prisoners, partly dispersed. What the day of Carrhae had begun, the day of Seneca completed, June 9th, 701. The two took their place side by side with the days of the Alesia, of Cannae, and of Arausio. The army of the Euphrates was no more. Only the squadron of Gaius Cassius, which had been broken off from the main army on the retreat from Carrhae, and some other scattered bands and isolated fugitives succeeded in escaping from the Parthians and Bedouins and separately finding their way back to Syria. Of above 40,000 Roman legionaries who had crossed the Euphrates, not a fourth part returned. The half had perished. Nearly 10,000 Roman prisoners were settled by the victors in the extreme east of their kingdom, in the oasis of Merv, as bondsmen compelled after the Parthian fashion to render military service. For the first time since the eagles had headed the legions, they had become in the same year trophies of victory in the hands of foreign nations, almost contemporaneously of a German tribe in the west and of the Parthians in the east. As to the impression which the defeat of the Romans produced in the East, unfortunately no adequate information has reached us, but it must have been deep and lasting. King Orodes was just celebrating the marriage of his son Pacorus with the sister of his new ally, Ariovistus, the king of Armenia, when the announcement of the victory of his vizier arrived, and along with it, according to Oriental usage, the cut-off head of Crassus. The tables were already removed. One of the wandering companies of actors from Asia Minor, numbers of which at that time existed and carried Hellenic poetry and the Hellenic drama far into the East, was just performing before the assembled court the Bacchae Euripides, the actor playing the part of Agave, who in her Dionysiac frenzy has torn in pieces her son and returns from Cithaeron carrying his head on the thyrsus, exchanged this for the bloody head of Crassus, and to the infinite delight of his audience of half-Hellenized barbarians began afresh the well-known song. Pheramin ex Orios elika neotomon epi melathra Makarian theron. It was, since the times of the Achaemenids, the first serious victory which the Orientals had achieved over the West. And there was a deep significance in the fact that, by way of celebrating this victory, the fairest product of the Western world, Greek tragedy, parodied itself through its degenerate representatives in that hideous burlesque. The civic spirit of Rome and the genius of Hellas began simultaneously to accommodate themselves to the chains of sultanism, consequences of the defeat.
The disaster, terrible in itself, seemed also as though it was to be dreadful in its consequences, and to shake the foundations of the Roman power in the East. It was among the least of its results that the Parthians now had absolute sway beyond the Euphrates, that Armenia, after having fallen away from the Roman alliance even before the disaster of Crassus, was reduced by it into entire dependence on Parthia, that the faithful citizens of Carrhae were bitterly punished for their adherence to the Occidentals by the new master appointed over them by the Parthians, one of the treacherous guides of the Romans, named Andromachus. The Parthians now prepared in all earnest to cross the Euphrates in their turn, and, in union with the Armenians and Arabs, to dislodge the Romans from Syria. The Jews and various other Occidentals awaited emancipation from the Roman rule there, no less impatiently than the Hellenes beyond the Euphrates awaited relief from the Parthian. In Rome, civil war was at the door. An attack at this particular place and time was a grave peril. But fortunately for Rome, the leaders on each side had changed. Sultan Orodes was too much indebted to the heroic prince, who had first placed the crown on his head and then cleared the land from the enemy, not to get rid of him as soon as possible by the executioner. His place as commander-in-chief of the invading army destined for Syria was filled by a prince, the king's son Pacorus, with whom on account of his youth and inexperience the Prince Asaces had to be associated as military advisor. On the other side, the interim command in Syria in room of Crassus was taken up by the prudent and resolute quaestor, Gaius Cassius. Repulse of the Parthians. The Parthians were, just like Crassus formerly, in no haste to attack, but during the years 701 and 702 sent only weak flying bands who were easily repulsed across the Euphrates, so that Cassius obtained time to reorganize the army in some measure, and with the help of the faithful adherent of the Romans, Herodes Antipater, to reduce to obedience the Jews, whom resentment at the spoliation of the temple perpetrated by Crassus had already driven to arms. The Roman government would thus have had full time to send fresh troops for the defense of the threatened frontier. But this was left undone amidst the convulsions of the incipient revolution, and when at length in 703 the great Parthian invading army appeared on the Euphrates, Cassius had still nothing to oppose to it but the 2 weak legions formed from the remains of the army of Crassus. Of course, with these he could neither prevent the crossing nor defend the province. Syria was overrun by the Parthians, and all Western Asia trembled. But the Parthians did not understand the besieging of towns. They not only retreated from Antioch, into which Cassius had thrown himself with his troops, without having accomplished their object, but they were on their retreat along the Orontes, allured into an ambush by Cassius' cavalry, and there severely handled by the Roman infantry. Prince Asaces was himself among the slain. Friend and foe thus perceived that the Parthian army under an ordinary general and on ordinary ground was not capable of much more than any other Oriental army. However, the attack was not abandoned. Still, during the winter of 703 to 704, Pacorus lay encamped in Chirestica on this side of the Euphrates, and the new governor of Syria, Marcus Bibulus, as wretched a general as he was an incapable statesman, knew no better course of action than to shut himself up in his fortresses. It was generally expected that the war would break out in 704 with renewed fury. But instead of turning his arms against the Romans, Pacorus turned against his own father, and accordingly even entered into an understanding with the Roman governor. Thus, the stain was not wiped from the shield of Roman honor, nor was the reputation of Rome restored in the East, but the Parthian invasion of Western Asia was over, and the Euphrates boundary was, for the time being at least, retained. Impression produced in Rome by the defeat of Carrhae. In Rome, meanwhile, the periodical volcano of revolution was whirling upward its clouds of stupefying smoke. The Romans began to have no longer a soldier or a denarius to be employed against the public foe, no longer a thought for the destinies of the nations.
It is one of the most dreadful signs of the times that the huge national disaster of Carrhae and Seneca gave the politicians of that time far less to think and speak of than that wretched tumult on the Appian Road in which a couple of months after Crassus, Clodius the partisan leader perished, but it is easily conceivable and almost excusable. The breach between the two regents, long felt as inevitable and often announced as near, was now assuming such a shape that it could not be arrested. Like the boat of the ancient Greek mariner's tale, the vessel of the Roman community now found itself, as it were, between two rocks, swimming towards each other, expecting every moment the crash of collision, those whom it was bearing, tortured by nameless anguish, into the eddying surge that rose higher and higher, were benumbed. And, while every slightest movement there attracted 1,000 eyes, no one ventured to give a glance to the right or the left. The good understanding between the regents relaxed after Caesar had, at the conference of Lucca in April 698, agreed to considerable concessions as regarded Pompeius, and the regents had thus placed themselves substantially on a level. Their relation was not without the outward conditions of durability, so far as a division of the monarchical power, in itself indivisible, could be lasting at all. It was a different question whether the regents, at least for the present, were determined to keep together and mutually to acknowledge without reserve their title to rank as equals. That this was the case with Caesar, insofar as he had acquired the interval necessary for the conquest of Gaul at the price of equalization with Pompeius, has been already set forth. But Pompeius was hardly ever, even provisionally, in earnest with the collegiate scheme. His was one of those petty and mean natures towards which it is dangerous to practice magnanimity. To his paltry spirit it appeared certainly a dictate of prudence to supplant at the first opportunity his reluctantly acknowledged rival, and his mean soul thirsted after a possibility of retaliating on Caesar for the humiliation which he had suffered through Caesar's indulgence.
But while it is probable that Pompeius, in accordance with his dull and sluggish nature, never properly consented to let Caesar hold a position of equality by his side, yet the design of breaking up the alliance doubtless came only by degrees to be distinctly entertained by him. At any rate, the public, which usually saw better through the views and intentions of Pompeius than he did himself, could not be mistaken in thinking that, at least with the death of the beautiful Julia, who died in the bloom of womanhood in the autumn of 700 and was soon followed by her only child to the tomb, the personal relation between her father and her husband was broken up. Caesar attempted to re-establish the ties of affinity which fate had severed. He asked for himself the hand of the only daughter of Pompeius, and offered Octavia, his sister's granddaughter, who was now his nearest relative, in marriage to his fellow regent. But Pompeius left his daughter to her existing husband Faustus Sulla, the son of the regent, and he himself married the daughter of Quintus Metellus Scipio. The personal breach had unmistakably begun, and it was Pompeius who drew back his hand. It was expected that a political breach would at once follow, but in this people were mistaken. In public affairs, a collegiate understanding continued for a time to subsist. The reason was that Caesar did not wish publicly to dissolve the relation before the subjugation of Gaul was accomplished, and Pompeius did not wish to dissolve it before the governing authorities and Italy should be wholly reduced under his power by his investiture with the dictatorship. It is singular, but yet readily admits of explanation, that the regents under these circumstances supported each other. Pompeius, after the disaster of Aduatuca in the winter of 700, handed over one of his Italian legions that were dismissed on furlough by way of loan to Caesar. On the other hand, Caesar granted his consent and his moral support to Pompeius in the repressive measures which the latter took against the stubborn republican opposition. Dictatorship of Pompeius. Covert attacks by Pompeius on Caesar. It was only after Pompeius had in this way procured for himself at the beginning of 702 the undivided consulship and an influence in the capital thoroughly outweighing that of Caesar, and after all the men capable of arms in Italy had tendered their military oath to himself personally and in his name, that he formed the resolution to break as soon as possible formally with Caesar, and the design became distinctly enough apparent. that the judicial prosecution which took place after the tumult on the Appian Way lighted with unsparing severity precisely on the old democratic partisans of Caesar might perhaps pass as a mere awkwardness. That the new law against electioneering intrigues, which had retrospective effect as far as 684, included also the dubious proceedings at Caesar's candidature for the consulship, might likewise be nothing more, although not a few Caesarians thought that they perceived in it a definite design. But people could no longer shut their eyes, however willing they might be to do so, when Pompeius did not select for his colleague in the consulship his former father-in-law Caesar, as was fitting in the circumstances of the case, and was in many quarters demanded, but associated with himself a puppet wholly dependent on him in his new father-in-law Scipio, and still less, when Pompeius at the same time got the governorship of the two Spains continued to him for 5 years more, that is to 709, and a considerable fixed sum appropriated from the state chest for the payment of his troops, not only without stipulating for a like prolongation of command and a like grant of money to Caesar, but even while labouring ulteriorly to effect the recall of Caesar before the term formally agreed on through the new regulations which were issued at the same time regarding the holding of the governorships. These encroachments were unmistakably calculated to undermine Caesar's position and eventually to overthrow him. The moment could not be more favourable. Caesar had conceded so much to Pompeius at Lucca only because Crassus and his Syrian army would necessarily, in the event of any rupture with Pompeius, be thrown into Caesar's scale. For upon Crassus, who since the times of Sulla had been at the deepest enmity with Pompeius and almost as long politically and personally allied with Caesar, and who from his peculiar character at all events, if he could not himself be king of Rome, would have been content with being the new king's banker, Caesar could always reckon, and could have no apprehension at all of seeing Crassus confronting him as an ally of his enemies. The catastrophe of June 701, by which army and general in Syria perished, was therefore a terribly severe blow also for Caesar.
A few months later, the national insurrection blazed up more violently than ever in Gaul, just when it had seemed completely subdued, and for the first time Caesar here encountered an equal opponent in the Arvernian king Vercingetorix. Once more fate had been working for Pompeius. Crassus was dead, all Gaul was in revolt. Pompeius was practically dictator of Rome and master of the Senate. What might have happened if he had now, instead of remotely intriguing against Caesar, summarily compelled the burgesses or the Senate to recall Caesar at once from Gaul? But Pompeius never understood how to take advantage of fortune. He heralded the breach clearly enough. Already in 702 his acts left no doubt about it, and in the spring of 703 he openly expressed his purpose of breaking with Caesar. But he did not break with him, and allowed the months to slip away unemployed. The old party names and the pretenders. But however Pompeius might delay, the crisis was incessantly urged on by the mere force of circumstances. The impending war was not a struggle possibly between republic and monarchy, for that had been virtually decided years before, but a struggle between Pompeius and Caesar for the possession of the crown of Rome. But neither of the pretenders found his account in uttering the plain truth. He would have thereby driven all that very respectable portion of the burgesses, which desired the continuance of the republic and believed in its possibility, directly into the camp of his opponent. The old battle cries raised by Gracchus and Drusus, Cinna and Sulla, used up and meaningless as they were, remained still good enough for watchwords in the struggle of the two generals contending for the sole rule, and, though for the moment both Pompeius and Caesar ranked themselves officially with the so-called popular party, it could not be for a moment doubtful that Caesar would inscribe on his banner the people and democratic progress, Pompeius the aristocracy and the legitimate constitution. The democracy and Caesar had no choice. He was from the outset and very earnestly a democrat. The monarchy, as he understood it, differed more outwardly than in reality from the Gracchus government of the people, and he was too magnanimous and too profound a statesman to conceal his colours and to fight under any other escutcheon than his own. The immediate advantage, no doubt, which this battle cry brought to him was trifling. It was confined mainly to the circumstance that he was thereby relieved from the inconvenience of directly naming the kingly office, and so alarming the mass of the lukewarm and his own adherents by that detested word. The democratic banner hardly yielded farther positive gain, since the ideals of Gracchus had been rendered infamous and ridiculous by Clodius. For where was there now, laying aside perhaps the Transpadanes, any class of any sort of importance which would have been induced by the battle cries of the democracy to take part in the struggle? The aristocracy and Pompeius.
This state of things would have decided the part of Pompeius in the impending struggle, even if apart from this it had not been self-evident that he could only enter into it as the general of the legitimate republic. Nature had destined him, if ever anyone, to be a member of an aristocracy, and nothing but very accidental and very selfish motives had carried him over as a deserter from the aristocratic to the democratic camp. That he should now revert to his sullen traditions was not merely befitting in the case, but in every respect of essential advantage. Effete as was the democratic cry, the conservative cry could not but have the more potent effect if it proceeded from the right man. Perhaps the majority, at any rate the flower of the burgesses, belonged to the constitutional party, and as respected its numerical and moral strength might well be called to interfere powerfully, perhaps decisively, in the impending struggle of the pretenders. It wanted nothing but a leader. Marcus Cato, its present head, did the duty, as he understood it, of its leader amidst daily peril to his life, and perhaps without hope of success. His fidelity to duty deserves respect, but to be the last at a forlorn post is commendable in the soldier, not in the general. He had not the skill either to organize or to bring into action at the proper time the powerful reserve which had sprung up as it were spontaneously in Italy for the party of the overthrown government, and he had for good reasons never made any pretension to the military leadership, on which everything ultimately depended. If instead of this man, who knew not how to act either as party chief or as general, a man of the political and military mark of Pompeius should raise the banner of the existing constitution, the municipals of Italy would necessarily flock towards it in crowds, that under it they might help to fight, if not indeed for the kingship of Pompeius, at any rate against the kingship of Caesar. To this was added another consideration at least as important. It was characteristic of Pompeius, even when he had formed a resolve, not to be able to find his way to its execution. While he knew perhaps how to conduct war, but certainly not how to declare it, the Catonian party, although assuredly unable to conduct it, was very able, and above all very ready to supply grounds for the war against the monarchy on the point of being founded. According to the intention of Pompeius, while he kept himself aloof and, in his peculiar way,
now talked as though he would immediately depart for his Spanish provinces, now made preparations as though he would set out to take over the command on the Euphrates, the legitimate governing board, namely the Senate, were to break with Caesar, to declare war against him, and to entrust the conduct of it to Pompeius, who then, yielding to the general desire, was to come forward as the protector of the constitution against demagogico-monarchical plots, as an upright man and champion of the existing order of things against the profligates and anarchists, as the duly installed general of the Senate against the imperator of the street, and so once more to save his country. Thus Pompeius gained, by the alliance with the conservatives, both a second army in addition to his personal adherents, and a suitable war manifesto, advantages which certainly were purchased at the high price of coalescing with those who were in principle opposed to him. Of the countless evils involved in this coalition, there was developed in the meantime only one, but that already a very grave one, that Pompeius surrendered the power of commencing hostilities against Caesar when and how he pleased, and in this decisive point made himself dependent on all the accidents and caprices of an aristocratic corporation. The Republicans. Thus the Republican opposition, after having been for years obliged to rest content with the part of a mere spectator, and having hardly ventured to whisper, was now brought back once more to the political stage by the impending rupture between the regents. It consisted primarily of the circle which rallied round Cato, those Republicans who were resolved to venture on the struggle for the Republic and against the monarchy under all circumstances, and the sooner the better.
The pitiful issue of the attempt made in 698 had taught them that they by themselves alone were not in a position either to conduct war or even to call it forth.
It was known to everyone that even in the Senate, while the whole corporation with a few isolated exceptions was averse to monarchy, the majority would still only restore the oligarchic government if it might be restored without danger, in which case, doubtless, it had a good while to wait. In presence of the regents on the one hand, and on the other hand of this indolent majority, which desired peace above all things and at any price, and was averse to any decided action, and most of all to a decided rupture with one or other of the regents, the only possible course for the Catonian party to obtain a restoration of the old rule lay in a coalition with the less dangerous of the rulers. If Pompeius acknowledged the oligarchic constitution and offered to fight for it against Caesar, the republican opposition might and must recognize him as its general, and in alliance with him compel the timid majority to a declaration of war. That Pompeius was not quite in earnest with his fidelity to the constitution could indeed escape nobody, but, undecided as he was in everything, he had by no means arrived like Caesar at a clear and firm conviction that it must be the first business of the new monarch to sweep off thoroughly and conclusively the oligarchic lumber. At any rate, the war would train a really republican army and really republican generals, and, after the victory over Caesar, they might proceed with more favorable prospects to set aside not merely one of the monarchs, but the monarchy itself, which was in the course of formation. Desperate as was the cause of the oligarchy, the offer of Pompeius to become its ally was the most favorable arrangement possible for it. Their league with Pompeius. The conclusion of the alliance between Pompeius and the Catonian party was effected with comparative rapidity. Already during the dictatorship of Pompeius, a remarkable approximation had taken place between them. The whole behavior of Pompeius in the Melonian crisis, his abrupt repulse of the mob that offered him the dictatorship, his distinct declaration that he would accept this office only from the Senate, his unrelenting severity against disturbers of the peace of every sort, and especially against the ultra-democrats, the surprising complacence with which he treated Cato and those who shared his views, appeared as much calculated to gain the men of order as they were offensive to the democrat Caesar. On the other hand, Cato and his followers, instead of combating with their wonted sternness the proposal to confer the dictatorship on Pompeius, had made it with immaterial alterations of form their own. Pompeius had received the undivided consulship primarily from the hands of Bibulus and Cato, while the Catonian party and Pompeius had thus at least a tacit understanding as early as the beginning of 702 the alliance might be held as formally concluded, when at the consular elections for 703 there was elected not Cato himself indeed, but, along with an insignificant man belonging to the majority of the Senate, one of the most decided adherents of Cato, Marcus Claudius Marcellus. Marcellus was no furious zealot and still less a genius, but a steadfast and strict aristocrat, just the right man to declare war if war was to be begun with Caesar. As the case stood, this election, so surprising after the repressive measures adopted immediately before against the republican opposition, can hardly have occurred otherwise than with the consent, or at least under the tacit permission, of the regent of Rome for the time being. Slowly and clumsily, as was his wont, but steadily, Pompeius moved onward to the rupture. Passive resistance of Caesar. It was not the intention of Caesar, on the other hand, to fall out at this moment with Pompeius. He could not indeed desire seriously and permanently to share the ruling power with any colleague, least of all with one of so secondary a sort as was Pompeius. And beyond doubt he had long resolved after terminating the conquest of Gaul to take the sole power for himself, and in case of need to extort it by force of arms. But a man like Caesar, in whom the officer was thoroughly subordinate to the statesman, could not fail to perceive that the regulation of the political organism by force of arms does in its consequences deeply and often permanently disorganize it. And therefore he could not but seek to solve the difficulty, if at all possible, by peaceful means, or at least without open civil war. But even if civil war was not to be avoided, he could not desire to be driven to it at a time when in Gaul the rising of Vercingetorix imperilled afresh all that had been obtained and occupied him without interruption from the winter of 701 to 702 to the winter of 702 to 703, and when Pompeius and the constitutional party opposed to him on principle were dominant in Italy. Accordingly, he sought to preserve the relation with Pompeius, and thereby the peace unbroken, and to attain, if at all possible, by peaceful means to the consulship for 706 already assured to him at Lucca. If he should then, after a conclusive settlement of Celtic affairs, be placed in a regular manner at the head of the state, he, who was still more decidedly superior to Pompeius as a statesman than as a general, might well reckon on outmanoeuvring the latter in the Senate House and in the Forum without special difficulty. Perhaps it was possible to find out for his awkward, vacillating, and arrogant rival some sort of honourable and influential position, in which the latter might be content to sink into a nullity. The repeated attempts of Caesar to keep himself related by marriage to Pompeius may have been designed to pave the way for such a solution, and to bring about a final settlement of the old quarrel through the succession of offspring inheriting the blood of both competitors. The Republican opposition would then remain without a leader and therefore probably quiet, and peace would be preserved. If this should not be successful, and if there should be, as was certainly possible, a necessity for ultimately resorting to the decision of arms, Caesar would then as consul in Rome dispose of the compliant majority of the Senate, and he could impede or perhaps frustrate the coalition of the Pompeians and the Republicans, and conduct the war far more suitably and more advantageously than if he now as proconsul of Gaul gave orders to march against the Senate and its general. Certainly the success of this plan depended on Pompeius being good-natured enough to let Caesar still obtain the consulship for 706 assured to him at Lucca. But, even if it failed, it would be always of advantage for Caesar to have given practical and repeated evidence of the most yielding disposition. On the one hand, time would thus be gained for attaining his object meanwhile in Gaul. On the other hand, his opponents would be left with the odium of initiating the rupture and consequently the civil war, which was of the utmost moment for Caesar with reference to the majority of the Senate and the party of material interests, and more especially with reference to his own soldiers. On these views, he acted. He armed, certainly. The number of his legion was raised through new levies in the winter of 702 to 703 to 11, including that borrowed from Pompeius, but at the same time he expressly and openly approved of Pompeius's conduct during the dictatorship and the restoration of order in the capital which he had effected, rejected the warnings of officious friends as calumnies, reckoned every day by which he succeeded in postponing the catastrophe again, overlooked whatever could be overlooked and bore whatever could be borne, immovably adhering only to the one decisive demand that, when his governorship of Gaul came to an end with 705, the second consulship, admissible by republican state law and promised to him according to agreement by his colleague, should be granted to him for the year 706, preparation for attacks on Caesar.
This very demand became the battlefield of the diplomatic war which now began. If Caesar were compelled either to resign his office of governor before the last day of December 705, or to postpone the assumption of the magistracy in the capital beyond the 1st January 706, so that he should remain for a time between the governorship and the consulate without office, and consequently liable to criminal impeachment, which, according to Roman law, was only allowable against one who was not in office, the public had good reason to prophesy for him in this case the fate of Milo, because Cato had for long been ready to impeach him, and Pompeius was a more than doubtful protector. Attempt to keep Caesar. Out of the consulship now, to attain that object, Caesar's opponents had a very simple means. According to the existing ordinance as to elections, every candidate for the consulship was obliged to announce himself personally to the presiding magistrate and to cause his name to be inscribed on the official list of candidates before the election, that is, half a year before entering on office. It had probably been regarded in the conferences at Lucca as a matter of course that Caesar would be released from this obligation, which was purely formal and was very often dispensed with. But the decree to that effect had not yet been issued, and, as Pompeius was now in possession of the decretive machinery, Caesar depended in this respect on the good will of his rival. Pompeius incomprehensibly abandoned of his own accord this completely secure position. With his consent and during his dictatorship, the personal appearance of Caesar was dispensed with by a tribunician law. When, however, soon afterwards the new election ordinance was issued, the obligation of candidates personally to enroll themselves was repeated in general terms,
and no sort of exception was added in favor of those released from it by earlier resolutions of the people. According to strict form, the privilege granted in favor of Caesar was cancelled by the later general law. Caesar complained, and the clause was subsequently appended, but not confirmed by special decree of the people.
So that this enactment inserted by mere interpolation in the already promulgated law could only be looked on de jure as a nullity. Where Pompeius, therefore, might have simply kept by the law, he had preferred first to make a spontaneous concession, then to recall it, and lastly to cloak this recall in a manner most disloyal.
Attempt to shorten Caesar's governorship. While in this way the shortening of Caesar's governorship was only aimed at indirectly, the regulations issued at the same time as to the governorship sought the same object directly. The 10 years for which the governorship had been secured to Caesar, in the last instance through the law proposed by Pompeius himself in concert with Crassus, ran according to the usual mode of reckoning from March 1st, 695 to the last day of February 705. As, however, according to the earlier practice, the proconsul or propraetor had the right of entering on his provincial magistracy immediately after the termination of his consulship or praetorship, the successor of Caesar was to be nominated not from the urban magistrates of 704, but from those of 705, and could not therefore enter before January 1st, 706. So far, Caesar had still, during the last 10 months of the year 705, a right to the command, not on the ground of the Pompeo-Licinian law, but on the ground of the old rule that a command with a set term still continued after the expiry of the term up to the arrival of the successor. But now, since the new regulation of 702 called to the governorships not the consuls and praetors going out, but those who had gone out 5 years ago or more, and thus prescribed an interval between the civil magistracy and the command instead of the previous immediate sequence, there was no longer any difficulty in straightway filling up from another quarter every legally vacant governorship, and so, in the case in question, bringing about for the Gallic provinces the change of command on the 1st of March 705 instead of the 1st of January 706. The pitiful dissimulation and procrastinating artifice of Pompeius are after a remarkable manner mixed up in these arrangements with the wily formalism and the constitutional erudition of the Republican party. Years before these weapons of state law could be employed, they had them duly prepared and put themselves in a condition on the one hand to compel Caesar to the resignation of his command from the day when the term secured to him by Pompeius's own law expired. That is, from the 1st of March 705, by sending successors to him, and on the other hand, to be able to treat as null and void the votes tendered for him at the elections for 706. Caesar, not in a position to hinder these moves in the game, kept silence and left things to their own course. Debates as to Caesar's recall. Gradually, therefore, the slow course of constitutional procedure developed itself. According to custom, the Senate had to deliberate on the governorships of the year 705, so far as they went to former consuls, at the beginning of 703, so far as they went to former praetors, at the beginning of 704. That earlier deliberation gave the first occasion to discuss the nomination of new governors for the 2 Gauls in the Senate, and thereby the first occasion for open collision between the constitutional party pushed forward by Pompeius and the senatorial supporters of Caesar. The consul Marcus Marcellus introduced a proposal to give the 2 provinces hitherto administered by the proconsul Gaius Caesar from the 1st of March 705 to the 2 consulars who were to be provided with governorships for that year. The long-repressed indignation burst forth in a torrent through the sluice once opened. Everything that the Catonians were meditating against Caesar was brought forward in these discussions. For them it was a settled point
that the right granted by exceptional law to the proconsul Caesar of announcing his candidature for the consulship in absence had been again cancelled by a subsequent decree of the people, and that the reservation inserted in the latter was invalid. The Senate should, in their opinion, cause this magistrate, now that the subjugation of Gaul was ended, to discharge immediately the soldiers who had served out their time. The cases in which Caesar had bestowed burgess rights and established colonies in Upper Italy were described by them as unconstitutional and null, in further illustration of which Marcellus ordained that a respected senator of the Caesarian colony of Comum, who, even if that place had not burgess but only Latin rights, was entitled to lay claim to Roman citizenship, should receive the punishment of scourging, which was admissible only in the case of non-burgesses. The supporters of Caesar at this time, among whom Gaius Vibius Pansa, who was the son of a man proscribed by Sulla but yet had entered on a political career, formerly an officer in Caesar's army, and in this year tribune of the people, was the most notable, affirmed in the Senate that both the state of things in Gaul and equity demanded not only that Caesar should not be recalled before the time, but that he should be allowed to retain the command along with the consulship, and they pointed beyond doubt to the facts that a few years previously Pompeius had just in the same way combined the Spanish governorships with the consulate, that even at the present time, besides the important office of superintending the supply of food to the capital, he held the supreme command in Italy in addition to the Spanish, and that in fact the whole men capable of arms had been sworn in by him and had not yet been released from their oath. The process began to take shape, but its course was not on that account more rapid. The majority of the Senate, seeing the breach approaching, allowed no sitting capable of issuing a decree to take place for months, and other months in their turn were lost over the solemn procrastination of Pompeius. At length, the latter broke the silence and ranged himself, in a reserved and vacillating fashion as usual, but yet plainly enough, on the side of the constitutional party against his former ally. He summarily and abruptly rejected the demand of the Caesarians that their master should be allowed to conjoin the consulship and the proconsulship. This demand, he added with blunt coarseness, seemed to him no better than if a son should offer to flog his father. He approved in principle the proposal of Marcellus, insofar as he too declared that he would not allow Caesar directly to attach the consulship to the proconsulship. He hinted, however, although without making any binding declaration on the point, that they would perhaps grant to Caesar admission to the elections for 706 without requiring his personal announcement, as well as the continuance of his governorship at the utmost to the 13th of November 705. But in the meantime, the incorrigible procrastinator consented to the postponement of the nomination of successors to the last day of February. 704, which was asked by the representatives of Caesar, probably on the ground of a clause of the Pompeo-Licinian law forbidding any discussion in the Senate as to the nomination of successors before the beginning of Caesar's last year of office. In this sense, accordingly, the decrees of the Senate were issued, September 29th, 703. The filling up of the Gallic governorships was placed in the order of the day for the 1st of March, 704. But even now it was attempted to break up the army of Caesar, just as had formerly been done by decree of the people with the army of Lucullus, by inducing his veterans to apply to the Senate for their discharge. Caesar's supporters effected indeed, as far as they constitutionally could, the cancelling of these decrees by their tribunician veto, but Pompeius very distinctly declared that the magistrates were bound unconditionally to obey the Senate, and that intercessions and similar antiquated formalities would produce no change. The oligarchical party, whose organ Pompeius now made himself, betrayed not obscurely the design, in the event of a victory, of revising the constitution in their sense and removing everything which had even the semblance of popular freedom. As indeed, doubtless for this reason, it omitted to avail itself of the comitia at all in its attacks directed against Caesar. The coalition between Pompeius and the constitutional party was thus formally declared. Sentence, too, was already evidently passed on Caesar, and the term of its promulgation was simply postponed. The elections for the following year proved thoroughly adverse to him. Counter-arrangements of Caesar. During these party maneuvers of his antagonists preparatory to war, Caesar had succeeded in getting rid of the Gallic insurrection and restoring the state of peace in the whole subject territory. As early as the summer of 703, under the convenient pretext of defending the frontier, but evidently in token of the fact that the legions in Gaul were now beginning to be no longer needed there, he moved one of them to North Italy. He could not avoid perceiving now, at any rate if not earlier, that he would not be spared the necessity of drawing the sword against his fellow citizens. Nevertheless, as it was highly desirable to leave the legions still for a time in the barely pacified Gaul, he sought even yet to procrastinate, and, well acquainted with the extreme love of peace in the majority of the Senate, did not abandon the hope of still restraining them from the declaration of war, in spite of the pressure exercised over them by Pompeius. He did not even hesitate to make great sacrifices, if only he might avoid for the present open variance with the supreme governing board.
When the Senate, in the spring of 704, at the suggestion of Pompeius, requested both him and Caesar to furnish each a legion for the impending Parthian war, and when agreeably to this resolution Pompeius demanded back from Caesar the legion lent to him some years before so as to send it to Syria, Caesar complied with the double demand, because neither the opportuneness of this decree of the Senate nor the justice of the demand of Pompeius could in themselves be disputed, and the keeping within the bounds of the law and of formal loyalty was of more consequence to Caesar than a few thousand soldiers.
The two legions came without delay and placed themselves at the disposal of the government, but instead of sending them to the Euphrates, the latter kept them at Capua in readiness for Pompeius, and the public had once more the opportunity of comparing the manifest endeavours of Caesar to avoid a rupture with the perfidious preparation for war by his opponents.
Curio. For the discussions with the Senate, Caesar had succeeded in purchasing not only one of the two consuls of the year, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, but above all the tribune of the people Gaius Curio, probably the most eminent among the many profligate men of parts in this epoch, unsurpassed in refined elegance and in fluent and clever oratory, in dexterity of intrigue, and in that energy which in the case of vigorous but vicious characters bestirs itself only the more powerfully amid the pauses of idleness, but also unsurpassed in his dissolute life, in his talent for borrowing. His debts were estimated at 60 million sesterces, £600,000, and in his moral and political want of principle. He had previously offered himself to be bought by Caesar and had been rejected. The talent, which he thenceforward displayed in his attacks on Caesar, induced the latter subsequently to buy him up. The price was high, but the commodity was worth the money. Debates as to the recall of Caesar and Pompeius. Curio had, in the first months of his tribunate of the people, played the independent republican, and had as such thundered both against Caesar and against Pompeius. He availed himself with rare skill of the apparently impartial position which this gave him, when in March 704 the proposal as to the filling up of the Gallic governorships for the next year came up afresh for discussion in the Senate. He completely approved the decree, but asked that it should be at the same time extended to Pompeius and his extraordinary commands. His arguments that a constitutional state of things could only be brought about by the removal of all exceptional positions, that Pompeius, as merely entrusted by the Senate with the proconsulship, could still less than Caesar refuse obedience to it, that the one-sided removal of one of the two generals would only increase the danger to the constitution, carried complete conviction to superficial politicians and to the public at large, and the declaration of Curio that he intended to prevent any one-sided proceedings against Caesar by the veto constitutionally belonging to him, met with much approval in and out of the Senate. Caesar declared his consent at once to Curio's proposal and offered to resign his governorship and command at any moment on the summons of the Senate, provided Pompeius would do the same. He might safely do so, for Pompeius without his Italo-Spanish command was no longer formidable. Pompeius, again for that very reason, could not avoid refusing. His reply, that Caesar must first resign, and that he meant speedily to follow the example thus set, was the less satisfactory, that he did not even specify a definite term for his retirement. Again the decision was delayed for months.
Pompeius and the Catonians, perceiving the dubious humour of the majority of the Senate, did not venture to bring Curio's proposal to a vote. Caesar employed the summer in establishing the state of peace in the regions which he had conquered, in holding a great review of his troops on the Scheldt, and in making a triumphal march through the province of North Italy, which was entirely devoted to him. Autumn found him in Ravenna, the southern frontier town of his province. Caesar and Pompeius both recalled. The vote, which could no longer be delayed on Curio's proposal, at length took place, and exhibited the defeat of the party of Pompeius and Cato in all its extent. By 370 votes against 20, the Senate resolved that the proconsuls of Spain and Gaul should both be called upon to resign their offices. And with boundless joy, the good burgesses of Rome heard the glad news of the saving achievement of Curio. Pompeius was thus recalled by the Senate no less than Caesar, and while Caesar was ready to comply with the command, Pompeius positively refused obedience. The presiding consul Gaius Marcellus, cousin of Marcus Marcellus, and like the latter belonging to the Catonian party, addressed a severe lecture to the servile majority, and it was, no doubt, vexatious to be thus beaten in their own camp, and beaten by means of a phalanx of poltroons. But where was victory to come from under a leader who, instead of shortly and distinctly dictating his orders to the senators, resorted in his old days a second time to the instructions of a professor of rhetoric, that with eloquence polished up afresh he might encounter the youthful vigour and brilliant talents of Curio? Declaration of war. The coalition, defeated in the Senate, was in the most painful position. The Catonian section had undertaken to push matters to a rupture and to carry the Senate along with them, and now saw their vessels stranded after a most vexatious manner on the sandbanks of the indolent majority. Their leaders had to listen in their conferences to the bitterest reproaches from Pompeius. He pointed out emphatically and with entire justice the dangers of the seeming peace, and though it depended on himself alone to cut the knot by rapid action, his allies knew very well that they could never expect this from him, and that it was for them, as they had promised, to bring matters to a crisis. After the champions of the constitution and of senatorial government had already declared the constitutional rights of the burgesses and of the tribunes of the people to be meaningless formalities, they now found themselves driven by necessity to treat the constitutional decision of the Senate itself in a similar manner, and, as the legitimate government would not let itself be saved with its own consent, to save it against its will. This was neither new nor accidental. Sulla and Lucullus had been obliged to carry every energetic resolution conceived by them in the true interest of the government with a high hand irrespective of it, just as Cato and his friends now proposed to do. The machinery of the constitution was in fact utterly effete, and the Senate was now, as the comitia had been for centuries, nothing but a worn-out wheel slipping constantly out of its track. It was rumoured, October 704, that Caesar had moved 4 legions from Transalpine into Cisalpine Gaul and stationed them at Placentia. This transference of troops was of itself within the prerogative of the governor. Curio, moreover, palpably showed in the Senate the utter groundlessness of the rumour, and they, by a majority, rejected the proposal of the consul Gaius Marcellus to give Pompeius on the strength of it orders to march against Caesar. Yet the said consul, in concert with the 2 consuls elected for 705 who likewise belonged to the Catonian party, proceeded to Pompeius, and these 3 men, by virtue of their own plenitude of power, requested the general to put himself at the head of the 2 legions stationed at Capua, and to call the Italian militia to arms at his discretion. A more informal authorization for the commencement of a civil war can hardly be conceived, but people had no longer time to attend to such secondary matters. Pompeius accepted it. The military preparations, the levies began. In order personally to forward them, Pompeius left the capital in December 704. The ultimatum of Caesar had completely attained the object of devolving the initiative of civil war on his opponents. He had, while himself keeping on legal ground, compelled Pompeius to declare war, and to declare it not as representative of the legitimate authority, but as general of an openly revolutionary minority of the Senate, which overawed the majority. This result was not to be reckoned of slight importance, although the instinct of the masses could not and did not deceive itself for a moment as to the fact that the war concerned other things than questions of formal law. Now, when war was declared, it was Caesar's interest to strike a blow as soon as possible. The preparations of his opponents were just beginning, and even the capital was not occupied. In 10 or 12 days, an army 3 times as strong as the troops of Caesar that were in Upper Italy could be collected at Rome. But still it was not impossible to surprise the city undefended, or even perhaps by a rapid winter campaign to seize all Italy, and to shut off the best resources of his opponents before they could make them available. The sagacious and energetic Curio, who after resigning his tribunate December 10th, 704, had immediately gone to Caesar at Ravenna, vividly represented the state of things to his master, and it hardly needed such a representation to convince Caesar that longer delay now could only be injurious. But, as he, with the view of not giving his antagonists occasion to complain, had hitherto brought no troops to Ravenna itself, he could for the present do nothing but dispatch orders to his whole force to set out with all haste, and he had to wait till at least the 1 legion stationed in Upper Italy reached Ravenna. Meanwhile he sent an ultimatum to Rome, which, if useful for nothing else, by its extreme submissiveness still farther compromised his opponents in public opinion, and perhaps even, as he seemed himself to hesitate, induced them to prosecute more remissly their preparations against him. In this ultimatum Caesar dropped all the counter-demands which he formerly made on Pompeius, and offered on his own part both to resign the governorship of Transalpine Gaul and to dismiss 8 of the 10 legions belonging to him at the term fixed by the Senate. He declared himself content if the Senate would leave him either the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyria with 1, or that of Cisalpine Gaul alone with 2, legions, not forsooth up to his investiture with the consulship, but till after the close of the consular elections for 706. He thus consented to those proposals of accommodation with which at the beginning of the discussions the senatorial party and even Pompeius himself had declared that they would be satisfied, and showed himself ready to remain in a private position from his election to the consulate down to his entering on office. Whether Caesar was in earnest with these astonishing concessions and had confidence that he should be able to carry through his game against Pompeius even after granting so much, or whether he reckoned that those on the other side had already gone too far to find in these proposals of compromise more than a proof that Caesar regarded his cause itself as lost, can no longer be with certainty determined. The probability is that Caesar committed the fault of playing a too bold game, far worse rather than the fault of promising something which he was not minded to perform, and that, if strangely enough his proposals had been accepted, he would have made good his word. Last debate in the Senate, Curio undertook once more to represent his master in the lion's den. In 3 days he made the journey from Ravenna to Rome. When the new consuls Lucius Lentulus and Gaius Marcellus the Younger assembled the Senate for the first time on January 1st, 705, he delivered in a full meeting the letter addressed by the general to the Senate. The tribunes of the people, Marcus Antonius, well known in the chronicle of scandal of the city as the intimate friend of Curio and his accomplice in all his follies, but at the same time known from the Egyptian and Gallic campaigns as a brilliant cavalry officer, and Quintus Cassius, Pompeius's former quaestor, the two, who were now in Curio's stead managing the cause of Caesar in Rome, insisted on the immediate reading of the dispatch. The grave and clear words in which Caesar set forth the imminence of civil war, the general wish for peace, the arrogance of Pompeius, and his own yielding disposition, with all the irresistible force of truth. The proposals for a compromise, of a moderation which doubtless surprised his own partisans. The distinct declaration that this was the last time that he should offer his hand for peace, made the deepest impression. In spite of the dread inspired by the numerous soldiers of Pompeius who flocked into the capital, the sentiment of the majority was not doubtful. The consuls could not venture to let it find expression. Respecting the proposal renewed by Caesar that both generals might be enjoined to resign their commands simultaneously, respecting all the projects of accommodation suggested by his letter, and respecting the proposal made by Marcus Coelius Rufus and Marcus Callidius that Pompeius should be urged immediately to depart for Spain, the consuls refused,
as they, in the capacity of presiding officers, were entitled to do, to let a vote take place. Even the proposal of one of their most decided partisans, who was simply not so blind to the military position of affairs as his party, Marcus Marcellus, to defer the determination till the Italian levy en masse could be under arms and could protect the Senate, was not allowed to be brought to a vote. Pompeius caused it to be declared through his usual organ, Quintus Scipio, that he was resolved to take up the cause of the Senate now or never, and that he would let it drop if they longer delayed. The consul Lentulus said in plain terms that even the decree of the Senate was no longer of consequence, and that, if it should persevere in its civility, he would act of himself, and with his powerful friends take the farther steps necessary. Thus, overawed, the majority decreed what was commanded, that Caesar should at a definite and not distant day give up Transalpine Gaul to Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, and Cisalpine Gaul to Marcus Servilius Nonianus, and should dismiss his army, failing which he should be esteemed a traitor. When the tribunes of Caesar's party made use of their right of veto against this resolution, not only were they, as they at least asserted, threatened in the Senate House itself by the swords of Pompeian soldiers, and forced, in order to save their lives, to flee in slaves' clothing from the capital, but the now sufficiently overawed Senate treated their formerly quite constitutional interference as an attempt at revolution, declared the country in danger, and in the usual forms called the whole burgesses to take up arms, and all magistrates faithful to the constitution to place themselves at the head of the armed, January 7th, 705. Caesar marches into Italy. Now it was enough. When Caesar was informed by the tribunes who had fled to his camp, entreating protection as to the reception which his proposals had met with in the capital, he called together the soldiers of the 13th Legion, which had meanwhile arrived from its cantonments near Tergest, Trieste, at Ravenna, and unfolded before them the state of things. It was not merely the man of genius versed in the knowledge and skilled in the control of men's hearts, whose brilliant eloquence shone forth and glowed in this agitating crisis of his own and the world's destiny, nor merely the generous commander-in-chief and the victorious general, addressing soldiers who had been called by himself to arms and for 8 years had followed his banners with daily increasing enthusiasm. There spoke, above all, the energetic and consistent statesman, who had now for 29 years defended the cause of freedom in good and evil times, who had braved for it the daggers of assassins and the executioners of the aristocracy, the swords of the Germans and the waves of the unknown ocean without ever yielding or wavering, who had torn to pieces the sullen constitution, had overthrown the rule of the Senate, and had furnished the defenceless and unarmed democracy with protection and with arms by means of the struggle beyond the Alps. And he spoke, not to the Clodian public whose republican enthusiasm had been long burnt down to ashes and dross, but to the young men from the towns and villages of northern Italy, who still felt freshly and purely the mighty influence of the thought of civic freedom, who were still capable of fighting and of dying for ideals, who had themselves received for their country in a revolutionary way from Caesar the burgess rights which the government refused to them, whom Caesar's fall would leave once more at the mercy of the fasces, and who already possessed practical proofs of the inexorable use which the oligarchy proposed to make of these against the Transpadans. Such were the listeners before whom such an orator set forth the facts, the thanks for the conquest of Gaul which the nobility were preparing for the general and his army, the contemptuous setting aside of the comitia, the overawing of the Senate, the sacred duty of protecting with armed hand the tribunate of the people wrested 500 years ago by their fathers arms in hand from the nobility, and of keeping the ancient oath which these had taken for themselves as for their children's children, that they would man by man stand firm even to death for the tribunes of the people. And then, when he, the leader and general of the popular party, summoned the soldiers of the people, now that conciliatory means had been exhausted and concession had reached its utmost limits, to follow him in the last, the inevitable, the decisive struggle against the equally hated and despised, equally perfidious and incapable, and in fact ludicrously incorrigible aristocracy. There was not an officer or a soldier who could hold back. The order was given for departure.
At the head of his vanguard, Caesar crossed the narrow brook which separated his province from Italy, and which the constitution forbade the proconsul of Gaul to pass. When after 9 years' absence he trod once more the soil of his native land, he trod at the same time the path of revolution. The die was cast, Brundisium, Ilerda, Pharsalus and Thapsus. The resources on either side
arms were thus to decide which of the two men who had hitherto jointly ruled Rome was now to be its first sole ruler. Let us see what were the comparative resources at the disposal of Caesar and Pompeius for the waging of the impending war. Caesar's absolute power within his party. Caesar's power rested primarily on the wholly unlimited authority which he enjoyed within his party. If the ideas of democracy and of monarchy met together in it, this was not the result of a coalition which had been accidentally entered into and might be accidentally dissolved. On the contrary, it was involved in the very essence of a democracy without a representative constitution, that democracy and monarchy should find in Caesar at once their highest and ultimate expression. In political as in military matters throughout the first and the final decision lay with Caesar. However high the honor in which he held any serviceable instrument, it remained an instrument still. Caesar stood, in his own party without confederates, surrounded only by military political adjutants, who as a rule had risen from the army, and as soldiers were trained never to ask the reason and purpose of anything, but unconditionally to obey. On this account especially, at the decisive moment when the civil war began, of all the officers and soldiers of Caesar one alone refused him obedience, and the circumstance that one was precisely the foremost of them all serves simply to confirm this view of the relation of Caesar to his adherents. Labienus Titus Labienus had shared with Caesar all the troubles of the dark times of Catilina, as well as all the lustre of the Gallic career of victory, had regularly held independent command, and frequently led half the army. As he was the oldest, ablest, and most faithful of Caesar's adjutants, he was beyond question also highest in position and highest in honor. As late as in 704, Caesar had entrusted to him the supreme command in Cisalpine Gaul, in order partly to put this confidential post into safe hands, partly to forward the views of Labienus in his canvass for the consulship. But from this very position, Labienus entered into communication with the opposite party, resorted at the beginning of hostilities in 705 to the headquarters of Pompeius instead of those of Caesar, and fought through the whole civil strife with unparalleled bitterness against his old friend and master in war. We are not sufficiently informed either as to the character of Labienus or as to the special circumstances of his changing sides. But in the main his case certainly presents nothing but a further proof of the fact that a military chief can reckon far more surely on his captains than on his marshals. To all appearance, Labienus was one of those persons who combine with military efficiency utter incapacity as statesmen, and who in consequence, if they unhappily choose or are compelled to take part in politics, are exposed to those strange paroxysms of giddiness of which the history of Napoleon's marshals supplies so many tragicomic examples. He may probably have held himself entitled to rank alongside of Caesar as the second chief of the democracy, and the rejection of this claim of his may have sent him over to the camp of his opponents. His case rendered for the first time apparent the whole gravity of the evil, that Caesar's treatment of his officers as adjutants without independence admitted of the rise of no men fitted to undertake a separate command in his camp, while at the same time he stood urgently in need of such men amidst the diffusion, which might easily be foreseen, of the impending struggle through all the provinces of the wide empire. But this disadvantage was far outweighed by that unity in the supreme leadership, which was the primary condition of all success, and a condition only to be preserved at such a cost. Caesar's army. This unity of leadership acquired its full power through the efficiency of its instruments. Here the army comes, first of all, into view. It still numbered 9 legions of infantry, or at the most 50,000 men, all of whom, however, had faced the enemy, and 2/3 had served in all the campaigns against the Celts. The cavalry consisted of German and Noric mercenaries, whose usefulness and trustworthiness had been proved in the war against Vercingetorix.
The 8 years' warfare, full of varied vicissitudes, against the Celtic nation, which was brave, although in a military point of view decidedly inferior to the Italian, had given Caesar the opportunity of organizing his army as he alone knew how to organize it.
The whole efficiency of the soldier presupposes physical vigor. In Caesar's levies, more regard was had to the strength and activity of the recruits than to their means or their morals. But the serviceableness of an army, like that of any other machine, depends above all on the ease and quickness of its movements. The soldiers of Caesar attained a perfection rarely reached and probably never surpassed in their readiness for immediate departure at any time, and in the rapidity of their marching. Courage, of course, was valued above everything. Caesar practiced with unrivaled mastery the art of stimulating martial emulation and the esprit de corps, so that the preeminence accorded to particular soldiers and divisions appeared even to those who were postponed as the necessary hierarchy of valor. He weaned his men from fear by not unfrequently, where it could be done without serious danger, keeping his soldiers in ignorance of an approaching conflict and allowing them to encounter the enemy unexpectedly. But obedience was on a parity with valor. The soldier was required to do what he was bidden, without asking the reason or the object. Many an aimless fatigue was imposed on him solely as a training in the difficult art of blind obedience. The discipline was strict but not harassing. It was exercised with unrelenting vigor when the soldier was in presence of the enemy. At other times, especially after victory, the reins were relaxed, and if an otherwise efficient soldier was then pleased to indulge in perfumery or to deck himself with elegant arms and the like, or even if he allowed himself to be guilty of outrages or irregularities of a very questionable kind, provided only his military duties were not immediately affected, the foolery and the crime were allowed to pass, and the general lent a deaf ear to the complaints of the provincials on such points. Mutiny, on the other hand, was never pardoned, either in the instigators or even in the guilty corps itself. But the true soldier ought to be not merely capable, brave, and obedient. He ought to be all this willingly and spontaneously. And it is the privilege of gifted natures alone to induce the animated machine which they govern to a joyful service by means of example and of hope, and especially by the consciousness of being turned to befitting use. As the officer, who would demand valor from his troops, must himself have looked danger in the face with them, Caesar had, even when general, found opportunity of drawing his sword, and had then used it like the best. In activity, moreover, and fatigue, he was constantly far more exacting from himself than from his soldiers. Caesar took care that victory, which primarily no doubt brings gain to the general, should be associated also with personal hopes in the minds of the soldiers. We have already mentioned that he knew how to render his soldiers enthusiastic for the cause of the democracy, so far as the times which had become prosaic still admitted of enthusiasm, and that the political equalization of the Transpadane country, the native land of most of his soldiers, with Italy proper, was set forth as one of the objects of the struggle. Of course, material recompenses were at the same time not wanting, as well special rewards for distinguished feats of arms as general rewards for every efficient soldier. The officers had their portions, the soldiers received presents, and the most lavish gifts were placed in prospect for the triumph. Above all things, Caesar, as a true commander, understood how to awaken in every single component element, large or small, of the mighty machine, the consciousness of its befitting application. The ordinary man is destined for service, and he has no objection to be an instrument, if he feels that a master guides him. Everywhere and at all times the eagle eye of the general rested on the whole army, rewarding and punishing with impartial justice, and directing the action of each towards the course conducive to the good of all, so that there was no experimenting or trifling with the sweat and blood of the humblest, but for that very reason, where it was necessary, unconditional devotion even to death was required. Without allowing each individual to see into the whole springs of action, Caesar yet allowed each to catch such glimpses of the political and military connection of things as to secure that he should be recognized, and it may be idealized, by the soldiers as a statesman and a general. He treated his soldiers throughout,
not as his equals, but as men who are entitled to demand and were able to endure the truth, and who had to put faith in the promises and the assurances of their general without thinking of deception or listening to rumors, as comrades through long years in warfare and victory, among whom there was hardly anyone that was not known to him by name, and that in the course of so many campaigns had not formed more or less of a personal relation to the general. As good companions with whom he talked and dealt confidentially and with the cheerful elasticity peculiar to him. As clients, to requite whose services and to avenge whose wrongs and death constituted in his view a sacred duty. Perhaps there never was an army which was so perfectly what an army ought to be, a machine able for its ends and willing for its ends in the hand of a master who transfers to it his own elasticity. Caesar's soldiers were, and felt themselves, a match for a tenfold superior force, in connection with which it should not be overlooked that under the Roman tactics, calculated altogether for hand-to-hand conflict and especially for combat with the sword, the practiced Roman soldier was superior to the novice in a far higher degree than is now the case under the circumstances of modern times. But still more than by the superiority of valor, the adversaries of Caesar felt themselves humbled by the unchangeable and touching fidelity with which his soldiers clung to their general. It is perhaps without a parallel in history that when the general summoned his soldiers to follow him into the civil war, with the single exception already mentioned of Labienus, no Roman officer and no Roman soldier deserted him. The hopes of his opponents as to an extensive desertion were thwarted as ignominiously as the former attempts to break up his army like that of Lucullus. Labienus himself appeared in the camp of Pompeius with a band doubtless of Celtic and German horsemen, but without a single legionary. Indeed, the soldiers, as if they would show that the war was quite as much their matter as that of their general, settled among themselves that they would give credit for the pay, which Caesar had promised to double for them at the outbreak of the civil war, to their commander up to its termination, and would meanwhile support their poorer comrades from the general means. Besides, every subaltern officer equipped and paid a trooper out of his own purse. Field of Caesar's power, Upper Italy. While Caesar thus had the one thing which was needful, unlimited political and military authority and a trustworthy army ready for the fight, his power extended, comparatively speaking, over only a very limited space. It was based essentially on the province of Upper Italy. This region was not merely the most populous of all the districts of Italy, but also devoted to the cause of the democracy as its own. The feeling which prevailed there is shown by the conduct of a division of recruits from Opitergium, Oderzo in the delegation of Treviso, which not long after the outbreak of the war in the Illyrian waters, surrounded on a wretched raft by the war vessels of the enemy, allowed themselves to be shot at during the whole day down to sunset without surrendering, and, such of them as had escaped the missiles, put themselves to death with their own hands during the following night. It is easy to conceive what might be expected of such a population, as they had already granted to Caesar the means of more than doubling his original army. So after the outbreak of the civil war, recruits presented themselves in great numbers for the ample levies that were immediately instituted. Italy. In Italy proper, on the other hand, the influence of Caesar was not even remotely to be compared to that of his opponents. Although he had the skill by dexterous maneuvers to put the Catonian party in the wrong, and had sufficiently commended the rectitude of his cause to all who wished for a pretext with a good conscience either to remain neutral, like the majority of the Senate, or to embrace his side, like his soldiers and the Transpadans, the mass of the burgesses naturally did not allow themselves to be misled by these things, and, when the commandant of Gaul put his legions in motion against Rome, they beheld, despite all formal explanations as to law, in Cato and Pompeius, the defenders of the legitimate republic, in Caesar, the democratic usurper.
People in general, moreover, expected from the nephew of Marius, the son-in-law of Cinna, the ally of Catilina, a repetition of the Marian and Cinnan horrors, a realization of the Saturnalia of anarchy projected by Catilina, and though Caesar certainly gained allies through this expectation, so that the political refugees immediately put themselves in a body at his disposal, the ruined men saw in him their deliverer, and the lowest ranks of the rabble in the capital and country towns were thrown into a ferment on the news of his advance. These belong to the class of friends who are more dangerous than foes. Provinces. In the provinces and the dependent states, Caesar had even less influence than in Italy. Transalpine Gaul, indeed, as far as the Rhine and the Channel, obeyed him, and the colonists of Narbo, as well as the Roman burgesses elsewhere settled in Gaul, were devoted to him. But in the Narbonese province itself, the constitutional party had numerous adherents, and now even the newly conquered regions were far more a burden than a benefit to Caesar in the impending civil war. In fact, for good reasons, he made no use of the Celtic infantry at all in that war, and but sparing use of the cavalry. In the other provinces and the neighbouring half or wholly independent states, Caesar had indeed attempted to procure for himself support,
had lavished rich presents on the princes, caused great buildings to be executed in various towns, and granted to them in case of need financial and military assistance. But on the whole, of course, not much had been gained by this means, and the relations with the German and Celtic princes in the regions of the Rhine and the Danube, particularly the connection with the Noric king Voccio, so important for the recruiting of cavalry, were probably the only relations of this sort which were of any moment for him. The coalition. While Caesar thus entered the struggle only as commandant of Gaul, without other essential resources than efficient adjutants, a faithful army, and a devoted province, Pompeius began it as de facto supreme head of the Roman Commonwealth, and in full possession of all the resources that stood at the disposal of the legitimate government of the great Roman Empire. But while his position was in a political and military point of view far more considerable, it was also on the other hand far less definite and firm. The unity of leadership, which resulted of itself and by necessity from the position of Caesar, was inconsistent with the nature of a coalition, and although Pompeius, too much of a soldier to deceive himself as to its being indispensable, attempted to force it on the coalition and got himself nominated by the Senate as sole and absolute generalissimo by land and sea, yet the Senate itself could not be set aside nor hindered from a preponderating influence on the political, and an occasional and therefore doubly injurious interference with the military superintendents. The recollection of the 20 years' war waged on both sides with envenomed weapons between Pompeius and the constitutional party. The feeling which vividly prevailed on both sides, and which they with difficulty concealed, that the first consequence of the victory when achieved would be a rupture between the victors. The contempt which they entertained for each other, and with only two good grounds in either case. The inconvenient number of respectable and influential men in the ranks of the aristocracy, and the intellectual and moral inferiority of almost all who took part in the matter, altogether produced among these opponents of Caesar a reluctant and refractory cooperation, which formed the saddest contrast to the harmonious and compact action on the other side. Field of power of the coalition. Juba of Numidia. While all the disadvantages incident to the coalition of powers naturally hostile were thus felt in an unusual measure by Caesar's antagonists, this coalition was certainly still a very considerable power. It had exclusive command of the sea. All ports, all ships of war, all the materials for equipping a fleet were at its disposal. The two Spains, as it were the home of the power of Pompeius, just as the two Gauls were the home of that of Caesar, were faithful adherents to their master and in the hands of able and trustworthy administrators. In the other provinces also, of course, with the exception of the two Gauls, the posts of the governors and commanders had during recent years been filled up with safe men under the influence of Pompeius and the minority of the Senate. The client states throughout and with great decision took part against Caesar and in favour of Pompeius. The most important princes and cities had been brought into the closest personal relations with Pompeius in virtue of the different sections of his manifold activity.
In the war against the Marians, for instance, he had been the companion in arms of the kings of Numidia and Mauritania and had re-established the kingdom of the former. In the Mithridatic War, in addition to a number of other minor principalities, spiritual and temporal, he had re-established the kingdoms of Bosporus, Armenia, and Cappadocia, and created that of Deiotarus in Galatia. It was primarily at his instigation that the Egyptian war was undertaken, and it was by his adjutant that the rule of the Lagids had been confirmed afresh. Even the city of Massilia in Caesar's own province, while indebted to the latter doubtless for various favours, was indebted to Pompeius at the time of the Sertorian War for a very considerable extension of territory. And besides, the ruling oligarchy there stood in natural alliance, strengthened by various mutual relations, with the oligarchy in Rome. But these personal and relative considerations, as well as the glory of the victor in 3 continents, which in these more remote parts of the empire far outshone that of the conqueror of Gaul, did perhaps less harm to Caesar in those quarters than the views and designs, which had not remained there unknown, of the heir of Gaius Gracchus as to the necessity of uniting the dependent states and the usefulness of provincial colonizations. No one of the dependent dynasts found himself more imminently threatened by this peril than Juba, king of Numidia.
Not only had he years before, in the lifetime of his father Hiempsal, fallen into a vehement personal quarrel with Caesar, but recently the same Curio, who now occupied almost the first place among Caesar's adjutants, had proposed to the Roman burgesses the annexation of the Numidian kingdom. Lastly, if matters should go so far as to lead the independent neighbouring states to interfere in the Roman civil war, the only state really powerful, that of the Parthians, was practically already allied with the aristocratic party by the connection entered into between Pacorus and Bibulus, while Caesar was far too much a Roman to league himself for party interests with the conquerors of his friend Crassus. Italy against Caesar. As to Italy, the great majority of the burgesses were, as has been already mentioned, averse to Caesar, more especially, of course, the whole aristocracy with their very considerable following, but also in a not much less degree the great capitalists, who could not hope in the event of a thorough reform of the Commonwealth to preserve their partisan jury courts and their monopoly of extortion. Of equally anti-democratic sentiments were the small capitalists, the landholders, and generally all classes that had anything to lose. But in these ranks of life, the cares of the next rent term and of sowing and reaping outweighed, as a rule, every other consideration. The Pompeian army. The army at the disposal of Pompeius consisted chiefly of the Spanish troops, 7 legions inured to war and in every respect trustworthy, to which fell to be added the divisions of troops, weak indeed, and very much scattered, which were to be found in Syria, Asia, Macedonia, Africa, Sicily, and elsewhere. In Italy there were under arms at the outset only the 2 legions recently given off by Caesar, whose effective strength did not amount to more than 7,000 men, and whose trustworthiness was more than doubtful, because, levied in Cisalpine Gaul and old comrades in arms of Caesar, they were in a high degree displeased at the unbecoming intrigue by which they had been made to change camps, and recalled with longing their general who had magnanimously paid to them beforehand at their departure the presents which were promised to every soldier for the triumph. But apart from the circumstance that the Spanish troops might arrive in Italy with the spring either by the land route through Gaul or by sea, the men of the 3 legions still remaining from the levies of 699, as well as the Italian levy sworn to allegiance in 702, could be recalled from their furlough. Including these, the number of troops standing at the disposal of Pompeius on the whole, without reckoning the 7 legions in Spain and those scattered in other provinces, amounted in Italy alone to 10 legions, or about 60,000 men, so that it was no exaggeration at all when Pompeius asserted that he had only to stamp with his foot to cover the ground with armed men. It is true that it required some interval, though but short, to render these soldiers available. But the arrangements for this purpose, as well as for the carrying out of the new levies ordered by the Senate in consequence of the outbreak of the Civil War, were already everywhere in progress. Immediately after the decisive decree of the Senate, January 7th, 705, in the very depth of winter,
the most eminent men of the aristocracy set out to the different districts to hasten the calling up of recruits and the preparation of arms. The want of cavalry was much felt, as for this arm they had been accustomed to rely wholly on the provinces and especially on the Celtic contingents. To make at least a beginning, 300 gladiators belonging to Caesar were taken from the fencing schools of Capua and mounted, a step which however met with so general disapproval that Pompeius again broke up this troop and levied in room of it 300 horsemen from the mounted slave herdmen of Apulia. The state treasury was at a low ebb as usual. They busied themselves in supplementing the inadequate amount of cash out of the local treasuries and even from the temple treasures of the municipia. Caesar takes the offensive. Under these circumstances, the war opened at the beginning of January 705. Of troops capable of marching, Caesar had not more than a legion, 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, at Ravenna, which was by the highway some 240 miles distant from Rome. Pompeius had 2 weak legions, 7,000 infantry and a small squadron of cavalry, under the orders of Appius Claudius at Luceria, from which, likewise by the highway, the distance was just about as great to the capital. The other troops of Caesar, leaving out of account the raw divisions of recruits still in course of formation, were stationed, one half on the Saône and Loire, the other half in Belgica, while Pompeius's Italian reserves were already arriving from all sides at their rendezvous. Long before even the first of the Transalpine divisions of Caesar could arrive in Italy, a far superior army could not be ready to receive it there. It seemed folly, with a band of the strength of that of Catilina, and for the moment without any effective reserve, to assume the aggressive against a superior and hourly increasing army under an able general, but it was a folly in the spirit of Hannibal. If the beginning of the struggle were postponed till spring, the Spanish troops of Pompeius would assume the offensive in Transalpine, and his Italian troops in Cisalpine, Gaul, and Pompeius, a match for Caesar in tactics and superior to him in experience, was a formidable antagonist in such a campaign running its regular course. Now perhaps, accustomed as he was to operate slowly and surely with superior masses, he might be disconcerted by a wholly improvised attack, and that which could not greatly discompose Caesar's 13th Legion after the severe trial of the Gallic surprise and the January campaign in the land of the Bellovaci, the suddenness of the war and the toil of a winter campaign, could not be disorganized by the Pompeian corps consisting of old soldiers of Caesar or of ill-trained recruits, and still only in the course of formation. Caesar's advance. Accordingly, Caesar advanced into Italy. 2 highways led at that time from the Romagna to the south. The Aemilio-Cassian, which led from Bononia over the Apennines to Arretium and Rome, and the Popilio-Flaminian, which led from Ravenna along the coast of the Adriatic to Fanum, and was there divided, one branch running westwards through the Furlo Pass to Rome, another southward to Ancona, and thence onward to Apulia. On the former, Marcus Antonius advanced as far as Arretium. On the second, Caesar himself pushed forward. Resistance was nowhere encountered. The recruiting officers of quality had no military skill. Their bands of recruits were no soldiers. The inhabitants of the country towns were only anxious not to be involved in a siege. When Curio with 1,500 men approached Iguvium, where a couple of thousand Umbrian recruits had assembled under the praetor Quintus Minucius Thermus, general and soldiers took to flight at the bare tidings of his approach, and similar results on a small scale everywhere ensued. Rome evacuated. Caesar had to choose whether he would march against Rome, from which his cavalry at Arretium were already only about 130 miles distant, or against the legions encamped at Luceria. He chose the latter plan. The consternation of the opposite party was boundless. Pompeius received the news of Caesar's advance at Rome. He seemed at first disposed to defend the capital, but when the tidings arrived of Caesar's entrance into the Picenian territory and of his first successes there, he abandoned Rome and ordered its evacuation. A panic, augmented by the false report that Caesar's cavalry had appeared before the gates, came over the world of quality. The senators, who had been informed that everyone who should remain behind in the capital would be treated as an accomplice of the rebel Caesar,
flocked in crowds out at the gates. The consuls themselves had so totally lost their senses that they did not even secure the treasure. When Pompeius called upon them to fetch it, for which there was sufficient time, they returned the reply that they would deem it safer if he should first occupy Picenum. All was perplexity. Consequently, a great council of war was held in Teanum Sidicinum, January 23rd, at which Pompeius, Labienus, and both consuls were present. First of all, proposals of accommodation from Caesar were again submitted. Even now he declared himself ready at once to dismiss his army, to hand over his provinces to the successors nominated, and to become a candidate in the regular way for the consulship, provided that Pompeius were to depart for Spain and Italy were to be disarmed. The answer was that if Caesar would immediately return to his province, they would bind themselves to procure the disarming of Italy and the departure of Pompeius by a decree of the Senate to be passed in due form in the capital. Perhaps this reply was intended not as a bare artifice to deceive, but as an acceptance of the proposal of compromise. It was, however, in reality the opposite. The personal conference which Caesar desired with Pompeius the latter declined, and could not but decline that he might not by the semblance of a new coalition with Caesar provoke still more the distrust already felt by the constitutional party. Concerning the management of the war, it was agreed in Teanum that Pompeius should take the command of the troops stationed at Luceria, on which, notwithstanding their untrustworthiness, all hope depended, that he should advance with these into his own and Labienus's native country, Picenum, that he should personally call the general levy there to arms, as he had done some 35 years ago, and should attempt at the head of the faithful Picentine cohorts and the veterans formerly under Caesar to set a limit to the advance of the enemy. Conflicts in Picenum. Everything depended on whether Picenum would hold out until Pompeius should come up to its defence. Already Caesar with his reunited army had penetrated into it along the coast road by way of Ancona. Here too the preparations were in full course. In the very northernmost Picenian town, Auximum, a considerable band of recruits was collected under Publius Attius Varus, but at the entreaty of the municipality, Varus evacuated the town even before Caesar appeared, and a handful of Caesar's soldiers, which overtook the troop not far from Auximum, totally dispersed it after a brief conflict, the first in this war. In like manner, soon afterwards, Gaius Lucilius Hirrus with 3,000 men evacuated Camerinum, and Publius Lentulus Spinther with 5,000 Asculum. The men, thoroughly devoted to Pompeius, willingly for the most part abandoned their houses and farms and followed their leaders over the frontier. But the district itself was already lost, when the officer sent by Pompeius for the temporary conduct of the defence, Lucius Vibullius Rufus, no genteel senator but a soldier experienced in war, arrived there. He had to content himself with taking the 6,000 or 7,000 recruits who were saved away from the incapable recruiting officers and conducting them for the time to the nearest rendezvous. Corfinium besieged and captured. This was Corfinium, the place of meeting for the levies in the Albensian, Marsian, and Pallinian territories. The body of recruits here assembled, of nearly 15,000 men, was the contingent of the most warlike and trustworthy regions of Italy, and the flower of the army in course of formation for the constitutional party. When Vibullius arrived here, Caesar was still several days' march behind. There was nothing to prevent him from immediately starting agreeably to Pompeius's instructions and conducting the saved Picenian recruits along with those assembled at Corfinium to join the main army in Apulia. But the commandant in Corfinium was the designated successor to Caesar in the governorship of Transalpine Gaul, Lucius Domitius, one of the most narrow-minded and stubborn of the Roman aristocracy, and he not only refused to comply with the orders of Pompeius, but also prevented Vibullius from departing at least with the men from Picenum for Apulia. So firmly was he persuaded that Pompeius only delayed from obstinacy and must necessarily come up to his relief, that he scarcely made any serious preparations for a siege, and did not even gather into Corfinium the bands of recruits placed in the surrounding towns. Pompeius, however, did not appear, and for good reasons, for while he might perhaps apply his 2 untrustworthy legions as a reserved support for the Picenian general levy, he could not with them alone offer battle to Caesar. Instead of him, after a few days,
Caesar came, February 14th. His troops had been joined in Picenum by the 12th, and before Corfinium by the 8th, legion from beyond the Alps, and besides these, 3 new legions had been formed partly from the Pompeian men that were taken prisoners or presented themselves voluntarily, partly from the recruits that were at once levied everywhere, so that Caesar before Corfinium was already at the head of an army of 40,000 men, half of whom had seen service. So long as Domitius hoped for the arrival of Pompeius, he caused the town to be defended. When the letters of Pompeius had at length undeceived him, he resolved, not forsooth to persevere at the forlorn post by which he would have rendered the greatest service to his party, nor even to capitulate, but while the common soldiers were informed that relief was close at hand, to make his own escape along with his officers of quality during the next night.
Yet he had not the judgment to carry into effect even this pretty scheme. The confusion of his behavior betrayed him. A part of the men began to mutiny. The Martian recruits, who held such an infamy on the part of their general to be impossible, wished to fight against the mutineers, but they too were obliged reluctantly to believe the truth of the accusation, whereupon the whole garrison arrested their staff and handed it, themselves and the town, over to Caesar, February 20th. The corps in Alba, 3,000 strong, and 1,500 recruits assembled in Tarracina, thereupon laid down their arms as soon as Caesar's patrols of horsemen appeared. A 3rd division in Sulmo of 3,500 men had been previously compelled to surrender. Pompeius goes to Brundisium. Embarkation for Greece. Pompeius had given up Italy as lost so soon as Caesar had occupied Picenum. Only he wished to delay his embarkation as long as possible, with the view of saving so much of his force as could still be saved. Accordingly, he had slowly put himself in motion for the nearest seaport, Brundisium. Thither came the 2 legions of Luceria, and such recruits as Pompeius had been able hastily to collect in the deserted Apulia, as well as the troops raised by the consuls and other commissioners in Campania, and conducted in all haste to Brundisium. Thither, too, resorted a number of political fugitives, including the most respected of the senators accompanied by their families. The embarkation began,
but the vessels at hand did not suffice to transport all at once the whole multitude, which still amounted to 25,000 persons. No course remained but to divide the army. The larger half went first, March 4th. With the smaller division of some 10,000 men, Pompeius awaited at Brundisium the return of the fleet. For, however desirable the possession of Brundisium might be for an eventual attempt to reoccupy Italy, they did not presume to hold the place permanently against Caesar. Meanwhile, Caesar arrived before Brundisium. The siege began. Caesar attempted first of all to close the mouth of the harbour by moles and floating bridges, with a view to exclude the returning fleet. But Pompeius caused the trading vessels lying in the harbour to be armed, and managed to prevent the complete closing of the harbour until the fleet appeared, and the troops, whom Pompeius with great dexterity, in spite of the vigilance of the besiegers and the hostile feeling of the inhabitants, withdrew from the town to the last man unharmed, were carried off beyond Caesar's reach to Greece, March 17th. The further pursuit, like the siege itself, failed for want of a fleet. In a campaign of 2 months without a single serious engagement, Caesar had so broken up an army of 10 legions that less than the half of it had with great difficulty escaped in a confused flight across the sea, and the whole Italian peninsula, including the capital with the state chest and all the stores accumulated there, had fallen into the power of the victor. Not without reason did the beaten party bewail the terrible rapidity, sagacity, and energy of the monster. Military and financial results of the seizure of Italy. But it may be questioned whether Caesar gained or lost more by the conquest of Italy. In a military respect, no doubt, very considerable resources were now not merely withdrawn from his opponents, but rendered available for himself. Even in the spring of 705, his army embraced, in consequence of the levies en masse instituted everywhere, a considerable number of legions of recruits in addition to the 9 old ones, but on the other hand it now became necessary not merely to leave behind a considerable garrison in Italy, but also to take measures against the closing of the transmarine traffic contemplated by his opponents who commanded the sea, and against the famine with which the capital was consequently threatened, whereby Caesar's already sufficiently complicated military task was complicated further still. Financially, it was certainly of importance
that Caesar had the good fortune to obtain possession of the stock of money in the capital. But the principal sources of income, and particularly the revenues from the east, were withal in the hands of the enemy, and, in consequence of the greatly increased demands for the army and the new obligation to provide for the starving population of the capital,
the considerable sums which were found quickly melted away. Caesar soon found himself compelled to appeal to private credit, and, as it seemed that he could not possibly gain any long respite by this means, extensive confiscations were generally anticipated as the only remaining expedient.
Its political results: fear of anarchy. More serious difficulties still were created by the political relations amidst which Caesar found himself placed on the conquest of Italy. The apprehension of an anarchical revolution was universal among the propertied classes.
Friends and foes saw in Caesar a second Catilina. Pompeius believed or affected to believe that Caesar had been driven to civil war merely by the impossibility of paying his debts. This was certainly absurd. But in fact, Caesar's antecedents were anything but reassuring, and still less reassuring was the aspect of the retinue that now surrounded him.
Individuals of the most broken reputation, notorious personages like Quintus Hortensius, Gaius Curio, Marcus Antonius, the latter the stepson of the Catilinarian Lentulus, who was executed by the orders of Cicero, were the most prominent actors in it. The highest posts of trust were bestowed on men who had long ceased even to reckon up their debts. People saw men who held office under Caesar not merely keeping dancing girls, which was done by others also, but appearing publicly in company with them. Was there any wonder that even grave and politically impartial men expected amnesty for all exiled criminals, cancelling of creditors' claims, comprehensive mandates of confiscation, proscription, and murder, nay, even a plundering of Rome by the Gallic soldiery, dispelled by Caesar? But in this respect, the monster deceived the expectations of his foes as well as of his friends. As soon even as Caesar occupied the first Italian town, Ariminum, he prohibited all common soldiers from appearing armed within the walls. The country towns were protected from all injury throughout and without distinction, whether they had given him a friendly or hostile reception. When the mutinous garrison surrendered Corfinium late in the evening, he, in the face of every military consideration, postponed the occupation of the town till the following morning, solely that he might not abandon the burgesses to the nocturnal invasion of his exasperated soldiers. Of the prisoners, the common soldiers, as presumably indifferent to politics, were incorporated with his own army, while the officers were not merely spared, but also freely released without distinction of person and without the exaction of any promises whatever, and all which they claimed as private property was frankly given up to them, without even investigating with any strictness the warrant for their claims.
Lucius Domitius himself was thus treated, and even Labienus had the money and baggage which he had left behind sent after him to the enemy's camp. In the most painful financial embarrassment, the immense estates of his opponents, whether present or absent, were not assailed. Indeed, Caesar preferred to borrow from friends, rather than that he should stir up the possessors of property against him even by exacting the formally admissible but practically antiquated land tax. The victor regarded only the half, and that not the more difficult half, of his task as solved with the victory. He saw the security for its duration, according to his own expression, only in the unconditional pardon of the vanquished, and had accordingly, during the whole march from Ravenna to Brundisium, incessantly renewed his efforts to bring about a personal conference with Pompeius and a tolerable accommodation. Threats of the emigrants. The mass of quiet people gained for Caesar. But if the aristocracy had previously refused to listen to any reconciliation, the unexpected emigration of a kind so disgraceful had raised their wrath to madness, and the wild vengeance breathed by the beaten contrasted strangely with the placability of the victor. The communications regularly coming from the camp of the emigrants to their friends left behind in Italy were full of projects for confiscations and proscriptions, of plans for purifying the Senate and the state, compared with which the restoration of Sulla was child's play, and which even the moderate men of their own party heard with horror. The frantic passion of impotence, the wise moderation of power, produced their effect. The whole mass, in whose eyes material interests were superior to political, threw itself into the arms of Caesar. The country towns idolized the uprightness, the moderation, the prudence of the victor, and even opponents conceded that these demonstrations of respect were meant in earnest. The great capitalists, farmers of the taxes, and jurymen showed no special desire, after the severe shipwreck which had befallen the constitutional party in Italy, to entrust themselves farther to the same pilots. Capital came once more to the light, and the rich lords resorted again to their daily task of writing their rent rolls. Even the great majority of the Senate, at least numerically speaking, for certainly but few of the nobler and more influential members of the Senate were included in it, had notwithstanding the orders of Pompeius and of the consuls remained behind in Italy, and a portion of them even in the capital itself, and they acquiesced in Caesar's rule. The moderation of Caesar, well calculated even in its very semblance of excess, attained its object. The trembling anxiety of the propertied classes as to the impending anarchy was in some measure allayed. This was doubtless an incalculable gain for the future. The prevention of anarchy, and of the scarcely less dangerous alarm of anarchy, was the indispensable preliminary condition to the future reorganization of the Commonwealth. Indignation of the anarchist party against Caesar, the Republican party in Italy. But at the moment this moderation was more dangerous for Caesar than the renewal of the Cinnan and Catilinarian fury would have been. It did not convert enemies into friends, and it converted friends into enemies. Caesar's Catilinarian adherents were indignant that murder and pillage remained in abeyance. These audacious and desperate personages, some of whom were men of talent, might be expected to prove cross and untractable. The Republicans of all shades, on the other hand, were neither converted nor propitiated by the leniency of the conqueror. According to the creed of the Catonian party, duty towards what they called their fatherland absolved them from every other consideration. Even one who owed freedom and life to Caesar remained entitled and in duty bound to take up arms, or at least to engage in plots against him. The less decided sections of the constitutional party were no doubt found willing to accept peace and protection from the new monarch. Nevertheless, they ceased not to curse the monarchy and the monarch at heart. The more clearly the change of the constitution became manifest, the more distinctly the great majority of the burgesses, both in the capital with its keener susceptibility of political excitement, and among the more energetic population of the country and country towns, awoke to a consciousness of their republican sentiments. So far, the friends of the Constitution in Rome reported with truth to their brethren of kindred views in exile that at home all classes and all persons were friendly to Pompeius. The discontented temper of all these circles was further increased by the moral pressure, which the more decided and more notable men who shared such views exercised from their very position as emigrants over the multitude of the humbler and more lukewarm. The conscience of the honourable man smote him in regard to his remaining in Italy. The half-aristocrat fancied that he was ranked among the plebeians if he did not go into exile with the Domitii and the Metelli, and even if he took his seat in the Caesarian Senate of nobodies. The victor's special clemency gave to this silent opposition increased political importance. Seeing that Caesar abstained from terrorism, it seemed as if his secret opponents could display their disinclination to his rule without much danger. Passive resistance of the Senate to Caesar. Very soon he experienced remarkable treatment in this respect at the hands of the Senate. Caesar had begun the struggle to liberate the overawed Senate from its oppressors. This was done. Consequently, he wished to obtain from the Senate approval of what had been done and full powers for the continuance of the war. For this purpose, when Caesar appeared before the Capitol, end of March, the tribunes of the people belonging to his party convoked for him the Senate, April 1st. The meeting was tolerably numerous, but the more notable of the very senators that remained in Italy were absent, including even the former leader of the servile majority, Marcus Cicero, and Caesar's own father-in-law, Lucius Piso. And what was worse, those who did appear were not inclined to enter into Caesar's proposals. When Caesar spoke of full power to continue the war, one of the only two consulars present, Servius Sulpicius Rufus, a very timid man who desired nothing but a quiet death in his bed, was of opinion that Caesar would deserve well of his country if he should abandon the thought of carrying the war to Greece and Spain. When Caesar thereupon requested the Senate at least to be the medium of transmitting his peace proposals to Pompeius, they were not indeed opposed to that course in itself. But the threats of the emigrants against the neutrals had so terrified the latter that no one was found to undertake the message of peace. Through the disinclination of the aristocracy to help the erection of the monarch's throne, and through the same inertness of the dignified corporation, by means of which Caesar had shortly before frustrated the legal nomination of Pompeius as generalissimo in the civil war, he too was now thwarted when making a like request. Other impediments, moreover, occurred. Caesar desired, with the view of regulating in some sort of way his position, to be named as dictator, but his wish was not complied with because such a magistrate could only be constitutionally appointed by one of the consuls, and the attempt of Caesar to buy the consul Lentulus, of which, owing to the disordered condition of his finances, there was a good prospect, nevertheless proved a failure. The tribune of the people, Lucius Metellus, moreover, lodged a protest against all the steps of the proconsul, and made signs as though he would protect with his person the public chest, when Caesar's men came to empty it. Caesar could not avoid, in this case, ordering that the inviolable person should be pushed aside as gently as possible. Otherwise, he kept by his purpose of abstaining from all violent steps. He declared to the Senate, just as the constitutional party had done shortly before, that he had certainly desired to regulate things in a legal way and with the help of the supreme authority. But, since this help was refused, he could dispense with it. Provisional arrangement of the affairs of the capital, the provinces. Without further concerning himself about the Senate and the formalities of state law, he handed over the temporary administration of the capital to the praetor Marcus Aemilius Lepidus as city prefect, and made the requisite arrangements for the administration of the provinces that obeyed him and the continuance of the war. Even amidst the din of the gigantic struggle, and with all the alluring sound of Caesar's lavish promises, it still made a deep impression on the multitude of the capital when they saw in their free Rome the monarch for the first time wielding a monarch's power and breaking open the doors of the treasury by his soldiers. But the times had gone by, when the impressions and feelings of the multitude determined the course of events. It was with the legions that the decision lay, and a few painful feelings, more or less, were of no farther moment. Pompeians in Spain, Caesar hastened to resume the war. He owed his successes hitherto to the offensive, and he intended still to maintain it. The position of his antagonist was singular. After the original plan of carrying on the campaign simultaneously in the two Gauls by offensive operations from the bases of Italy and Spain had been frustrated by Caesar's aggressive, Pompeius had intended to go to Spain. There he had a very strong position. The army amounted to 7 legions. A large number of Pompeius's veterans served in it, and several years of conflicts in the Lusitanian mountains had hardened soldiers and officers. Among its captains, Marcus Varro indeed was simply a celebrated scholar and a faithful partisan. But Lucius Afranius had fought with distinction in the east and in the Alps, and Marcus Petreius, the conqueror of Catilina, was an officer as dauntless as he was able. While in the further province Caesar had still various adherents from the time of his governorship there, the more important province of the Ebro was attached by all the ties of veneration and gratitude to the celebrated general, who 20 years before had held the command in it during the Sertorian War, and after the termination of that war had organized it anew. Pompeius could evidently, after the Italian disaster, do nothing better than proceed to Spain with the saved remnant of his army, and then at the head of his whole force advance to meet Caesar. But unfortunately he had, in the hope of being able still to save the troops that were in Corfinium, tarried in Apuli so long that he was compelled to choose the nearer Brundisium as his place of embarkation instead of the Campanian ports. Why, master as he was of the sea and Sicily, he did not subsequently revert to his original plan cannot be determined. Whether it was that perhaps the aristocracy, after their short-sighted and distrustful fashion, showed no desire to entrust themselves to the Spanish troops and the Spanish population, it is enough to say that Pompeius remained in the east, and Caesar had the option of directing his first attack either against the army which was being organized in Greece under Pompeius's own command, or against that which was ready for battle under his lieutenants in Spain. He had decided in favor of the latter course, and, as soon as the Italian campaign ended, had taken measures to collect on the lower Rhine of his best legions, as also 6,000 cavalry, partly men individually picked out by Caesar in the Celtic cantons,
partly German mercenaries, and a number of Iberian and Ligurian archers. Massilia against Caesar. But at this point his opponents also had been active. Lucius Domitius, who was nominated by the Senate in Caesar's stead as governor of Transalpine Gaul, had proceeded from Corfinium as soon as Caesar had released him, along with his attendants and with Pompeius's confidant Lucius Vibullius Rufus to Massilia, and actually induced that city to declare for Pompeius and even to refuse a passage to Caesar's troops. Of the Spanish troops, the two least trustworthy legions were left behind under the command of Varro in the further province, while the 5 best, reinforced by 40,000 Spanish infantry, partly Celtiberian infantry of the line, partly Lusitanian and other light troops, and by 5,000 Spanish cavalry under Afranius and Petreius, had, in accordance with the orders of Pompeius transmitted by Vibullius, set out to close the Pyrenees against the enemy. Caesar occupies the Pyrenees position at Ilerda. Meanwhile, Caesar himself arrived in Gaul, and, as the commencement of the siege of Massilia still detained him in person,
he immediately dispatched the greater part of his troops assembled on the Rhone, 6 legions and the cavalry, along the great road leading by way of Narbo, Narbonne, to Rhodes, Rosas, with the view of anticipating the enemy at the Pyrenees. The movement was successful. When Afranius and Petreius arrived at the passes, they found them already occupied by the Caesarians and the line of the Pyrenees lost. They then took up a position at Ilerda, Lerida, between the Pyrenees and the Ebro. This town lies 20 miles to the north of the Ebro, on the right bank of one of its tributaries, the Sicoris, Segre, which was crossed by only a single solid bridge immediately at Ilerda. To the south of Ilerda, the mountains which adjoin the left bank of the Ebro approach pretty close to the town. To the northward, there stretches on both sides of the Sicoris a level country which is commanded by the hill on which the town is built. For an army which had to submit to a siege, it was an excellent position. But the defence of Spain, after the occupation of the line of the Pyrenees had been neglected, could only be undertaken in earnest behind the Ebro, and, as no secure communication was established between Ilerda and the Ebro, and no bridge existed over the latter stream, the retreat from the temporary to the true defensive position was not sufficiently secured. The Caesarians established themselves above Ilerda in the delta which the river Sicoris forms with the Cinca, which unites with it below Ilerda, but the attack only began in earnest after Caesar had arrived in the camp, June 23rd. Under the walls of the town the struggle was maintained with equal exasperation and equal valour on both sides, and with frequent alternations of success. But the Caesarians did not attain their object, which was to establish themselves between the Pompeian camp and the town, and thereby to possess themselves of the stone bridge, and they consequently remained dependent for their communication with Gaul solely on 2 bridges which they had hastily constructed over the Sicoris, and that indeed, as the river at Ilerda itself was too considerable to be bridged over, about 18 or 20 miles farther up. Caesar cut off. When the floods came on with the melting of the snow, these temporary bridges were swept away, and as they had no vessels for the passage of the highly swollen rivers, and under such circumstance the restoration of the bridges could not for the present be thought of. The Caesarian army was confined to the narrow space between the Cinca and the Sicoris, while the left bank of the Sicoris, and with it the road by which the army communicated with Gaul and Italy, were exposed almost undefended to the Pompeians, who passed the river partly by the town bridge, partly by swimming after the Lusitanian fashion on skins. It was the season shortly before harvest. The old produce was almost used up. The new was not yet gathered, and the narrow stripe of land between the two streams was soon exhausted. In the camp, actual famine prevailed. The modius of wheat cost 50 denarii, £1.16, and dangerous diseases broke out, whereas on the left bank there were accumulated provisions and varied supplies, as well as troops of all sorts, reinforcements from Gaul of cavalry and archers, officers and soldiers from furlough, foraging parties returning, in all a mass of 6,000 men, whom the Pompeians attacked with superior force and drove with great loss to the mountains, while the Caesarians on the right bank were obliged to remain passive spectators of the unequal conflict. The communications of the army were in the hands of the Pompeians. In Italy, the accounts from Spain suddenly ceased, and the suspicious rumours which began to circulate there were not so very remote from the truth. Had the Pompeians followed up their advantage with some energy, they could not have failed either to reduce under their power, or at least to drive back towards Gaul, the mass scarcely capable of resistance which was crowded together on the left bank of the Sicoris, and to occupy this bank so completely that not a man could cross the river without their knowledge. But both points were neglected. Those bands were doubtless pushed aside with loss, but neither destroyed nor completely beaten back, and the prevention of the crossing of the river was left substantially to the river itself. Caesar re-establishes the communications. Thereupon Caesar formed his plan. He ordered portable boats of a light wooden frame and osier work lined with leather, after the model of those used in the Channel among the Britons and subsequently by the Saxons, to be prepared in the camp and transported in wagons to the point where the bridges had stood. On these frail barks the other bank was reached, and, as it was found unoccupied, the bridge was re-established without much difficulty. The road in connection with it was thereupon quickly cleared, and the eagerly expected supplies were conveyed to the camp. Caesar's happy idea thus rescued the army from the immense peril in which it was placed. Then the cavalry of Caesar, which in efficiency far surpassed that of the enemy, began at once to scour the country on the left bank of the Sicoris, the most considerable Spanish communities between the Pyrenees and the Ebro, Osca, Tarraco, Dertosa, and others, nay, even several to the south of the Ebro, passed over to Caesar's side. Retreat of the Pompeians from Ilerda. The supplies of the Pompeians were now rendered scarce through the foraging parties of Caesar and the defection of the neighbouring communities. They resolved at length to retire behind the line of the Ebro and set themselves in all haste to form a bridge of boats over the Ebro below the mouth of the Sicoris. Caesar sought to cut off the retreat of his opponents over the Ebro and to detain them in Ilerda. But so long as the enemy remained in possession of the bridge at Ilerda, and he had control of neither ford nor bridge there, he could not distribute his army over both banks of the river and could not invest Ilerda. His soldiers therefore worked day and night to lower the depth of the river by means of canals drawing off the water so that the infantry could wade through it. But the preparations of the Pompeians to pass the Ebro were sooner finished than the arrangements of the Caesarians for investing Ilerda. When the former, after finishing the bridge of boats, began their march towards the Ebro along the left bank of the Sicoris, the canals of the Caesarians seemed to the general not yet far enough advanced to make the ford available for the infantry. He ordered only his cavalry to pass the stream, and by clinging to the rear of the enemy, at least to detain and harass them. Caesar follows. But when Caesar's legions saw in the grey morning the enemy's columns which had been retiring since midnight, they discerned with the sure instinct of experienced veterans the strategic importance of this retreat, which would compel them to follow their antagonists into distant and impracticable regions filled by hostile troops. At their own request, the general ventured to lead the infantry also into the river, and although the water reached up to the shoulders of the men, it was crossed without accident. It was high time. If the narrow plain, which separated the town of Ilerda from the mountains enclosing the Ebro, were once traversed and the army of the Pompeians entered the mountains, their retreat to the Ebro could no longer be prevented. Already they had, notwithstanding the constant attacks of the enemy's cavalry which greatly delayed their march, approached within 5 miles of the mountains, when they, having been on the march since midnight and unspeakably exhausted, abandoned their original plan of traversing the whole plain on the same day and pitched their camp. Here the infantry of Caesar overtook them and encamped opposite to them in the evening and during the night, as the nocturnal march which the Pompeians had at first contemplated was abandoned from fear of the night attacks of the cavalry. On the following day, also, both armies remained immovable, occupied only in reconnoitring the country. The route to the Ebro closed. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Caesar's infantry set out, that by a movement through the pathless mountains alongside of the road, they might turn the position of the enemy and bar their route to the Ebro. The object of the strange march, which seemed at first to turn back towards the camp before Ilerda, was not at once perceived by the Pompeian officers. When they discerned it, they sacrificed camp and baggage and advanced by a forced march along the highway to gain the crest of the ridge before the Caesarians. But it was already too late. When they came up, the compact masses of the enemy were already posted on the highway itself. A desperate attempt of the Pompeians to discover other routes to the Ebro over the steep mountains was frustrated by Caesar's cavalry, which surrounded and cut to pieces the Lusitanian troops sent forth for that purpose. Had a battle taken place between the Pompeian army, which had the enemy's cavalry in its rear and their infantry in front, and was utterly demoralized, and the Caesarians, the issue was scarcely doubtful, and the opportunity for fighting several times presented itself. But Caesar made no use of it, and not without difficulty restrained the impatient eagerness for the combat in his soldiers sure of victory. The Pompeian army was at any rate strategically lost. Caesar avoided weakening his army and still further envenoming the bitter feud by useless bloodshed. On the very day after he had succeeded in cutting off the Pompeians from the Ebro, the soldiers of the two armies had begun to fraternize and to negotiate respecting surrender. Indeed, the terms asked by the Pompeians, especially as to the sparing of their officers, had been already conceded by Caesar, when Petreius, with his escort consisting of slaves and Spaniards, came upon the negotiators and caused the Caesarians, on whom he could lay hands, to be put to death. Caesar nevertheless sent the Pompeians who had come to his camp back unharmed and persevered in seeking a peaceful solution. Ilerda, where the Pompeians had still a garrison and considerable magazines, became now the point which they sought to reach. But with the hostile army in front and the Sicoris between them and the fortress, they marched without coming nearer to their object. Their cavalry became gradually so afraid that the infantry had to take them into the centre, and legions had to be set as the rearguard. The procuring of water and forage became more and more difficult. They had already to kill the beasts of burden because they could no longer feed them. At length the wandering army found itself formally enclosed, with the Sicoris in its rear and the enemy's force in front, which drew rampart and trench around it. It attempted to cross the river, but Caesar's German horsemen and light infantry anticipated it in the occupation of the opposite bank. Capitulation of the Pompeians. No bravery and no fidelity could longer avert the inevitable capitulation. August 2nd, 705. Caesar granted to officers and soldiers their life and liberty and the possession of the property which they still retained, as well as the restoration of what had been already taken from them, the full value of which he undertook personally to make good to his soldiers. And not only so, but while he had compulsorily enrolled in his army the recruits captured in Italy, he honoured these old legionaries of Pompeius by the promise that no one should be compelled against his will to enter Caesar's army. He required only that each should give up his arms and repair to his home. Accordingly, the soldiers who were natives of Spain, about a third of the army, were disbanded at once, while the Italian soldiers were discharged on the borders of Transalpine and Cisalpine Gaul. Further, Spain submits hither. Spain, on the breaking up of this army, fell of itself into the power of the victor. In further Spain, where Marcus Varro held the chief command for Pompeius, it seemed to him, when he learned the disaster of Ilerda, most advisable that he should throw himself into the insular town of Gades, and should carry thither for safety the considerable sums which he had collected by confiscating the treasures of the temples and the property of prominent Caesarians, the not inconsiderable fleet which he had raised, and the 2 legions entrusted to him. But on the mere rumour of Caesar's arrival, the most notable towns of the province which had been for long attached to Caesar declared for the latter, and drove away the Pompeian garrisons, or induced them to a similar revolt. Such was the case with Corduba, Carmo, and Gades itself. One of the legions also set out of its own accord for Hispalis, and passed over along with this town to Caesar's side. When, at length, even Italica closed its gates against Varro, the latter resolved to capitulate. Siege of Massilia. About the same time, Massilia also submitted. With rare energy, the Massiliates had not merely sustained a siege, but had also kept the sea against Caesar. It was their native element, and they might hope to obtain vigorous support on it from Pompeius, who in fact had the exclusive command of it. But Caesar's lieutenant, the able Decimus Brutus, the same who had achieved the first naval victory in the Atlantic over the Veneti, managed rapidly to equip a fleet. And in spite of the brave resistance of the enemy's crews, consisting partly of Alboetian mercenaries of the Massiliates, partly of slave herdsmen of Domitius, he vanquished by means of his brave marines selected from the legions the stronger Massiliate fleet, and sank or captured the greater part of their ships. When therefore a small Pompeian squadron under Lucius Nasidius arrived from the east by way of Sicily and Sardinia in the port of Massilia, the Massiliates once more renewed their naval armament and sailed forth along with the ships of Nasidius against Brutus. The engagement which took place off Toroes, La Ciotat, to the east of Marseille, might probably have had a different result if the vessels of Nasidius had fought with the same desperate courage which the Massiliates displayed on that day. But the flight of the Nasidians decided the victory in favour of Brutus, and the remains of the Pompeian fleet fled to Spain. The besieged were completely driven from the sea. On the landward side, where Gaius Trebonius conducted the siege, the most resolute resistance was still continued, but in spite of the frequent sallies of the Alboetian mercenaries and the skilful expenditure of the immense stores of projectiles accumulated in the city, the works of the besiegers were at length advanced up to the walls, and one of the towers fell. The Massiliates declared that they would give up the defence, but desired to conclude the capitulation with Caesar himself, and entreated the Roman commander to suspend the siege operations till Caesar's arrival. Trebonius had express orders from Caesar to spare the town as far as possible. He granted the armistice desired. But when the Massiliates made use of it for an artful sally, in which they completely burnt the one half of the almost unguarded Roman works, the struggle of the siege began anew and with increased exasperation. The vigorous commander of the Romans repaired with surprising rapidity the destroyed towers and the mound. Soon the Massiliates were once more completely invested. Massilia capitulates. When Caesar, on his return from the conquest of Spain, arrived before their city, he found it reduced to extremities partly by the enemy's attacks, partly by famine and pestilence, and ready for the second time, on this occasion in right earnest, to surrender on any terms. Domitius alone, remembering the indulgence of the victor which he had shamefully misused, embarked in a boat and stole through the Roman fleet to seek a third battlefield for his implacable resentment. Caesar's soldiers had sworn to put to the sword the whole male population of the perfidious city, and vehemently demanded from the general the signal for plunder. But Caesar, mindful here also of his great task of establishing Helleno-Italic civilization in the West, was not to be coerced into furnishing a sequel to the destruction of Corinth. Massilia,
the most remote from the mother country of all those cities, once so numerous, free and powerful, that belonged to the old Ionic mariner nation, and almost the last in which the Hellenic seafaring life had preserved itself fresh and pure, as in fact it was the last Greek city that fought at sea. Massilia had to surrender its magazines of arms and naval stores to the victor, and lost a portion of its territory and of its privileges. But it retained its freedom and its nationality, and continued, though with diminished proportions in a material point of view, to be still as before intellectually the centre of Hellenic culture in that distant Celtic country, which at this very time was attaining a new historical significance. Expeditions of Caesar to the Corn provinces. While thus in the western provinces the war, after various critical vicissitudes, was thoroughly decided at length in favour of Caesar, Spain and Massilia were subdued, and the chief army of the enemy was captured to the last man. The decision of arms had also taken place on the second arena of warfare, on which Caesar had found it necessary immediately after the conquest of Italy to assume the offensive. Sardinia occupied Sicily. Occupied. We have already mentioned that the Pompeians intended to reduce Italy to starvation. They had the means of doing so in their hands. They had thorough command of the sea and laboured with great zeal everywhere, in Gades, Utica, Messana, above all in the east, to increase their fleet. They held, moreover, all the provinces from which the capital drew its means of subsistence: Sardinia and Corsica through Marcus Cotta, Sicily through Marcus Cato, Africa through the self-nominated commander-in-chief Titus Attius Varus and their ally Juba, king of Numidia. It was indispensably needful for Caesar to thwart these plans of the enemy and to wrest from them the Corn provinces. Quintus Valerius was sent with a legion to Sardinia and compelled the Pompeian governor to evacuate the island.
The more important enterprise of taking Sicily and Africa from the enemy was entrusted to the young Gaius Curio, with the assistance of the able Gaius Caninius Rebellus, who possessed experience in war. Sicily was occupied by him without a blow. Cato, without a proper army and not a man of the sword, evacuated the island, after having in his straightforward manner previously warned the Siceliots not to compromise themselves uselessly by an ineffectual resistance. Landing of Curio in Africa, Curio left behind half of his troops to protect this island so important for the capital, and embarked with the other half 2 legions and 500 horsemen for Africa. Here he might expect to encounter more serious resistance. Besides the considerable and in its own fashion efficient army of Juba, the governor Varus had formed 2 legions from the Romans settled in Africa, and also fitted out a small squadron of 10 sail. With the aid of his superior fleet, however, Curio effected without difficulty a landing between Hadrumetum, where the 1 legion of the enemy lay along with their ships of war, and Utica, in front of which town lay the 2nd legion under Varus himself. Curio turned against the latter and pitched his camp not far from Utica, just where a century and a half before the elder Scipio had taken up his first winter camp in Africa. Caesar, compelled to keep together his best troops for the Spanish War, had been obliged to make up the Sicilo-African army for the most part out of the legions taken over from the enemy, more especially the war prisoners of Corfinium. The officers of the Pompeian army in Africa, some of whom had served in the very legions that were conquered at Corfinium, now left no means untried to bring back their old soldiers who were now fighting against them to their first allegiance. But Caesar had not erred in the choice of his lieutenant. Curio knew as well how to direct the movements of the army and of the fleet as how to acquire personal influence over the soldiers. The supplies were abundant, the conflicts without exception successful. Curio conquers at Utica when Varus, presuming that the troops of Curio wanted opportunity to pass over to his side, resolved to give battle chiefly for the sake of affording them this opportunity. The result did not justify his expectations.
Animated by the fiery appeal of their youthful leader, the cavalry of Curio put to flight the horsemen of the enemy, and in presence of the two armies cut down also the light infantry which had accompanied the horsemen. And emboldened by this success, and by Curio's personal example, his legions advanced through the difficult ravine separating the two lines to the attack, for which the Pompeians, however, did not wait, but disgracefully fled back to their camp, and evacuated even this in the ensuing night. The victory was so complete that Curio at once took steps to besiege Utica. When news arrived, however, that King Juba was advancing with all his forces to its relief, Curio resolved, just as Scipio had done on the arrival of Syphax, to raise the siege and to return to Scipio's former camp till reinforcements should arrive from Sicily.
Soon afterwards came a second report that King Juba had been induced by the attacks of neighbouring princes to turn back with his main force, and was sending to the aid of the besieged merely a moderate corps under Sabura. Curio, who from his lively temperament had only with great reluctance made up his mind to rest, now set out again at once to fight with Sabura before he could enter into communication with the garrison of Utica. Curio, defeated by Juba on the Bagradas. Death of Curio. His cavalry, which had gone forward in the evening, actually succeeded in surprising the corps of Sabura on the Bagradas during the night, and inflicting much damage upon it. And on the news of this victory, Curio hastened the march of the infantry, in order by their means to complete the defeat. Soon they perceived on the last slopes of the heights that sank towards the Bagradas the corps of Sabura, which was skirmishing with the Roman horsemen. The legions coming up helped to drive it completely down into the plain. But here the combat changed its aspect. Sabura was not, as they supposed, destitute of support. On the contrary, he was not much more than 5 miles distant from the Numidian main force. Already the flower of the Numidian infantry and 2,000 Gallic and Spanish horsemen had arrived on the field of battle to support Sabura, and the king in person with the bulk of the army and 16 elephants was approaching. After the nocturnal march and the hot conflict, there were at the moment not more than 200 of the Roman cavalry together, and these, as well as the infantry, extremely exhausted by fatigue and fighting, were all surrounded in the wide plain into which they had allowed themselves to be allured by the continually increasing hosts of the enemy. Vainly Curio endeavoured to engage in close combat. The Libyan horsemen retreated, as they were wont, so soon as a Roman division advanced, only to pursue it when it turned. In vain he attempted to regain the heights. They were occupied and foreclosed by the enemy's horse. All was lost. The infantry was cut down to the last man. Of the cavalry, a few succeeded in cutting their way through. Curio, too, might have probably saved himself, but he could not bear to appear alone before his master without the army entrusted to him, and died sword in hand. Even the force which was collected in the camp before Utica, and that which guarded the fleet, which might so easily have escaped to Sicily, surrendered under the impression made by the fearfully rapid catastrophe on the following day to Varus, August, or September 705. So ended the expedition arranged by Caesar to Sicily and Africa. It attained its object so far, since by the occupation of Sicily in connection with that of Sardinia, at least the most urgent wants of the capital were relieved. The miscarriage of the conquest of Africa, from which the victorious party drew no farther substantial gain, and the loss of 2 untrustworthy legions might be got over. But the early death of Curio was an irreparable loss for Caesar, and indeed for Rome. Not without reason had Caesar entrusted the most important independent command to this young man, although he had no military experience and was notorious for his dissolute life. There was a spark of Caesar's own spirit in the fiery youth. He resembled Caesar inasmuch as he too had drained the cup of pleasure to the dregs, inasmuch as he did not become a statesman because he was an officer, but on the contrary, it was his political action that placed the sword in his hands. Inasmuch as his eloquence was not that of rounded periods, but the eloquence of deeply felt thought. Inasmuch as his mode of warfare was based on rapid action with slight means, inasmuch as his character was marked by levity and often by frivolity, by pleasant frankness and thorough life in the moment. If, as his general says of him, Youthful fire and high courage carried him into incautious acts, and if he too proudly accepted death, that he might not submit to be pardoned for a pardonable fault, traits of similar imprudence and similar pride are not wanting in Caesar's history also. We may regret that this exuberant nature was not permitted to work off its follies and to preserve itself for the following generation, so miserably poor in talents and so rapidly falling a prey to the dreadful rule of mediocrities.
Pompeius's plan of campaign for 705. How far these events of the war in 705 interfered with Pompeius's general plan for the campaign, and particularly what part in that plan was assigned after the loss of Italy to the important military corps in the west, can only be determined by conjecture. That Pompeius had the intention of coming by way of Africa and Mauritania to the aid of his army fighting in Spain was simply a romantic, and beyond doubt altogether groundless, rumour circulating in the camp of Ilerda. It is much more likely that he still kept by his earlier plan of attacking Caesar from both sides in Transalpine and Cisalpine Gaul even after the loss of Italy, and meditated a combined attack at once from Spain and Macedonia. It may be presumed that the Spanish army was meant to remain on the defensive at the Pyrenees till the Macedonian army in the course of organization was likewise ready to march, whereupon both would then have started simultaneously and effected a junction according to circumstances either on the Rhone or on the Po, while the fleet, it may be conjectured, would have attempted at the same time to reconquer Italy proper. On this supposition, apparently, Caesar had first prepared himself to meet an attack on Italy. One of the ablest of his officers, the tribune of the people Marcus Antonius, commanded there with propraetorian powers. The southeastern ports, Cyprus, Brundisium, Tarentum, where an attempt at landing was first to be expected, had received a garrison of 3 legions. Besides this, Quintus Hortensius, the degenerate son of the well-known orator, collected a fleet in the Tyrrhene Sea, and Publius Dolabella a second fleet in the Adriatic, which were to be employed partly to support the defence, partly to transport the intended expedition to Greece. In the event of Pompeius attempting to penetrate by land into Italy, Marcus Licinius Crassus, the eldest son of the old colleague of Caesar, was to conduct the defence of Cisalpine Gaul, Gaius, the younger brother of Marcus Antonius, that of Illyricum. Caesar's fleet and army in Illyricum destroyed. But the expected attack was long in coming. It was not till the height of summer that the conflict began in Illyria. There Caesar's lieutenant Gaius Antonius, with his 2 legions, lay in the island of Curicta, Veglia, in the Gulf of Quarnero, and Caesar's admiral Publius Dolabella with 40 ships lay in the narrow arm of the sea between this island and the mainland. The admirals of Pompeius in the Adriatic, Marcus Octavius with the Greek, Lucius Scribonius Libo with the Illyrian division of the fleet, attacked the squadron of Dolabella, destroyed all his ships, and cut off Antonius on his island. To rescue him, a corps under Basileus and Sallustius came from Italy, and the squadron of Hortensius from the Tyrrhene Sea. But neither the former nor the latter were able to effect anything in presence of the far superior fleet of the enemy. The legions of Antonius had to be abandoned to their fate. Provisions came to an end. The troops became troublesome and mutinous. With the exception of a few divisions, which succeeded in reaching the mainland on rafts, the corps, still 15 cohorts strong, laid down their arms and were conveyed in the vessels of Libo to Macedonia to be there incorporated with the Pompeian army, while Octavius was left to complete the subjugation of the Illyrian coast now denuded of troops. The Dalmatai, now far the most powerful tribe in these regions, the important insular town of Issa, Lissa, and other townships, embraced the party of Pompeius, but the adherents of Caesar maintained themselves in Salonae, Spalato, and Lissus, Alessio, and in the former town not merely sustained with courage a siege, but when they were reduced to extremities, made a sally with such effect that Octavius raised the siege and sailed off to Dyrrachium to pass the winter there. Result of the campaign as a whole, the success achieved in Illyricum by the Pompeian fleet, although of itself not inconsiderable, had yet but little influence on the issue of the campaign as a whole,
and it appears miserably small when we consider that the performances of the land and naval forces under the supreme command of Pompeius during the whole eventful year 705 were confined to this single feat of arms, and that from the east, where the general,
The Senate, the second great army, the principal fleet, the immense military and still more extensive financial resources of the antagonists of Caesar were united, no intervention at all took place where it was needed in that all-decisive struggle in the West. The scattered condition of the forces in the eastern half of the empire, the method of the general never to operate except with superior masses, his cumbrous and tedious movements, and the discord of the coalition may perhaps explain in some measure, though not excuse, the inactivity of the land force, but that the fleet, which commanded the Mediterranean without a rival, should have thus done nothing to influence the course of affairs, nothing for Spain, next to nothing for the faithful Massiliates, nothing to defend Sardinia, Sicily, Africa, or, if not to reoccupy Italy, at least to obstruct its supplies. This makes demands on our ideas of the confusion and perversity prevailing in the Pompeian camp, which we can only with difficulty meet. The aggregate result of this campaign was corresponding. Caesar's double aggressive movement against Spain and against Sicily and Africa was successful, in the former case completely, in the latter at least partially,
while Pompeius' plan of starving Italy was thwarted in the main by the taking away of Sicily, and his general plan of campaign was frustrated completely by the destruction of the Spanish army, and in Italy only a very small portion of Caesar's defensive arrangements had come to be applied.
Notwithstanding the painfully felt losses in Africa and Illyria, Caesar came forth from this first year of the war in the most decided and most decisive manner as victor. Organizations in Macedonia, the emigrants, if, however, nothing material was done from the east to obstruct Caesar in the subjugation of the west, efforts at least were made towards securing political and military consolidation there during the respite so ignominiously obtained. The great rendezvous of the opponents of Caesar was Macedonia. Thither, Pompeius himself and the mass of the emigrants from Brundisium resorted. Thither came the other refugees from the west. Marcus Cato from Sicily, Lucius Domitius from Massilia, but more especially a number of the best officers and soldiers of the broken-up army of Spain, with its generals Afranius and Varro at their head. In Italy, emigration gradually became among the aristocrats a question not of honour merely, but almost of fashion, and it obtained a fresh impulse through the unfavourable accounts which arrived regarding Caesar's position before Ilerda. Not a few of the more lukewarm partisans and the political trimmers went over by degrees, and even Marcus Cicero at last persuaded himself that he did not adequately discharge his duty as a citizen by writing a dissertation on concord. The Senate of Emigrants at Thessalonica, where the official Rome pitched its interim abode, numbered nearly 200 members, including many venerable old men and almost all the consulars. But emigrants indeed they were. This Roman coblence displayed a pitiful spectacle in the high pretensions and paltry performances of the genteel world of Rome, their unseasonable reminiscences and still more unseasonable recriminations, their political perversities and financial embarrassments. It was a matter of comparatively slight moment that, while the old structure was falling to pieces, they were with the most painstaking gravity watching over every old ornamental scroll and every speck of rust in the constitution. After all, it was simply ridiculous when the genteel lords had scruples of conscience as to calling their deliberative assembly beyond the sacred soil of the city the Senate, and cautiously gave it the title of the 300, or when they instituted tedious investigations in state law as to whether and how a curiate law could be legitimately enacted elsewhere than within the ring wall of Rome. The lukewarm far worse traits were the indifference of the lukewarm and the narrow-minded stubbornness of the ultras. The former could not be brought to act or even to keep silence. If they were asked to exert themselves in some definite way for the common good, with the inconsistency characteristic of weak people, they regarded any such suggestion as a malicious attempt to compromise them still further, and either did not do what they were ordered at all, or did it with half-heart. At the same time, of course, with their affectation of knowing better when it was too late, and their overwise impracticabilities, they proved a perpetual clog to those who were acting.
Their daily work consisted in criticizing, ridiculing, and bemoaning every occurrence great and small, and in unnerving and discouraging the multitude by their own sluggishness and hopelessness. The ultras.
While these displayed the utter prostration of weakness, the ultras, on the other hand, exhibited in full display its exaggerated action. With them, there was no attempt to conceal that the preliminary to any negotiation for peace was the bringing over of Caesar's head. Every one of the attempts towards peace, which Caesar repeatedly made even now, was tossed aside without being examined, or employed only to cover insidious attempts on the lives of the commissioners of their opponent. That the declared partisans of Caesar had jointly and severally forfeited life and property was a matter of course, but it fared little better with those more or less neutral. Lucius Domitius, the hero of Corfinium, gravely proposed in the council of war that those senators who had fought in the army of Pompeius should come to a vote on all who had either remained neutral or had emigrated but not entered the army, and should, according to their own pleasure, individually acquit them or punish them by fine or even by the forfeiture of life and property. Another of these ultras formerly lodged with Pompeius a charge of corruption and treason against Lucius Afranius for his defective defense of Spain. Among these deep-dyed republicans, their political theory assumed almost the character of a confession of religious faith. They accordingly hated their own more lukewarm partisans and Pompeius with his personal adherents, if possible, still more than their open opponents, and that with all the dull obstinacy of hatred which is wont to characterize orthodox theologians, and they were mainly to blame for the numberless and bitter separate quarrels which distracted the emigrant army and emigrant senate. But they did not confine themselves to words. Marcus Bibulus, Titus Labienus, and others of this coterie carried out their theory in practice, and caused such officers or soldiers of Caesar's army as fell into their hands to be executed en masse, which, as may well be conceived, did not tend to make Caesar's troops fight with less energy. If the counter-revolution in favor of the friends of the constitution, for which all the elements were in existence, did not break out in Italy during Caesar's absence, the reason, according to the assurance of discerning opponents of Caesar, lay chiefly in the general dread of the unbridled fury of the republican ultras after the restoration should have taken place. The better men in the Pompeian camp were in despair over this frantic behavior. Pompeius, himself a brave soldier, spared the prisoners as far as he might and could, but he was too pusillanimous and in too awkward a position to prevent or even to punish all atrocities of this sort, as it became him as commander-in-chief to do. Marcus Cato, the only man who at least carried moral consistency into the struggle, attempted with more energy to check such proceedings. He induced the emigrant Senate to prohibit by a special decree the pillage of subject towns and the putting to death of a burgess otherwise than in battle. The able Marcus Marcellus had similar views. No one indeed knew better than Cato and Marcellus that the extreme party would carry out their saving deeds, if necessary, in defiance of all decrees of the Senate. But if even now, when they had still to regard considerations of prudence, the rage of the ultras could not be tamed, people might prepare themselves after the victory for a reign of terror from which Marius and Sulla themselves would have turned away with horror, and we can understand why Cato, according to his own confession, was more afraid of the victory than of the defeat of his own party. The preparations for war. The management of the military preparations in the Macedonian camp was in the hands of Pompeius, the commander-in-chief. His position, always troublesome and galling, had become still worse through the unfortunate events of 705. In the eyes of his partisans, he was mainly to blame for this result. This judgment was in various respects not just. A considerable part of the misfortunes endured was to be laid to the account of the perversity and insubordination of the lieutenant generals, especially of the consul Lentulus and Lucius Domitius. From the moment when Pompeius took the head of the army, he had led it with skill and courage, and had saved at least very considerable forces from the shipwreck. That he was not a match for Caesar's altogether superior genius, which was now recognized by all, could not be fairly made matter of reproach to him. But the result alone decided men's judgment. Trusting to the general Pompeius, the constitutional party had broken with Caesar. The pernicious consequences of this breach recoiled upon the general Pompeius, and, though owing to the notorious military incapacity of all the other chiefs, no attempt was made to change the supreme command, yet confidence at any rate in the commander-in-chief was paralyzed. To these painful consequences of the defeats endured were added the injurious influences of the emigration. Among the refugees who arrived there was certainly a number of efficient soldiers and capable officers, especially those belonging to the former Spanish army, but the number of those who came to serve and fight was just as small as that of the generals of quality, who called themselves proconsuls and imperators with as good title as Pompeius, and of the gentile lords who took part in active military service more or less reluctantly, was alarmingly great. Through these, the mode of life in the capital was introduced into the camp, not at all to the advantage of the army. The tents of such grandees were graceful bowers, the ground elegantly covered with fresh turf, the walls clothed with ivy. Silver plate stood on the table, and the wine cup often circulated there, even in broad daylight. Those fashionable warriors formed a singular contrast with Caesar's daredevils, who ate coarse bread from which the former recoiled, and who, when that failed, devoured even roots and swore that they would rather chew the bark of trees than desist from the enemy. While, moreover, the action of Pompeius was hampered by the necessity of having regard to the authority of a collegiate board personally disinclined to him, this embarrassment was singularly increased when the Senate of emigrants took up its abode almost in his very headquarters, and all the venom of the emigrants now found vent in these senatorial sittings. Lastly, there was nowhere any man of mark who could have thrown his own weight into the scale against all these preposterous doings. Pompeius himself was intellectually far too secondary for that purpose, and far too hesitating, awkward, and reserved. Marcus Cato would have had at least the requisite moral authority, and would not have lacked the goodwill to support Pompeius with it, but Pompeius, instead of calling him to his assistance, out of distrustful jealousy kept him in the background, and preferred, for instance, to commit the highly important chief command of the fleet to the, in every respect, incapable Marcus Bibulus, rather than to Cato, the legions of Pompeius. While Pompeius thus treated the political aspect of his position with his characteristic perversity, and did his best to make what was already bad in itself still worse, he devoted himself, on the other hand, with commendable zeal to his duty of giving military organization to the considerable but scattered forces of his party. The flower of his force was composed of the troops brought with him from Italy, out of which, with the supplementary aid of the Illyrian prisoners of war and the Romans domiciled in Greece, 5 legions in all were formed. 3 others came from the east, the 2 Syrian legions formed from the remains of the army of Crassus, and 1 made up out of the 2 weak legions hitherto stationed in Cilicia. Nothing stood in the way of the withdrawal of these corps of occupation, because on the one hand the Pompeians had an understanding with the Parthians, and might even have had an alliance with them if Pompeius had not indignantly refused to pay them the price which they demanded for it, the cession of the Syrian province added by himself to the empire, and on the other hand Caesar's plan of dispatching 2 legions to Syria and inducing the Jews once more to take up arms by means of the Prince Aristobulus kept a prisoner in Rome was frustrated partly by other causes, partly by the death of Aristobulus. New legions were moreover raised, 1 from the veteran soldiers settled in Crete and Macedonia, 2 from the Romans of Asia Minor. To all these fell to be added 2,000 volunteers, who were derived from the remains of the Spanish Select Corps and other similar sources, and lastly, the contingents of the subjects. Pompeius, like Caesar, had disdained to make requisitions of infantry from them. Only the Epirot, Aetolian and Thracian militia were called out to guard the coast, and moreover 3,000 archers from Greece and Asia Minor and 1,200 slingers were taken up as light troops, his cavalry. The cavalry, on the other hand, with the exception of a noble guard, more respectable than militarily important, formed from the young aristocracy of Rome and of the Apulian slave herdsmen whom Pompeius had mounted, consisted exclusively of the contingents of the subjects and clients of Rome. The flower of it consisted of the Celts, partly from the garrison of Alexandria, partly the contingents of King Deiotarus, who in spite of his great age had appeared in person at the head of his troops, and of the other Galatian dynasts. With them were associated the excellent Thracian horsemen, who were partly brought up by their princes Sadala and Rhascuporis, partly enlisted by Pompeius in the Macedonian province, the Cappadocian cavalry, the mounted archers sent by Antiochus king of Commagene, the contingents of the Armenians from the west side of the Euphrates under Taxiles and from the other side under Megabates, and the Numidian bands sent by King Juba. The whole body amounted to 7,000 horsemen.
Fleet. Lastly, the fleet of Pompeius was very considerable. It was formed partly of the Roman transports brought from Brundisium or subsequently built, partly of the war vessels of the king of Egypt, of the Colchian princes, of the Cilician dynast Tarcondymatus, of the cities of Tyre, Rhodes, Athens, Corcyra, and generally of all the Asiatic and Greek maritime states, and it numbered nearly 500 sail, of which the Roman vessels formed a fifth. Immense magazines of corn and military stores were accumulated in Dyrrachium. The war chest was well filled, for the Pompeians found themselves in possession of the principal sources of the public revenue, and turned to their own account the moneyed resources of the client princes, of the senators of distinction, of the farmers of the taxes, and generally of the whole Roman and non-Roman population within their reach. Every appliance that the reputation of the legitimate government and the much-renowned protectorship of Pompeius over kings and peoples could move in Africa, Egypt, Macedonia, Greece, Western Asia, and Syria had been put in motion for the protection of the Roman Republic. The report which circulated in Italy that Pompeius was arming the Getae, Colchians, and Armenians against Rome, and the designation of King of Kings given to Pompeius in the camp, could hardly be called exaggerations. On the whole, he had command over an army of 7,000 cavalry and 11 legions, of which it is true, but 5 at the most could be described as accustomed to war, and over a fleet of 500 sail. The temper of the soldiers, for whose provisioning and pay Pompeius manifested adequate care, and to whom in the event of victory the most abundant rewards were promised, was throughout good in several, and these precisely the most efficient. Divisions even excellent, but a great part of the army consisted of newly raised troops, the formation and training of which, however zealously it was prosecuted, necessarily required time. The force altogether was imposing, but at the same time of a somewhat motley character. Junction of the Pompeians on the coast of Epirus. According to the design of the commander-in-chief, the army and fleet were to be in substance completely united by the winter of 705 to 706 along the coast and in the waters of Epirus. The Admiral Bibulus had already arrived with no ships at his new headquarters, Corcyra. On the other hand, the land army, the headquarters of which had been during the summer at Berhuia on the Haliakmon, had not yet come up. The mass of it was moving slowly along the great highway from Thessalonica towards the west coast to the future headquarters, Dyrrachium. The 2 legions, which Metellus Scipio was bringing up from Syria, remained at Pergamus in Asia for winter quarters and were expected in Europe only towards spring. They were taking time, in fact, for their movements. For the moment, the ports of Epirus were guarded, over and above the fleet, merely by their own civic defences and the levies of the adjoining districts. Caesar against Pompeius. It thus remained possible for Caesar, notwithstanding the intervention of the Spanish War, to assume the offensive also in Macedonia, and he at least was not slow to act. He had long ago ordered the collection of vessels of war and transports in Brundisium, and after the capitulation of the Spanish army and the fall of Massilia, had directed the greater portion of the select troops employed there to proceed to that destination. The unparalleled exertions, no doubt, which were thus required by Caesar from his soldiers, thinned the ranks more than their conflicts had done, and the mutiny of one of the 4 oldest legions, the 9th on its march through Placentia, was a dangerous indication of the temper prevailing in the army. But Caesar's presence of mind and personal authority gained the mastery, and from this quarter nothing impeded the embarkation. But the want of ships, through which the pursuit of Pompeius had failed in March 705, threatened also to frustrate this expedition. The war vessels,
which Caesar had given orders to build in the Gallic, Sicilian, and Italian ports, were not yet ready, or at any rate not on the spot. His squadron in the Adriatic had been in the previous year destroyed at Charicta. He found at Brundisium not more than 12 ships of war and scarcely transports enough to convey over at once the third part of his army of 12 legions and 10,000 cavalry destined for Greece. The considerable fleet of the enemy exclusively commanded the Adriatic, and especially all the harbours of the mainland and islands on its eastern coast. Under such circumstances, the question presents itself why Caesar did not, instead of the maritime route, choose the land route through Illyria, which relieved him from all the perils threatened by the fleet, and besides was shorter for his troops, who mostly came from Gaul, than the route by Brundisium. It is true that the regions of Illyria were rugged and poor beyond description, but they were traversed by other armies not long afterwards, and this obstacle can hardly have appeared insurmountable to the conqueror of Gaul. Perhaps he apprehended that during the troublesome march through Illyria, Pompeius might convey his whole force over the Adriatic, whereby their parts might come at once to be changed, with Caesar in Macedonia and Pompeius in Italy, although such a rapid change was scarcely to be expected from his slow-moving antagonist. Perhaps Caesar had decided for the maritime route on the supposition that his fleet would meanwhile be brought into a condition to command respect, and, when after his return from Spain he became aware of the true state of things in the Adriatic, it might be too late to change the plan of campaign. Perhaps, and, in accordance with Caesar's quick temperament always urging him to decision, we may even say in all probability, he found himself irresistibly tempted by the circumstance that the Epirot coast was still at the moment unoccupied, but would certainly be covered in a few days by the enemy, to thwart once more by a bold stroke the whole plan of his antagonist. Caesar lands, in Epirus first, successes. However this may be, on the 4th of January, 706, Caesar set sail with 6 legions greatly thinned by toil and sickness and 600 horsemen from Brundisium for the coast of Epirus. It was a counterpart to the foolhardy Britannic expedition, but at least the first throw was fortunate. The coast was reached in the middle of the Acroceraunian, Chimara, cliffs, at the little frequented roadstead of Paljassa. The transports were seen both from the harbour of Oricum, creek of Avluna, where a Pompeian squadron of 18 sail was lying, and from the headquarters of the hostile fleet at Corcyra. But in the one quarter they deemed themselves too weak, in the other they were not ready to sail, so that the first freight was landed without hindrance. While the vessels at once returned to bring over the second, Caesar on that same evening scaled the Acroceraunian mountains. His first successes were as great as the surprise of his enemies. The Epirot militia nowhere offered resistance. The important seaport towns of Oricum and Apollonia, along with a number of smaller townships, were taken, and Dyrrachium, selected by the Pompeians as their chief arsenal and filled with stores of all sorts, but only feebly garrisoned, was in the utmost danger. Caesar cut off from Italy. But the further course of the campaign did not correspond to this brilliant beginning. Bibulus subsequently made up in some measure for the negligence of which he had allowed himself to be guilty by redoubling his exertions. He not only captured nearly 30 of the transports returning home and caused them with every living thing on board to be burnt, but he also established along the whole district of coast occupied by Caesar from the island Saseno, as far as the ports of Corcyra, a most careful watch, however troublesome it was rendered by the inclement season of the year, and the necessity of bringing everything necessary for the guardships, even wood and water, from Corcyra. In fact, his successor Libo, for he himself soon succumbed to the unwonted fatigues, even blockaded for a time the port of Brundisium, till the want of water again dislodged him from the little island in front of it on which he had established himself. It was not possible for Caesar's officers to convey the second portion of the army over to their general. As little did he himself succeed in the capture of Dyrrachium, Pompeius learned through one of Caesar's peace envoys as to his preparations for the voyage to the Epirot coast, and, thereupon accelerating his march, threw himself just at the right time into that important arsenal. The situation of Caesar was critical. Although he extended his range in Epirus as far as with his slight strength was at all possible, the subsistence of his army remained difficult and precarious, while the enemy, in possession of the magazines of Dyrrachium and masters of the sea, had abundance of everything. With his army presumably little above 20,000 strong, he could not offer battle to that of Pompeius at least twice as numerous, but had to deem himself fortunate that Pompeius went methodically to work and, instead of immediately forcing a battle, took up his winter quarters between Dyrrachium and Apollonia on the right bank of the Apsus, facing Caesar on the left, in order that after the arrival of the legions from Pergamus in the spring, he might annihilate the enemy with an irresistibly superior force. Thus, months passed. If the arrival of the better season, which brought to the enemy a strong additional force and the free use of his fleet, found Caesar still in the same position, he was to all appearance lost, with his weak band wedged in among the rocks of Epirus, between the immense fleet and the 3 times superior land army of the enemy. And already the winter was drawing to a close. His sole hope still depended on the transport fleet. That it should steal or fight its way through the blockade was hardly to be hoped for. But after the first voluntary foolhardiness, this second venture was enjoined by necessity. How desperate his situation appeared to Caesar himself is shown by his resolution, when the fleet still came not, to sail alone in a fisherman's boat across the Adriatic to Brundisium in order to fetch it, which in reality was only abandoned because no mariner was found to undertake the daring voyage. Antonius proceed to Epirus. But his appearance in person was not needed to induce the faithful officer who commanded in Italy, Marcus Antonius, to make this last effort for the saving of his master. Once more the transport fleet, with 4 legions and 800 horsemen on board, sailed from the harbour of Brundisium, and fortunately a strong south wind carried it past Libo's galleys. But the same wind, which thus saved the fleet, rendered it impossible for it to land as it was directed on the coast of Apollonia, and compelled it to sail past the camps of Caesar and Pompeius, and to steer to the north of Dyrrachium towards Lissus, which town fortunately still adhered to Caesar. When it sailed past the harbour of Dyrrachium, the Rhodian galleys started in pursuit, and hardly had the ships of Antonius entered the port of Lissus when the enemy's squadron appeared before it. But just at this moment, the wind suddenly veered and drove the pursuing galleys back into the open sea and partly on the rocky coast. Through the most marvellous good fortune, the landing of the second freight had also been successful.
Junction of Caesar's army. Antonius and Caesar were no doubt still some 4 days' march from each other, separated by Dyrrachium and the whole army of the enemy. But Antonius happily effected the perilous march round about Dyrrachium through the passes of the Graba Balkan, and was received by Caesar, who had gone to meet him on the right bank of the Apsus. Pompeius, after having vainly attempted to prevent the junction of the 2 armies of the enemy, and to force the corps of Antonius to fight by itself, took up a new position at Asparagium on the river Genusus, Scumbi, which flows parallel to the Apsus between the latter and the town of Dyrrachium, and here remained once more immovable. Caesar felt himself now strong enough to give battle, but Pompeius declined it. On the other hand, Caesar succeeded in deceiving his adversary and throwing himself unawares with his better marching troops, just as at Ilerda, between the enemy's camp and the fortress of Dyrrachium on which it rested as a basis. The chain of the Graba Balkan, which stretching in a direction from east to west ends on the Adriatic in the narrow tongue of land at Dyrrachium, sends off, 14 miles to the east of Dyrrachium, in a southwesterly direction, a lateral branch which likewise turns in the form of a crescent towards the sea, and the main chain and lateral branch of the mountains enclose between themselves a small plain extending round a cliff on the seashore. Pompeius now took up his camp, and, although Caesar's army kept the land route to Dyrrachium closed against him, he yet, with the aid of his fleet, remained constantly in communication with the town, and was amply and easily provided from it with everything needful. While among the Caesarians, notwithstanding strong detachments to the country lying behind, and notwithstanding all the exertions of the general to bring about an organized system of conveyance, and thereby a regular supply, there was more than scarcity, and flesh, barley, nay, even roots had very frequently to take the place of the wheat to which they were accustomed. Caesar invests the camp of Pompeius. As his phlegmatic opponent persevered in his inaction, Caesar undertook to occupy the circle of heights which enclosed the plain on the shore held by Pompeius, with the view of being able at least to arrest the movements of the superior cavalry of the enemy and to operate with more freedom against Dyrrhachium, and if possible to compel his opponent either to battle or to embarkation. Nearly the half of Caesar's troops was detached to the interior. It seemed almost quixotic to propose with the rest virtually to besiege an army perhaps twice as strong, concentrated in position and resting on the sea and the fleet. Yet Caesar's veterans by infinite exertions invested the Pompeian camp with a chain of posts 16 miles long, and afterwards added, just as before Alesia, to this inner line a second outer one, to protect themselves against attacks from Dyrrhachium and against attempts to turn their position, which could so easily be executed with the aid of the fleet. Pompeius attacked more than once portions of these entrenchments with a view to break, if possible, the enemy's line, but he did not attempt to prevent the investment by a battle. He preferred to construct in his turn a number of entrenchments around his camp and to connect them with one another by lines. Both sides exerted themselves to push forward their trenches as far as possible, and the earthworks advanced but slowly amidst constant conflicts. At the same time, skirmishing went on the opposite side of Caesar's camp with the garrison of Dyrrhachium. Caesar hoped to get the fortress into his power by means of an understanding with some of its inmates, but was prevented by the enemy's fleet. There was incessant fighting at very different points, on one of the hottest days at 6 places simultaneously, and, as a rule, the tried valour of the Caesarians had the advantage in these skirmishes. Once, for instance, a single cohort maintained itself in its entrenchments against 4 legions for several hours, till support came up. No prominent success was attained on either side, yet the effects of the investment came by degrees to be oppressively felt by the Pompeians. The stopping of the rivulets flowing from the heights into the plain compelled them to be content with scanty and bad well water. Still more severely felt was the want of fodder for the beasts of burden and the horses, which the fleet was unable adequately to remedy. Numbers of them died, and it was of but little avail that the horses were conveyed by the fleet to Dyrrhachium, because there also they did not find sufficient fodder. Caesar's lines. Broken Caesar. Once more defeated. Pompeius could not much longer delay to free himself from his disagreeable position by a blow struck against the enemy. He was informed by Celtic deserters that the enemy had neglected to secure the beach between his 2 chains of entrenchments 600 feet distant from each other by a cross-wall, and on this he formed his plan. While he caused the inner line of Caesar's entrenchments to be attacked by the legions from the camp, and the outer line by the light troops placed in vessels and landed beyond the enemy's entrenchments, a 3rd division landed in the space left between the 2 lines, and attacked in the rear their already sufficiently occupied defenders. The entrenchment next to the sea was taken, and the garrison fled in wild confusion. With difficulty, the commander of the next trench, Marcus Antonius, succeeded in maintaining it and in setting a limit for the moment to the advance of the Pompeians, but apart from the considerable loss, the outermost entrenchment along the sea remained in the hands of the Pompeians, and the Lynn was broken through. Caesar the more eagerly seized the opportunity, which soon after presented itself, of attacking a Pompeian legion, which had incautiously become isolated with the bulk of his infantry. But the attack offered valiant resistance, and as the ground on which the fight took place had been several times employed for the encampment of larger and lesser divisions, and was intersected in various directions by mounds and ditches, Caesar's right wing along with the cavalry entirely missed its way. Instead of supporting the left and attacking the Pompeian legion, it got into a narrow trench that led from one of the old camps towards the river. So Pompeius, who came up in all haste with 5 legions to the aid of his troops, found the 2 wings of the enemy separated from each other, and one of them in an utterly forlorn position. When the Caesarians saw him advance, a panic seized them. The whole plunged into disorderly flight.
And if the matter ended with the loss of 1,000 of the best soldiers and Caesar's army did not sustain a complete defeat, this was due simply to the circumstance that Pompeius also could not freely develop his force on the broken ground, and to the further fact that, fearing a stratagem, he at first held back his troops. Consequences of Caesar's defeats. But even as it was, these days were fraught with mischief. Not only had Caesar endured the most serious losses and forfeited at a blow his entrenchments, the result of 4 months of gigantic labour. He was by the recent engagements thrown back again exactly to the point from which he had set out. From the sea he was more completely driven than ever, since Pompeius's elder son Gnaeus had by a bold attack partly burnt, partly carried off, Caesar's few ships of war lying in the port of Oricum, and had soon afterwards also set fire to the transport fleet that was left behind in Lissus. All possibility of bringing up fresh reinforcements to Caesar by sea from Brundisium was thus lost. The numerous Pompeian cavalry, now released from their confinement, poured themselves over the adjacent country and threatened to render the provisioning of Caesar's army, which had always been difficult, utterly impossible. Caesar's daring enterprise of carrying on offensive operations without ships against an enemy in command of the sea and resting on his fleet had totally failed. On what had hitherto been the theatre of war, he found himself in presence of an impregnable defensive position and unable to strike a serious blow either against Dyrrachium or against the hostile army. On the other hand, it depended now solely on Pompeius whether he should proceed to attack under the most favourable circumstances an antagonist already in grave danger as to his means of the subsistence. The war had arrived at a crisis. Hitherto Pompeius had, to all appearance, played the game of war without special plan, and only adjusted his defence according to the exigencies of each attack. And this was not to be censured, for the protraction of the war gave him opportunity of making his recruits capable of fighting, of bringing up his reserves, and of bringing more fully into play the superiority of his fleet in the Adriatic. Caesar was beaten not merely in tactics, but also in strategy. This defeat had not, it is true, that effect which Pompeius not without reason expected.
The eminent soldierly energy of Caesar's veterans did not allow matters to come to an immediate and total breaking up of the army by hunger and mutiny. But yet it seemed as if it depended solely on his opponent, by judiciously following up his victory to reap its full fruits. War prospects of Pompeius, Scipio, and Calvinus. It was for Pompeius to assume the aggressive, and he was resolved to do so. 3 different ways of rendering his victory fruitful presented themselves to him. The first and simplest was not to desist from assailing the vanquished army, and, if it departed, to pursue it. Secondly, Pompeius might leave Caesar himself and his best troops in Greece, and might cross in person, as he had long been making preparations for doing, with the main army to Italy, where the feeling was decidedly anti-monarchical, and the forces of Caesar, after the dispatch of the best troops and their brave and trustworthy commandant to the Greek army, would not be of very much moment. Lastly, the victor might turn inland, effect a junction with the legions of Metellus Scipio, and attempt to capture the troops of Caesar stationed in the interior. The latter, forsooth, had, immediately after the arrival of the second freight from Italy, on the one hand dispatched strong detachments to Aetolia and Thessaly to procure means of subsistence for his army, and on the other had ordered a corps of 2 legions under Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus to advance on the Egnatian highway towards Macedonia, with the view of intercepting and, if possible, defeating in detail the corps of Scipio advancing on the same road from Thessalonica. Calvinus and Scipio had already approached within a few miles of each other, when Scipio suddenly turned southward, and rapidly crossing the Haliacmon, Inge Carrhae, and leaving his baggage there under Marcus Favonius, penetrated into Thessaly, in order to attack with superior force Caesar's legion of recruits employed in the reduction of the country under Lucius Cassius Longinus. But Longinus retired over the mountains towards Ambracia to join the detachment under Gnaeus Calvisius Sabinus sent by Caesar to Aetolia, and Scipio could only cause him to be pursued by his Thracian cavalry,
for Calvinus threatened his reserve left behind under Favonius on the Haliacmon with the same fate which he had himself destined for Longinus. So Calvinus and Scipio met again on the Haliacmon and encamped there for a considerable time opposite to each other. Caesar's retreat from Dyrrachium to Thessaly. Pompeius might choose among these plans. No choice was left to Caesar. After that unfortunate engagement, he entered on his retreat to Apollonia. Pompeius followed. The march from Dyrrachium to Apollonia, along a difficult road crossed by several rivers, was no easy task for a defeated army pursued by the enemy. But the dexterous leadership of their general and the indestructible marching energy of the soldiers compelled Pompeius, after 4 days' pursuit, to suspend it as useless. He had now to decide between the Italian expedition and the march into the interior. However advisable and attractive the former might seem, and though various voices were raised in its favour, he preferred not to abandon the corps of Scipio, the more especially as he hoped by this march to get the corps of Calvinus into his hands. Calvinus lay at the moment on the Egnatian road at Heraclea Lyncestis, between Pompeius and Scipio, and after Caesar had retreated to Apollonia, farther distant from the latter than from the great army of Pompeius, without knowledge, moreover, of the events at Dyrrachium and of his hazardous position, since after the successes achieved at Dyrrachium the whole country inclined to Pompeius, and the messengers of Caesar were everywhere seized. It was not till the enemy's main force had approached within a few hours of him that Calvinus learned from the accounts of the enemy's advanced posts themselves the state of things. A quick departure in a southerly direction towards Thessaly withdrew him at the last moment from imminent destruction.
Pompeius had to content himself with having liberated Scipio from his position of peril. Caesar had meanwhile arrived unmolested at Apollonia. Immediately after the disaster of Dyrrachium, he had resolved, if possible, to transfer the struggle from the coast away into the interior, with the view of getting beyond the reach of the enemy's fleet, the ultimate cause of the failure of his previous exertions. The march to Apollonia had only been intended to place his wounded in safety and to pay his soldiers there, where his depots were stationed. As soon as this was done, he set out for Thessaly, leaving behind garrisons in Apollonia, Oricum, and Lissus. The corps of Calvinus had also put itself in motion towards Thessaly, and Caesar could effect a junction with the reinforcements coming up from Italy, this time by the land route through Illyria, 2 legions under Quintus Cornificius, still more easily in Thessaly than in Epirus. Ascending by difficult paths in the valley of the Aous, and crossing the mountain chain which separates Epirus from Thessaly, he arrived at the Peneus. Calvinus was likewise directed thither, and the junction of the 2 armies was thus accomplished by the shortest route and that which was least exposed to the enemy. It took place at Aeginium, not far from the source of the Peneus. The first Thessalian town before which the now united army appeared, Gomphi, closed its gates against it. It was quickly stormed and given up to pillage, and the other towns of Thessaly, terrified by this example, submitted, so soon as Caesar's legions merely appeared before the walls. Amidst these marches and conflicts, and with the help of the supplies, albeit not too ample, which the region on the Peneus afforded, the traces and recollections of the calamitous days through which they had passed gradually vanished. The victories of Dyrrachium had thus borne not much immediate fruit for the victors. Pompeius, with his unwieldy army and his numerous cavalry, had not been able to follow his versatile enemy into the mountains. Caesar, like Calvinus, had escaped from pursuit, and the 2 stood united and in full security in Thessaly. Perhaps it would have been the best course if Pompeius had now without delay embarked with his main force for Italy, where success was scarcely doubtful. But in the meantime, only a division of the fleet departed for Sicily and Italy. In the camp of the coalition, the contest with Caesar was looked on as so completely decided by the battles of Dyrrachium that it only remained to reap the fruits of victory, in other words, to seek out and capture the defeated army. Their former overcautious reserve was succeeded by an arrogance still less justified by the circumstances. They gave no heed to the facts that they had, strictly speaking, failed in the pursuit, that they had to hold themselves in readiness to encounter a completely refreshed and reorganized army in Thessaly,
and that there was no small risk in moving away from the sea, renouncing the support of the fleet, and following their antagonist to the battlefield chosen by himself. They were simply resolved at any price to fight with Caesar, and therefore to get at him as soon as possible and by the most convenient way.
Cato took up the command in Dyrrachium, where a garrison was left behind of 18 cohorts, and in Corcyra, where 300 ships of war were left. Pompeius and Scipio proceeded, the former apparently following the Egnatian way as far as Pella and then striking into the great road to the south, the latter from the Haliacmon through the passes of Olympus to the lower Peneus and met at Larissa. The armies at Pharsalus Caesar lay to the south of Larissa in the plain, which extends between the hill country of Cynocephaly and the chain of Othrys, and is intersected by a tributary of the Peneus, the Enipeus, on the left bank of the latter stream near the town of Pharsalus. Pompeius pitched his camp opposite to him on the right bank of the Enipeus along the slope of the heights of Cynocephaly. The entire army of Pompeius was assembled. Caesar, on the other hand, still expected the corps of nearly 2 legions formerly detached to Aetolia and Thessaly, now stationed under Quintus Fufius Calenus in Greece, and the 2 legions of Cornificius, which were sent after him by the land route from Italy and had already arrived in Illyria. The army of Pompeius, numbering 11 legions or 47,000 men and 7,000 horse, was more than double that of Caesar in infantry, and 7 times as numerous in cavalry. Fatigue and conflicts had so decimated Caesar's troops that his 8 legions did not number more than 22,000 men under arms, consequently not nearly the half of their normal amount. The victorious army of Pompeius, provided with a countless cavalry and good magazines, had provisions in abundance, while the troops of Caesar had difficulty in keeping themselves alive and only hoped for better supplies from the corn harvest not far distant. The Pompeian soldiers, who had learned in the last campaign to know war and trust their leader, were in the best of humor. All military reasons on the side of Pompeius favored the view that the decisive battle should not be long delayed, seeing that they now confronted Caesar in Thessaly, and the emigrant impatience of the many gentile officers and others accompanying the army doubtless had more weight than even such reasons in the council of war.
Since the events of Dyrrachium, these lords regarded the triumph of their party as an ascertained fact. Already there was eager strife as to the filling up of Caesar's supreme pontificate, and instructions were sent to Rome to hire houses at the Forum for the next elections.
When Pompeius hesitated on his part to cross the rivulet which separated the 2 armies, and which Caesar, with his much weaker army, did not venture to pass, this excited great indignation. Pompeius, it was alleged, only delayed the battle in order to rule somewhat longer over so many consulars and praetorians and to perpetuate his part of Agamemnon. Pompeius yielded, and Caesar, who under the impression that matters would not come to a battle, had just projected a mode of turning the enemy's army, and for that purpose was on the point of setting out towards Scotussa. Likewise arrayed his legions for battle, when he saw the Pompeians preparing to offer it to him on his bank. The battle. Thus the Battle of Pharsalus was fought on the 9th of August 706, almost on the same field where 150 years before the Romans had laid the foundation of their dominion in the east. Pompeius rested his right wing on the Enipeus. Caesar, opposite to him, rested his left on the broken ground stretching in front of the Enipeus. The 2 other wings were stationed out in the plain, covered in each case by the cavalry and the light troops. The intention of Pompeius was to keep his infantry on the defensive, but with his cavalry to scatter the weak band of horsemen, which, mixed after the German fashion with light infantry, confronted him, and then to take Caesar's right wing in rear. His infantry courageously sustained the first charge of that of the enemy, and the engagement there came to a stand. Labienus likewise dispersed the enemy's cavalry after a brave but short resistance, and deployed his force to the left with the view of turning the infantry. But Caesar, foreseeing the defeat of his cavalry, had stationed behind it on the threatened flank of his right wing some 2,000 of his best legionaries. As the enemy's horsemen, driving those of Caesar before them, galloped along and around the line, they suddenly came upon this select corps advancing intrepidly against them,
and rapidly thrown into confusion by the unexpected and unusual infantry attack, they galloped at full speed from the field of battle.
The victorious legionaries cut to pieces the enemy's archers now unprotected, then rushed at the left wing of the enemy and began now on their part to turn it. At the same time, Caesar's 3rd Division, hitherto reserved, advanced along the whole line to the attack. The unexpected defeat of the best arm of the Pompeian army, as it raised the courage of their opponents, broke that of the army, and above all, that of the general. When Pompeius, who from the outset did not trust his infantry, saw the horsemen gallop off, he rode back at once from the field of battle to the camp without even awaiting the issue of the general attack ordered by Caesar. His legions began to waver and soon to retire over the brook into the camp, which was not accomplished without severe loss. Its issue: flight of Pompeius. The day was thus lost, and many an able soldier had fallen, but the army was still substantially intact, and the situation of Pompeius was far less perilous than that of Caesar after the defeat of Dyrrhachium. But while Caesar, in the vicissitudes of his destiny, had learned that fortune loves to withdraw herself at certain moments even from her favourites in order to be once more won back through their perseverance, Pompeius knew fortune hitherto only as the constant goddess, and despaired of himself and of her when she withdrew from him. And, while in Caesar's grander nature despair only developed yet mightier energies, the inferior soul of Pompeius under similar pressure sank into the infinite abyss of despondency. As once in the war with Sertorius, he had been on the point of abandoning the office entrusted to him in presence of his superior opponent, and of departing, so now, when he saw the legions retire over the stream, he threw from him the fatal general's scarf and rode off by the nearest route to the sea to find means of embarking there. His army discouraged and leaderless, for Scipio, although recognized by Pompeius as colleague in supreme command, was yet general-in-chief only in name, hoped to find protection behind the camp walls, but Caesar allowed it no rest. The obstinate resistance of the Roman and Thracian guard of the camp was speedily overcome, and the mass was compelled to withdraw in disorder to the heights of Crannon and Scotusa, at the foot of which the camp was pitched. It attempted by moving forward along these hills to regain Larissa, but the troops of Caesar, heeding neither booty nor fatigue and advancing by better paths in the plain, intercepted the route of the fugitives. In fact, when late in the evening the Pompeians suspended their march, their pursuers were able even to draw an entrenched line which precluded the fugitives from access to the only rivulet to be found in the neighbourhood. So ended the day of Pharsalus. The enemy's army was not only defeated but annihilated.
15,000 of the enemy lay dead or wounded on the field of battle, while the Caesarians missed only 200 men. The body which remained together, amounting still to nearly 20,000 men, laid down their arms on the morning after the battle. Only isolated troops, including, it is true, the officers of most note, sought a refuge in the mountains.
Of the 11 eagles of the enemy, 9 were handed over to Caesar. Caesar, who on the very day of the battle had reminded the soldiers that they should not forget the fellow citizen in the foe, did not treat the captives as did Bibulus and Labienus. Nevertheless, he too found it necessary now to exercise some severity. The common soldiers were incorporated in the army. Fines or confiscations of property were inflicted on the men of better rank. The senators and equities of note who were taken, with few exceptions, suffered death. The time for clemency was past. The longer the civil war lasted, the more remorseless and implacable it became. The political effects of the Battle of Pharsalus, the East submits. Some time elapsed before the consequences of the 9th of August 706 could be fully discerned. What admitted of least doubt was the passing over to the side of Caesar of all those who had attached themselves to the party vanquished at Pharsalus, merely as to the more powerful. The defeat was so thoroughly decisive that the victor was joined by all who were not willing or were not obliged to fight for a lost cause. All the kings, peoples, and cities which had hitherto been the clients of Pompeius now recalled their naval and military contingents and declined to receive the refugees of the beaten party, such as Egypt, Cyrene, the communities of Syria,
Phoenicia, Cilicia and Asia Minor, Rhodes, Athens, and generally the whole East. In fact, Pharnaces, king of the Bosporus, pushed his officiousness so far that on the news of the Pharsalian battle, he took possession not only of the town of Phanagoria, which several years before had been declared free by Pompeius, and of the dominions of the Colchian princes confirmed by him, but even of the kingdom of Little Armenia, which Pompeius had conferred on King Deiotarus. Almost the sole exceptions to this general submission were the little town of Megara, which allowed itself to be besieged and stormed by the Caesarians, and Juba, king of Numidia, who had for long expected, and after the victory over Curio expected only with all the greater certainty that his kingdom would be annexed by Caesar, and was thus obliged for better or for worse to abide by the defeated party. The aristocracy after the Battle of Pharsalus.
In the same way as the client community submitted to the victor of Pharsalus, the tale of the constitutional party, all who had joined it with half a heart, or had even, like Marcus Cicero and his congenes, merely danced around the aristocracy like the witches around the Brocken, approached to make their peace with the new monarch, a peace accordingly which his contemptuous indulgence readily and courteously granted to the petitioners. But the flower of the defeated party made no compromise. All was over with the aristocracy. But the aristocrats could never become converted to monarchy. The highest revelations of humanity are perishable. The religion once true may become a lie. The polity once fraught with blessing may become a curse. But even the gospel that is past still finds confessors, and if such a faith cannot remove mountains like faith in the living truth, it yet remains true to itself down to its very end, and does not depart from the realm of the living till it has dragged its last priests and its last partisans along with it, and a new generation, freed from those shadows of the past and the perishing, rules over a world that has renewed its youth. So it was in Rome. Into whatever abyss of degeneracy the aristocratic rule had now sunk, it had once been a great political system. The sacred fire by which Italy had been conquered and Hannibal had been vanquished continued to glow, although somewhat dimmed and dull, in the Roman nobility so long as that nobility existed, and rendered a cordial understanding between the men of the old regime and the new monarch impossible. A large portion of the constitutional party submitted at least outwardly, and recognized the monarchy so far as to accept pardon from Caesar and to retire as much as possible into private life, which, however, ordinarily was not done without the mental reservation of thereby preserving themselves for a future change of things. This course was chiefly followed by the partisans of lesser note, but the able Marcus Marcellus, the same who had brought about the rupture with Caesar, was to be found among these judicious persons and voluntarily banished himself to Lesbos. In the majority, however, of the genuine aristocracy, passion was more powerful than cool reflection, along with which, no doubt, self-deceptions as to success being still possible and apprehensions of the inevitable vengeance of the victor variously cooperated. Cato no one probably formed a judgment as to the situation of affairs with so painful a clearness and so free from fear or hope on his own account as Marcus Cato. Completely convinced that after the days of Ilerda and Pharsalus the monarchy was inevitable, and morally firm enough to confess to himself this bitter truth and to act in accordance with it, he hesitated for a moment whether the constitutional party ought at all to continue a war, which would necessarily require sacrifices for a lost cause on the part of many who did not know why they offered them. And when he resolved to fight against the monarchy not for victory, but for a speedier and more honourable fall, he yet sought as far as possible to draw no one into this war who chose to survive the fall of the Republic and to be reconciled to monarchy. He conceived that, so long as the Republic had been merely threatened, it was a right and a duty to compel the lukewarm and bad citizen to take part in the struggle, but that now it was senseless and cruel to compel the individual to share the ruin of the lost Republic. Not only did he himself discharge everyone who desired to return to Italy, but when the wildest of the wild partisans, Gnaeus Pompeius the Younger, insisted on the execution of these people and of Cicero in particular, it was Cato alone who by his moral authority prevented it. Pompeius also had no desire for peace.
Had he been a man who deserved to hold the position which he occupied, we might suppose him to have perceived that he who aspires to a crown cannot return to the beaten track of ordinary existence, and that there is accordingly no place left on earth for one who has failed. But Pompeius was hardly too noble-minded to ask a favour, which the victor would have been perhaps magnanimous enough not to refuse to him. On the contrary, he was probably too mean to do so. Whether it was that he could not make up his mind to trust himself to Caesar,
or that in his usual vague and undecided way, after the first immediate impression of the disaster of Pharsalus had vanished, he began again to cherish hope. Pompeius was resolved to continue the struggle against Caesar and to seek for himself yet another battlefield after that of Pharsalus.
Military effects of the battle. The leaders scattered. Thus, however much Caesar had striven by prudence and moderation to appease the fury of his opponents and to lessen their number, the struggle nevertheless went on without alteration. But the leading men had almost all taken part in the fight at Pharsalus, and although they all escaped with the exception of Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who was killed in the flight, they were yet scattered in all directions, so that they were unable to concert a common plan for the continuance of the campaign. Most of them found their way, partly through the desolate mountains of Macedonia and Illyria, partly by the aid of the fleet, to Corcyra, where Marcus Cato commanded the reserve left behind. Here a sort of council of war took place under the presidency of Cato, at which Metellus Scipio, Titus Labienus, Lucius Afranius, Gnaeus Pompeius the Younger, and others were present. But the absence of the commander-in-chief and the painful uncertainty as to his fate, as well as the internal dissensions of the party, prevented the adoption of any common resolution, and ultimately each took the course which seemed to him the most suitable for himself or for the common cause. It was in fact in a high degree difficult to say among the many straws to which they might possibly cling, which was the one that would keep longest above water. Macedonia and Greece, Italy, the East Egypt, Spain, Africa, Macedonia and Greece were lost by the battle of Pharsalus. It is true that Cato, who had immediately on the news of the defeat evacuated Dyrrhachium, still held Corcyra, and Rutilius Lupus, the Peloponnesus, during a time for the constitutional party. For a moment it seemed also as if the Pompeians would make a stand at Patrae in the Peloponnesus, but the accounts of the advance of Calenus sufficed to frighten them from that quarter. As little was there any attempt to maintain Corcyra. On the Italian and Sicilian coasts, the Pompeian squadrons dispatched thither after the victories of Dyrrhachium had achieved not unimportant successes against the ports of Brundisium, Messana, and Vibo, and at Messana especially had burnt the whole fleet in course of being fitted out for Caesar. But the ships that were thus active, mostly from Asia Minor and Syria, were recalled by their communities in consequence of the Pharsalian battle, so that the expedition came to an end of itself. In Asia Minor and Syria there were at the moment no troops of either party, with the exception of the Bosporan army of Pharnaces, which had taken possession, ostensibly on Caesar's account, of different regions belonging to his opponents. In Egypt there was still indeed a considerable Roman army, formed of the troops left behind there by Gabinius, and thereafter recruited from Italian vagrants and Syrian or Cilician banditti. But it was self-evident, and was soon officially confirmed by the recall of the Egyptian vessels, that the court of Alexandria by no means had the intention of holding firmly by the defeated party, or of even placing its force of troops at their disposal. Somewhat more favourable prospects presented themselves to the vanquished in the west. In Spain, Pompeian sympathies were so strong among the population that the Caesarians had on that account to give up the attack which they contemplated from this quarter against Africa, and an insurrection seemed inevitable so soon as a leader of note should appear in the peninsula. In Africa, moreover, the coalition, or rather Juba king of Numidia, who was the true regent there, had been arming unmolested since the autumn of 705. While the whole East was consequently lost to the coalition by the battle of Pharsalus, it might, on the other hand, continue the war after an honourable manner probably in Spain, and certainly in Africa. For to claim the aid of the king of Numidia, who had for a long time been subject to the Roman community, against revolutionary fellow burgesses was for Romans a painful humiliation, doubtless, but by no means an act of treason.
Those again who in this conflict of despair had no further regard for right or honour might declare themselves beyond the pale of the law and commence hostilities as robbers, or might enter into alliance with independent neighbouring states and introduce the public foe into the intestine strife. Or, lastly, might profess monarchy with the lips and prosecute the restoration of the legitimate republic with the dagger of the assassin. Hostilities of robbers and pirates. That the vanquished should withdraw and renounce the new monarchy was at least the natural and so far the truest expression of their desperate position. The mountains and above all the sea had been in those times, ever since the memory of man, the asylum not only of all crime but also of intolerable misery and of oppressed right. It was natural for Pompeians and Republicans to wage a defiant war against the monarchy of Caesar, which had ejected them in the mountains and on the seas, and especially natural for them to take up piracy on a greater scale, with more compact organization and with more definite aims. Even after the recall of the squadrons that had come from the east, they still possessed a very considerable fleet of their own, while Caesar was as yet virtually without vessels of war, and their connection with the Dalmatii who had risen in their own interest against Caesar, and their control over the most important seas and seaports, presented the most advantageous prospects for a naval war, especially on a small scale. As formerly, Sulla's hunting out of the Democrats had ended in the Sertorian insurrection, which was a conflict first waged by pirates and then by robbers, and ultimately became a very serious war. So possibly, if there was in the Catonian aristocracy or among the adherents of Pompeius as much spirit and fire as in the Marian democracy, and if there was found among them a true sea-king, a commonwealth independent of the monarchy of Caesar, and perhaps a match for it might arise on the still unconquered sea.
Parthian alliance. Far more serious disapproval in every respect is due to the idea of dragging an independent neighbouring state into the Roman civil war and of bringing about by its means a counter-revolution. Law and conscience condemn the deserter more severely than the robber, and a victorious band of robbers finds its way back to a free and well-ordered commonwealth more easily than the emigrants who are conducted back by the public foe. Besides, it was scarcely probable that the beaten party would be able to effect a restoration in this way. The only state from which they could attempt to seek support was that of the Parthians, and as to this, it was at least doubtful whether it would make their cause its own, and very improbable that it would fight out that cause against Caesar. The time for republican conspiracies had not yet come. Caesar pursues Pompeius to Egypt, while the remnant of the defeated party thus allowed themselves to be helplessly driven about by fate, and even those who had determined to continue the struggle knew not how or where to do so. Caesar, quickly as ever resolving and quickly acting, laid everything aside to pursue Pompeius, the only one of his opponents whom he respected as an officer, and the one whose personal capture would have probably paralyzed a half, and that perhaps the more dangerous half, of his opponents. With a few men he crossed the Hellespont. His single bark encountered in it a fleet of the enemy destined for the Black Sea, and took the whole cruise, struck as with stupefaction by the news of the battle of Pharsalus prisoners, and as soon as the most necessary preparations were made, hastened in pursuit of Pompeius to the east. The latter had gone from the Pharsalian battlefield to Lesbos, whence he brought away his wife and his second son Sextus, and had sailed onward round Asia Minor to Cilicia and thence to Cyprus. He might have joined his partisans at Corcyra or Africa, but repugnance toward his aristocratic allies and the thought of the reception which awaited him there after the day of Pharsalus, and above all after his disgraceful flight, appear to have induced him to take his own course and rather to resort to the protection of the Parthian king than to that of Cato. While he was employed in collecting money and slaves from the Roman revenue farmers and merchants in Cyprus, and in arming a band of 2,000 slaves, he received news that Antioch had declared for Caesar and that the route to the Parthians was no longer open. So he altered his plan and sailed to Egypt, where a number of his old soldiers served in the army, and the situation and rich resources of the country allowed him time and opportunity to reorganize the war.
In Egypt, after the death of Ptolemaeus Auletes, May 703, his children, Cleopatra about 16 years of age and Ptolemaeus Dionysius about 10, had ascended the throne according to their father's will jointly and as consorts. But soon the brother, or rather his guardian, Pothinus, had driven the sister from the kingdom and compelled her to seek a refuge in Syria, whence she made preparations to get back to her paternal kingdom. Ptolemaeus and Pothinus lay with the whole Egyptian army at Pelusium for the sake of protecting the eastern frontier against her, just when Pompeius cast anchor at the Caitian promontory and sent a request to the king to allow him to land. The Egyptian court, long informed of the disaster at Pharsalus, was on the point of refusing to receive Pompeius. But the king's tutor Theodotus pointed out that, in that case, Pompeius would probably employ his connections in the Egyptian army to instigate rebellion, and that it would be safer and also preferable with regard to Caesar if they embraced the opportunity of making away with Pompeius. Political reasonings of this sort did not readily fail of their effect among the statesmen of the Hellenic world. Death of Pompeius Achillas, the general of the royal troops, and some of the former soldiers of Pompeius, went off in a boat to his vessel, and invited him to come to the king and, as the water was shallow, to enter their barge. As he was stepping ashore, the military tribune Lucius Septimius stabbed him from behind, under the eyes of his wife and son, who were compelled to be spectators of the murder from the deck of their vessel, without being able to rescue or revenge. September 28, 706. On the same day, on which 13 years before he had entered the capital in triumph over Mithridates, the man, who for a generation had been called the Great and for years had ruled Rome, died on the desert sands of the inhospitable Cassian shore by the hand of one of his old soldiers. A good officer, but otherwise of mediocre gifts of intellect and of heart, fate had with superhuman constancy for 30 years allowed him to solve all brilliant and toilless tasks, had permitted him to pluck all laurels planted and fostered by others, had brought him face to face with all the conditions requisite for obtaining the supreme power, only in order to exhibit in his person an example of spurious greatness, to which history knows no parallel. Of all pitiful parts, there is none more pitiful than that of passing for more than one really is, and it is the fate of monarchy that this misfortune inevitably clings to it. For barely once in 1,000 years does there arise among the people a man who is a king not merely in name, but in reality. If this disproportion between semblance and reality has never perhaps been so abruptly marked as in Pompeius, the fact may well excite grave reflection that it was precisely he who, in a certain sense, opened the series of Roman monarchs. Arrival of Caesar. When Caesar, following the track of Pompeius, arrived in the roadstead of Alexandria, all was already over. With deep agitation he turned away when the murderer brought to his ship the head of the man who had been his son-in-law and for long years his colleague in rule, and to get whom alive into his power he had come to Egypt. The dagger of the rash assassin precluded an answer to the question how Caesar would have dealt with the captive Pompeius. But while the humane sympathy, which still found a place in the great soul of Caesar side by side with ambition, enjoined that he should spare his former friend, his interest also required that he should annihilate Pompeius otherwise than by the executioner. Pompeius had been for 20 years the acknowledged ruler of Rome. A dominion so deeply rooted does not perish with the ruler's death. The death of Pompeius did not break up the Pompeians, but gave to them, instead of an aged, incapable, and worn-out chief in his sons Gnaeus and Sextus, 2 leaders, both of whom were young and active, and the second was a man of decided capacity. To the newly founded hereditary monarchy, hereditary pretendership attached itself at once like a parasite, and it was very doubtful whether by this change of persons Caesar did not lose more than he gained. Caesar regulates Egypt. Meanwhile in Egypt, Caesar had now nothing further to do, and the Romans and the Egyptians expected that he would immediately set sail and apply himself to the subjugation of Africa, and to the huge task of organization which awaited him after the victory. But Caesar, faithful to his custom, wherever he found himself in the wide empire, of finally regulating matters at once and in person,
and firmly convinced that no resistance was to be expected, either from the Roman garrison or from the court, being, moreover, in urgent pecuniary embarrassment, landed in Alexandria with the 2 amalgamated legions accompanying him to the number of 3,200 men and 800 Celtic and German cavalry, took up his quarters in the royal palace, and proceeded to collect the necessary sums of money and to regulate the Egyptian succession, without allowing himself to be disturbed by the saucy remark of Pothinus that Caesar should not for such petty matters neglect his own so important affairs. In his dealing with the Egyptians he was just and even indulgent. Although the aid which they had given to Pompeius justified the imposing of a war contribution, the exhausted land was spared from this, and while the arrears of the sum stipulated for in 695, and since then only about half paid, were remitted, there was required merely a final payment of 10 million denarii, £400,000. The belligerent brother and sister were enjoined immediately to suspend hostilities, and were invited to have their dispute investigated and decided before the arbiter. They submitted. The royal boy was already in the palace, and Cleopatra also presented herself there. Caesar adjudged the kingdom of Egypt agreeably to the testament of Aletes, to the intermarried brother and sister Cleopatra and Ptolemaeus Dionysus, and further gave unasked the kingdom of Cyprus, cancelling the earlier act of annexation as the appanage of the second-born of Egypt to the younger children of Auletes, Arsinoe, and Ptolemaeus the younger. Insurrection in Alexandria, but a storm was secretly preparing. Alexandria was a cosmopolitan city as well as Rome, hardly inferior to the Italian capital in the number of its inhabitants, far superior to it in stirring commercial spirit, in skill of handicraft, in taste for science and art. In the citizens there was a lively sense of their own national importance, and if there was no political sentiment, there was at any rate a turbulent spirit, which induced them to indulge in their street riots as regularly and as heartily as the Parisians of the present day. One may conceive their feelings when they saw the Roman general ruling in the palace of the Lagids, and their kings accepting the award of his tribunal.
Pothinus and the boy king, both as may be conceived very dissatisfied at once with the peremptory requisition of old debts, and with the intervention in the throne dispute which could only issue, as it did, in favour of Cleopatra, sent, in order to pacify the Roman demands, the treasures of the temples and the gold plate of the king with intentional ostentation to be melted at the mint. With increasing indignation the Egyptians, who were pious even to superstition, and who rejoiced in the world-renowned magnificence of their court as if it were a possession of their own, beheld the bare walls of their temples and the wooden cups on the table of their king. The Roman army of occupation also, which had been essentially denationalized by its long abode in Egypt and the many intermarriages between the soldiers and Egyptian women, and which moreover numbered a multitude of the old soldiers of Pompeius and runaway Italian criminals and slaves in its ranks, was indignant at Caesar, by whose orders it had been obliged to suspend its action on the Syrian frontier, and at his handful of haughty legionaries. The tumult even at the landing, when the multitude saw the Roman axes carried into the old palace, and the numerous cases in which his soldiers were assassinated in the city, had taught Caesar the immense danger in which he was placed with his small force in presence of that exasperated multitude. But it was difficult to return on account of the northwest winds prevailing at this season of the year, and the attempt at embarkation might easily become a signal for the outbreak of the insurrection. Besides, it was not the nature of Caesar to take his departure without having accomplished his work. He accordingly ordered up at once reinforcements from Asia, and meanwhile, till these arrived, made a show of the utmost self-possession. Never was there greater gaiety in his camp than during this rest at Alexandria, and while the beautiful and clever Cleopatra was not sparing of her charms in general, and least of all towards her judge, Caesar also appeared among all his victories to value most those won over beautiful women. It was a merry prelude to graver scenes. Under the leadership of Achillas, and, as was afterwards proved, by the secret orders of the king and his guardian, the Roman army of occupation stationed in Egypt appeared unexpectedly in Alexandria, and as soon as the citizens saw that it had come to attack Caesar, they made common cause with the soldiers. Caesar in Alexandria!
With a presence of mind, which in some measure justifies his earlier foolhardiness, Caesar hastily collected his scattered men, seized the persons of the king and his ministers, entrenched himself in the royal residence and the adjoining theatre, and gave orders, as there was no time to place in safety, the war fleet stationed in the principal harbour immediately in front of the theatre, that it should be set on fire, and that Pharos, the island with the light tower commanding the harbour, should be occupied by means of boats. Thus, at least a restricted position for defence was secured, and the way was kept open to procure supplies and reinforcements. At the same time, orders were issued to the commandant of Asia Minor, as well as to the nearest subject countries, the Syrians and Nabateans, the Cretans and the Rhodians, to send troops and ships in all haste to Egypt. The insurrection at the head of which the princess Arsinoe and her confidant the eunuch Ganymedes had placed themselves, meanwhile had free course in all Egypt and in the greater part of the capital. In the streets of the latter there was daily fighting, but without success, either on the part of Caesar in gaining freer scope and breaking through to the fresh water lake of Marea, which lay behind the town, where he could have provided himself with water and forage, or on the part of the Alexandrians in acquiring superiority over the besieged and depriving them of all drinking water. For, when the Nile canals in Caesar's part of the town had been spoiled by the introduction of salt water, drinkable water was unexpectedly found in wells dug on the beach. As Caesar was not to be overcome from the landward side, the exertions of the besiegers were directed to destroy his fleet and cut him off from the sea by which supplies reached him. The island with the lighthouse and the mole by which this was connected with the mainland divided the harbour into a western and an eastern half, which were in communication with each other through two arched openings in the mole. Caesar commanded the island and the east harbour, while the mole and the west harbour were in possession of the citizens, and as the Alexandrian fleet was burnt, his vessels sailed in and out without hindrance. The Alexandrians, after having vainly attempted to introduce fire-ships from the western into the eastern harbour, equipped with the remnant of their arsenal a small squadron, and with this blocked up the way of Caesar's vessels, when these were towing in a fleet of transports with a legion that had arrived from Asia Minor. But the excellent Rhodian mariners of Caesar mastered the enemy. Not long afterwards, however, the citizens captured the lighthouse island, and from that point totally closed the narrow and rocky mouth of the east harbour for larger ships, so that Caesar's fleet was compelled to take its station in the open roads before the east harbour, and his communication with the sea hung only on a weak thread. Caesar's fleet, attacked in that roadstead repeatedly by the superior naval force of the enemy, could neither shun the unequal strife, since the loss of the lighthouse island closed the inner harbour against it, nor yet withdraw, for the loss of the roadstead would have debarred Caesar wholly from the sea. Though the brave legionaries, supported by the dexterity of the Rhodian sailors, had always hitherto decided these conflicts in favour of the Romans, the Alexandrians renewed and augmented their naval armaments with unwearied perseverance. The besieged had to fight as often as it pleased the besiegers, and if the former should be on a single occasion vanquished, Caesar would be totally hemmed in and probably lost. It was absolutely necessary to make an attempt to recover the lighthouse island. The double attack, which was made by boats from the side of the harbour and by the war vessels from the seaboard, in reality brought not only the island, but also the lower part of the mole into Caesar's power. It was only at the second arch-opening of the mole that Caesar ordered the attack to be stopped, and the mole to be there closed towards the city by a transverse wall. But while a violent conflict arose here around the entrenchers, the Roman troops left the lower part of the mole adjoining the island bare of defenders. A division of Egyptians landed there unexpectedly. Attacked in the rear, the Roman soldiers and sailors crowded together on the mole at the transverse wall and drove the whole mass in wild confusion into the sea. A part were taken on board by the Roman ships, the most were drowned. Some 400 soldiers and a still greater number of men belonging to the fleet were sacrificed on this day. The general himself, who had shared the fate of his men, had been obliged to seek refuge in his ship, and when this sank from having been overloaded with men, he had to save himself by swimming to another. But, severe as was the loss suffered, it was amply compensated by the recovery of the lighthouse island, which along with the mole as far as the first arch-opening remained in the hands of Caesar. Relieving army from Asia Minor. At length the longed-for relief arrived. Mithridates of Pergamus, an able warrior of the school of Mithridates Eupator, whose natural son he claimed to be, brought up by land from Syria a motley army, the Itareans of the prince of the Libanus, the Bedouins of Jamblichus, son of Sampsiceramus, the Jews under the minister Antipater, and the contingents generally of the petty chiefs and communities of Cilicia and Syria. From Pelusium, which Mithridates had the fortune to occupy on the day of his arrival, he took the great road towards Memphis with the view of avoiding the intersected ground of the Delta and crossing the Nile before its division, during which movement his troops received manifold support from the Jewish peasants who were settled in peculiar numbers in this part of Egypt. The Egyptians, with the young king Ptolemaeus now at their head, whom Caesar had released to his people in the vain hope of allaying the insurrection by his means, dispatched an army to the Nile to detain Mithridates on its farther bank. This army fell in with the enemy even beyond Memphis at the so-called Jews' camp between Onion and Heliopolis. Nevertheless, Mithridates, trained in the Roman fashion of maneuvering and encamping amidst successful conflicts, gained the opposite bank at Memphis. Caesar, on the other hand, as soon as he obtained news of the arrival of the relieving army, conveyed a part of his troops in ships to the end of the lake of Morea, to the west of Alexandria, and marched round this lake and down the Nile to meet Mithridates advancing up the river. Battle at the Nile. The junction took place without the enemy attempting to hinder it. Caesar then marched into the delta, whither the king had retreated, overthrew, notwithstanding the deeply cut canal in their front, the Egyptian vanguard at the first onset, and immediately stormed the Egyptian camp itself. It lay at the foot of a rising ground between the Nile, from which only a narrow path separated it, and marshes difficult of access. Caesar caused the camp to be assailed simultaneously from the front and from the flank on the path along the Nile, and during this assault ordered a third detachment to ascend unseen the heights behind the camp. The victory was complete. The camp was taken, and those of the Egyptians who did not fall beneath the sword of the enemy were drowned in the attempt to escape to the fleet on the Nile. With one of the boats, which sank overladen with men, the young king also disappeared in the waters of his native stream. Pacification of Alexandria. Immediately after the battle, Caesar advanced at the head of his cavalry from the land side straight into the portion of the capital occupied by the Egyptians. In mourning attire, with the images of their gods in their hands, the enemy received him and sued for peace. And his troops, when they saw him return as victor from the side opposite to that by which he had set forth, welcomed him with boundless joy. The fate of the town, which had ventured to thwart the plans of the master of the world and had brought him within a hair's breadth of destruction, lay in Caesar's hands. But he was too much of a ruler to be sensitive, and dealt with the Alexandrians as with the Massiliates. Caesar, pointing to their city severely devastated and deprived of its granaries, of its world-renowned library, and of other important public buildings on occasion of the burning of the fleet, exhorted the inhabitants in future earnestly to cultivate the arts of peace alone, and to heal the wounds which they had inflicted on themselves. For the rest, he contented himself with granting to the Jews settled in Alexandria the same rights which the Greek population of the city enjoyed, and with placing in Alexandria, instead of the previous Roman army of occupation which nominally at least obeyed the kings of Egypt, a formal Roman garrison, 2 of the legions besieged there, and a third which afterwards arrived from Syria, under a commander nominated by himself. For this position of trust, a man was purposely selected, whose birth made it impossible for him to abuse it, Rufio, an able soldier but the son of a freedman. Cleopatra and her younger brother Ptolemaeus obtained the sovereignty of Egypt under the supremacy of Rome. The Princess Arsinoe was carried off to Italy that she might not serve once more as a pretext for insurrections to the Egyptians, who were after the Oriental fashion quite as much devoted to their dynasty as they were indifferent towards the individual dynasts.
Cyprus became again a part of the Roman province of Cilicia. Course of things during Caesar's absence in Alexandria. This Alexandrian insurrection, insignificant as it was in itself, and slight as was its intrinsic connection with the events of importance in the world's history which took place at the same time in the Roman state, had nevertheless so far a momentous influence on them that it compelled the man who was all in all and without whom nothing could be dispatched and nothing could be solved, to leave his proper tasks in abeyance from October 706 up to March 707 in order to fight along with Jews and Bedouins against a city rebel. The consequences of personal rule began to make themselves felt. They had the monarchy, but the wildest confusion prevailed everywhere, and the monarch was absent. The Caesarians were for the moment just like the Pompeians, without superintendents. The ability of the individual officers and, above all, accident decided matters everywhere. Insubordination of Pharnaces. In Asia Minor there was, at the time of Caesar's departure for Egypt, no enemy. But Caesar's lieutenant there, the able Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus, had received orders to take away again from King Pharnaces what he had without instructions wrested from the allies of Pompeius, and that as Pharnaces, an obstinate and arrogant despot like his father, perseveringly refused to evacuate Lesser Armenia, no course remained but to march against him. Calvinus had been obliged to dispatch to Egypt 2 out of the 3 legions left behind with him, and formed out of the Pharsalian prisoners of war. He filled up the gap by 1 legion hastily gathered from the Romans domiciled in Pontus, and 2 legions of Deiotarus exercised after the Roman manner, and advanced into Lesser Armenia. But the Bosporan army, tried in numerous conflicts with the dwellers on the Black Sea, showed itself more efficient than his own. Calvinus defeated at Nicopolis, victory of Caesar at Ziela. In an engagement at Nicopolis, the Pontic levy of Calvinus was cut to pieces, and the Galatian legions ran off. Only the 1 old legion of the Romans fought its way through with moderate loss. Instead of conquering Lesser Armenia, Calvinus could not even prevent Pharnaces from repossessing himself of his Pontic hereditary states, and pouring forth the whole vials of his horrible sultanic caprices on their inhabitants, especially the unhappy Amazenes, winter of 706 to 707. When Caesar in person arrived in Asia Minor and intimated to him that the service which Pharnaces had rendered to him personally by having granted no help to Pompeius could not be taken into account against the injury inflicted on the empire, and that before any negotiation he must evacuate the province of Pontus and send back the property which he had pillaged, he declared himself doubtless ready to submit. Nevertheless, well knowing how good reason Caesar had for hastening to the west, he made no serious preparations for the evacuation. He did not know that Caesar finished whatever he took in hand. Without negotiating further, Caesar took with him the 1 legion which he brought from Alexandria and the troops of Calvinus and Deiotarus, and advanced against the camp of Pharnaces at Ziela. When the Bosporans saw him approach, they boldly crossed the deep mountain ravine which covered their front, and charged the Romans up the hill. Caesar's soldiers were still occupied in pitching their camp, and the ranks wavered for a moment, but the veterans accustomed to war rapidly rallied and set the example for a general attack and for a complete victory. August 2nd, 707. In 5 days the campaign was ended, an invaluable piece of good fortune at this time, when every hour was precious. Regulation of Asia Minor. Caesar entrusted the pursuit of the king, who had gone home by way of Sinope, to Pharnaces' illegitimate brother, the brave Mithridates of Pergamus, who, as a reward for the services rendered by him in Egypt, received the crown of the Bosporan kingdom in room of Pharnaces. In other respects, the affairs of Syria and Asia Minor were peacefully settled. Caesar's own allies were richly rewarded, those of Pompeius were in general dismissed with fines or reprimands. Deiotarus alone, the most powerful of the clients of Pompeius, was again confined to his narrow hereditary domain, the canton of the Talistobogi. In his stead, Ariobarzanes, king of Cappadocia, was invested with Lesser Armenia, and the tetrarchy of the Trochmi, usurped by Deiotarus, was conferred on the new king of the Bosporus, who was descended by the maternal side from one of the Galatian princely houses, as by the paternal from that of Pontus.
war by land and sea in Illyria, defeat of Gabinius, naval victory at Tauris. In Illyria also, while Caesar was in Egypt,
incidents of a very grave nature had occurred. The Dalmatian coast had been for centuries a sore blemish on the Roman rule, and its inhabitants had been at open feud with Caesar since the conflicts around Dyrrhachium, while the interior also since the time of the Thessalian War swarmed with dispersed Pompeians. Quintus Cornificius had, however, with the legions that followed him from Italy, kept both the natives and the refugees in check, and had at the same time sufficiently met the difficult task of provisioning the troops in these rugged districts. Even when the able Marcus Octavius, the victor of Charicta, appeared with a part of the Pompeian fleet in these waters to wage war there against Caesar by sea and land, Cornificius not only knew how to maintain himself, resting for support on the ships and the harbour of the Iadestini, Zara, but in his turn also sustained several successful engagements at sea with the fleet of his antagonist. But when the new governor of Illyria, the Aulus Gabinius recalled by Caesar from exile, arrived by the landward route in Illyria in the winter of 706 to 707 with 15 cohorts and 3,000 horse, the system of warfare changed. Instead of confining himself like his predecessor to war on a small scale, the bold, active man undertook at once, in spite of the inclement season, an expedition with his whole force to the mountains. But the unfavourable weather, the difficulty of providing supplies and the brave resistance of the Dalmatians swept away the army. Gabinius had to commence his retreat, was attacked in the course of it, and disgracefully defeated by the Dalmatians, and with the feeble remains of his fine army had difficulty in reaching Salinae, where he soon afterwards died. Most of the Illyrian coast towns thereupon surrendered to the fleet of Octavius. Those that adhered to Caesar, such as Salinae and Epidaurus, Ragusa Vecchia, were so hard pressed by the fleet at sea and by the barbarians on land that the surrender and capitulation of the remains of the army enclosed in Salinae seemed not far distant. Then the commandant of the depot at Brundisium, the energetic Publius Vatinius, in the absence of ships of war caused common boats to be provided with beaks and manned with the soldiers dismissed from the hospitals, and with this extemporized war fleet gave battle to the far superior fleet of Octavius at the island of Tauris, Torcola between Lesina and Curzola, a battle in which, as in so many cases, the bravery of the leader and of the marines compensated for the deficiencies of the vessels, and the Caesarians achieved a brilliant victory. Marcus Octavius left these waters and proceeded to Africa, spring of 707. The Dalmatians no doubt continued their resistance for years with great obstinacy, but it was nothing beyond a local mountain warfare. When Caesar returned from Egypt, his resolute adjutant had already got rid of the danger that was imminent in Illyria, reorganization of the coalition in Africa. All the more serious was the position of things in Africa, where the constitutional party had from the outset of the civil war ruled absolutely and had continually augmented their power. Down to the Battle of Pharsalus, King Juba had, properly speaking, borne rule there. He had vanquished Curio, and his flying horsemen and his numberless archers were the main strength of the army. The Pompeian governor Varus played by his side so subordinate a part that he even had to deliver those soldiers of Curio, who had surrendered to him, over to the king, and had to look on while they were executed or carried away into the interior of Numidia. After the Battle of Pharsalus, a change took place. With the exception of Pompeius himself, no man of note among the defeated party thought of flight to the Parthians. As little did they attempt to hold the sea with their united resources. The warfare waged by Marcus Octavius in the Illyrian waters was isolated and was without permanent success. The great majority of the Republicans, as of the Pompeians, betook themselves to Africa, where alone an honourable and constitutional warfare might still be waged against the usurper. There the fragments of the army scattered at Pharsalus, the troops that had garrisoned Dyrrhachium, Corcyra, and the Peloponnesus, the remains of the Illyrian fleet, gradually congregated. There the second commander-in-chief, Metellus Scipio, the two sons of Pompeius, Gnaeus and Sextus, the political leader of the Republicans Marcus Cato, the able officers Labienus, Afranius, Petreius, Octavius, and others met. If the resources of the emigrants had diminished, their fanaticism had, if possible, even increased. Not only did they continue to murder their prisoners,
and even the officers of Caesar under flag of truce. But King Juba, in whom the exasperation of the partisan mingled with the fury of the half-barbarous African, laid down the maxim that in every community suspected of sympathizing with the enemy, the burgesses ought to be extirpated and the town burnt down, and even practically carried out this theory against some townships, such as the unfortunate Varga near Hadrumetum. In fact, it was solely owing to the energetic intervention of Cato that the capital of the province itself, the flourishing Utica, which, just like Carthage formerly, had been long regarded with a jealous eye by the Numidian kings, did not experience the same treatment from Juba, and that measures of precaution merely were taken against its citizens, who certainly were not unjustly accused of leaning towards Caesar. As neither Caesar himself nor any of his lieutenants undertook the smallest movement against Africa, the coalition had full time to acquire political and military reorganization there. First of all, it was necessary to fill up anew the place of commander-in-chief vacant by the death of Pompeius. King Juba was not disinclined still to maintain the position which he had held in Africa up to the Battle of Pharsalus. Indeed, he bore himself no longer as a client of the Romans, but as an equal ally, or even as a protector, and took it upon him, for example, to coin Roman silver money with his name and device. Nay, he even raised a claim to be the sole wearer of purple in the camp, and suggested to the Roman commanders that they should lay aside their purple mantle of office. Further, Metellus Scipio demanded the supreme command for himself, because Pompeius had recognized him in the Thessalian campaign as on a footing of equality, more from the consideration that he was his son-in-law than on military grounds. The like demand was raised by Varus as the governor, self-nominated it is true, of Africa, seeing that the war was to be waged in his province.
Lastly, the army desired for its leader the propraetor Marcus Cato. Obviously it was right. Cato was the only man who possessed the requisite devotedness, energy, and authority for the difficult office. If he was no military man, it was infinitely better to appoint as commander-in-chief a non-military man who understood how to listen to reason and make his subordinates act, than an officer of untried capacity like Varus, or even one of tried incapacity like Metellus Scipio. But the decision fell at length on this same Scipio, and it was Cato himself who mainly determined that decision. He did so not because he felt himself unequal to such a task, or because his vanity found its account rather in declining than in accepting. Still less because he loved or respected Scipio, with whom he on the contrary was personally at variance, and who with his notorious inefficiency had attained a certain importance merely in virtue of his position as father-in-law to Pompeius, but simply and solely because his obstinate legal formalism chose rather to let the Republic go to ruin in due course of law than to save it in an irregular way. When after the Battle of Pharsalus he met with Marcus Cicero at Corcyra, he had offered to hand over the command in Corcyra to the latter, who was still from the time of his Cilician administration invested with the rank of general, as the officer of higher standing according to the letter of the law, and by this readiness had driven the unfortunate advocate, who now cursed 1,000 times his laurels from the Arnunus, almost to despair. But he had at the same time astonished all men of any tolerable discernment. The same principles were applied now, when something more was at stake. Cato weighed the question to whom the place of commander-in-chief belonged, as if the matter had reference to a field at Tusculum, and adjudged it to Scipio. By this sentence his own candidature and that of Varus were set aside. But he it was also, and he alone, who confronted with energy the claims of King Juba, and made him feel that the Roman nobility came to him not suppliant as to the great prince of the Parthians, with a view to ask aid at the hands of a protector, but as entitled to command and require aid from a subject. In the present state of the Roman forces in Africa, Juba could not avoid lowering his claims to some extent, although he still carried the point with the weak Scipio that the pay of his troops should be charged on the Roman treasury, and the cession of the province of Africa should be assured to him in the event of victory. By the side of the new general-in-chief, the Senate of the 300 again emerged. It established its seat in Utica and replenished its thinned ranks by the admission of the most esteemed and the wealthiest men of the equestrian order. The warlike preparations were pushed forward, chiefly through the zeal of Cato, with the greatest energy, and every man capable of arms, even the freedman and Libyan, was enrolled in the legions.
by which course so many hands were withdrawn from agriculture that a great part of the fields remained uncultivated, but an imposing result was certainly attained. The heavy infantry numbered 14 legions, of which 2 were already raised by Verus. 8 others were formed partly from the refugees,
partly from the conscripts in the province, and 4 were legions of King Juba armed in the Roman manner. The heavy cavalry, consisting of the Celts and Germans who arrived with Labienus and sundry others incorporated in their ranks, was, apart from Juba's squadron of cavalry equipped in the Roman style, 1,600 strong. The light troops consisted of innumerable masses of Numidians riding without bridle or rein and armed merely with javelins, of a number of mounted bowmen and a large host of archers on foot. To these fell to be added Juba's 120 elephants, and the fleet of 55 sail commanded by Publius Varus and Marcus Octavius. The urgent want of money was in some measure remedied by a self-taxation on the part of the Senate, which was the more productive as the richest African capitalists had been induced to enter it. Corn and other supplies were accumulated in immense quantities in the fortresses capable of defense. At the same time, the stores were as far as possible removed from the open townships. The absence of Caesar, the troublesome temper of his legions, the ferment in Spain and Italy gradually raised men's spirits, and the recollection of the Pharsalian defeat began to give way to fresh hopes of victory. The time lost by Caesar in Egypt nowhere revenged itself more severely than here. Had he proceeded to Africa immediately after the death of Pompeius, he would have found there a weak, disorganized, and frightened army and utter anarchy among the leaders. Whereas there was now in Africa, owing more especially to Cato's energy, an army equal in number to that defeated at Pharsalus, under leaders of note, and under a regulated superintendence. Movements in Spain. A peculiar evil star seemed altogether to preside over this African expedition of Caesar. He had, even before his embarkation for Egypt, arranged in Spain and Italy various measures preliminary and preparatory to the African war, but out of all there had sprung nothing but mischief. From Spain, according to Caesar's arrangement, the governor of the southern province, Quintus Cassius Longinus, was to cross with 4 legions to Africa, to be joined there by Bogud, king of West Mauritania, and to advance with him towards Numidia and Africa. But that army destined for Africa included in it a number of native Spaniards and 2 whole legions formerly Pompeian. Pompeian sympathies prevailed in the army as in the province, and the unskilful and tyrannical behavior of the Caesarian governor was not fitted to allay them. A formal revolt took place. Troops and towns took part for or against the governor. Already those who had risen against the lieutenant of Caesar were on the point of openly displaying the banner of Pompeius. Already had Pompeius's elder son Gnaeus embarked from Africa for Spain to take advantage of this favourable turn, when the disavowal of the governor by the most respectable Caesarians themselves and the interference of the commander of the northern province suppressed just in right time the insurrection. Gnaeus Pompeius, who had lost time on the way with a vain attempt to establish himself in Mauritania, came too late. Gaius Trebonius, whom Caesar, after his return from the east, sent to Spain to relieve Cassius, autumn of 707, met everywhere with absolute obedience. But of course, amidst these blunders nothing was done from Spain to disturb the organization of the Republicans in Africa. Indeed, in consequence of the complications with Longinus, Bogud, king of West Mauritania, who was on Caesar's side and might at least have put some obstacles in the way of King Juba, had been called away with his troops to Spain. Military revolt in Campania. Still more critical were the occurrences among the troops whom Caesar had caused to be collected in southern Italy, in order to his embarkation with them for Africa. They were for the most part the old legions, which had founded Caesar's throne in Gaul, Spain, and Thessaly. The spirit of these troops had not been improved by victories, and had been utterly disorganized by long repose in Lower Italy. The almost superhuman demands which the general made on them, and the effects of which were only too clearly apparent in their fearfully thinned ranks,
left behind even in these men of iron a leaven of secret rancour which required only time and quiet to set their minds in a ferment. The only man who had influence over them had been absent and almost unheard of for a year, while the officers placed over them were far more afraid of the soldiers than the soldiers of them, and overlooked in the conquerors of the world every outrage against those that gave them quarters and every breach of discipline. When the orders to embark for Sicily arrived, and the soldier was to exchange the luxurious ease of Campania for a third campaign certainly not inferior to those of Spain and Thessaly in point of hardship, the reins, which had been too long relaxed and were too suddenly tightened, snapped asunder. The legions refused to obey till the promised presents were paid to them, scornfully repulsed the officers sent by Caesar, and even threw stones at them. An attempt to extinguish the incipient revolt by increasing the sums promised not only had no success, but the soldiers set out in masses to extort the fulfillment of the promises from the general in the capital. Several officers who attempted to restrain the mutinous bands on the way were slain. It was a formidable danger. Caesar ordered the few soldiers who were in the city to occupy the gates, with the view of warding off the justly apprehended pillage at least at the first onset, and suddenly appeared among the furious bands demanding to know what they wanted. They exclaimed, "Discharge!" In a moment the request was granted. Respecting the presents, Caesar added, which he had promised to his soldiers at his triumph, as well as respecting the lands which he had not promised to them but had destined for them, they might apply to him on the day when he and the other soldiers should triumph. In the triumph itself, they could not of course participate, as having been previously discharged. The masses were not prepared for things taking this turn. Convinced that Caesar could not do without them for the African campaign, they had demanded their discharge only in order that, if it were refused, they might annex their own conditions to their service. Half unsettled in their belief as to their own indispensableness, too awkward to return to their object, and to bring the negotiation which had missed its course back to the right channel, ashamed as men by the fidelity with which the imperator kept his word even to soldiers who had forgotten their allegiance, and by his generosity, which even now granted far more than he had ever promised, deeply affected as soldiers when the general presented to them the prospect of their being necessarily mere civilian spectators of the triumph of their comrades, and when he called them no longer comrades, but burgesses, by this very form of address, which from his mouth sounded so strangely, destroying as it were with one blow the whole pride of their past soldierly career. And besides all this, under the spell of the man whose presence had an irresistible power, the soldiers stood for a while mute and lingering, till from all sides a cry arose that the general would once more receive them into favour, and again permit them to be called Caesar's soldiers. Caesar, after having allowed himself to be sufficiently entreated, granted the permission. But the ringleaders in this mutiny had a third cut off from their triumphal presence. History knows no greater psychological masterpiece, and none that was more completely successful. Caesar proceeds to Africa. Conflict at Raspina. This mutiny operated injuriously on the African campaign, at least insofar as it considerably delayed the commencement of it. When Caesar arrived at the port of Lilybaeum destined for the embarkation, the 10 legions intended for Africa were far from being fully assembled there, and it was the experienced troops that were farthest behind. Hardly, however, had 6 legions, of which 5 were newly formed, arrived there, and the necessary war vessels and transports come forward, when Caesar put to sea with them, December 25th, 707 of the uncorrected, about October 8th of the Julian calendar. The enemy's fleet, which on account of the prevailing equinoctial gales was drawn up on the beach at the island Aegimurus in front of the Bay of Carthage, did not oppose the passage. But the same storms scattered the fleet of Caesar in all directions, and when he availed himself of the opportunity of landing not far from Hadrumetum, Susa, he could not disembark more than some 3,000 men, mostly recruits, and 150 horsemen. His attempt to capture Hadrumetum, strongly occupied by the enemy, miscarried, but Caesar possessed himself of the 2 seaports not far distant from each other, Raspina, monastir near Susa, and Little Leptis. Here he entrenched himself, but his position was so insecure that he kept his cavalry in the ships, and the ships ready for sea and provided with a supply of water in order to re-embark at any moment if he should be attacked by a superior force. This, however, was not necessary, for just at the right time the ships that had been driven out of their course arrived, January 3rd, 708. On the very following day, Caesar, whose army, in consequence of the arrangements made by the Pompeians, suffered from want of corn, undertook with 3 legions an expedition into the interior of the country, but was attacked on the march not far from Ruspina by the corps which Labienus had brought up to dislodge Caesar from the coast. As Labienus had exclusively cavalry and archers, and Caesar almost nothing but infantry of the line, the legions were quickly surrounded and exposed to the missiles of the enemy without being able to retaliate or to attack with success. No doubt the deploying of the entire line relieved once more the flanks, and spirited charges saved the honor of their arms. But a retreat was unavoidable, and had Ruspina not been so near, the Moorish javelin would perhaps have accomplished the same result here as the Parthian bow at Carrhae. Caesar's position at Ruspina, Caesar, whom this day had fully convinced of the difficulty of the impending war, would not again expose his soldiers untried and discouraged by the new mode of fighting to any such attack, but awaited the arrival of his veteran legions. The interval was employed in providing some sort of compensation against the crushing superiority of the enemy in the weapons of distant warfare. The incorporation of the suitable men from the fleet as light horsemen or archers in the land army could not be of much avail. The diversions which Caesar suggested were somewhat more effectual. He succeeded in bringing into arms against Juba the Gaetulian pastoral tribes wandering on the southern slope of the great Atlas towards the Sahara, for the blows of the Marian and Sullan period had reached even to them, and their indignation against Pompeius, who had at that time made them subordinate to the Numidian kings, rendered them from the outset favourably inclined to the heir of the mighty Marius, of whose Juguthine campaign they had still a lively recollection. The Mauritanian kings, Bogud in Tingis and Bocchus in Eol, were Juba's natural rivals, and to a certain extent long since in alliance with Caesar. Further, there still roamed in the border region between the kingdoms of Juba and Bocchus the last of the Catilinarians, that Publius Sitius of Nuceria, who 18 years before had become converted from a bankrupt Italian merchant into a Mauritanian leader of free bands, and since that time had procured for himself a name and a body of retainers amidst the Libyan quarrels. Bocchus and Sitius united fell on the Numidian land and occupied the important town of Cirta, and their attack, as well as that of the Gaetulians, compelled King Juba to send a portion of his troops to his southern and western frontiers. Caesar's situation, however, continued sufficiently unpleasant. His army was crowded together within a space of 6 square miles. Though the fleet conveyed corn, the want of forage was as much felt by Caesar's cavalry as by those of Pompeius before Dyrrhachium. The light troops of the enemy remained, notwithstanding all the exertions of Caesar so immeasurably superior to his, that it seemed almost impossible to carry offensive operations into the interior, even with veterans. If Scipio retired and abandoned the coast towns, he might perhaps achieve a victory like those which the vizier of Orodes had won over Crassus and Juba over Curio, and he could at least endlessly protract the war. The simplest consideration suggested this plan of campaign. Even Cato, although far from a strategist, counselled its adoption, and offered at the same time to cross with a corps to Italy, and to call the Republicans there to arms, which, amidst the utter confusion in that quarter, might very well meet with success. But Cato could only advise, not command. Scipio, the commander-in-chief, decided that the war should be carried on in the region of the coast. This was a blunder, not merely inasmuch as they thereby dropped a plan of war promising a sure result, but also inasmuch as the region to which they transferred the war was in dangerous agitation, and a good part of the army which they opposed to Caesar was likewise in a troublesome temper. The fearfully strict levy, the carrying off of the supplies, the devastating of the smaller townships, the feeling in general that they were being sacrificed for a cause which from the outset was foreign to them and was already lost,
had exasperated the native population against the Roman republicans, fighting out their last struggle of despair on African soil. And the terrorist proceedings of the latter against all communities that were but suspected of indifference had raised this exasperation to the most fearful hatred. The African towns declared, wherever they could venture to do so, for Caesar, among the Gaetulians and the Libyans, who served in numbers among the light troops and even in the legions, desertion was spreading. But Scipio, with all the obstinacy characteristic of folly, persevered in his plan, marched with all his force from Utica to appear before the towns of Ruspina and Little Leptis occupied by Caesar, furnished Hadrumetum to the north and Thapsus to the south, on the promontory Rasdemas, with strong garrisons, and in concert with Juba, who likewise appeared before Ruspina with all his troops not required by the defence of the frontier, offered battle repeatedly to the enemy. But Caesar was resolved to wait for his veteran legions. As these one after another arrived and appeared on the scene of strife, Scipio and Juba lost the desire to risk a pitched battle, and Caesar had no means of compelling them to fight, owing to their extraordinary superiority in light cavalry. Nearly 2 months passed away in marches and skirmishes in the neighbourhood of Ruspina and Thapsus, which chiefly had relation to the finding out of the concealed store pits, silos, common in the country, and to the extension of posts. Caesar, compelled by the enemy's horsemen to keep as much as possible to the heights or even to cover his flanks by entrenched lines, yet accustomed his soldiers gradually during this laborious and apparently endless warfare to the foreign mode of fighting. Friend and foe hardly recognized the rapid general in the cautious master of fence, who trained his men carefully and not unfrequently in person, and they became almost puzzled by the masterly skill which displayed itself as conspicuously in delay as in promptitude of action. Battle at Thapsus. At last, Caesar, after being joined by his last reinforcements, made a lateral movement towards Thapsus. Scipio had, as we have said, strongly garrisoned this town, and thereby committed the blunder of presenting to his opponent an object of attack easy to be seized. To this first error he soon added the second, still less excusable blunder of now for the rescue of Thapsus giving the battle, which Caesar had wished and Scipio had hitherto rightly refused, on ground which placed the decision in the hands of the infantry of the line. Immediately along the shore, opposite to Caesar's camp, the legions of Scipio and Juba appeared, the fore ranks ready for fighting, the hinder ranks occupied in forming an entrenched camp. At the same time, the garrison of Thapsus prepared for a sally. Caesar's camp guards sufficed to repulse the latter. His legions, accustomed to war, already forming a correct estimate of the enemy from the want of precision in their mode of array and their ill-closed ranks, compelled, while yet the entrenching was going forward on that side, and before even the general gave the signal, a trumpeter to sound for the attack, and advanced along the whole line headed by Caesar himself, who, when he saw his men advance without waiting for his orders, galloped forward to lead them against the enemy. The right wing, in advance of the other divisions, frightened the line of elephants opposed to it. This was the last great battle in which these animals were employed, by throwing bullets and arrows so that they wheeled round on their own ranks. The covering force was cut down, the left wing of the enemy was broken, and the whole line was overthrown. The defeat was the more destructive, as the new camp of the beaten army was not yet ready, and the old one was at a considerable distance. Both were successively captured almost without resistance. The mass of the defeated army threw away their arms and sued for quarter. But Caesar's soldiers were no longer the same who had readily refrained from battle before Ilerda and honourably spared the defenceless at Pharsalus. The habit of civil war and the rancour left behind by the mutiny asserted their power in a terrible manner on the battlefield of Thapsus. If the hydra with which they fought always put forth new energies, if the army was hurried from Italy to Spain, from Spain to Macedonia, from Macedonia to Africa, and if the repose ever more eagerly longed for never came, the soldier sought, and not wholly without cause, the reason of this state of things in the unseasonable clemency of Caesar. He had sworn to retrieve the general's neglect, and remained deaf to the entreaties of his disarmed fellow citizens,
as well as to the commands of Caesar and the superior officers. The 50,000 corpses that covered the battlefield of Thapsus, among whom were several Caesarian officers known as secret opponents of the new monarchy, and therefore cut down on this occasion by their own men, showed how the soldier procures for himself repose. The victorious army, on the other hand, numbered no more than 50 dead. April 6th, 708. Cato in Utica, his death. There was as little a continuance of the struggle in Africa after the Battle of Thapsus as there had been a year and a half before in the east after the defeat of Pharsalus. Cato, as commandant of Utica, convoked the Senate, set forth how the means of defence stood, and submitted it to the decision of those assembled, whether they would yield or defend themselves to the last, mannerly adjuring them to resolve and to act not each one for himself, but all in unison.
The more courageous view found several supporters. It was proposed to manumit on behalf of the state the slaves capable of arms, which however Cato rejected as an illegal encroachment on private property and suggested in its stead a patriotic appeal to the slave owners.
But soon this fit of resolution in an assembly consisting in great part of African merchants passed off, and they agreed to capitulate. Thereupon, when Faustus Sulla, son of the regent, and Lucius Afranius arrived in Utica with a strong division of cavalry from the field of battle, Cato still made an attempt to hold the town through them, but he indignantly rejected their demand to let them, first of all, put to death the untrustworthy citizens of Utica en masse, and chose to let the last stronghold of the Republicans fall into the hands of the monarch without resistance, rather than to profane the last moments of the Republic by such a massacre. After he had partly by his authority, partly by liberal largesses, checked, so far as he could, the fury of the soldiery against the unfortunate Uticans. After he had with touching solicitude furnished to those who preferred not to trust themselves to Caesar's mercy the means for flight, and to those who wished to remain the opportunity of capitulating under the most tolerable conditions so far as his ability reached. And after having thoroughly satisfied himself that he could render to no one any farther aid, he held himself released from his command, retired to his bedchamber, and plunged his sword into his breast. The leaders of the Republicans put to death. Of the other fugitive leaders only a few escaped. The cavalry that fled from Thapsus encountered the bands of Citius, and were cut down or captured by them. Their leaders Afranius and Faustus were delivered up to Caesar, and, when the latter did not order their immediate execution, they were slain in a tumult by his veterans. The commander-in-chief, Metellus Scipio, with the fleet of the defeated party, fell into the power of the cruisers of Citius, and, when they were about to lay hands on him, stabbed himself. King Juba, not unprepared for such an issue, had in that case resolved to die in a way which seemed to him befitting a king, and had caused an enormous funeral pile to be prepared in the marketplace of his city Zama, which was intended to consume along with his body all his treasures and the dead bodies of the whole citizens of Zama. But the inhabitants of the town showed no desire to let themselves be employed by way of decoration for the funeral rites of the African Sardanapalus, and they closed the gates against the king when, fleeing from the battlefield, he appeared, accompanied by Marcus Petreius, before their city. The king, one of those natures that become savage amidst a life of dazzling and insolent enjoyment, and prepare for themselves even out of death an intoxicating feast, resorted with his companion to one of his country houses, caused a copious banquet to be served up, and at the close of the feast challenged Petreius to fight him to death in single combat. It was the conqueror of Catilina that received his death at the hand of the king. The latter thereupon caused himself to be stabbed by one of his slaves. The few men of eminence that escaped, such as Labienus and Sextus Pompeius, followed the elder brother of the latter to Spain and sought, like Sertorius formerly, a last refuge of robbers and pirates in the waters and the mountains of that still half-independent land. Regulation of Africa without resistance. Caesar regulated the affairs of Africa. As Curio had already proposed, the kingdom of Massinissa was broken up. The most eastern portion or region of Sitifis was united with the kingdom of Bocchus, king of East Mauritania, and the faithful king Bogud of Tingis was rewarded with considerable gifts. Cirta, Constantine, and the surrounding district,
hitherto possessed under the supremacy of Juba by the prince Massinissa and his son Arabian, were conferred on the condottiere Publius Sitius that he might settle his half-Roman bands there. But at the same time, this district, as well as by far the largest and most fertile portion of the late Numidian kingdom, were united as New Africa with the older province of Africa, and the defence of the country along the coast against the roving tribes of the desert, which the Republic had entrusted to a client king, was imposed by the new ruler on the empire itself, the victory of monarchy. The struggle, which Pompeius and the Republicans had undertaken against the monarchy of Caesar, thus terminated, after having lasted for 4 years, in the complete victory of the new monarch. No doubt the monarchy was not established for the first time on the battlefields of Pharsalus and Thapsus. It might already be dated from the moment when Pompeius and Caesar in league had established their joint rule and overthrown the previous aristocratic constitution. Yet it was only those baptisms of blood of the 9th August 706 and the 6th April 708 that set aside the conjoint rule so opposed to the nature of absolute dominion and conferred fixed status and formal recognition on the new monarchy. Risings of pretenders and republican conspiracies might ensue and provoke new commotions, perhaps even new revolutions and restorations, but the continuity of the free republic that had been uninterrupted for 500 years was broken through, and monarchy was established throughout the range of the wide Roman Empire by the legitimacy of accomplished fact. The end of the republic, the constitutional struggle was at an end, and that it was so was proclaimed by Marcus Cato when he fell on his sword at Utica. For many years he had been the foremost man in the struggle of the legitimate republic against its oppressors. He had continued it long after he had ceased to cherish any hope of victory. But now the struggle itself had become impossible. The republic which Marcus Brutus had founded was dead and never to be revived. What were the republicans now to do on the earth? The treasure was carried off, the sentinels were thereby relieved. Who could blame them if they departed? There was more nobility, and above all more judgment, in the death of Cato than there had been in his life. Cato was anything but a great man, but with all that short-sightedness, that perversity, that dry prolixity, and those spurious phrases which have stamped him, for his own and for all time, as the ideal of unreflecting republicanism and the favourite of all who make it their hobby, he was yet the only man who honourably and courageously championed in the last struggle the great system doomed to destruction. Just because the shrewdest lie feels itself inwardly annihilated before the simple truth, and because all the dignity and glory of human nature ultimately depend not on shrewdness but on honesty, Cato has played a greater part in history than many men far superior to him in intellect. It only heightens the deep and tragic significance of his death that he was himself a fool. In truth, it is just because Don Quixote is a fool that he is a tragic figure. It is an affecting fact that on that world stage, on which so many great and wise men had moved and acted, the fool was destined to give the epilogue. He too died not in vain. It was a fearfully striking protest of the Republic against the monarchy that the last Republican went as the first monarch came, a protest which tore asunder like gossamer all that so-called constitutional character with which Caesar invested his monarchy, and exposed in all its hypocritical falsehood the shibboleth of the reconciliation of all parties, under the aegis of which despotism grew up. The unrelenting warfare which the ghost of the legitimate republic waged for centuries, from Cassius and Brutus down to Thrasea and Tacitus, nay, even far later against the Caesarian monarchy, a warfare of plots and of literature, was the legacy which the dying Cato bequeathed to his enemies. This republican opposition derived from Cato its whole attitude, stately, transcendental in its rhetoric, pretentiously rigid, hopeless, and faithful to death, and accordingly it began even immediately after his death to revere as a saint the man who in his lifetime was not unfrequently its laughing-stock and its scandal. But the greatest of these marks of respect was the involuntary homage which Caesar rendered to him when he made an exception to the contemptuous clemency with which he was wont to treat his opponents,
Pompeians as well as Republicans, in the case of Cato alone, and pursued him even beyond the grave with that energetic hatred which practical statesmen are wont to feel towards antagonists opposing them from a region of ideas which they regard as equally dangerous